So there was this total wind current, like constantly, just happened in the vehicle, and so yeah, and I remember driving that just out of sheer fear, like this guy's out of his fucking mind. And he popped the brake and kind of smiled at me and shit. I'm like, this dude's fucking flirting with me, bro. I'm trying to learn, and this dude's trying to, touch a child or whatever. All right, so you get the first day, man. How does your first day on the job go?
They literally, my garage, they tell you, hey, you show up on this time, 6 a.m., West Side, 30th Avenue. Manhattan 6 was my first garage. So I'm like, all right, over near Javits Center.
Okay.
All right, so it's right a block down from there.
Okay, so you get down there. Do you go down there a lot or no?
No. Okay. When you work in Manhattan, you want to stay out of Manhattan. Okay. You deal with it all week. You deal with nonsense. Yeah. Anytime I worked in Manhattan, I just never wanted to party in Manhattan.
Yeah, 100%.
Couldn't stand it.
All right, so you get down there.
Yeah, so I get there, and you're meeting all these guys. I met a few when I signed up. The new guys who came in with, I think, like 11 new guys. Wow. So I knew them by face. I didn't really get to know anybody. Oh
yeah, I just watched Band of Brothers. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh,
no, and you're meeting, like, there's some old timers on there that don't like the new kids coming in.
Really, huh?
Yeah, they got rumbling, junior scumbag, this and that.
Scams or whatever.
So they're like, all right, here, they hand me a piece of paper. They said, go pick this guy up on 2nd and 20th. So we had these sections all around Manhattan where guys would go because the garage wasn't big where it was at.
Okay.
So you would have section guys show up there, garage guys show up at the garage that was in.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait. I had to think to myself, I'm going to drive this garbage truck. Never drove in a city street. Where we were driving up Randall's Island, we were going in a circle.
Okay.
So now you put cars, people.
So you're in the truck downtown.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, go pick up this partner.
Dang.
I never drove a truck in Manhattan. Let alone you probably driven a car up and in a car. In Manhattan, it's not fun.
Oh, it's alarming.
It's crazy.
And so now you're driving a truck, and
your first day, your whole thing is the mirrors, worrying about you. It's a truck, it's not a car.
Yeah.
I got there.
Okay.
And let's put it that way.
All right. We'll say that.
I was all right. I didn't hit nobody, no hurt nobody. And then I picked this dude up.
Okay.
Probably 35 years on the job.
Oh, he's been in there, huh?
Scraggly looking guy, big beard.
Yeah.
Come on, kid, you with me? I'm like, here we go.
Come on, kid.
Yeah, so you know what you're falling into that.
Right, he's suddenly setting the stone,
Yeah, he might have been one of the drivers guys where you were at.
He might have been one of
the
drivers.
The way he said it kind of scared him.
Oh, I bet if you pluck a hair out of his beard and test it for 9-year-olds, who knows what'll come back, But yeah,
bing. But yeah, dude, and everybody's looking at you.
Wow.
Because it's you got stuck with this guy.
Oh, really, huh?
So that's right away. I'm like, oh, all right. And rule of thumb, first thing they teach you, do not stand behind the truck while the back of the truck is silent. Okay. This dude was looking for everything in the truck.
Really?
He had all kinds of shit in his beard. Oh, it was nasty. And he didn't even care. It was just, it was awful.
He was just back there just fucking catching that hot tide.
Flying out. He, hey, you looking for it? And looking at me like I'm not in there with him. I'm just throwing it in to get rid of it, dude. I'm not here to dig through it. Pulling out Spider-Man figures, crazy.
Oh yeah, and that would go right in line with one of those kids.
Exactly. Driver's ed teacher, definitely. That was his first job.
So he's just back there, just collecting samples from the area. Huh? Yeah. Oh, and now when he gets back in the truck, what's the inside of the cab? Does it smell pretty bad?
It's a mess. Yeah. Until you get your own truck, I had, once I got the truck. Where you can get time on the job and get a route. There's cleaning supplies. We wiped our truck down every day. It was spotless.
Right.
But when you have guys that just didn't give a crap, it was filth, man.
Oh. Yeah. And what kind of gear are you wearing? What kind of gear is a New York City garbage man, sanitation engineer? What type of gear are y'all locked in?
Just regular, dicky pants with a t-shirt.
Jesus.
winter sweatshirts, you know.
Not a wetsuit or nothing like that.
No, there were days you needed it.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, it was when it rained, it sucked.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you would go full plastic.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
You were just telling me that Washington State recriminalized, or Oregon recriminalized drugs.
Yeah, that's right. This just came out the last week, but Washington State, Oregon State, had pursued the defund the police policy, the decriminalized drugs policy, and there's now this dramatic reversal. Because guess what? When you let people shoot up heroin on the side of the road, snort meth in tents downtown Portland, it actually is not good for society. And there's such this dramatic pushback. And I was actually shocked to see it, that Oregon lawmakers, all Democrats, of course, said, you know what? We've gone too far. Let's bring it back to the center. And I think that's something that's very good.
It's definitely very good. It is a little shocking that they figured it out. It just doesn't seem like when you go and drive through Oakland, for example, it doesn't seem like anybody's trying to put cork on that. They're just like letting it be insanely chaotic. Like the areas where they have the shanty town set up and people have tents everywhere and these makeshift structures. How? Like, at what point in time do you stop letting these open air drug dens exist where people are just cooking meth in front of everybody? That just seems so insane. So it's nice to see that Oregon's like, hey, let's hit the brakes.
Yeah.
Is it all drugs now? Did they just put everything in the same category? Which is also quite insane.
Yeah, I mean, no. No, it's not all drugs.
It just says it right
Obviously.
here. It says the measure makes the possession of small amount of drugs such as heroin or methamphetamine a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 6 months in jail, enables police to confiscate the drugs, and crack down on their use on sidewalks and in parks. But what are the other? See, the thing is, it basically, what Oregon did is decriminalize almost everything. The weird thing about drugs is you throw them all into one blanket. You know, you cover them all with one blanket. Drugs, because caffeine's a drug, alcohol's a drug. There's a lot of drugs that we're accustomed to using, and I'm not necessarily in favor of those being illegal. And when you add in heroin and methamphetamine to something that we're already accustomed to, like alcohol or caffeine, like what are we? You know, why are these the same things? Like, why don't you just individually say,
Yeah.
Fentanyl is unbelievably bad for you. Marijuana, not so much. Let's like figure out which ones are okay and which ones are not, instead of just saying drugs.
100%. I mean, you just have to do a really simple calculation. You say, is this drug correlated with extreme social pathology? Does it obliterate the individual? Does it cause social problems, social chaos? And then you can categorize them very simply, yes and no. Okay, you have alcohol, caffeine, marijuana. You can have a functioning society where those are used.
Yeah.
But you can't have a functioning society where people are foiling fentanyl. And especially if you look at the cities, it's wrecked these cities. The big problem, though, is that the political left in the United States has lost the willingness and the capacity to say no. This is something we've all seen. You were raised a generation of kids where like saying no and imposing limits is something that you can't do. It's this idea of liberating ourselves from all limits. But, you know, some limits are necessary, some limits are important. And so I think we're starting to finally see the consequences of obliterating limits. And then now we're starting to say, you know, in a reasonable way, we should start reimposing some guardrails.
Well, that's one of the things you find out when you're a parent. It seems counterintuitive. But one of the things you find out is that children are happier when you impose limitations on them. Which sounds so crazy. But they are happier and they have less anxiety, apparently, obviously not right. Because they're, by having structure to life, it doesn't seem like everything is, like if they're in charge, like, oh my God, I'm fucking 12 and I'm in charge, I have no idea what's going on, and I can stay out late all night, the world's chaos, which it kind of is in some ways. But by imposing structure on them, it's comfort. And I find that's the case with human beings. I find that the people that I know, even artists, even comedians and wild folks, the people that have structure in their life, like have families and children and have like workout routines or things that they enjoy doing on a regular basis that they're very dedicated to, those are the happiest people. They're the healthiest people. They're the people that seem to feel like there's a purpose to life. The purpose is your loved ones, your family, your community, the people you hang out with, the stuff you like to do, whatever it is, pickleball, whatever it is. That gives people like happiness and structure, and this idea that having no limitations and complete freedom, and you know, you want to be just able to like fly away on a whim, like that doesn't promote happiness. Like, what are you trying to get out of this life? Don't you want it to be as enjoyable as possible? We've all had bad times. They suck. We try to avoid those. Try to have the good times, but that can be applied to a society as well. The way you raise children can be applied to society. Like, you need structure, you need rules, you need love and compassion, you need examples of good behavior, you need all of those things. And when you let people fucking cook meth in the middle of the street, that all goes out the window. Imagine being 12 to drive by a fucking drug den every day on your way to school. You're like, oh my God, what do I have to look forward to?
Yeah, I mean, that was my life and my experience and observation. We moved out of Seattle in 2020, my wife, at that time 2 kids, because of this precise phenomenon. The politics had gone totally sideways.
Well, Seattle in 2020 was particularly insane. That was the area, what was it called?
The glory of the Chaz.
Chaz, yeah, that's right.
Chaz. But I remember our oldest son was in kindergarten, first grade at the time, and we would be walking to school a few blocks up, and we'd have to be avoiding schizophrenics, avoiding tents, avoiding people shooting up, avoiding people just shitting in the street.
Walking. Just walking.
Yeah,
so
just walking.
sketchy.
And so, you know, you're trying to kind of navigate your kids around. There was a homeless encampment about 100 yards away from the school with probably 40 or 50 guys cooking drugs, stealing property, causing trouble. And then you talk to the administrators at the time and say, hey, this is a problem. I don't accept this. I don't like this. And they say, oh, well, you know, we have to be compassionate to our houseless neighbors. It's like, no, we don't. This is a danger to kids. And it got so bad that they were teaching the kids what to do when they found hypodermic needles in the playground. This is a problem. I don't want this as a parent. I want you to prevent them having to pick up hypodermic needles. And, you know, and it's like a group of people that are so, it's like compassion also has to be limited.
Yeah.
You have to have compassion within reasonable limits. And
but you're dealing with people that'll just burn it all down. If you just say arson is no longer punishable, they'll burn all the houses down.
Yeah.
These are insane people. They don't have anything. Why wouldn't they just burn it all down? Just for funds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard to understand how it got this far. You know, I love when they use terms like the houseless. Like, you already have a word for it. Yeah. Like, stop trying to dress it up with a new word. You already have a word for it. The word, like, this one's been driving me fucking crazy lately. Minor attracted person.
Yeah.
I saw 2 politicians in 2 different speeches talk about protecting minor attracted persons. You're talking about pedophiles.
That's what we're talking about.
It must be that these people have no children. It must be. I don't know. If they do, they're monsters. This idea that you are going to minimize the harm caused by evil criminals who steal children's lives, ruin their lives forever, and you're just going to call them a minor attracted person and try to say that it's an identity? To what? For what reason? To what end? Like, why would you want to do that?
I mean, the end is, it's not polite to say, but it's quite clear. You look at even something that has been propagandized at length, drag queen story hour. Say, wait a minute, let's just break it down to the basic facts. These are adult men dressing up in women's clothing, dancing and performing for other people's children. That's like, should be a red flag for people, but they've couched it in this language, like you're talking about, euphemisms, very, very soft-sounding words, tolerance, inclusion. But you're concealing from people the fact that it's like, actually, no, this is kind of uncomfortable. And like, I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, not only that.
Would you want to talk about sex with other people's young children? No. It's like,
million years.
that's like the thing you'd want to avoid, like most of life.
There's no reason to talk to them about that. There's no reason. They're not interested in it. They're little kids.
They're not interested. It's the adults that are interested.
Yes.
So the question is, why? Why are adults so interested in this? What is the ideological goal, the personal goal? And I find it...
They're influencing children because, like all groups, as much as people hate to hear this, everyone wants you to join them. It is a natural human instinct. The idea that would not apply to gender identity, that would not apply to sexual orientation is crazy. It applies to phones. It applies to, like, people have Android phones. They're like, dude, switch over. Look, you use the S Pen. Dude, you switch over. Look at my AI features. Dude, you don't need iMessage. You know, it's with everything. And if you don't think that happens with sexuality or with gender, you're out of your mind. It's a natural human characteristic. Why would it be absent there when it's present in literally everything? People use Windows computers. Shit on people use Apple computers. Yeah, you should just try Windows, man. They use so much more variety. They want you to join. Yeah. They want you to be a part of their church. They want you to move into their neighborhood. I'm guilty of it too. I got a bunch of people that moved to Austin for sure. It's a thing that people do. Yeah. It's a thing that people do, especially if they found something that's awesome. But this idea that a guy with fucking heavy makeup on, dressed like a tart, like if that was a woman, I'd be like, what's wrong with that lady?
Yeah.
She's not dressing like a teacher.
Yeah.
This is crazy. What is she doing? Why is she dressed like that? Is that a costume? Is she in a play? That's not a play. Okay, cut.
Yeah, let's pump the brakes on this one.
That fucking lady's gotta be insane. Does she have any kids? Well, actually, she doesn't even have a vagina. You know, she's got a penis.
Yeah.
What? Hold the fuck on.
Now we're getting to a whole other level of this.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What's going on? Like,
but that opinion is completely normal, completely mainstream, held by virtually everyone.
yes.
But people are silent about it
Right.
because they've been stigmatized into believing if you offer any criticism of the ideology, of gender theory, or the practice, you are somehow a bigot, you're somehow homophobic,
You're definitely
somehow
far right.
you're a far right extremist,
And you're
it's like,
lumped in with KKK. You're lumped in with, like,
But it's like-
Stormfront people.
this is
You're lumped in.
a 90% opinion. And so, you know, what I think is so important is to stop playing the game and to say, you know what, I'm going to tell the truth and I'm going to take the slings and arrows because I know that the public opinion is on my side and people fear speaking out, but they need representation. And that to me is the name of the game.
Well, you are really good at explaining everything that's happening and are really good at, like, laying it out in a very easy to understand pattern, like where it first was introduced into the education system, the blind spots that people have towards how Marxism works, even especially like during the time of the 1960s and 70s when a lot of this stuff was gaining momentum in the United States because of the anti-war movement. They were completely ignoring what happened in the gulags. They're completely ignoring what happened in Cuba. They had this very rosy perception of communism, which always leads to military dictatorship. Always. There's no evidence of it ever not leading to that. It's like the idea of, like, I know everybody dies of rabies, but I don't think I'm going to die of rabies.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just going to be away by fucking rabies kills everybody.
Yeah.
There's like one lady who didn't die of rabies because of a very novel treatment where they have to put her into a medically induced coma. Because rabies is such an old disease and it's such an aggressive disease that your immune system can fight it off, but it can't keep up with it. And eventually the rabies wins, and it always wins. So by putting her in a medically induced coma, I don't know what about the biological process of it, but it somehow or another shorted out her body to the point where it had the resources to effectively battle the rabies. Because she was just completely immobile and in a medically induced coma. So she actually was one of the very few people ever in history to survive rabies.
Oh, the analogy is perfect. The analogy is perfect. I mean,
like we can do it.
Marxism will put your whole society at best in a medically induced coma, and at worst you get starvation, gulags, mass suppression, and so.
Well, it kills the society. Is what the point is. The point is the best case scenario is that you somehow through a medically induced coma fucking survive it.
Yeah.
There's no improvement.
No.
You're probably wrecked for the rest of your life. I mean, it's probably such a horrific disease that everything's compromised after that.
When I was in my 20s, I traveled through a lot of the former Soviet Union socialist republics, so Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Central Asia, and Mongolia and other countries that had been ruled by the Soviets. And what happened, and I think there is, of course, with caveats of a much lighter rate here, is you have an ideology that seeks conquest, it generates failure, and then it seeks more conquest. And so when you travel through those countries, it is the most depressing, gray, dismal, haunted kind of places you could be. It's these Soviet block housing. It has enormous rates of alcoholism. You see people strewn on the road, freezing to death in the winters. There's no economic productivity. There's no culture. The Soviets had evaporated their religions and all of their old customs. And so you have human beings that have been totally extracted from any of their cultural traditions. They've been totally annihilated as far as their economic possibilities, but you still have 3, 4, 5 million people, and it's what happens when your society is devoured by ideology. And so the ideology that we're seeing in American institutions is, of course, different. We're blessed with this country to have a much more robust system and history, but it's functionally the same. And to your point, in the late 80s or late 60s and early 70s, you had true Marxist-Leninist radicals, the Black Panther Party, the Communist Party USA, the Weather Underground. And if you look at their literature, their propaganda materials from that time, and you compare it to what's happening in, let's say, Buffalo Public Schools, their BLM curriculum. I actually did this. I looked at the Black Panther Party pamphlets that they were selling to foment revolution and the Buffalo Public Schools curriculum. It's like pretty close. The ideas are the same. Of course, they're softened. They use the nice language about DEI or what have you. But we should take ideas seriously. And bad ideas have bad consequences for society.
And it's a small amount of people that are having an enormous influence on indoctrinating kids. And that's why you're seeing kids today that grow up with this version of the society and reality that we live in that so doesn't jive with people that are older than them, or who didn't grow up in that system. We're like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not that bad. Like, the things you're saying are insane. You're freaking out over almost nothing and not paying attention to the important things. There's important things going on in this world, but it's not microaggressions. It's not that Google shouldn't show images of white men when you pump in the AI and ask who the founding fathers are. They wouldn't even. Did you see what they did with Nazis?
Did they make multiracial Nazis?
Multiracial Nazis. They had an Asian woman Nazi.
That's inclusive. Yeah, I guess.
It's fucking bananas. It's bananas. It's literally like a movie. It's a Mike Judge movie. It's Idiocracy.
Yeah.
It's a very strange thing where logic has just been blown by the wayside because the very people that are in charge of disseminating education and challenging young minds have completely abandoned that task and are now wholesale focused on promoting this ideology that must be adhered to. And none of these people exist that are teaching these things. None of these people exist in the world that we're currently existing in, which is the outside of university world. These people exist in this bizarre world where they get indoctrinated and educated, and then they indoctrinate more and educate more, and they stay in the system, and they're not out there in the world. They're just not.
But that
they
raises
don't
the
speak
question.
for us.
But they don't speak for us. They don't agree with us, and yet they're ruling the institutions that are educating our children, that are forming the values, that are creating the very vocabulary that we use. You know, it used to be that you'd have a quirky, tweeted out, Marxist professor who would be smoking a pipe in an Ivy League school, and you could say, well, that's fine. The kids go to Princeton, and they get 2 years with the Marxist whack job, and then they get out in the real world. The problem is that ideology that was confined to a relatively small part of society, where it was tolerated because it added some diversity of experience or ideas, has now extended to institutions that really do matter. And so the question is, if you're sending your kids to school, the majority of the parents don't like what's being taught, and it's being taught anyway, what kind of system do we live in? Is that democratic governance? Is that the representation of the people? If we're paying for it, we're sending our kids through it, but we don't have a stake in and control of the values that are being formed in those institutions. I think it's a very serious question. It's not trivial to say we're beyond some of those limits and some of those constraints that make a democratic form of government meaningful. When the bureaucracy rules and it's pushing ideology against the will of the majority of the people, we're in a kind of scary position in our country.
And it seems like it's willing participation by the masses as well, because they feel like they're a part of change. They feel like they're a part of imposing these ideas on the rest of the world, and the rest of the world is going to have to catch up, and they will be the ones that were correct because they were on the right side all along. And it's very strange to watch it play out because it kind of seems unstoppable at this point. It's very disheartening. Like you see it with DAs. Like there's an issue going on right now in Austin where they have this progressive Soros-funded DA who's just letting everybody out of jail.
Yeah.
Like, what you do? Rape people? Let them out of jail. Murder someone? Let them out of jail. It's fucking bananas.
Yeah.
And this idea that
Microaggression, straight to prison.
they're talking about the dropping crime, but it's because crime's not reported in a lot of places now. Because the crime went up so high, and they defunded the police. It's like in Austin, they're 500 cops down, and the morale is down because of the defunded police, and because the cops. Like I believe there was 21 cops who were brought up on aggression charges during the Black Lives Matter protest. 17 of those cases, I think, have been dropped. I don't know. I'm sure if that crime was what I'll send you an article. You can tell me if that. It's in Barry Weiss's Substack today, or her newspaper.
Sure.
But this is a real problem where you see the results playing out. You see that they're negative. And I mean, kudos to Oregon for correcting course. You see it playing out with crime and with prisons. And here's my number one beef with this. All this effort to do that, all this effort to let people out of jail, no cash bail, what about reform? What about putting all that effort into reforming people? How come that doesn't exist? What about funding reform inside the prisons? What about going to all these impoverished, drug-ridden, gang-ridden communities and doing some good? How come there's no effort there? If you're a real progressive, you want fucking progress. You don't want people who are already fucked up by the system and violent criminals, habitual criminals, and just let them loose to victimize everybody else, raise everyone's anxiety, create more crime and violence, and have no solution to it whatsoever. That's not the solution. It's very unfortunate those people are in that situation where they are habitual criminals. And I'm sure a variety of factors beyond their control contribute to that, without doubt, right? Sure. But that's the solution's not let them out. The solution is stop that from happening in the future. And there's no effort whatsoever put on that. There's no conscious thought of how do we get at the beginning of this?
Yeah, that's an almost impossible question to answer because it is so complex. There are so many contributing factors, but I actually don't think it's totally necessary to do that. You actually can just say, here are the behaviors that you tolerate, here are the ones that you don't tolerate, and then you lay out a series of simple consequences. And so what we're seeing in El Salvador, which of course is ongoing, is fraught with potential problems, but what they did is essentially block up the 1% of the El Salvadoran population that were the violent, committed gang members and drug runners. And they reduced the murder rate by more than 90%. It used to be the most dangerous country in the world, highest murder rate. Now it's per capita, depending on how you measure it, one of the safest countries in the hemisphere. The lesson is that it is actually a vanishingly small number of people that commit the large plurality or majority of crimes. And so it's not that you have to have a kind of soul-searching and endless kind of navel-gazing and philosophizing. It's simply to say, people who are a direct threat to others that commit violent crimes that maybe have 20, 30, 40, 100 convictions in their criminal history, cannot participate in society without limits. And it's something that people have been scared to talk about, but I think that is ending. Because when people start to feel a sense of danger in their daily lives, they're going to break through some of those taboos and to say, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, they're letting people out of jail who are violent criminals doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah.
And I think we're there. Even in Seattle, they elected a Republican city attorney, elected a moderate city council, a moderate mayor, and the big cities, especially the West Coast cities, are waking up to this citizen rage. These are the most prosperous cities in the history of the world, but they can't keep the streets clean. They can't keep people safe.
Well, they can when Xi Jinping comes to town.
That's right. Yeah,
That's
right.
that one. That dude is so wild. Yeah. Because what he does is so blatant.
Yeah.
Like the Panera Bread thing. The Panera Bread thing's amazing.
You almost have to respect it.
You almost got to respect it.
It's so crazy. It's like,
explain it to people.
wait, hold up. Yeah, the Panera Bread. So it's like you're going to raise the minimum wage for all fast food restaurants to $20 an hour, except for Panera Bread. Because the Panera Bread guy is his friend
I think
and
it's
donor.
But the way around that to make don't look that obvious is places with bakeries.
That's not, what is the, I mean,
Why? Why a specific way of cooking?
there is no
Subway
rational
bakery?
justification. There's no rational justification for it. And so it's almost like,
It says Panera is not exempted from California's fast food minimum wage law after all. On February 28th, Bloomberg reported that bakery chain Panera would be exempt from California's AB 1228 law, a law that raises minimum wage for fast food workers from $16 to $20 an hour starting anywhere. So why is that? How is it not exempt?
that's a hell of a fact check. I didn't know that. Yeah.
But they were saying that it was bakeries were exempt. So what is exempt? It said, okay, Governor Gavin Newsom told the Los Angeles Times Panera would not be exempt from the law. The spokesperson also did not claim the Bloomberg piece, which cited sources close to the matter, that Newsom pushed for an exemption that applies to businesses that bake bread and sell it as a standalone item, calling the report absurd. So is it a fake story?
Or is it something that they
might have corrected
course quickly?
Yeah. Roll up to the top. So where is the initial report? Let's find the initial report. Because why would Bloomberg spread bullshit? Bloomberg is a financial paper, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's not something.
I don't think it would be.
Yeah, you really can't do that if you're running a financial paper. It's not like the New York Times. The New York Times can say Israel bombed the hospital and 500 people were killed. They put it on the front page, even if it's not true. And everybody just assumes it's true because it's the New York Times. But they kind of get away with that. Yeah. And then they still exist. But if Bloomberg started doing shit like that, if Bloomberg started lying about businesses and what businesses do or tax laws, that seems insane. Panera Bread ducked California's new $20 minimum wage. This is Bloomberg. The government pushed for a carve-out. It's perplexed industry observers and benefited a donor. So how do we know that this is true? Do we have to subscribe?
The dreaded paywall.
Okay, no worries. We'll subscribe. We owe you, Bloomberg. But it's there must be something to it, and it's so hard with that guy because when you just look at the way he praised Biden, I would never run against him. A man of character. Old school. It's God. It's like he's playing someone in a movie that's a crazy person. It's like that's how like a really good actor would play a complete crazy person who's insincere enough that smart people recognize it, but that like really dull-minded, blue no matter who people are like, he's a winner. That guy, he's got my vote. I'll tell you what, he can win. He can win this for us.
But the problem is that that's not wrong. I mean, Gavin Newsom is a fearsome political talent, and his willingness to do or say anything and do it with a straight face, with that sincere voice and that cool, swoopy hair. I mean,
I love that he keeps getting busted too.
Yeah.
I love that he got busted during the pandemic, eating inside with no mask on.
it's just fucking the shamelessness on that guy is like it's like a laboratory specimen.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an interesting guy, fascinating person in that way. I'm not a fan. I disagree with him politically, but I don't think he should be underestimated because those of us who can see through it, I think are actually a pretty small number of people.
Well, I think you're probably right, and I think there's also people that just want to really get quarterbacks for the seat. That's what I think. I think they barely care who the president is, and I think that's pretty obvious with Obama. Excuse me, with Biden. Not with Obama at all. The opposite with Obama. Yeah. Obama was like the best example of office, but Biden is without doubt anyone can beat him. If you were just comparing competence, someone who you would trust talking, someone who you would trust to go meet foreign dignitaries. There's zero. He's no one he's going to beat. He's not going to be a single living politician. But since he's atop of this team, that people are like, this team is our team. No matter what. Like, we're all in. I'm a fucking 49ers fan for life. Yeah, that's what these people are doing. Yeah. And they literally don't care. They'll gaslight you into a coma. You see that piece that someone wrote the other day? How his age is his superpower? Did you see that shit? But Panera exempted from California's minimum wage hike thanks to Newsom link. Okay.
No.
Snopes. What does Snopes say? Did they debunk it?
I didn't get through all the articles.
Okay, the confusion exemption led. Okay, according to California state law, set to take effect April 1st, 2024. A restaurant chain with more than 60 locations nationwide that produces for sale bread as a standalone menu item does not count as fast food. The confusing exemption led to controversy following a Bloomberg article published February 28th reporting that the fast casual chain Panera Bread has dodged an upcoming minimum wage increase for fast food workers in California to $20 an hour. The article connected the bread exemption to billionaire Greg Flynn, a frequent donor to California Governor Gavin Newsom's political campaigns, who owns more than 24 Panera Bread locations in the state. In a statement to Snopes, however, Newsom spokesperson Alex Stack denied any such connection played a role in the law and even suggested the exemption would not actually apply to Panera. The governor never met with Flynn about this bill, and the story is absurd, Stack said. They don't have to meet, they can talk on the phone. Our legal team has reviewed, and it appears that Panera is not exempt from the law. Whoops. The legal team reviewed it after so there is an exemption. Okay, so how would they not be exempt? The provision exempting restaurants that make and sell bread as a standalone item from the rule was included in both the 2022 and 2023 bills. The exemption, as we mentioned above, is real and was achieved by not designating such restaurants as fast food. However, Newsom's office said a legal analysis determined Panera, like other chain bakeries, does not fall under the exemption because it mixes itself off-site instead of fully producing bread on the premises of its retail locations. Interesting, but that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Right? Subway didn't make why would you pay people less if you have an artesian bakery that requires more skill?
Like, is the baker's lobby that powerful, or
the opposite? Yeah. I mean, the bakers.
You show yourself on
That's what I mean. Yeah, the actual bakers. Yes, but people look at Snopes. Snopes has done a fact check on my work that actually got debunked.
Oh my God, that's the funniest shit.
But a lot of the fact check sites, they've actually had to retract the claims against me because they don't. Christopher Flynn is reporting said X, Y, and Z. It's not true. And then I provide them the documentation, the evidence. I raise a stink about it, and then they reverse course. And a lot of these, that's such a mess of facts. And who do they reach out to verify? Governor Newsom's office.
Right. Who said it's observed?
Yeah, of course he didn't say it's absurd. He got in trouble for it. So, but I think the point about Biden that you were making is really instructive because Biden is like the weekend at Bernie's best. I mean, it's like they wheel him around, and so what you get a glimpse of is the Democratic Party machine. What are their priorities? What are they going to put on the teleprompter? What is the staff level going to decide is important? And then they kind of wheel Biden out there to kind of stammer for a couple minutes, say the talking points, and get out. And so we're seeing what's important to the party as a movement. The opposite is Trump. Trump is, a unique individual figure. The party is following in. Look, these are the two models that we have, and increasingly the voters are saying we want to have a rematch. What do you think?
Well, it is interesting that he's so frail that he's transparent.
Body bitch.
Right? And he's so transparent to the point where the White House press secretary accidentally tweeted as him from her account. You saw that? Yeah. Right? Which is wonderful. I love when that happens because, like, thank you. I was wondering. Now I know. You know, I was really confused. I kind of had a feeling it was you. You know, and is there ever been a worse White House press secretary? It's how did she get that job? She's so bad at convincing people. There's a bunch of like hardcore, ideologically driven left-wing pundits that are on YouTube that could do a way better job. And they would be fucking psycho about it. They would be psycho about it, and the left would be like, yeah. Like, she's not the one. Yeah. Like, she's fucking terrible at it. She gets called out for stuff all the time. She gets set up for stuff all the time. Like, Peter Ducey's always setting her up. He talks to her, but
Ducey's amazing.
He's so good. He'll provide a little bit of this, but then what about that? Yeah.
I'm a gangster. Welcome to Small Show. For real? That's tight.
As soon as you recognize that you are going into a negative thought pattern, flip it around. And I know it's difficult to choose to flip it around, but you need to become consciously aware of where your mental state is. That is the only way you into regarding yourself as a person that should be respected is you identify when you are not respecting yourself through your mental state and you choose to act differently. If I respected myself, how would I react? Would I react emotionally? Would I throw this friendship out the window? Or would I just accept this person for how they are and place them where they belong? Number 11 is to look at people's actions rather than the role they play in your life. Everyone knows actions speak louder than words. If someone is disrespecting you, you need to react in a way that will get yourself power back. For example, reacting emotionally and demanding respect often turns off people from wanting to give you respect regardless. Instead, withdraw your energy. Think of yourself as an eagle, right? You are flying through these trees, and all of a sudden you reach these two trees that are super, super close together. Do you just run straight through those trees and damage your wings, or do you rise above certain obstacles? Do you choose to
Well,
rise above
you don't run, you fly, you don't. Anyway.
I know it's easier said than done, and I think there's a lot of nuance there. If someone is super close to you and they are disrespecting your boundaries, I think it's important to have a conversation with that person. But if it becomes a pattern, you need to start distancing yourself from this person.
Easier
We see
than
people disrespect us and hurt us. It's so important to want them to feel exactly how. However, you need to realize at some point that it is a waste of your energy. Some people are not worth your energy, and you must rise above the people who are just not worth it anymore. And just don't burn bridges, just learn how to distance yourself from them. Instead of going over that bridge every day, choose to go a different way. When you're going to work, choose a different bridge to cross. Look at how people treat you. Action to how people treat you is how you approach yourself. Use nuance, okay? Number 12 is to stop taking disrespect so personally, especially if it's someone in your life who's trying to go out of their way to disrespect you. Oftentimes it's projection. Oftentimes they are trying to make you feel less than them because they don't feel like it's their only way in their right to make you seem less than them. A lot of disrespect from people is usually just projection. Yeah, there's that 5% where it's like actually someone trying to hurt you and everything. But even then, oftentimes it's just people projecting their own hurt on people. And as soon as you realize this, when other people
That's a good phrase, hurt people, hurt
say
people.
a joke that wasn't really that
Pimps,
nice,
pimps,
first of all,
pimps,
recognize that
pimp
those
people.
most likely are
Bitch.
recognize that some jokes people say are not just jokes. And number 2, recognize that some people love to make fun of other people
I do.
to make themselves feel better.
No, I just do it to make you feel like shit. I don't give a shit about how I feel. West Side. Sorry. Are you done? Tasty slut.
It's like, well, I don't really like myself, but at least I don't like this person as my friend. Misery loves company. If you are a person who will surround yourself with miserable people, you don't get respect. And let me just tell you what it shows. You don't like yourself, which means other people around you don't like themselves. It is a constant power struggle because you are constantly feeling
This jet sucks.
other people who start to be a little bit more successful than you. You will project on people who are doing things with themselves and judge other people because you are not where you want to be. That is a loser's mindset. You need to start surrounding yourself with people who intimidate you. Honestly, surround yourself with people who, when you meet them, you feel like you need to get your shit together. Instead of getting jealous, get inspired. Because when you surround yourself with people that you genuinely respect, you start taking on their attitude toward you.
That was the worst story post of all time. Everybody got downvoted. Fuck, do you have the kick link? Well, I guess I could just go and just type in kick. No, I'm not roofing.
love you.
Just use food tape. Then that was it. And then with the hammer, I think we're the person that keeps flipping and pasting the capitals thing that Pop says. Let me try myself. You just shut up for a minute. No, you don't. Stop it, Weed. You're so gross, bro. My sips throw money. Do you need your trick dance?
Man. Got me. I love how bad, like, that rabbi, ban that person. They're the worst. The worst. Get this blue hair bitch. Get this blue hair bitch. That means it should be peach. Peach. He hates much fun. Oh, totally. Okay. I'll come back in 10 minutes with new account. You have to show me love. Yo, dog. I want real. Sooner rather than gonna be like 24 cents, 3 I'm be like, fuck yeah, girl. More content than any person in global history? You don't say. Pool's hot tub. Dude, just go category by category. Pool's hot tub. Pool's hot tub. Hell. Halo cars. Oh, motherfucker, we're gonna take care of these motherfuckers. It's gonna be a Halo car. Girl, nobody cares. This is Cellulite City, kids. Which is cool. But hurry up. I don't care. Oh, fuck no, I'm gonna ask permission. I'm just gonna be sick. You don't just come in here and advertise yourself. Hey, bitch, I got news for you. Yeah, I do. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're just gonna come in my room and advertise? Yeah, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. That's who the fuck I think I am. Do you have any other questions for me? What's my question for you? What up, G? B, how are you, pimp? Pardon me? Yeah, hey, dog. You want to see a robot that I made? It's better than that. It's a kick robot. And why is it better than a Twitter robot? Had you seen my Twitter robot? Okay, so that was good, but Twitter isn't a very visual medium. It's more or platform. It's more like text. And the best visual medium for video is YouTube. But here's the thing, I can't risk my YouTube accounts by just spamming a whole lot and doing all that shit on YouTube. And also, Google's much better than most platforms in preventing the creation of like tons and tons of accounts, just because everybody tries to make Gmail accounts. So what they'll do is they'll let you make a bunch of them, and then the next day they'll close them all. So you'll put all this work into it, and they'll be like, fuck, it didn't work. Anyway, Kick is and Twitch are like the Twitch is the second biggest platform for this kind of shit, which is cool, but I don't know. I want to go with like the one that is up and coming and is a little smaller, and I can maybe wrap my hands around them a little bit more, and that is Kick. So what I did is I created like 100 accounts, and I went to their biggest creators, and I just spammed all their fucking biggest creators. I was also streaming on there until recently when I got banned. Why did I get banned? Well, I really realized this. I'm streaming on like 34 different platforms, but nobody knows about me. If I only stream on 33 different platforms and focus all my attention and spamming on one platform, it might blow up. Meaning they may not see me on their platform, but they're going to see me on the biggest platforms, which are Twitch and YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and all that other shit. And they'll be like, oh, this person is blowing up. What the fuck is this? They have more shit than I've ever seen, and then they're really going to dig it. Well, I have been doing this on Kick now, and I got another computer. It's nothing great, but it's okay for right now, and I've been using multiple computers. I have 2 robots. Now, you have to understand, when I start getting into multiple robots, it's like I want to go to a computer library or a library computer lab and just like use every fucking computer they have there. I mean, you're not allowed to do that for many reasons, but I'd like to do that. All right, so I'm going to show you. I've got 2 of these things. Now, what do they do? Okay, these robots. Okay, they do exactly what I wanted to do, and they actually do more than I thought they would do. Here's what they do. They automatically follow people and spam their chat and move on to the next person. You have no idea how valuable that is in a spammer's life, where you can just set it and forget it. You just fucking set this piece of software. Everything's coded correctly. Everything's timed perfectly. And you just sit there and fucking watch it. In fact, I don't just watch it. I record it and live stream it on 33 other platforms because I think the shit is so cool. Okay. And I'm going to tell you what, I've been doing it now on 2 different devices. And I'm going to tell you what, I don't always do it perfectly. Sometimes I don't paste the right information in, or sometimes it stops on me for one reason or another. But I'll tell you what, it works better than any other. Well, I don't want to say any other thing that I've ever done. It works as well as a Twitter bot, which is like as good of programming as I've ever needed. It doesn't need to work any better at this point. So what it's been doing is slowly not slowly, but just I'm saying like 36 hours, make people aware of what I'm doing by spamming their account. Okay, that's enough my bullshit. And now let's see this fucking robot. What are we going to see? You're going to see a robot that knows how to deal with a few different scenarios. Even though I don't have any conditionals in here, the way that it's programmed, it is... Okay, so I'm flipping it. And you can, like, my hand is here. You can see I'm not doing anything. Do you see the pink mouse? All right, so just you'll watch. It's gonna scroll for me automatically. It scrolls down 13 little spots. I know exactly how everything is programmed. It stops right there. It opens in a new tab, and it doesn't do it really quickly. And I don't want it to, because if it fucks up, then I have to fix it. If it goes slowly, it's like the tortoise and the hare. Slow and steady wins the race when it comes to this. And did you ever see like a Rube Goldberg device or a like the game Mousetrap? Okay, well that's what this is like, where everything has to be clicked exactly in the right spot. And so if it's like unfollow, why are you unfollowing them? I'm not. I've already followed them. It's just it's not AI. It doesn't know where everything is, and it doesn't even have optical character recognition, though I can program it. And the Twitter bot did, but this one does not, and that's fine. All this one needs to do is do exactly what it's doing. Go through all the I agree to all their terms and conditions and shit, and then just go over here, and it's going to send a message, and this message. This is the other thing too. I can do this one of a few ways. I can have it post immediately. And I did that. But here's the thing. People are starting to catch on to that. And they're making it so you have to have a 1 minute timeout. So guess what I do? I just program 1 extra minute of time into there. And I don't even need to do 1 minute. It's only like 30 seconds. So that's what we're waiting for right now. If you're like, what's taking so long? It's just doing a time. Okay, so it says here, Rabbi Rothschild is head of Rothschild family and world record holder for most YouTube content. Rabbi was banned from Kick. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. Share to be a trillionaire. Like it goes there, and they can ban me from this chat. That's fine. I closed out, and I'm moving on to the next one. And it runs this like perfect circle. It's like an infinite loop, basically. And then it'll pull up the people. This person has 234 people, and it's about impressions. The more and more people see this shit, the more and more people are going to be like, what in the fuck is this? I mean, that's exactly what everyone says. So here's what it does. It has to first decline the cookies. So it's going to decline the cookies. This goes pretty hot. I do this thing with girls, too. It's a little different than what I do with guys. Now, this one, I've been banned. It's like, well, Rabbi, you've been banned. What's it going to do? It knows what to do, and I have it programmed so that it'll just restart, basically, once it runs through the session, and it won't take too long. So it is programmed just kind of primitively, but I've got 2 of these things going on. And, here's what I do with girls. I'm not going to do it with this chick just because I'm letting this thing run. But usually on my phone, this is what I say to them. Are you ready for Rabbi Rothschild to use a pickup line on you? And some chick will be like, huh? What is this? Yeah, sure, use a pickup line. And I say, damn, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. And they laugh, and then they're like, who the fuck is that? Okay, so notice, it opens up this fucking thing here. This like whatever, and I have it programmed to close that box when it does that. And the reason why is because I don't want it to do anything in there. I had it programmed earlier. Not that this really matters, but it was like downloading a little bit of data every single time, and that data was adding up after doing all of these. So I made sure to fix it. Okay, so then it's going to move on to the next person, and basically it does 1, 2, 3, and then moves down, and then does 1, 2, 3, and then moves down, and then 1, 2, 3. And moves down, and it just goes through their front page. And now here's the funny thing: they blocked me, or they banned me on all my real accounts on Kick because I had some good accounts. I mean, I had some content on here, and I had like 1,000 followers. But you're still lost in a sea of content. I can much better sacrifice those accounts and go with this. I had 2 different like war strategies that I've been using. The first was the kamikaze method, when I created 100 different accounts and just went into the biggest users and attacked them and just spam their accounts. Then I have the guerrilla warfare tactic, which is where I create an account and it's gonna sit out and it's just gonna, like a sniper, every single one of these, it just hits it once and then moves away. So that when they try to, like, it's not spamming one account a lot, it spams a lot of accounts once. And that's really good too, particularly when you get like accounts that don't have too many people in the chat, that little message will sit there for like an hour sometimes. Sometimes I'll see my own messages in there, like from different bots. Like, wow. But that helps me. It helps me to judge how big this platform is. Like, okay, so I've been through it took me like an hour and a half, and it's been through every single account, or as many as possible. But people are really starting to catch on, not in a huge way, where they're making it so you have to wait like 4 hours. But that's okay. You know why? I'll figure out some way to make all these accounts like wait 4 hours and then do it. Like, it's just, I mean, it's kind of like the thing, like whatever you set the rules, and I'll figure out how to manage within them, basically, and or outside of them if needed. So some of these people don't speak English, and it's fine. Other people, this has a multiple positive effect. What does it do? Okay, firstly, it will follow them, which a lot of times brings up a huge message on their screen, which is recorded, not just at that immediate time, it can be watched thereafter. And then a lot of times they comment on it. So here's a girl dancing in a bikini. She's just jamming out. But look, she'll come over here and be like, oh, thank you for the follow. And then say, oh, thank you. Search Viral Rabbi in YT 018. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And she doesn't know that she's giving me a fucking shout out. Everybody's hearing this. She has hundreds of people in here who are like, search Viral Rabbi in YouTube. What the fuck is that? And like, at least 5 of them are going to be like, let's take a look at whatever the fuck she just said. And a lot of them are already like, oh, this fucking asshole is in here again. And that's the best. That's the best. Like, when I'm starting to learn these people, like, I've been in this girl's chat twice. I know, not because of her body or anything. I know because of her name. And I am starting to learn, like, okay, this place isn't as big as YouTube, and it's not as big as Twitch, where it's kind of hard. It would be really hard to go through those platforms and do the same thing. I mean, this is a smaller platform, so like, it's still big enough that it has billions of dollars invested in really big influencers, and any one of them could make your career and your life. And on top of that, though, it's small enough that, after 2-3 hours, if you really try, you can make a lot of people aware of who you are. And look, if they're not paying attention, the thing that makes this different, I've seen other bots before, particularly on Twitch and YouTube and on here. And what they say usually is, hey, do you need more followers? Follow me on Discord. Eric 117-34872. It's like, dude, who is gonna go to you on Discord from here, like, to get more followers or to get more likes or get more viewers or whatever? However, believe it or not, I know for a fact I've used those kind of services before, simply from the fact that I didn't have anybody typing to me in my chat, and they just messaged me a lot. And eventually I was like, okay, I'm going to try this out. And did they work? Yeah, they were not scams. So in the same way, I know that I have used these things, and thinking to myself, well, after everything that I've done, I mean, the thousands of just years of work at this, I need to start putting pressure on at least one platform and get really well known on it. And what I'm doing is not, like, I have been banned on all my accounts, and they continue to ban me. So what do I do when they ban me? I just create another account with a VPN, or sometimes not even. And I think, like, I've worked in these types of environments in IT where you have to ban people, unfortunately, for one reason or another, it's just in their account. And I know it's a pain in the ass to do. It's a manual process. So what I'm saying to them is, like, normally they had their just day of normal trolls. But now that I'm in their life, it's like, oh man, every 30 minutes or something, we're getting a bunch of people who are complaining about this individual, and we have to ban their account. And so what I'm learning, and I'm doing it 24 hours a day, and they have 24-hour assistants. So I'm starting to learn, like, their hours. I really mean that. Like, okay, when they're like, when this place is really going, it's really, they make it more difficult for me in one way or another. Now at this point, though, it's funny. They've kind of just let me go because I think they're sick of it. Every fucking 30 minutes, we got a new responsibility in our jobs just because this asshole is being a douche. you mean we've got 3 different shifts going 24 hours a day, and now every single one of us, every 15 minutes or 30 minutes, have to go in and delete something? We're going to have to hire a person to do this. This is stupid. And so they're just like, look, let's let him do what he needs to, whatever. Once we get enough complaints on him on a certain account, we'll do it. Maybe once a shift or something like that. So we can't just run wild with accounts. But like this whole shit of we're gonna block him right away has stopped because I'm just able to go through here. Sometimes like I've been through the whole list of people and everyone's either been spammed or blocked me that I'm like, well, they still haven't banned the account. I'll just get another account because then it's brand new and all of the people who banned me before, they don't know about this new account and they haven't banned it yet. So here's the funny thing. I was explaining this to myself on camera last night. I was saying, this is almost like in a video game. I mean, it becomes very much like a game. This is like in a video game where everybody normally has like a certain amount of like tokens for the arcade machine. But for some reason, I figured out the unlimited lives because, if they suspend my account, I don't give a shit. I'll just come right back. And it's like I figured out the unlimited lives cheat. And so I am like using cheat mode on their platform. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's somewhat exciting. So I've got this account going right now. And man, people are getting so pissed at me. It's very funny. Like this one guy especially, I love his setup. He has the best setup I've ever seen of any streamer. And I mean that. I've seen everybody. And this guy does. What is it? And it's something that I wanted to do at one point. It like goes back into a corner behind him, and he's got LEDs behind him that are like fireplaces and like storms. And it's something that I always wanted to do, and I did at one point, but it actually got kind of difficult for me to do because I was running a lot of power and I was renting all these things at this place. Anyway, I saw what he did, and I thought it was really cool. So when you would follow him, it would do this really cool thing. I mean, he even says in there, like, I'm the world's best, guy with the setup. Like when you follow him, his whole screen has this overlay that goes over it. This thing goes over his face like a clown mask, and he goes, "Welcome to the cult." So I'm like, oh, this guy is fucked. Now that I know that whenever you follow him, this huge overlay comes on and it like stops his whole fucking stream, I'm gonna come in here with 70 fucking accounts and just one after another, and he's not gonna be able to do anything. So on the first day I find this asshole, he's not nice. He's a nice guy, but he thinks I'm an asshole. So I'm playing with him. I'm seriously the biggest troll in global history. There's no doubt. When this becomes a thing, and if people find out about it, it will be like a light will be shown on the world's biggest troll, and they'll be like, "Oh, this was the asshole behind all that shit on the internet." Because you watch, there will be a lot of laws that will be enacted where you will only have one account per person, per platform. I'm telling you, this will change a lot. It's the wild, wild west right now, though, where I can just go in here and say, Rabbi Rothschild, head of Rothschild family, world record holder for most YouTube content. Like, I can just say whatever the fuck I want in here. And you will not be able to do that. I mean, trust me, you won't be able to do this maybe in a year or two. So, or perhaps months after I'm doing it. Like, this is what happens. Somebody there's a loophole. Someone exploits the loophole and they solve that issue. That's what happens in life. But right now, as you see, and the funny thing is, there are a lot of funny things to this. I sit here and fucking laugh my ass off to myself. I mean, it's somewhat entertaining to be like, okay, like this guy. I know who this guy is. I think he's been on this app for a while, and I always spam this guy. And I've already been in here once. So how do I know I've been in here? Because I've already been following him, which is fine. I'm just going to spam him again. And he's just going to be like, oh, that's this fucking asshole. And it gets really funny. Some of these girls, so they have these shows that are called Hot Tub Bikini and something else. And they are girls in hot tubs and bikinis, and they are just doing whatever. So there's this one in particular. She's like a affiliate on here. She's a pretty big deal. And I have spammed her so much that you can't say the word rabbi nor the word Rothschild in her spam. She has it censored. meaning she has personally gone through her her settings and shut off this work. And this is only like 72 hours old. It's not that. I mean, I want to see what happens when it's a week of this shit. And they know about me. Like, okay, it's not like I haven't been through one round of kick bans. I've been through many rounds of kick bans to the point where, again, I think I know how these companies work. They have to have meetings, and they say, look, we have this one fucking troll. We have trolls. We know this. But we have this one fucking troll who is obviously exploiting the loophole in the system somehow. So what are we going to do about it? So they have to have their security team be like, okay, well, have we blocked him? Yeah. Have we terminated his account? Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it's not like a criminal offense. And civilly, how are we really, we're not being hurt in any major fashion here. It's just very annoying to our teams. And we may have to say, okay, we may need like another person to help us with this. But really, if it's not Rabbi Rothschild, it's going to be somebody else who's doing this. So we need a better system. What's the system? The system is we need to make it so that you need to do phone verification and email verification. Well, guess what? I can get around that shit too, so that doesn't fucking matter to me. But that's what their next step is, because that's what other platforms do. So exactly. So right now, I mean, I'm taking advantage of the loopholes as I can. And so like this guy's banned me, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, the only thing that hurts me is just like going through here. It goes through a cycle and it doesn't do anything. But I've got another device that's going doing the exact same thing. So throughout this whole time, you've been seeing this thing post, which it's spanning pretty well. We've been doing twice the amount of damage, and by this time next week, I should have another like old computer, hopefully, that might be able to do the same. And if I could use this software on a Chromebook, I would have been well known far earlier. But I only had one laptop at the time. Now at least I have two to be able to do this. But I have so many Chromebooks, but Chromebooks aren't strong enough. They're not powerful enough to run this like background multitasking software. Exactly. But as you see, it's working really nicely, and I don't have to do anything to it. And it has taken some adjustments, but it's like, as you remember, when I had the Twitter bot, that worked really, really well. And so does this. Exactly. It's visual. And well, right, exactly. And I made that argument. So actually this account that I'm currently using, it's like a throwaway account. I am actually logging it out, which is a rarity for me. And the reason why I am is because it's basically gone through everybody and spammed them, or I'm seeing a lot of, I've already followed this person and I've been blocked. So what am I doing? I'm going to show you how quickly I can create an account. Okay, so I'm telling you, you can use this for your own good, for whatever. I mean, for as long as you can. All right, so I go over here to sign up, put the email in. And this is all being live streamed on that end too. Paste. Okay, there it is. And I might have accidentally pasted it twice, which is fine because I can go here and delete it. There we go. The birth date. It's like, Rabbi, how do you remember all this fucking information? A lot of it has to just be the same. And I use the founding date of Israel as that. Then I've got passwords in here, and like you can just see how many fucking accounts I have. Just tons. And then the username, I'm doing my best. I think it's a really good idea. I make it search, viral, Rabbi. Oh, I know what one. I know what one I want. In, search viral in, YouTube. And then I'm on 0. I believe I'm on number 19. Now, yeah, that's not just, I've been through a lot more accounts than just 19. That's just with this. I follow Rabbi Rothschild and all these others. Okay, so we did everything. Now we're going to sign up. It said, please enter the 6-digit code. We go back over here to our temporary mail address because, like, I would run out of email addresses. Yes, I have, I don't know, like 50 Gmail accounts that are currently usable. I have hundreds of Gmail accounts, but they're not all usable because they've been banned or whatever. But I have like 50, but still, like, that's not enough to be able to do this on a huge scale, like without limits, basically, just to be like, I'm gonna fucking rip your shit up. Here I am. Terms of service, and we're gonna be in 3, 2, 1. Maybe not though, actually. Hold on. We're in. Yeah, exactly. Cool. So sometimes I have to do this twice for whatever reason. Here's the thing. Here's what's fucking them. And I could tell them this. Did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can? Oh, it's phenomenal. It's one of my favorite movies. It's the story of Frank Abagnale, who was this is an amazing story. Before age 21, he was a pilot, a doctor, and a lawyer. It's like, how the fuck was he all those things before he was 21? He was able to, he looked older than he really was, and he was basically able to con people into what he needed, and he was able to work as a pilot and cash all these checks around the world using like a system that the pilots had amongst the airlines where you could cash your paycheck at like a window for the airline because you're traveling so much you wouldn't have a bank account in all of these places. It was something that the airlines offered many years ago. Well, anyway, this is a system of which he took advantage, and he did it for many years. And he flew on Pan Am, but he never actually flew a plane, but he'd wear all the pilot stuff. And so this is his story. He also was able to lie and become a doctor. And then he passed the Louisiana bar after studying for like 2 weeks or something. And then he just like lived this life, and the FBI was on him the whole time. And eventually he got caught, and he worked for 10 years or so. His like sentence was 10 years to work for the government and teach them everything there is about check cashing and check clearing and check fraud from his end. Does that make sense? So it's a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, and then the women in it are so hot. It's like Amy Adams, Ellen Pompeo, Jennifer Gardner, a bunch of really hot chicks in it. Anyway, it's a really cool movie. But in the same way, the reason why I bring it up, in the same way, I would volunteer my services almost to these companies just from an efficiency standpoint, that they all get aligned, because I know all their sign-up processes better than anyone on earth, just like Frank Abagnale knew check cashing. I know social media, like, very, very, like, when you've made thousands of accounts, you just get to know it really well. You know what's inconsistent, what's consistent on different platforms, all this other shit. Anyway, with that being said, check this out. I'm going to flip this back. I'm going to go to, and I can browse by what I want. But, like, I'm going to start at the biggest fucking account, and I'm just going to start this fucking robot, and it's just going to go. Oh, wait, one thing I have to do. I have to make sure I get the right text. So I have a bunch of things here that I can say to people, like, hey, Rabbi Rothschild has a pickup line for you, or please allow me to spread some good news, yada, yada, yada. But this one that I've been using is just Rabbi Rothschild is head of Rothschild family and world record holder in most YouTube content. Rabbi was banned from type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, share to be a trillionaire. Now, if you're like, why are you using that? For whatever reason, I don't know. Like it says on here that you have like a character limit, let's say of 100. It doesn't say what the number is. I don't know. But sometimes when I put some text in there, it works. Other times it's too much text, and I have to break it up. Well, this was like the longest message I could get in without having to break it up. All right, now I'm gonna hit the play button, and boom, it just starts, and then I can go do whatever the fuck else I need to do. But like, you know, this is the start of something perhaps really big because it's a loophole that you're seeing me exploit. And the thing is, under any normal condition, a company would have you by the ass. Why? Because they would be like, we're not going to let you stream on our platform. And most people need that platform. I could give a flying fuck about Kick. If anybody ever saw me on Kick ever again, I could give a shit. YouTube is my bread and butter, and YouTube is much bigger than Kick. It's much more established, has a larger user base. I understand that like it's not as big in some aspects, but it's still to the common person, to grandma and grandpa out there, they know YouTube versus no one knows Kick. I mean, unless you're really into the internet. All right, so look at this guy. This guy, I've changed his strategy. Now he only allows subscribers only to chat. In a lot of these really big streams, this guy has 15,000 people watching him right now. That is a lot of people. And when I'm in there, follow Rabbi Rothschild, eventually these guys are like, no, I'm not going to give you this platform. You're going to have to subscribe to me. And in my opinion, like I've done my job. Why? Because I can't do anything more. I don't want to make it so you have to subscribe to people. No, it should be the kind of system that they have it. You make it whatever the fuck you want. If you want anybody to be able to spam in there, that's great. If you only want subscribers to do it, that's fine too. Make it whatever you want. But whatever you make it, I'm going to take advantage of the loophole. So if you're going to let it be the Wild Wild West and allow me to spam anything I want in there, I will. If you make it that you have to wait 4 hours, then I'll do that too. Whatever the fuck you want it to be, I will, I'm going to do what I can until I get big. And then guess what? Everybody's recorded on this, and everybody's going to be rewarded. I'm going to be able to say, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such a douche to you. And I've already said that to many people. Okay, this guy's got 13,000 people, 13,440 people. I'm following him now. Now, I don't know if it's going to have something show up on his screen, because a lot of times that gets annoying to these people who have a ton of people watching them, because it would just come up all the time. And look, he has subscribers only as well. So that means I've done my job. Meaning these guys, when they have subscriber only, then a few things, funny things can happen. What happens? Sometimes I am able to spam these guys' accounts so much that people think it's funny, and they gift me a subscriber account to the person, so I am then like a premium member of this person who has banned me. So they're like, fuck you. They literally are just like, fuck you. I had this girl within the last 18 hours. She was yelling at me, lick my taint, Rabbi, lick my taint. And it's like this content. Someday somebody's going to cut all this up, and it's going to be the funniest stuff of all time, because the things that people are saying are just absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so we've started out. What is it a bad way to start out? No, it means that I've done my job. Basically, when I have gone to the biggest people, okay, the next person has 12,000 followers. Do I think they're going to have an open forum to be able to chat? No. Most of these people are closing their shit down if they're really, really big, but not if they're like even just big or medium to big. So that means it's still a fucking playground out there. I'm saying that like maybe they have 100,000, I don't know how many subscribers at once today, or how many streamers at once today. I think they have, maybe, let's say they have 1,000 streamers going on at once. Maybe 10 of them have subscriber only mode, or maybe 20 of them. So it's not that many. This person is allowing a ton of stream. Look at all the fucking spamming that you could do in this one. So, and it's a free for all here. So I click here. Now, I could do it one of two ways. I could I could have it wait the 60 seconds and then post, and then, or I could just have it post right away. But a lot of people are putting on wait 60 seconds before posting. And the other thing is, um, here's the thing: you have to be a follower for 60 seconds before posting, and the amount of time that it takes me to do the follow button and then post is usually like 30 seconds anyway. So all I have to do is make this bot wait another 30 seconds. I don't have to have it wait 60, just 30 seconds, and then it will, no matter what, that time will have passed, and I'll be able to post. Now, some of these people have it like you have to wait 4 hours, some have 2 hours, some have an hour, and I'm not too worried about them because, again, of the 1,000 people they have streaming right now, the people who say that you have to have anything but be a follower and chat, an open chat. I want to say like you can basically spam 700 of the 1,000 people as much as you fucking want. Now, maybe 500 of them won't have that many people watching, but that to me actually doesn't matter that much. This is what's really interesting. Some of these people with one follower will, with one watcher, not one follower, but one watcher, they'll have their own podcast, and they'll be podcasting and have hundreds of thousands of listens a month on their podcast, but they just started on Kick, so they don't have any traction, and that's why they only have one person, and they're not buying live streamers, so they're able to. These are their legitimate numbers, so they're all the way at the bottom. But that doesn't mean that person isn't very influential. A lot of these people are. Now, of course, you want the people with 15,000 followers or viewers at once to be like, "Hey, this is amazing" or whatever. But you're not always able to make that kind of impact. But I mean, yeah, exactly. I do too. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And so many people needed another place because they got banned from YouTube. Or Kick. I could see that. There aren't many platforms that can support so much server space. So basically, Kick could either go with Google, Microsoft, or AWS. And AWS is the most cost efficient and probably the most efficient for their system. So they probably were like, you know what? It's the devil you know or the devil you don't. We're going to go, we can either hold hands with Google and YouTube or Twitch and Amazon. Let's go with Twitch and Amazon because YouTube is bigger. We'll team up against them. Yes, it's uncontactable is right. It's a terrible platform for any interaction. You as a user, like under any normal condition, you could send someone a DM, but they don't allow that. Meaning, and also like if you're watching me and you follow me, that's cool. If I want to follow you back, I can't. I have to like do a deep search to find you. It's not that easy. Basically, they're not focused on YouTube, but they don't realize like there is so much potential in it. They know that they basically bought the biggest game in town with YouTube, and they just have to make sure that nobody sits on it and spreads like hate speech and all that other shit. That's fine, but they really have an opportunity. What I at least know is that it has the biggest server space in the world, and that's why I've used it as my primary mode of archiving this footage. The disadvantage, the reason why I don't use Kick and the reason why I don't use Twitch for the same purpose is because they don't archive indefinitely. They are only archived for like 90 days or something like that. And I wouldn't have even streamed my life if this were, to be honest with you, GB. If you said to me, Rabbi, you could live stream your life for the rest of time like you want to, but it won't be archived. I wouldn't want to do it. People have already done that. I mean, that's cool. I mean, I would do it. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to do it. I would do it, but I want other people to see it in the future. That's what's important to me. I want people to be able to learn from it and, you know, go back and not have to watch everything live. You can go back and watch archive footage from years ago. So that's what's really cool about it to me, and that's what makes mine different. And it's just a matter of time until I know enough people on here that somebody's going to see this and say, holy shit, this person has more fucking shit going on than I've ever seen in my entire life. And they're annoying as fuck. Something obviously disturbed in them. And I can understand why they would think that. Because you would be like, why else would you do such a thing? Why would you have all these devices? And why else would you spam all this shit? But then when you talk to me, I'm like, dude, I'm sick of people having war. I think everyone on earth is. And I want to give people a platform to discuss this. And this was the only way I knew how to do it. People, I think the person might say, oh, well, that's a totally rational thing. And I want to get on board for that. But like the only way to be able to do it en masse, as I've been able to do it, in my opinion, is to do this shotgun effect. Because when I have done it in a way that is very surgical, and I have created like one account and, you know, had 10,000 followers on it and did all that shit, well, guess what? I would post something wrong. What would it be? I don't know. A lot of times it was just my ID. I didn't think it was a big deal if I wanted to post my own driver's license. If I want to post my own driver's license on the internet, I don't know why I can't. But apparently that's doxing, and that's a term and condition, and they eliminate your account because of that. And I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. I know I should have realized it, but in my opinion, I just was like, well, it's a picture. Like, I don't know. You used to be able to look this shit up in the phone book. So, at least like your address and stuff. So, you know, I just didn't think it was that big of a deal. But obviously, it's a big deal. You can lose your account over it. And so, in the meantime, like that's how I lost a lot of accounts just by like pure ignorance. And here's why. They'll just say, due to a violation of the terms and conditions, we are terminating your account. And be like, huh? What did I do wrong? And I've read through the terms and conditions, and they're so long, you could have done a lot of things wrong. And so finally, I would start to learn when I would join certain like groups or certain platforms, and I'd go in there, and the first thing I would do is post my driver's license because I'm not afraid of anything, and I wanted people to know that I'm really fucking serious. So I'm doxing myself. Here, look at this. This is where I live. You can come to my house if you want, and then immediately people were like, whoa, this person's doxing themselves. Are they crazy? And then they would shut down my account. Then I started to learn, oh, it's because I can't post that, not because I'm posting something that they consider. But there are other reasons why I lose things like that are very arguable. I lost a couple videos on Instagram, actually, a couple nights ago because my butt allegedly was showing. But it wasn't my whole butt. It was just like a cheek and not like my butthole. So it's like one of those things, like when a girl wears a thong, where it's like kind of covered, but you know. Anyway, that was just like 2 videos on Instagram, no big deal there. And it's very funny that you'll be on 34 different platforms, and some of them will consider it a violation of their terms, and others won't for what nudity is shown. So like maybe on one, I'll show a little bit of butt cheek, and 2 or 3 of them might ban it, but the others are fine. And on another one, only one of them will ban it, you know. And then another one, they would all ban it. It's really interesting, like what they consider to be, and it's really just their AI and how that works. So I think that's very interesting. Well, oh yeah. So let me talk about that. I was on your stream, and I thought that could have been really big, and it could have been. I have a friend of mine, though, who, I don't know, he kind of fucked me. I don't know. So I was in her stream, and then he's like, oh, this is cool. And I invited some of my friends from the internet into it, and they got into it, but they got in and they're like, oh, cool. And they started being really immature and being like, Amaranth should suck Rabbi's dick. And she heard them. So she muted them or whatever. But still, she thinks that I'm the person who put them up to saying that, and I didn't. So then I was in her chat for a little while, and like, not a little while, for a few nights. But here's the thing. I think that she thought, or she knew I was gaming the system. What do I mean? I had arranged it so my name was right next to hers on her leaderboard, and like I was like making, like I was kind of promoting myself a little bit. How? Like when somebody would be like, all right, everybody, I'm gonna get going, take care. I'd be like, bye from Rabbi Rothschild. Like nobody says their own fucking name when they say bye, but I would just do that anyway. Then one day I went in there. Well, and then there was another thing. I started living in her Discord. When I say living, it means I just put a device in there and I don't let it move. It's basically an advertisement for me. And I think she just realized that either I got a stalker or I've got like someone who's trying to self-promote, or maybe both, and I don't want this in my chat. So whenever I see them, I'm going to block them. Now, I, on the other hand, could be a real dick about this because I have a lot of Discord accounts and I have a lot of energy and momentum, a lot of energy and tenacity to be able to just be like, fuck you, bitch. I'm just going to keep doing whenever you ban me with a Discord account, I'm going to create another one. Keep doing that shit. So that only works so well in Discord. But there are ways. You could probably get 100 accounts out of Discord if I really fucking tried. And she would, it would drive her crazy. So I could do that. But I don't, honestly, I will push people, but I don't want to make anybody really upset. And that would make me upset. If you made like 100 accounts to one person and did that, I don't know. And I do it, but I do it with like within reason. I feel that it doesn't like it's just annoying, but it's not like it's not hurtful, I guess. Like when you're having to do like 100 different accounts, you're moving into a territory where it's like, all right, well, we're doing this now all the time. Well, how's it? What? There's a good question. What's the difference between me doing that in Amaranth and me doing that on fucking this on Kick? Well, here's what I feel the difference is. There isn't one. There really isn't. Well, here's the difference. I know what it is. With Amaranth, it would be personal. It would be like I'm picking her out and I'm going only to her accounts. That is different to me than what I'm currently doing, where it's just spamming every motherfucker who get in distinguishing them from each other. So like, yeah, it's spamming her a lot, but it's spamming everybody else too. So sorry, girl, this is just life in the big city. Does that make sense? Exactly. As opposed to like, hey, you're really popular and I'm going to now try to leech off you. And now that you kicked me out and you made me clear you're kicking me out, I'm going to keep coming after you. And I'm going to do it like to the point now where I'm going to pick on you. And if I took 100 accounts and just kept doing that, and the other thing about it too, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Meaning it would have just been, it's like 2 clicks for her to be like, click on this person and block, and then you're gone. So it's a lot of work to create all those accounts, but even still, I don't want to just take one person and pick on them. Like there's the guy who I was saying has the best setup, I think, of any person I've ever seen on the internet, which is, I think, very high compliment to him because I've seen just about everybody. And he gets really annoyed when I come in and I hit the follow button and it's like, welcome to the cult. I do my best not to do that too many times, meaning I might do it one time a day just to kind of fucking let him know that I'm there. But I'm not going to do it like, welcome to the cult. Let it all play, and then immediately thereafter, welcome to the cult, so that he can't say anything while I'm doing this. I'm not going to do that to him because I know it really, really upsets him. So I kind of, like, you don't want to, you definitely could. Oh, definitely. That definitely could. Yeah. So I also have, in addition to these bots, uh, I have phones that I can use that I was using as well. So the way that the phones work, I have auto clickers on the phones, on some phones. And like the thing that I just showed you with the laptops, there's a decent amount of processing power in there, a lot more than most phones are able to take. But the phones can at least do minor, I should say this, the phones can do exactly what these fucking computers can do. So I don't want to put the phones down at all. But a few things. One, they're not as reliable, meaning they'll Apple crash after like a few hours or so, when um, or maybe not a few hours. Sometimes it'll be a few days. But also the phones are much, in my opinion, at least what I have. They're I run into a lot more issues with them. What I'll do is I'll log in with a Gmail account, and then I'll have to do a like a two-factor authentication on one of my devices, and 30 of them will have the little message that shows up. And I'll have to go to 30 different phones and shut them all off individually. And you have to understand that that takes a long time. It can take 20 minutes to do all that fucking shit. Because you have to say no, and sometimes the message comes up twice, so now you have to do it 60 times. It's a lot of fucking work. I mean, it's just annoying as piss. Anyway, uh, what else have I been able to do with that? Oh, I can use these phones though for timers. I currently use it on Instagram. Just like you saw, I have timers on. Uh, I've had Twitter timers and Kick timers. I have the same thing going on Instagram on multiple cell phones that are just like this timeline of the world. Every hour they upload. Every hour they upload. Every hour they upload. Almost perfectly. Not like I would say, yeah, I do run into some issues where the app crashes or whatever, but they go really well. So then I have three other phones that I can use to dominate Kick. And what I would do is I created a Kick account and I would put in all the information that I need and I'd spam somebody's account. But again, like there's a reason why a lot of these big streamers are subscriber only, because I've used all of that. So very long story short, you're talking to the world's greatest troll, and there's something cool in that, I think. Excellent. It's funny. Exactly. That's absolutely true. And excellent, excellent. Well, I'm glad that you love it. And how are things in your life, GB? That's amazing. That's always been like a dream job of mine. So let's talk about that for a second. It seems so cool until you're doing it, and it's boring as fuck. It's retail, like you just said. It's boring. Well, you didn't say it's boring, but I know retail is very boring, and I, or it can be, yeah, depending. You're absolutely right. If it's fast, it can be really quick too. Um, but at least normally, I mean, it can be boring. But like if you came in high, nobody gives a shit, or maybe they do. I don't know. But like everybody's a stoner there, probably, right? Now I have a question. You can't buy those sodas yet in like a 24 pack or 6 pack, can you? You're right, exactly. You could buy six individually, but, but they're not quite at the point where it's like where they ship them individually, or I'm sorry, where they ship them where you can just buy a pack of them, like, oh yeah, like beer or soda. Maybe someday. But it's non-alcoholic, right? It's THC infused. Right. And then there's all that too. Very cool. Awesome. Amazing. There you go. I'm gonna make a prediction. I don't know when it's gonna be, but if I ever go viral, it'll start on a Monday night. And the reason why I say that is, what'd you say? Exactly. Yeah, it's gonna be a Monday night, and so every Monday night that comes around, I always get excited for them because it's like you never know, this fucking could happen. But I do remember honestly, GB in the stream. Uh, I remember I had always thought I got big on Twitter, but as I like kind of recall, here's the thing: within the dream, I remember asking like some questions, and it was like, um, I remember being like, so does everything happen the way that I hear in the dream? And they're like, yeah, in the end it does, but you have to understand for some humorous reasons not everything's going to go perfectly. You just have to understand that. And I was like, okay, well, that's life. I'm like, what about the predictions that I make? They're like, yeah, everything except for sports. It's very humorous that all of your sports predictions, you're always like, oh, dead solid on this fucking game, and it always goes differently, and that's going to be really funny. But I remember, I'm like, so how do I end up going viral? And I had always thought it was a tweet that I had on Twitter, but as I recall, it was this. I remember it was spamming, and I'm like, oh, is it spamming on YouTube, like on the YouTube comments? And they're like, yeah, kind of, but it's something different. And I remember being like, okay, well, what platform is it? And they're like, now this is where I could be wrong. I remember um, there were like some platforms that we had discussed that either I had never heard of before, or wasn't really that familiar. But then I would end up using them later on, so it was weird. And Bigo was one of them, or Bigo, and I was like, well, what color is the? Or they told me they're like the platform on which you're gonna go big is. Uh, I remember I thought had a purple, um, a purple. Um, there was like a purple logo, and I thought it was Discord because it was like that little alien from Discord, and that was like, do you know that alien from Discord that like, and then also Reddit. So, but that's not exactly right because if I'm gonna go, I mean maybe it is, who knows? But then there was something about Kick, and I remember this because of the color, the bright green color. There's something about colors. Like I'm gonna go through a bunch of different phases where I'll have like a green phase, a yellow phase, and whatever phase. And the big one of them is orange, um, but supposedly, like if this green color, this bright green color becomes pretty prominent, the big colors become pink and blue, the ones that TikTok use, because those aren't perceivable technically by the human eye, and our eye is just filling in a gap there where it sees those two shades of color. Anyway, uh, so if I go big, it could be on Kick, but if anything, it would not be on Kick for whatever reason, and then it perhaps could be on Twitch because that's the purple one. Uh, I don't know. I don't know, but I do know. Here's the cool thing. When I go into a chat and I say anything about Rabbi Rothschild, they already know a lot of times who the fuck I am, and that's cool because there's some name recognition on there. Once they already know who you are, then you're going to become, or I at least do, become like a regular thing in their life. Every single day they stream, and every single day they have to go block or ask someone to block them, or they'll be like, well, who the fuck is this? I mean, um, there's a saying, I'm not going to get this perfectly correct, but it's something like, first they ignore you, then they attack you, and then you win, or something like that. It's like, so at, something like that, yeah. And I am doing my best to exploit these loopholes, and whether it works or not, I don't know, but I do know that it's better than just being in Telegram or even not, but I mean, just like, here's what happens. A lot of times I'll just be like, all right, what am I going to do now to get famous or whatever? And I'll go into Telegram, and no offense, I love my Telegram family of all the people that I have, but it's like, those people already know about me. They're not the people who are going to be like, oh, this is huge. You're going to go huge. I mean, they may be really supportive of me, and that's great. But you need to reach out to new people and as quickly as possible. And the way to do this is through just, spam botting, basically, is like the best way to get people to know who you are. So I'm excited. When I got these two fucking computers going. Hey, do you have YouTube? You're okay. I'll send you my YouTube link. I also have this new setup on my YouTube, on one of my YouTube, that's fucking crazy. It's 9 camera angles at once. And if you're like, you have 9 cameras going? No, sometimes I have 2 cameras going, but I have my robot going. I have that you can watch online. So just one moment, I'm going to send this to you. And you hopefully should be able to see it, but you may not for one reason. And that reason would be GV, just one moment. Just one moment. I want to hear what you had to say. Okay, fuck it. I'm just going to show you I'll show you on here my setup. And just take my word for it. It's on YouTube. And I'll show you. Just one moment. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna have to turn one of them on though. Or I don't mean to say. Okay, so check this out. Okay, I gotta stop the little robot. Okay. One of my streams didn't start correctly. These things aren't perfect, obviously. Okay, so this one thing that I have. If you had to ask me, the thing that puts me at an advantage more than any other streamer, aside from my dedication, all the time and effort and the content that I have, is I use a platform that nobody else is aware. Very few people know is available, known as Rumble Studio, because it was only launched like late last year or so. Not exactly sure, but it hasn't been around that long. And it allows you to stream on unlimited or seemingly unlimited platforms simultaneously. Oh shit, it's not showing. Sorry. Okay, there it is. No, you're good. Okay, so I have this thing that I do where I hit tab and the space bar. The reason why I do that is it allows me to hit these little check marks really quickly. So I'm live on Vault, Vaughn, Restream. I'm live on Trovo, YouNow, Picarto, Africa.tv, Telegram, No Live. I'm on just like things you've never heard of. And no other streamer is doing that, where they're in all different languages all over the world. I mean, Billy is a big Chinese one, and it's like, well, why aren't you like a global sensation? Okay, so this is what my thing looks like. Isn't that fucking wild? Hold on, I don't think you saw it. It's like hypnotic. I watch it and I'm like, holy shit, what in the fuck is going on? Okay, so what is it? I made everything. Well, okay, so what do we have? In the upper left corner, I had all my subscriber count and like how many people were watching me at once and all that bullshit. But here's the thing. That was all cool. That was cool to do that, but something ended up getting fucked up. And that was I was streaming on Kick and I bought Kick live. I bought people who would watch me live or robots that would watch me live. So it looked like I had a bunch of people watching me. I bought 40 people at once and then they banned my accounts. So I took down the people who are watching. Because at first it looked like, or initially it looked like when I was using these bots that I had like 40 people watching. And be like, wow, that's pretty good. But now that they took down my Kick account, I'm like, whatever. All right. So I also, on the same thing, I have a Kick or a YouTube and Twitch like follower goal 069. It's not 069. It's just whatever. I have 69 followers. Okay, then what do I have? This fucking hypnotic thing that just says Rabbi Rothschild always live streams 24/7, 365, and it just keeps going. In the very background, can you see there's like a heart that's like zooming towards you? Excellent. Then I have my chats in the upper right corner. Then I have whatever my screen is doing in like the fourth box. Then in the middle, I have a camera that's on me. Then in the sixth box, I have the news, like always on, just because I think it's important to document the world's news while I do this. I mean, I'm doing this for one piece. I want a fucking timeline of this shit. And then in the bottom left corner, I have my little robot that's going. When it's going, you can watch it live and it records that. Then in the eighth box, I've got this zoom through space. I did this fucking really cool thing. It's like a 10-minute long video that I made where you zoom through space from like the Big Bang all the way into the Earth. And it's fucking really cool. Well, I can do that. At this point, it's just always playing. So if you're just watching this, it's really relaxing. You look like you're flying through space. Like right now, we're going through the pillars of Hercules or whatever the fuck they call that in space. And then it'll keep zooming, and then it'll zoom into the solar system, and then into the Earth. Now, what I did, which made it I think cooler, is normally it zooms out. So it zooms like from the Earth all the way to like the Big Bang. But that's cool. But I like to see it like in forward motion where boom, it's the Big Bang. And like we're flying through space. We're following like all these planets are going by. You're flying through these nebulae and all this other shit. And then you finally get into the solar system and you go by Pluto and Neptune and Uranus and all that other shit. So we're going by Saturn right now. Oh, actually, let me see if I can fucking kind of like zoom in on this. 82. So can you see how it's like zooming? You can see the sun way out there. We just flew by one of, yeah. And we're going through the asteroid field. Yeah, exactly. And then that should be Mars. Or no. Yeah, I think so. And then now we go into Earth. And then it zooms in, and then it's my logo. And then watch, it'll go back to the Big Bang in a few seconds, like an infinite loop. And then it's just like this thing that's always going. And it's just kind of like really relaxing. Where you're flying through space, and you're seeing all these galaxies forming, and it's cool. Okay, and then the last thing that I have, which is probably the coolest of all of them, is, okay, I'm going to read it to you. I don't know if you can read it. You read it to yourself, actually. It's going to take me too long. It goes really quickly. But basically, it's this new way to read that's much more efficient than the traditional way to read. Traditionally, you like read through scrolling your eyes, But this method allows you to read like 5 times faster at some points. Where you exactly. And what is all this shit that it's saying? It's all about the future technology of the world, and it's all of the world's questions that we can't answer. I found on Wikipedia, it has like a list of all the questions in current science that we can't answer. Like, what is dark matter? And like, that's what I want for this fucking stream. I want to go to Israel, or I want to tell Israel, you motherfuckers are the future. Here are the world's problems. I need you to work on them for the next 100 years. United States and UK and Canada, you all can do this too. But this is my love letter to my fucking country, and I want them to know that there are technological gaps that we have, and I have them documented. And there's going to be some kid in Israel who's like, I don't know what I want to do with my life. Hey, Rabbi's got a fucking list of questions about terraforming the world, and we don't know how to do it. And you know what? This has inspired me to work on this as my career. And it's going to do that because it's all kinds of interesting things. Transhumanism and geoforming and like faster than light travel. All these things having to do with physics and nuclear technology, underwater cities. Like, nobody else is talking about underwater cities on their fucking stream. This is going to blow the fucking, like, this isn't like, oh, these are things that Rabbi thinks. No, virtual reality, simulated environments shared by computers. Like, and so what did I do? I just took a glossary of all these futuristic terms and warrior control. Like, weather control. Sorry, I said weather control. So, I mean, basically all these things about the future. What's this one? 0 point energy, the lowest point possible in a state of quantum system providing source of energy for advanced technologies. Like, no one else is talking about alien contact communication, extraterrestrial communication, scientific collaboration, cultural exchange, conflict resolution, dimensional travel. Like, no one else is talking about dimensional travel. And I'm telling you, some kid out there is going to see this, and they're going to be like, I mean, this one, immortality, surpassing. Look at this, interplanetary planet, a network of communication systems with like satellites, all this shit, like shit I don't even know. And honestly, it's on my own stream, and I should just sit back and read it. Mind uploading, transfer. Like, I talk about this shit all the time. And so if you go on here, you're going to see, like, this is fucking wild amounts of shit. And I think that's really cool. That's what makes this fucking the best stream of all time. And then on top of that, if I flip it, I'm going to come over here, and I got my little thing that spans like a motherfucker, and you can watch that live. And I think it'll just be fucking really relaxing to people, where they're just like, Rabbi, I just put that fucking thing on, and there's so much shit going on. But yeah, it's really fucking hypnotic and shit, but it's in its own way. I can go to any of the boxes and kind of just zone out. I zone out. Sometimes I watch this fucking robot, and it's just like, wow. Like, is it gonna work? Like, I'm always like, is it gonna work? Because it sometimes fucks up. You know those I don't know if you've ever seen in a casino where they have those machines with the quarters that have the little shovels that are like gonna almost go over the edge. I don't know if you've ever seen those. But exactly, arcades and things, exactly. So it's kind of the same thing. Is this thing gonna fuck up? Because if it does, it's gonna be really interesting. And if it doesn't fuck up, then, you know, it's whatever. However it works. What's hilarious to me is the amount of people who are so sick of my shit, and they're just straight up banning me. And that's a good thing. In my opinion, it's there's the phrase, I don't care what they say about me in the newspapers, just so long as they spell my name correctly. Meaning, I don't give a shit. Like, what are you going to say to me that hasn't already been said? Absolutely. I'm a Jewish trans woman. What are you going to do to me? What are you going to do to me? I will shit all over you. You are going to be an anti-Semitic, transphobic hate monger. Like, by just not being nice to me all the time. And that was in the dream too. That you're gonna be untouchable, basically. No one's gonna be able to get up. Like, no, I'm serious. You have to understand this, GB. There has to be on Earth one person who is somewhat like untouchable. Like, how else could I make it better? To be black. And here's the thing: I trace my ancestry to Africa, and I think we all should, because that's the cradle of civilization. So I don't know how I don't trace my ancestry to Africa. Does that make sense? It's a long stretch. I understand that, but exactly. So I don't care. Then they're anti-Semitic hate mongers who also hate trans people. I mean, I remember in the stream, it was like, no one's going to be able to come after you for anything. I mean, truthfully, if you want to say anything about my family, I can go back directly in my family through research and find, through the interconnectivity, 271,000 people who perished during the Holocaust. Did they all go into gas chambers? And no, some of them died of typhoid and other things. But I'm telling you that that's just in my family going through. So I can tell you I'm tied to that motherfucker. I can tell you that according to the state of California, not only have I been non-binary, but I'm currently a woman. And that means I have to deal with all kinds of things. Like, there are all kinds of questions that, like, can a man lactate? Does a man have a period? Like, people ask you, like, no, not under normal conditions. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Well, hold on. Don't say that. 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 Here's why. Wait. Hold on. Hold on, though. Hold on. Wait. Exactly. In the future, they will have synthetic uteri and also uterus implants that your body. You know what? Yeah, exactly. So don't. This is what I've learned, GB. A few things. One, when you get into this idea of mind uploading technology, anything is possible. So don't shit on anything. I mean, you can shit on whatever you want, but, like, for instance, I'm transgender, and I can just tell you, at one time, I thought the whole thing was a loony, and I also didn't always know the whole difference between transgenderism, transhumanism, of course, and then, like, cross-dressing. I mean, when I was like a little kid, I couldn't tell you the difference between them. And it really, while it existed, I never saw it. Then I still wasn't all into all the transgenderism or anything like that until I had this dream, and I realized that it's not. They keep saying trans, but they don't really say what they mean. And if you really know, like, the plans of the people at the top, it's really transhumanism. So they're going to use the word trans to make all these laws and all these benefits and all of these things. But in the end, it's just going to be a flip of the switch, and it'll go from transgender to transhuman. These people who want to live forever. And if you're against that, fuck you. That's basically the transgender movement is a transhuman movement in disguise. But it's not. Exactly. That's 100% right. And exactly. It's creating GB a break off civilization. That's what we call it. And I'm telling you, you're included in this. I'm trying to get everybody I know on board and, like, within the system, because we're all fucked any other way. Like, well, I do, because we're investing in cryptocurrency and some other reasons. But, like, if you're just a normal 9 to 5 person in debt, living your life, that's a tough life. And you're probably never going to be able to escape that unless you have a really big breakout. What do I mean? Like right now, you work a 9 to 5 job, even if you're making $100,000 a year, that's only $4 million a year, or $4 million over 40 years. That's not that huge amount of money for all the amount of stuff that you're investing in. When in comparison, and that's making a lot of money. That's a huge salary. When in comparison, if you say like, let's say you just bought, I don't know, $1,000 in Bitcoin 10 years ago, now it's worth what, 60,000 now? And let's say, if you're, what I'm saying is, the at times X is a lot bigger on some of these like wild risks, like what? Like cryptocurrency, like live streaming, like being an influencer. Like in the past, people have been like, that's not a thing. Cryptocurrency is not a thing. Being an influencer is not a thing. But you start to realize, like, these influencers, like that Amaranth bitch, she brings home $1.5 million a month just from OnlyFans. Just from OnlyFans. She has an exclusive agreement with Kick. She only streams on Kick now because that's what's really interesting about Kick. They bought all of Twitch's biggest streamers. So they've got a lot of money behind them. And you got to think, Twitch is like Jeff Bezos. There's a huge amount of money there. Nevertheless, they came in, they bought their biggest streamers, and they're paying them $50 million a year just to stream on their fucking platform. So now this Amaranth bitch is bringing in like $1.5 million, and it's 18. Wait, is it 18? Over $1.5 million over 12 months is $18 million. So she's bringing in $18 million from OnlyFans and $50 million from Kick. I mean, at that point, it's just like, and here's the thing: she has like 4,000 people watching her. It's not that crazy. She's not like untouchable. Like I was in her Discord, she's like a multi-millionaire who isn't a natural redhead. Like basically, that's not that big of a deal, but she plays it off very well. She plays off a lot of things well. She's also married and didn't tell anybody that for like many years. And so, I mean, there are people like hide their lives too, I guess. Nevertheless, this person is worth a huge amount of money. And if she were like, what other job would she be working? I don't know, working at a hardware store, working at a gas station. She's just like a regular chick. Maybe if she had an education, she's then working in an office, or, maybe even at best, she's like going to spend 20 years in the grind. She's worth $100 million right now. Like, she never had to fucking work again. What I'm saying is the payoff on some of this shit, if you put a little investment in, is so great. Like, look, she's not the only one who's making it. And there are a lot of people, and a lot more people, who have done the grind and have fucking failed. She's the exception. I'm not saying it's not a good idea to just have a normal job, but just like what I'm saying is the best thing is have your normal job, but then also have something else. You have crypto. You're going to make a ton of money on crypto, and you're going to do really well for yourself, and you're making money in your job. That's a good thing. And so when you say, I think we'll be okay, Rabbi, I think because of your wise instincts to become invested in crypto early, you're an early adopter of this. We're in a 100-year or 1,000-year game with cryptocurrency, and you're at the very, very beginning. You should be really proud of that.
I think, like, general humanity almost SES is like the fruit of the earth, regardless of how we'll get
I used to think that too. You know what ends up happening? If we ran the Earth as a simulation 1,000 times, with human behaviors being as they are, of course it's how you program this simulation, but I'm telling you, I heard about this. Sociologists program the Earth, and they've done this multiple times, 1,000 times. And they do this with all kinds of populations. But basically, And 1,000 times you run the simulation, every single time, eventually, if you run the simulation for a long enough time, a small group will take control of the big group. Every single time. And so when I started to learn that, I thought, oh, you mean to say that just humans in general will never create this euphoria, this like Garden of Eden kind of like world? And this is how it happens. If you run this simulation 1,000 times, 1,000 times a small group of people will take over the larger majority. Then what they will do is eventually use that larger majority for everything that it needs, and then if it doesn't need them anymore, it kills them off or allows them to die off, and then their small minority becomes the majority of the earth, and that's where you get into this world, this utopia world where you're thinking like everybody lives in Fiji and Bali and all that shit. North Sentinel Island. Well, hold on a second. Those people will be protected by the powers that be. They're basically like a zoo exhibit. They'll be like Homo sapiens. It'll be like the elite will have this break off civilization, and then what they will end up doing is ensuring that all of the people who are normally under their control are either died off or whatever, and then they'll have created their own genus species of humanity. It'll be whatever, Homo sapien elite, whatever, and then they'll start to go into other transhumanism things. But they can always go back to North Sentinel Island and say, this is what we branched off of. This is Homo sapien in its purest form. Does that make sense? That's a thought. That's on purpose. They don't want it to.
Some of them, I wonder, maybe like the Aztecs or Mayans, I like to imagine that they found some way to make a portal to get out of here. And like, oh, they disappeared. It's like, yeah, that's not a disappear. It just with the portals. But also, I could, some people have like stories about the Nazis from Antarctica, like, UFOs. It's like, oh, maybe that's been going on the whole time. Like, Germany lost the war, but the Nazis won. It's like, they've been trying to spend more time and like, Hillary Clinton's Nazi, like, Joe Biden said, we don't even understand, we can't even comprehend what's actually going on, because they have something, they could be that extensive too. I don't know, that's just one for me. But I don't actually, believe it, right? But I'm like, I don't know, but who's holding back the information necessarily? Like, it's not as easy to figure out as you want it to be.
I'm in agreement with you guys. Oh. I knew you were going to say that. Perfect. So, you're very well briefed in this. All right. So, I have one for you. This comes from that dream, this idea, but, okay. Of like how people ask me a lot of times, like, well, was Adam and Eve real? And what happened? Like, how did we get here? And at least as I understand it, we are seeded here from Zeta Reticuli, which is located in Orion's belt. And essentially, like, they're the Zetas, the gray alien race as well, that are like the worker bees of other alien races. And I think some of the other alien races are located in Zeta Reticuli as well. I thought they were known as the tall whites, which were actually like a futuristic Nordic, the Aryan race basically. And Right. Or that is something that we eventually evolve into are the Aryan, the blue-eyed, blonde-haired Nordics. Whatever that is. Well, so there's that option too. You never know. The breakoff civilization could be the tall whites, and they could turn regular Homo sapiens into the aliens, the worker bees, whatever, in the future. I just have known that the aliens are the little grays are not the ones in charge. They're very powerful and they're very smart and intelligent and everything, but they're the worker bees, as I understand, for like reptilians and fucking other things as well. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. But imagine Zeta Reticuli is there, and eventually, well, okay, so it would be like, they're, how did they get there? Well, they could have been a seeded civilization millions of years ago, billions of years ago, whatever, where they were seeded in that Zeta Reticuli. Well, how did they get there? Look, at the very end, you get into what was before the Big Bang, and it's like, when did I answer that like lens people tell me I've been thinking about this question my whole life, and finally I can sleep at night now that I've heard your answer, and it's this: we as humans cannot comprehend the paradox that evolves when asked the question, what happened before the Big Bang? Basically, it's a paradox. We want to know what happened when there was nothing, and our minds as humans cannot comprehend that, nor will we as Homo sapiens ever be able to comprehend that. Now, a higher intelligent being might be able to understand this better, but currently, the way our brains are, this is a limit point where we can't break through. And exactly. So perhaps we might be able to evolve into a being that can understand these paradoxes better, but currently we can't. It can't be something and not be something at the same time. So once people understand it that way, they're like, oh, okay, I can live with that. Meaning, like, I'm never going to find the answer to this, nor will anybody. So it's not worth racking my brain over. I can think about it as much as I want, but I just have to know that, like, in this body, I'm not going to be able to understand that question. Now, maybe in an advanced with advancements in brain technology and some other things, we might be able to understand these paradoxes at different dimensional levels or whatever. But right now, because the question always says, well, what if there was that we're just a multiverse in like a bunch of universes, or we're a universe in a multiverse? Okay, well, what happened before then? Everybody's just going to ask that question. What happened before then? And at a certain point, our minds can't comprehend anything further, and we have to be okay with that. Anyway, I understand that. That's true, and we can get into that because I think there's God in that. If you had to ask me, Rabbi, what is God? God is energy, and whatever the fuck creates the Fibonacci sequence, that's energy. I'm down for that. That's God in my mind. Exactly. Now, exactly. Whatever the fuck that is, that energy, I'm cool with that. And everybody, I think, can get on board with that. Now, there's a question that I want to raise, though, that isn't normally raised in general religious discussion, and it's this. If we can agree that God is like energy or whatever, okay, fine, then is there anything between that energy and humans? And I'm saying yes. And the reason why these discussions aren't normally had is because people don't want to have extraterrestrial arguments. But if we are, I'm saying this. If we say we were seeded here from Zeta Reticuli, whatever being seeded us here is like our, I don't want to say our father, but like our, is like God, kind of. Like whatever created Earth here is God, but it's still an alien. And that alien perhaps was a seed from another planet of another alien. Basically, there could be like a hereditary, or almost like a tree where one planet eventually evolves to a certain point where a certain leader of it is able to branch out and have their own offshoots. And so eventually somebody from Zeta Reticuli was like, you know what? I like this little area of the solar system, and this third planet from the sun seems really nice. I'm going to make this my little zoo. And they've just been watching over all of this. Who is that being then? Is that God? No, I just defined God as energy in the solar system and in the universe. But hold on though, it could be. It could be an individual. It could be an entire species of aliens that are watching over us. Just this solar system. Like we're like a little farm or a little zoo, and they're just watching over us in our little nook and cranny of the galaxy and making sure that, like, you know, asteroids don't hit us and shit. Is that God? No, it's not. That's another alien species that is a higher intelligence. But normally people don't have this religious discussion. Normally people are like, whatever would protect the Earth from rocks and shit or asteroids, that is God. And I'm saying, hold on a second, not necessarily. It could just be a higher species of being that is able to do this, but not even that thing is God. Not even that is like all the energy that makes up the Earth or the world or the fucking universe. Exactly. Yes. And you get into the old ancient gods that they talk about, like, you know, Baal and all that other shit, like the Canaanite gods and like even Osiris and all that. But we're basically like, I know those are just explanations, but like you get into the Anunnaki and these like people who came here maybe from another planet and see this here for like to be gold diggers or whatever it may be. The Anunnaki is that discussion. Like maybe that was the alien civilization that seeded us here. I don't know, but like that's what I think happened.
Did you ever look into the Indian text? So Enki and Leo's is similar to the Zechariah's issue stuff, but it's an Indian version where they had like two brothers that one wanted humans to go one way and one wanted humans to go the other way. They had a big battle like spaceships and shit. The humans got involved. There's monkey wars. It was crazy.
So
Mahabharata is an interesting text because it's also talks about. We're just grew up here in the Western world, and it's just so not part of our universe, just culture. Like our scope of vision is so small. It's incredible.
that is true. That is true.
For every person, like it's so hard to comprehend. Well, find God is Jesus Christ.
I agree.
We're going to argue with pastors on the streets or whatever to get mad about this.
Right. Exactly. So that's it.
I don't know if even that's possible. I like the idea of Jesus being a real dude, down to earth. I believe that he was probably a real person. Does it make sense historically? Like for somebody to be like a Leo, like they straight up come from outside. This is like but like I don't know. I don't know how we live in. We would have to live in some kind of simulation, essentially, with respect to the creator, with respect to like you want full circle simulation theory. It's like right back to the creator.
Okay. So we've been talking for like 40 minutes since I last touched that fucking robot, and as you can see, it's still going. And this girl, I even know this girl. She gets really pissed when I go in her fucking space. Not really pissed, but she's just like, mods, do your thing. It's hilarious to me. That I mean, so we can. This is what's valuable about these bots. We can have really. I mean, this is one of the best conversations I've had in a long time. So you should know that's good. A lot of times, these are kind of conversations I want to have, and people are just like not either enlightened enough or willing to have these conversations. Nevertheless, I was able to have this with you. We were able to have this, and I have these fucking simultaneously these robots going. That's very valuable to me. Meaning, normally I'd be like, GB, I can't talk right now. I'm fucking working on something. I'm sorry. I wish I could talk to you right now. But because I have to be paying attention to what the fuck's going on here. But it's really nice that these things are working on my behalf. And with just enough time, these things are going to fucking take over. Oh, one other thing I want to say about at least this point. How do they work when I sleep? Do they go 24 hours or do they eventually shut off? Eventually, a couple things happen. One, the software that I use, I don't pay for it. I use a freeware version of it. I could pay for it, but it's a couple $100, and it wouldn't be that beneficial to me. Though I have thought about buying of any software I would buy. It would be this software, I think, because I use it so much. But nevertheless, I'm able to use the software, and it works like 99 times or more than that. It works a lot of times without. It'll work like 2 hours maybe without shutting off, and maybe an hour without shutting off from that software. That's fine. Why? Because I can create. I use another type of software that can press all the buttons that I need it to press to allow that first software to just continue, and so I get a free version of it anyway. So there's that, which is fucking pretty smart that I do. But I don't necessarily need to do that because some other issues arise. I can get banned, and if I get banned, that's okay because I just go and create another account. You can see it doesn't take me long. I can also. Are those really the only two ways that this fuck? Oh no, I know. There's this other thing that can happen. I remember I told you like it follows 4 people and then it scrolls down, 4 people and then it scrolls down or whatever. Well, in the scroll down, if it runs long enough, eventually where the mouse clicks is not perfect. Like basically when it scrolls, I need it to scroll exactly 100 frames every single time or 100 pixels, but it only scrolls down 90 pixels. So it's like it'll eventually get fucked up. Though, or maybe it only does 99 or whatever. But again, you can't ask for better software. That seriously is just doing the work of maybe dozens of people and allowing you to have a really in-depth quality conversation. That's what I think is wonderful about this. I'm very happy to have had this conversation with you, and it brings me joy. I don't normally say that, but it brings me joy to be able to talk about this and not have to fucking spam these people on their own. Exactly. And
have you ever seen that guy on YouTube? He's got kind of famous shorts. His name's Thor. I don't know his actual fucking name, but every time in Thor, he was an IT guy at Blizzard for WoW, Warcraft, and all these games. And he talks about how they do like all kinds of stuff behind the scenes. They ban bots, how they track bots. It's all interesting.
I'll have to check that out though.
Instead of like sniping off the bots one by one, or should I say, wow, we would just have it for blinding or whatever. Like, wow, but like for blinding shit, whatever. I guess they would like track them and then ban everybody in like a wave, like a 1-day wave, and then nobody knows really why they got banned.
I can see that.
In the forums, all these things, they don't have like a definite reason. Oh, it was just it's like literally just everybody that was doing it gone. And like, yeah, it was interesting how they do on the other end of things.
That's really interesting. I agree. I can tell you, and I mentioned this previously, that I had worked at a software company where we would have to do some banning. And again, this is a manual process. Like from what they're doing from a World of Warcraft standpoint, I would say that's a little different in that they have to use a lot more AI, even primitive AI, to be able to detect cheating and any kind of use of bots. This is a little different. This isn't, they haven't put that much effort into this, I can tell you. Like what you're talking about, the work, that's really in depth, where they have like a strategy on when they're going to ban the people, and it's almost like, you know, it's just that that's intricate.
That was funny because like some people say if they had like a path running bot or like click them to run a path into the beat, but they never usually put a rock in between path and the beat.
There you go.
All the bot did whoever wants just get stuck on the same rock.
Right, exactly. And I'll tell you, as someone who writes those scripts, that's incredibly frustrating. But it is also incredibly exciting when they do something like that, because you know that they've noticed you. It is, and it's the wild, wild west. Meaning, in 5 years you won't be able to do this. And you know, I can remember, I used to watch people on YouTube every single day, and they had all these really amazing channels. And I want to say every single one of those channels eventually got banned for one reason or another, uploading copyrighted material or saying something that went against the rules or whatever. This is like, there's always something. And now it's getting to the point where like that type of content isn't really that well available anymore. Though you have found it and you know where you can get it, and that's podcasts, where no one is necessary, very few people are going to come in and say you can't say that on a podcast, or we're going to ban your podcast. But that doesn't mean that that can't change, and they can't change about what you want to speak. And when they, yeah, exactly. When they do that, they're basically telling the world what kind of content is allowed and not. We're not going to give you the rules. It's not like they will say to a user, we think that you broke this rule on this date with this action, and it broke this part of our terms and conditions. Now, I will say this. They'll do their best to do that. At least in my case, I'll get a little warning on YouTube, or actually, this is different. Sometimes you get a warning that says, on this date in this video, you broke this rule. And it'll be like really vague. They don't say this to me, but let's say it says hate speech. I am a Jewish trans woman. What? Like, what am I saying that's hateful? Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's well, exactly, and I understand that. But then tell me. So then here's what I ask: tell me the minute mark or the second mark where whatever I said was wrong, because they'll give me a 12-hour video and say hate speech, and I'll say, well, what the fuck? What did I say? And I understand what is one person's hate speech to another person's hate speech. I have no idea. Or what is one person spamming to another person's spam? At the end of the day, it's really subjective. So that's why it's really difficult to legislate these things. I can tell you, my man, there's something about this. Oh, here's something that that I think is really important. The idea of infinity. The idea of infinite time. Basically, if you give human ingenuity infinite time, you have to understand how big infinite is. That means everything will happen. Everything. Meaning, like, if you say infinite times available, then you'll have a green head someday, and a blue head someday, and a yellow head someday, and you'll be able to use time travel to go back in time and do all the other shit. I mean, that's how big infinity is. So we can't, like, infinity doesn't necessarily exist in the solar system, or I mean in the universe, we think that there is a big bang, and then like there might be a big crunch or something like that, and the lifetime of the universe might be like 80 billion years. Okay, whatever, but it's not infinite. All right, but nevertheless, 80 billion years is a long fucking time. So if you give humanity a long time, or whatever, humanity or another alien species, you give them a long time, they will overcome whatever challenges are needed if given enough time, so that anything is possible. Like what? Like time travel, like faster than light speed, like immortality. If given enough time, all of these things are possible. Now, if you only give your civilization a finite amount of time, like, I don't know, 3,000 years, well, then it's not going to be able to necessarily accomplish all of these things. But the longer you give a civilization and can preserve that it continues, meaning like it doesn't kill itself and all that other stuff, then you have to understand it is going to advance exponentially. And that's very exciting. Why? Because when you think of like all of the stuff in Star Wars and Star Trek and all that other bullshit, all of that stuff isn't a dream, it's a reality. And it not only is it a reality, it is a definite that it will happen. It's just a matter of when.
That's true. It's an incredible odds that's possible.
Exactly. I just think that's really fucking cool.
Yeah. I definitely don't know where that's going around. That's the best person to have that for it. So I don't understand those dreams to I'm not listening to their like this like if there is a connection to shit, there's other connections to they make this as well as they are breakfast.
I gotcha. I'm down for that. Right.
That makes sense though too, because like our heartbeat is the beat of a drum, and that would be a human thing. So if I were to have this in space, it's distinctly human.
Correct. Absolutely. Great talk, dude. Thank you. I needed this. You take care, GB. Love you too, baby. Take care. That is GB, everyone. GB kicks ass, takes names. Yay! One of our favorite Canadians of all time. GB's up there with the best of them, like Shirley Lewis, Sherry Lewis, and that's basically it. Like Sherry Lewis, like kicked ass. Dude, let's see this fucker talk. No, right here. What is this thing? Picnic back. Is this load? I fucking missed it. Oh, fuck it. Oh. What shitbag? Oh, he's already done. Wait, really? Remember? Picnic.
I'll show a little bit of age right there. I'll show a little bit of age right there. 6 rows left dirt in the absolute slump. And looking through it, easy odds on favorite, the 14, last horse in the gate, Peekaboo out of Soma. Looking on preference for this race, we're going to have to give it a closer look. Rolls Royce, Stoke Stable, a little bit, got some level on it too. Oh my God, overjoyed suddenly, unexpectedly, by a man. Yeah. Now, who is this man? Would you like to introduce yourself to those who somehow don't know you? Well, my name is Aaron. I am the godfather of these tables. Out here with them. So the underwear has types of
And, you know, she's just awful at it.
And she's only really challenged by one person
Right.
in the briefing room, and
Yeah.
still manages to bungle it on the daily.
Well, it's just there's so much madness that she has to, like, cover up.
It's what, and look, this is again a kind of brass tacks way of talking about it, but it's what happens when you put identity over competence.
Yeah.
Everyone knows, like, explicitly, and then when you hire someone, it's a big celebration of all the different intersectional identities that the candidate has.
Yeah.
You know, this is our first, black female, I don't know, LGBTQ, not really sure.
Yeah.
And so the problem with that, though, is when you're not making a decision based on competence, merit, excellence, you're buying into it at the front end on that different hierarchy of decision making. But then on the back end, you can't do anything about it. You say, well, you elevated this person for identity. You can't fire that person because of incompetence.
Unless they steal women's clothes from the airport.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they get a little sideways,
That guy was my favorite.
But the Harvard story is this exact phenomenon. And, after the 10/7 attack, Harvard kind of reveals the ideology in the institution, and then another reporter and I obtained the plagiarism documents. We were the ones who broke the plagiarism.
Just for people that aren't aware, maybe so this can be standalone, what Christopher's referring to is that Harvard, the president of Harvard and the president of MIT and Penn, they all had this meeting where they were grilled by, which was the?
Stefanik.
Yes. Who grilled them about using anti-Jewish hate, and is that hate speech to say death to the Jews. And their answer was essentially, if it's actionable,
Yeah.
then it's hate. It was the most bonkers, bizarre mental gymnastics, and also with that one woman from Penn, done in the most condescending way.
Oh, yeah.
It's like she is so accustomed to being the boss, so accustomed to people like accepting her word and not dealing with the outside world, that she doesn't realize how fucking insane what she's saying is.
The question was if students were calling for the genocide of Jews, would that violate Harvard's policy?
Yes.
And the answer from Claudine Gay, the former president, was it depends on the context. It's like, I mean, and so that is a moment where things that had been obscure, especially for people on the center left, suddenly became clear.
Yes.
And so this caused all sorts of chaos, predictably. You have donors dropping out, you have alumni furious, and then a little birdie sent another reporter and me a document showing that actually Claudine Gay, great scholar of Harvard, had plagiarized dozens of passages in her PhD thesis. And so in this context of this big fight, you get a document like this and you say, this actually reveals the heart of this conflict. And so published it, obviously causes a huge firestorm, but the question is the same. It's to say to Harvard, okay, DEI is the de facto highest principle of the university now. That's clear. But your motto for the last 300-400 years has been veritas, truth. And we put them in a dilemma where they had to choose one. You either choose DEI or you choose truth. Which one are you going to sacrifice? And I think as a country, the reason that story drove so much attention is because that's where we are politically, that's where we are in policy, that's where companies find themselves. Where are we going? What are our values? And we have this competing set of values. And for me, as someone who, look, I'm unabashed. I'm a political person. I try to drive political change. I think framing the question clearly so that people really understand what's at stake is just the beginning part of the process of getting sanity back.
Yeah, and I think people are waking up. Jamie, why don't you shut your mic off? Because Carl is snoring up a storm over there.
Carl.
While you were talking, I was here.
Yeah. Jeez, Carl, is that boring?
Yeah. Carl gets bored quick. He's only 4 months old. But the curious thing to me was that most people, until they saw those videos, weren't aware of how far it had gone. And then they're like, okay, now I kind of get it. And there's been a very, very big reaction since then. People realizing how insane everything's gotten. I think that this is something that came up, like when Jordan Peterson first started doing my show, which was, I think, when was Jordan's first appearance? Was it 2015, 2016, somewhere in there? When I had seen his story and seen these videos of him being interviewed, explaining to people, no, you don't understand. If you impose this legislation that makes it a hate crime to not use someone's preferred gender pronouns, this is not going to stop there. It's going to keep going and going and going and going, and you can't let it happen. And he's right. And back then, the pushback was so fascinating because people were like, why are you having this guy on your show to talk about this thing that's happening only in these obscure universities? It's never going to go anywhere. But now you look at it 8 years later, and it's fucking everywhere. It's everywhere.
Dude, so one of the things that I do, I'm a trustee at a public university in Florida, New College of Florida. Governor DeSantis appointed me and a number of other reformers to take over this university, replace all of the leadership, and then turn it into a classical liberal arts university. It's in Sarasota. It's a beautiful campus. The tuition is less than $7,000. And we want to turn it into a place where conservative families can send their kids and feel like they're getting a good education. But when we did this, what we did is we came in, we replaced the leadership, we abolished the DEI department, we terminated the gender studies program, and then we said, we're not going to comply with these ridiculous pronoun rules. And so the old DEI director and then her allies at the ACLU and elsewhere actually filed a federal civil rights complaint against me. So I'm currently under investigation by federal civil rights bureaucrats for refusing to call this woman by ze/zer pronouns. Z-Zer. Not, okay, trans, okay, man, woman, okay, whatever. Z-Zer. And it's like,
Either way, federal indictment, imagine. For even just refusing to call this person he, her. People have always been rude. Are we going to, legislate against rudeness? Are we going to say that, if someone decides to call me Mrs. Rogan, can I get them arrested and locked in a cage because they're being rude to me because they're calling me a girl?
if you are a member of a protected class, yes, that's where it's going. That's where they'd like it to go. And look, I have to spin up lawyers. Thankfully, the university is handling it. But, I mean, this is not trivial. And what Peterson, Jordan Peterson, great, what he brought up illustrates this point. If they can get you to lie about something trivial, they can get you to lie about anything. Mm-hmm. It's a simple sales technique. You get people in the door, you get them to buy some small item, you get them to kind of cash up, and then you work them up the chain to a bigger purchase or a bigger commitment or a bigger ideology. It's how cults work.
Yeah.
And so, I learned this as a kid. My father's Italian from Italy, and we went to Rome, to the Vatican. This sales guy, it's like everything about sales and persuasion I learned at 10 years old, watching this guy. He came up and said, sir, it's a beautiful day. I had a new grandchild that was born. Let me give you this beautiful St. Christopher medal or St. Joseph medal to celebrate this. And as soon as you take it, you're hooked because he's going to sell you the commemorative Vatican coins for $100 or whatever. Mm. And so this is the ante. Once you put in the ante, you're playing the hand. And so this stuff is it's rage bait for the right. It drives headlines, it drives outrage, it drives, some kind of momentum, ratings. But what it's not driving, unfortunately, is a substantive pushback, legal, administrative, policy, and as far as kind of deeper cultural changes. But I'm very concerned because these are just these gambits where they make. And once they stick, then you're in. It's very hard to roll back. Look at the military. You have all of these, men masquerading as women that are now suddenly elevated in the military hierarchy. This is not trivial. We're the most powerful military in the world. We maintain, kind of international peace. Yeah. And it's now the highest concern is trans? No. I don't think that this is how we should be making decisions. And I don't think that we should be submitting to the original lie. You should never submit to the original lie, because if you do, you can never successfully push back again.
It's certainly odd that they're pushing that. This is where I get so confused. Because if I really want to go full tinfoil hat conspiracy, I would say, well, if I was a foreign country, I would be promoting this as much as possible in any way I could. I would be funding organizations to do things that would destroy cities. I would be funding universities to continue insane policies. I'd be teaching them the kind of things that they taught people. Where that woman, do you remember, you saw that woman who talked to Josh Howley, and he was asking, I think it was can men get their periods? And she is actually laughing. I just want to point out who he's saying is transphobic and opens up trans people to violence. What?
I think she was a Stanford law professor.
She was somewhere. Yeah. Might have been Berkeley. Yeah. But it was whatever it was. It was what did you just say? What did you just say? And why did you say it that way? You think you're so accustomed to being in your bubble that you don't recognize how gross it is when you giggle before you say something. Yeah. I just want to point out what you're saying is transphobic and opens up trans people to violence. Some men can have periods.
But this is the dominant culture in HR departments, K through 12 schools, universities, government bureaucracies. Yeah. That is the social game that has been established. And so, when we took over New College of Florida, it was the most left-leaning university. It's basically the evergreen state of Florida. It was the student population was more than 50% trans, queer, and non-binary.
More than 50%.
More than 50%.
What is the odds of that? In terms of like the normal account when they do, to get a random group of 100 human beings.
There's a bit of a disparity there, especially because like non-binary is fake. It's not a thing, right? This doesn't exist.
You can be non-binary.
Maybe I am.
You can't be. You say it. You just say it. I knew a dude who just say it. He just date only girls.
That was his strategy.
Yeah, it's like a con. It's a con. You're part of the
male feminist.
You're LGBT. Exactly. It's a little cuttlefish.
Yeah. It is like it's a strategy.
100%.
And it works maybe at the initial, but there are negative consequences.
Yeah, there's flaws. Yeah. There's flaws. And then once women figure out what you're doing, they don't respect you anymore.
But what happens, so we go to the university and, we're the new bosses. The governor gives us a mandate to do significant changes and reforms. And I remember I took some of my guys, we kind of landed on campus the first time, student protests, death threats, SWAT team mobilized to protect us. And I remember meeting with the old administrators, and walking in and these are people that are just wagging their finger in my face rather. Fingers in my face. They're saying, "Oh, you can't do this. You're opening up the community to violence. You're at this blah, blah. You can't host a talk on campus because all this same stuff you're talking about." And then I think, like, all of you are about to get fired. You don't understand the situation that you're in. Your finger wagging is not going to work anymore. The governor is tough as nails. He told us before we took over, if you're not driving massive negative headlines, if you're not getting flack, you're not doing your job. I'll back you up 100%. Go in and make the change. But what I realized in that moment is that the people who have created little nests of power with this ideology have never been challenged. No one in a meeting says, actually, this is a stupid idea. Right? We should get back to business. And so for me, it was this remarkable realization that we've created this social and psychological pattern within our institutions where they're like fragile, brittle, unhinged, because the most passive aggressive, the most ideological, the most kind of nagging person ends up winning. And if we're going to have better institutions, we have to have people, men and women, that go in and just say, no more bullshit, no more games, no more ideology. We have a serious job to do. We're going to get it done. And if you don't join the mission, you're out. Pink slip, and so that's kind of what we did. You saw the same thing at Twitter when Elon took over Twitter. These are the hard decisions that we haven't made in a long time that I think are desperately needed.
I think so too, and I think that what they're doing by allowing this culture where every anxiety gets justified and amplified, you're just creating more anxious people. You're creating more fucked up kids. You're turning the whole world into this unfixable, systemically racist, chaotic scene that you have to go out and amend. And you have to amend it through DEI, and you have to amend it through equality of outcome, and you have to amend it through tax the rich, and like the whole thing behind it is just so unhinged. And how many of those people, if they had gone to a place where they were met with intellectual challenges by motivated professors who were not ideologically driven, who could have taught them important things about life, that they would remember and apply to the world as they go out and try to make their way? We're not preparing people for that, because the people that are preparing the people have never done that. And it's a giant part of the problem. It's like someone teaching you how to do a thing that they don't do. Unless they're teaching, that's what I say about drag queens. Unless they're teaching you how to be a drag queen, I'm not interested.
No, but that's what they're doing. I mean, they're
doing that, sort of.
For sure, it's a modeling thing. The drag queen comes in with a position of status, prestige, admiration.
Right.
It's presented as this amazing, life path. And even the drag queen theorists, if you read their academic papers, which is not everyone's cup of tea, but I've made the sacrifice. They say very clearly, they say we are training kids to move into the queer ideology, the ideology of queer theory, the academic discipline, but also for other ways of knowing, creating one of the phrases they use is a site of queer pleasure. And it's like, they're not hiding the ideology that's driving this, if you dig far enough. And they really say we need to abolish the heteronormative traditional family because that's oppressive. Having a mother and a father in a nuclear household environment is a form of racism, transphobia, whatever, all of the different kind of social ills you can imagine. And so we have people that have no sense of responsibility. We've inherited some good and some bad. You're born into the world in a tragic state of being. Your society and your tradition and your history is some mixture of good and bad. I think on the whole, our history, our tradition, is on net very positive, very good. Still problems to solve. That's a kind of universal human nature. But what we're training kids to believe is that everything behind them is evil. All of the structures that have provided a sense of discipline and meaning and purpose should be demolished, and they should be replaced by ideological communities. I mean, that to me is evident in the outcomes. We're creating a generation of anxious, depressed, suicidal, confused kids that have been deprived of all these structures that could actually help them along. I've seen that across the board in my reporting, my work as a documentary filmmaker, in my own personal life. And so we have to start first by assessing our situation. What do I do with my kids? And a lot of people are asking that question right now. I don't know about you, but when I grew up, if you were a upper middle class, professional class household, your parents bought a house in a nice neighborhood, enrolled you in public paid kindergarten, and you kind of went up, set it and forget it. That's over. Parents are finally starting to say, hey, wait a minute, I should have to look into this. I want to be careful and considerate about where I'm sending my kids and what kind of life I'm raising them to live.
Yeah. And there's not a lot of good options. That's what gets confusing. And for a lot of my friends whose kids are about to go to high school, about to go to college, they're making these next steps towards adulthood. It's really scary because they're like, look, your kid can go down the wrong fucking road, man. They can go down the wrong road and not be able to self-correct, get caught up in momentum, and not realize that you're not contributing to any good. You're just fucking things up worse. And that none of this unhoused or home free or whatever you want to call it, it's not helping anybody. All this language, all this verbiage, it's not helping anybody. And you have to fucking work hard to get by in this world. And it's important. It's an important facet of being a human being. You have to learn what your capabilities are. You have to learn how to push yourself. You have to learn to do things that make you uncomfortable. You have to learn that. And the only way you fucking learn that is by going through it. If we protect kids every step of the way from any sort of difficult thing at all, lower math scores because too many people aren't graduating. So this must be racist. Let's lower the scores. Let's just pass people. Fuck it. We don't want to be bad people. Let's just pass people instead of teaching them. It's hard to learn shit. It's hard. It takes work. That's the whole reason why it's so impressive when someone is really well read. Like, wow, that guy put in the work. Yeah. It's really impressive when someone knows a lot of stuff. It's really impressive when someone's really good at something. Well, why is it impressive? Because we know it's fucking hard to do. It's that simple. If you want to develop human beings that have potential and can reach their full potential in this life and be a fulfilled human being, you got to teach them how to work hard. That's part of the process. It's unavoidable. And if you don't have that facet, if you don't have that as a core tenet of how you view the world, you're fucking up. 100%. There's no way you're going to get everything out of life without hard work. It's just, you'll be anxious. You'll be depressed. You'll feel lost. You won't feel like you accomplished anything. You'll feel like it's been handed to you. You'll be a trust fund baby. You'll be fucked. It's not good for you. You have to work hard. And so you have to overcome, including emotional harm. You have to go through bullshit. You have to go through bad friendships and bad relationships and bad coworkers and bad employers. You have to go through that. It's part of the process. That's how you become a human being. And you can't protect people every goddamn step of the way. We're just going to create a bunch of grown-up babies who are screaming in the streets, "Stop oil now," blocking the highway with signs painted with oil, wearing sneakers made with oil. Every fucking thing they own was driven by a truck that was powered by oil. It's insanity. And this is what we got.
And people, look, I'm in that world of words, ideas, publication. It's a pretty easy life in some ways, right? You know, you're doing reading, you're doing writing, you're doing media. But I have a lot of friends that are, live in my small town that do actual hard work. They're working in the oil business. They're working on commercial plumbing. They're working in actual real things that we depend on, but we take for granted.
Right.
And those things are actually hard. They're super hard. It takes a ton of dedication, a ton of skill. And it's the reason that those of us who are privileged enough, in the real sense of the word, can do what we do. We depend on this entire infrastructure of the actual physical world. And so I get endlessly frustrated with people who have these, ban oil. No, ban oil. Our whole society collapses instantly.
Yeah.
Everything that you do vanishes in 10 seconds. And so it's like, we've created people with not only no connection to the real world around them, but they have no connection to their own nature as human beings. I mean, these are people that don't know what it means to be human. They're just symbols of ideology. They're like, you look at those videos and you're like, these are not people who are making even conscious decisions. These are kind of puppets as part of some agenda, as part of some mimetic ideology that is nihilistic at its heart. And that's where I think we're going. If you hate your traditions, you hate your history, you hate your economy, you hate your own skin color, you have no sense of values. And that's what we all want. We all operate on a sense of values, whether it's conscious or unconscious. And when you try to wipe away all existing values as somehow oppressive, or racist, or patriarchal, you're dooming people who need to grow up in a world where they know, north from south. They know up from down. And so, with my own kids, that's what I'm trying to do is protect them to the extent that's necessary. Create good influences, create some structure, and then prepare them to fight. Because life is a fight, life is a struggle. They're going to confront very difficult things as they grow up. And, and then at some point, you hope that you prepared them enough.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the difference between the world of today and the world of just 20 years ago, the change is so quick. There's never been a moment in time where so much of society collapsed so quickly. Like, what year was it? Was it 2020 that we had the highest jump in murder ever? The same year we had the defund the police. That's scary. That's scary because that's the opposite of where we expect. If you look at like Pinker's work on violence over time, you see that societies are trending in a very positive direction. At least we were until 2020. And that this one change, it's that just because it was just 1 year, but that 1 year was just 3 years ago, kids. Okay? Another thing like that could do that again, especially when you're dealing with even more people who are released out into the world with these radical ideas, especially the people that are inclined to believe that violence is a necessary aspect of change. And these are ironically the same people that don't want anybody to be armed. It's all so wild. It's so wild because if you wanted to create a perfect recipe for a collapse of a society, you would have a president who's not there. You would have a society that is run by fucking maniacs in the educational institutions, that when Antifa commits violence, somehow it's mostly peaceful. But yet when anyone else does it, especially if anybody else does it in any sort of a right-wing way, that is everything you can throw at it. Transphobic, racist, sexist, homophobic, whatever the fuck you can say. It's everything wrong with the world. Like, this is a recipe for a civil war. It's a recipe for chaos. It's a recipe for a complete collapse of everything that's around us. If you just go from what happened so quickly in 2020, it's not hard to imagine if you could bring yourself back to the time in 2020 to think this is never coming back and it's going to be like this forever and it's going to get way worse. Because if it can get like this, where people could just smash into stores and loot, that's what I started seeing. That's one of the things that got me out of California. I've watched these guys smash into this clothing store and steal everything. By the way, all white kids. And I saw...
Or down in Santa Monica or something?
It was in Woodland Hills. And I saw there was a Target there that got targeted too. They lit like a dumpster on fire and pushed up against the door. There was a lot of shit that people weren't getting caught for. And it was like right after the George Floyd riots. So the cop cars burning on the highway were an image burned in everyone's mind still. And I was like, oh, I know how this movie plays out. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, that was my first thought. It was like, I need to figure out how to get out of here. Like, I can't stay. Because this is only going to get worse. And if you don't get out now, and you're going to wish you got out when something happens to someone you love, you got to get the fuck out of here. This is bad. And it's not hard to imagine that our society, given the current situation and given the current influences, it's going in that direction. And if I was in another country, I'd be fucking pumped. I was looking at, what's that lady's name? Rachel, whatever it is, the admiral, first female admiral. Sir, or Madam Rachel Levine. Yeah, Madam. Yeah. Wonderful, hilarious. And this other one, there was some recent trans-military person who's saying we should all put our pronouns in all of our emails, even if it's obvious. But shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. How come something that used to be considered a mental illness just 10 years ago is now at a precedent? Now it's a valuable asset? Now it's an important part of our community? Now it's not? Like, if you found out someone was suicidal, would you want them in charge of the news? You wouldn't, right? Well, just on paper, the amount of trans people that are suicidal is much higher than everyone else. Like, isn't it something insane, like 40%? It's something crazy like that. What are you doing? Like, are we ignoring facts and statistics? If you know that someone is a bipolar schizophrenic and you got them working on a gun range, you say, hey, Harry, we just pulled your file, and you fucking fly off the handle, and you have 113 violent episodes since you were a teenager. Give me that gun, you motherfucker. Get out of here. You can't work here anymore.
It's like putting Kanye in charge of like an air wing in the Air Force or something. I don't know about that. Yeah.
It's just nuts where we have decided that, listen, I have full sympathy for someone who has gender dysphoria. I've met many people that I truly believe they have somewhere in there, they're a woman and they got stuck in a man's body, and I think that's real, and I think that's always happened. But when you make that more powerful than just being a normal person, more preferable than just being a normal person, subject to less scrutiny than being a normal person, just a regular person, like, I'm not saying you should discriminate against trans people. I think you should just let everybody be whoever the fuck they are. But don't tell me that I'm supposed to ignore all the other things that could be at play. Say if you're a biological male inmate and you decide that you're a woman and you want to transition to women's prisons, which in California 47 men have done. Don't tell me that just because you're trans, like, I'm supposed to abandon that. Like, I'm supposed to ignore that sex offenders could just walk into a women's locker room with an erection, and everyone's supposed to ignore that. Like, what do? Now you are fucking up the acceptance of trans people, because you're saying that trans people are going to come along with all these sex offenders, which is not really true. There's a lot of the trans people that aren't sex offenders. They're just trans. These other people are taking advantage of this fucking massive loophole that you've left in here, and you're victimizing female professional athletes, female college athletes. You're jeopardizing scholarships for those athletes. You're doing a lot of things that fuck up biological women, and there's no consideration for that at all.
Yeah, and look at this kind of sorority house. I think is probably the best example of this phenomenon, where you have some, 6'2" male that is now bunking with a house full of women, young women, in a sorority house somewhere. And look, obviously, this guy's a pervert. That full stop. That is a kind of patently obvious thing, right?
Well,
they're exploiting it. They're manipulating it.
You should certainly consider the possibility that he's a pervert.
I think it's at minimum a big bright red flag that is waving in your face. But the question is an institutional question. Who are the fathers of these young girls, the deans of the universities, the university presidents? It's like, hey, wait a minute, like, accommodate this person, try to talk to this person, figure out what the deal is, assess whether it actually is kind of a real threat or not, figure out some alternate arrangement for this person. But especially if the young women are telling you, we don't want this, we're uncomfortable with this, we don't like this, get this person out. It's a failure on our social institutions that we haven't developed any kind of method for solving this problem.
Well, it also shows our oppression hierarchy, that we have always protected women from sexual predators, unless that sexual predator identifies as a group that has a social hierarchy above biological women, which is a trans woman. And that's where we're at.
Yeah.
And it just shows that this is cult thinking. We're in a cult. This is a doctrine that could have been created on the top of a mountain by a wizard. It's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. And somehow or another, it is the norm in a lot of universities. And it's fucking crazy. And these women that have to deal with this shit, it's fucking nuts that people aren't insanely outraged.
Yeah.
And that it's not stopped immediately.
People are scared. That's the common denominator to all of these things.
But the problem is the rebound of that are equally horrific. Because the rebound of that is that people have enough. And then when people have enough and they find out there's this biological male that's being housed in this women's sorority, and this biological man, maybe he does something to one of those women, that person, there's going to be vigilante justice. And that's the last thing you want.
We want to avoid that by having sensible policies now and head off these problems before they balloon into something that is unmanageable. And so, but,
If it's not already.
Again, people are scared to speak out. You talk to folks that are, I used to have this idea that, there's the concept of fuck you money. Once you have a certain kind of net worth, you're untouchable, you're kind of immune to social consequences, you can do whatever you want. That's not even true. I talk to a lot of folks of considerable means, and not all of them, but many of them are also scared because there's status and prestige concerns, family concerns, business concerns. And so it really is up and down the line. People are scared to speak. They're scared to tell the truth. And because there are real social consequences for doing so.
Real consequences across the board. It's not just social. There's economic consequences. There's consequences in terms of your own personal safety.
Yeah.
It's a lot of weird shit is going on that people are just tolerating. And it's so strange for me I'm 56 years old. I was born in 1967. I lived in a different world. And, I grew up in a world with no internet. And so to watch this world change the way, and to be a part of the internet now, and to exist in both worlds, is a very fascinating contrast, because I get to see, how old are you?
39.
Okay, so you don't know shit. You don't know shit about the pre-internet days.
I didn't get a cell phone until my senior year in high school.
Oh, you poor baby. Yeah, but you had a computer at home, huh?
Yeah.
And it was attached to the internet.
It was attached to AOL.
Yeah. Well, that's something. Yeah. The kids today, the 20-year-olds, they don't know jack shit about no internet.
That's crazy.
They have full 5G everywhere they exist, and they're always on. They're always on. They're always on. They also know where everybody's location is because they use Snap Map. They're all Snap Map at each other, so they know, oh my God, she told me she was going to go and bake this. She's going to go bake it.
It's like surveillance of your friends.
Nuts,
Can you imagine?
It's also, it gets you very accustomed to the idea that you have no privacy, which is a reality that we will soon face. And the problem is also that the same people that are involved in pushing these psychotic policies, they're not just the educators. They're also these institutions that recognize the power dynamic and the amount of influence that you can have if you can get people to adhere to these things. You can get them to do something really stupid, like submit to a social credit score system, which you would attach to a centralized digital currency. Now you've got communism, and it's like that. It's very quick. And just like people censored on Twitter and self-censored on before Elon Musk and self-censored on YouTube because they don't want to get demonetized, people start doing that in regular society. They will do that because you don't want your social credit score system to drop. And it could be something as simple as not using Caesar. Not using Caesar, and all of a sudden you get hit with a federal charge of not using Caesar. And now you are being tried for discrimination. And if those fucking psychos are in charge, you might get convicted. And now all of a sudden you've got a real Soviet Union style gulag situation in 2029, the United States of America, with Admiral Levine as our first female president. Yeah, that could be our first female president.
We're not far from there right now. No. I mean, the absurdity of the ACLU filing a complaint, and now the Department of Education Civil Rights Division following up for refusing to use Caesar pronouns. I mean, it's like, it is what it is. This is something we're already here. And so the first step is to intimidate, right? It's an intimidation mechanism. You got to defend yourself. You got to get a lawyer. You have to spend time on it.
Right.
Maybe you'll get deposed or subpoenaed for your records and texts and documents. Right. And so a formal social credit system that's tied to like your digital identity would just take this to the nth power. And, you know, I spent a year living in Western China when I was a documentary filmmaker. And this is like where the Uyghurs are. The Uyghurs are the Muslim minority population of China's West. And they're, you know, ruled by the Han Chinese, who comprise the majority of the country. And so I'm observing kind of what they're doing, what they were doing over time. And it gets to be a centralized control over your identity. You know, they wouldn't allow Uyghur men to wear mustaches, like trivial things that are the beginning. But then it's like very serious kind of regulation of thought and opinion. And so it's propaganda that is backed up by force. That's really all that we're talking about. And we have in a much milder form, like a light beer form, propaganda that's backed up by the force of the state. And we have to push at every opportunity. And look, I'm a conservative. I work with conservative politicians, intellectuals, because we're cobbling together the only viable counter movement. You can't solve this by culture alone. You have to get in the arena of politics. You have to change the law, and you have to replace institutions that are broken with new institutions. It's an uphill fight. There's not a huge reservoir of talent and resources at our disposal, but what I've been trying to do, whether it's with Harvard, or critical race theory, or DEI, all of these stories that I've broken and campaigns that I've run, is at least turn people on to the idea that something is deeply wrong, put a name and a face to it, and then offer some pathway for them to resolve these problems. And if we don't, we lose the great promise. We were promised liberty and equality. Those are the two fundamentals. You don't see, people don't even have an understanding of what that means anymore. And so we have to recover intellectually what has been erased from our discourse, and then we have to fight in the arena of actual political power. We have to take action. We have to change laws. We have to reform bureaucracies. We have to lead institutions. And so every day that I wake up, it's like, that's what I'm doing. What wins are we putting up on the board? Because unless we're having substantial wins in all these little areas, that social credit system that you're talking about, it's just a matter of time.
When you look at the current political landscape, particularly these trials, how disturbed are you by what seems to be this acceptance that people have for prosecuting political opponents? Because to me, regardless of what you think about Donald Trump as a human being, and the polarizing figure that he is, setting a precedent of trying your political opponents to somehow or another either put them in jail or make them seem like complete total criminals in a way that would, for the casual, for the person who's not reading deep into the headlines, for the casual Democrat that sees this Trump real estate thing that just happened, where he got fined $365 million. The casuals, I've seen people argue, that, fraud is fraud and this, that, he's a fucking fraud. And then I saw Kevin O'Leary explain it from Shark Tank. He was saying, this is what every real estate developer does. They say, my building's worth $400 million. And then someone comes along from the bank and they say, no, it's worth $300 million. We'll give you a loan on $300 million. Or whatever it is, whatever the number.
Negotiation.
But also, real estate pricing in general is a strange thing to say that's fraud, because people overvalue their property all the time. I mean, it's a standard thing that people do. When someone has a house and it's worth $700,000, they decide to list it as $900,000, and the real estate person says, "Well, it's really pushing it." The guy's like, "That's what I want. I think it's worth $900,000." Like, people have always done weird shit like that. And then when you have this leftist judge that says that Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million, like, then you just showed all your silly hands. You showed your hand, because that's a crazy thing to say in a place that is the most expensive real estate on earth.
Yeah, and and the Mar-a-Lago property it's not worth $18 million. I mean, that's absurd.
Isn't it like 18 acres?
Yeah, it's huge. It covers both sides of the little key, or whatever you call it, the little island. But the bigger question is the question that was first raised by the presidency of Richard Nixon, that is now coming to fruition with the presidency and the ex-presidency of Donald Trump. We have a democratic system that favors Trump in the sense that he won in 2016. He's winning the primary right now for Republicans in 2024. But you have a bureaucracy that is dead set against him. And the rhetoric amounts to a very odd claim. They essentially say, we want to keep him off the ballot. We want to put him in prison. We want to bankrupt him so he can't become the president, even if the people support him. We want to deprive the people of making the decision. So you want to take it out of the realm of politics and into the realm of administrative justice, or the criminal justice system, right, and adjudicate it in that way on bogus pretexts. I mean, the cases are bogus. And so the question that we're raising is, who actually rules in this country? Is it the American people who get to decide by their vote who represents them in the government? Or is it the permanent bureaucracy that has accumulated so much power? What they can say, even to Donald Trump has been one of the most famous people in the world for decades. He's enormously wealthy. He's already been the president of the United States, powerful person. And the message is, we can take out anyone that is a threat to the interests of the system that we've built up. And so, as someone who, I didn't vote for Trump in 2016, I did vote for him for 2020, I'll absolutely vote for him now in 2024. It is a contest of how we think of our democratic system. And I'm of the mind that the people should decide, not the bureaucracy. And this is a contest where Democrats are saying, essentially, we have to destroy democracy in order to save democracy. Democracy has very different meanings in the two usages in that sentence. We have to destroy democracy as we've traditionally known it, electing a president through a vote of the people, in order to save democracy, which is ruled by expert opinion, ruled by the bureaucracy, and essentially left-wing hegemony, left-wing domination over institutions. And as someone who tries to maximize whatever I can do to push forward on these issues politically, it's not lost on me that if they can wipe out someone like Donald Trump, we're all table stakes, relatively.
Yeah.
And they're going to have no hesitation, because once they cross the Rubicon, metaphorically speaking, that's when dissent becomes a crime. And we've already seen that. I reported on the gender ideology in schools, and worked with some of the parent groups that were trying to mobilize, and they all got put on an FBI list. We know this for sure, an FBI counterterrorism list that was specifically for parent school board protesters. So if you participate in the democratic process, we'll turn you into a criminal. I hate that with every fiber of my being. And whatever threats come my way, whatever lawsuits, whatever kind of investigations come my way, it's worth it. Take me to prison. Fine, let's do this, because we have to actually confront these questions head on. We need to have people that have enough courage to actually, courage without risk is not courage.
What you're saying is not hyperbole.
No, these are facts. These are documented facts.
And again, because it's a person like Donald Trump, you get people thinking, like, if you could stop Hitler by any means necessary, wouldn't you stop Hitler? And so they equate Donald Trump with Hitler and go, here you go, this is our modern Hitler. Do you see what Whoopi Goldberg said?
What'd she say?
Whoopi Goldberg said that Biden could arrest all the Republicans and put them in jail. You just need to see how unhinged this kind of thinking is. Well, you know what Joe Biden could do? Joe Biden, you have to see it, because it's so
on TV.
crazy.
She said
on television. Fine, because it's so.
Let's look at a scenario where the Supreme Court says, yes, he has that, he has all those rights, he is immune from everything. You know what Joe Biden could do since he is presently president? He could throw every Republican in jail. Yeah, I mean,
Collapse.
I mean, no. This is not. What this means is that he can do anything.
That's not what it means at all.
Yeah, no.
But the fact that she says that so confidently, like if you're willing to let Donald Trump use presidential immunity, that means Joe Biden could just go crazy and arrest all the Republicans, because that's what that means. No, that's not what that means, even a little bit.
Yeah.
Like you just added a whole bunch of stuff to what that means.
I mean, in fairness, though, I mean, the View has to be, if you average out the View hosts, among the dumbest people on television. And it's like they say the thing that people are thinking, but they say it very directly, so they expose whatever truth. But
I don't think some of them are dumb.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think Sunny Host.
You think it's deliberate?
I think she's ideologically driven, and they have blinders on, for sure. I don't think Sunny's dumb. But Whoopi is certainly not the brightest person. And what she just said just doesn't make any sense. It's just like so silly to say. It's not a well thought out. It's like if you had an idea for a premise and you're like, it was totally baked, half baked, and you went on stage with it and just fucking, it's nothing
Just
there.
go for it.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Sometimes comics do that.
The other question is then, is that representative of a big constituency? I think probably yes.
Well, a lot of
MSNBC
people,
viewers are probably also thinking,
I don't even think the MSNBC viewers,
That's
they're
too
a
far.
little more sophisticated than that.
Yeah.
This is like low information, blue no matter who, like older housewives who are mad at the world. That's the appeal that Whoopi Goldberg has. Does Whoopi have children? It's interesting too, like really politically motivated older women who don't have children. Yeah, they're very specific. Like you can kind of guess the way they think. I would like to see like what the stats are on older post-menopausal women with no children and how they lean politically.
Yeah, college educated. Yeah.
I
know it's
I bet
extreme.
it's like my fans being male.
It's like exactly. It's like ocean blue. I mean, like the depths of that.
Bananas. Yeah, and because the women that I know that are Republican are almost kind of wild. Well, there's a lot of young, like hot Republican women that are social influencers now too, which is hilarious.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's fun to see like these trends. You see them in things where people realize like, oh, this is a path to success. I'm going to be a black Trump supporter.
Totally.
They just run with it.
Yeah.
You see a little bit of that. But I feel like with a lot of moms that I know that were like hippies. They were like, and then they had kids, and they're like, fuck this. Like immediately. Like a buddy of mine's mom, who was like super fucking left-wing, full-on leftist. She had kids, and then the riots and COVID and all the chaos. It's like, fuck this. Like it red-pilled so many of those folks. They're just not talking about it. They don't talk about it outwardly because they're real uncomfortable with being ostracized and being yelled at, especially with like groups of their old friends that are single, that still live in Los Angeles. you know, especially if you're certain ideological hubs, you know, like fucking Silver Lake. There's like these spots where you can't escape.
Dude, I lived in Topanga Canyon for a year.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
Like, yeah, that's
I
a
went
hub.
I went to live at a house in Topanga Canyon, and the house had a tennis court. It was this beautiful house with a tennis court. Wow, that's really cool. So we're going through the house, and we're checking out the kitchen and all that stuff. And then the neighbor just drops in, and she goes, "If you buy this house, you're going to let us use the tennis court, right?" I go, "What?" She goes, "The community uses the tennis court." I go, "The community uses the tennis court that's in my fucking backyard. If I buy this house, I have to agree that, like, maybe I can't play tennis because you're playing tennis? What the fuck are you talking about?"
You gotta sign up on the list, man. Yeah.
And she like got in my face with like beads on and shit, you know, like the whole deal, like that. But she didn't say it like, "Are you going?" Like, this is the community has traditionally allowed. Like, we're like a really close knit group. You're gonna love living here.
Yeah.
Really nice people. One thing I want to tell you is like, we all like to get together and play tennis back there. Do you think that would be okay if you bought this house? That would be a different conversation.
Yeah.
I'd be like, maybe I like this lady. Maybe look, oh, Alice is out there playing tennis. Maybe we're friends. Maybe it's cool. Like, if I lived next door to my buddy and he was over there playing tennis, I'd be like, "What's going on, man? What are you doing? What's happening?" It'd be fun.
Yeah.
It'd be like a cool thing to have your friends playing tennis in your yard. Maybe this would be fun. But you're going to let us use the community's going to use your tennis court, right?
With the eyes wide open.
What am I going to use yours? Can I use your kitchen?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about, lady?
Like, I'm gonna go fishing, find in your backyard.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
It's a wild place though, because it's like a time capsule. There's some of the old timey hippies that I get along with.
Yeah.
It's like, I love those people. I grew up around those people.
Unless they want to use your tennis court.
Yeah, but then it's like, oh yeah, can't use my tennis court. I lived next to a guy. This guy, white dude from Georgia, went by like an Indian, like spiritual name.
Oh, nice.
And he was, and this dude was, he set up a business called Live Water. So he was like rappelling down like mountainsides, gathering like water, and then selling it to all the rich like housewives down in the Palisades. It was like living water. That was his like
for the
that was
scam.
deal.
Was there a scam?
And the scam is like it's completely dangerous, right? But you know, he was like a well-meaning guy, and then I mean, he would walk around like he was a duplex we shared it. I mean, he would walk around just like no pants on, just totally naked.
Really?
Yeah, just like, "What's up, man?" Just talking to you like it's just a normal
Naked
conversation. Naked, yeah, normal conversation. And it's like, "Oh, good to see you, Wakande."
Were you single at the time?
I was single at the time, so it was like. And he has a girlfriend there. They were making like nut butters and selling this raw water. You know, that's what they were doing. And they're like, "Yeah, you want to come to a tea ceremony tonight?" It's like, "Yeah, I'll check that out, man. I'll go to a tea ceremony." And there was like a peaceful, hippied out California culture that was fine.
Yeah.
But the second you're like, "Yeah, I don't want drag queens in schools. You're a bad person because your ancestors came from Europe. And by the way, we want to destroy the whole society." That's when I'm like, I'm going to tap out, and now we're going to fight about it.
Well, you know how you know that this is an ideologically driven thing, that you know you have this very clear group of opinions that you must adopt, is the rejection of the gays against groomers movement.
Right.
Because they attack those people mercilessly. It's like, no, like, we are just homosexual men, and we don't think that indoctrinating children the way you're doing is right. It's not right. Like, what you're doing is fucked up. You're not supposed to be teaching kids about blowjobs when they're 6.
Yeah.
They don't need to know about sucking dick when they're 6. That's nuts. And anybody that wants to put that in schools and put these blatantly pornographic, and then here's the thing. This one drove me bananas when they said that "don't say gay," that it's "don't say gay" law. And everybody kept repeating it. All these liberals that I know kept repeating it. It says the "don't say gay" law. Nowhere in that law does it say "don't say gay."
Right.
That's not what it's about. It's about and it's a very specific age group. It's about introducing sexually explicit books to kids that are a certain age. And they're calling it the "don't say gay" law. And I'm going to say it. I'm going to say gay, gay, gay.
Yeah, wow.
Yay!
Yeah. You deserve a prize.
Yeah. Again, older women, no kids.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that's not what the law said. But for low information viewers of The View, or listeners of MSNBC, and the people that kept repeating that "don't say gay" law over and over, they're like, "Wow, you hear what they're doing in Florida? You can't say gay in school. Imagine being a gay kid and you're in that class and you can't even say you're gay. That's fucking nuts. Like, hey, pal, we're talking about 7-year-olds.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's yeah. And you know, I did a bunch of reporting, and the stuff that they're doing is like insane. It's not just, teaching kids about sex. Okay, fine. Obviously, they have to know certain biological realities that, sooner or later we all figure out. But it was like, artificial penis packers. That was a story I did. They were teaching like Chicago public school kids in middle school how to wear, like fake penis, and then setting up with the kind of with the hormone clinics. And
but if they don't teach them that, who's going to teach them?
That's right. The older guy down the street who runs by in the van,
Yeah.
But
then I've got lessons.
Yeah, but it's like, I worked a lot on the policy in Florida, and what it boils down to in Florida is a pretty simple thing. There's been such a politicization and radicalization of gender theory in schools. The governor wisely just said, you know what? Let's just take that off the table. Let's focus on reading, writing, and math. Let's focus on a good civics curriculum so that we have real citizens that are graduating from our public K-12 schools. And then let's let families, churches, and private society determine for themselves what they would like to teach their kids about these controversial issues. Just take it off the table. No instruction on gender ideology. No instruction on, of course, the explicit, kind of sexual materials beyond some reasonable, considerations. And this to me is fair. You can't teach religion in schools. They delegate that to the private sector, to civil society, to parents and families. And so unless we want to have an all-out fight all the time over these issues, like, why is it even necessary?
It's not.
I have kids.
Yeah.
I don't want them. I don't feel like a need for the school to teach them about these things. It's like, we teach them at home. We talk about them. They naturally kind of learn and develop. And so I think that it is very wise to just say, let's take it off the table. Let's delegate this back to people in their personal lives. That seems like a solution that everyone should agree with.
Completely logical, unless you're dedicated to indoctrinating people.
Yeah.
It's your movement. What is the don't say gay law? Let's be specific about that, just in case anybody tries to call us on this.
So it was initially no teaching on gender identity and sexual orientation in K through 3.
Which is super reasonable.
It is super reasonable. And then it caused this massive uproar, and the legislator said, all right, we're just going to double down. Now it's K through 12. Ooh. They're saying no gender identity, no sexual orientation, no explicit, pornographic materials in K through 12. We're taking it totally off the table. And look, there is a reasonable argument to be made to say, okay, elementary school, I get it. Maybe a little bit in middle school, maybe in high school, there's more latitude. Okay, that's a reasonable consideration. But it's also eminently reasonable to just say, we're taking it all off the table.
And just teach people.
And just teach people what they need to know to be successful
also,
in life.
I am sorry, but I had good teachers growing up. I had quite a few that I remember. I have a science teacher from 7th grade that to this day I think about fondly. He was a brilliant man, and he taught me about wonder. I think about that guy. I've also had a gang of fucking morons who taught me. And I don't want that gang of morons teaching my children about biological sex or gender or homosexuality or heterosexuality or oral sex or anal sex. I want nothing. I don't want you teaching them anything about any of those things. I don't want you telling them that you're a Zer. I don't want you pretending that you're Foxkin. I don't want any of that shit. If you're teaching history, I want you to teach what happened in 1943. I want you to teach math. This is how you count. This is how you divide. This is algebra. This is what you're supposed to be doing. That's what you're hired for. If you're a drag queen and you're not teaching how to be a drag queen, that's it. That's what. If somebody wants to take drag queen courses, all for you.
Yeah.
But I don't think you should be reading stories to little kids. It just seems fucking bizarre. It's one more factor that kid has to deal with.
Yeah.
For what reason?
For what reason? And so
inclusiveness? It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Because it's not inclusive of many other perspectives, traditional perspective, religious perspective, general kind of conservative perspective.
So how much are you screening these drag queens?
Well, not enough. Yeah.
What is the odds that someone who's a man who likes to dress in drag has other problems? I'm not accusing all of them of having other problems. I'm sure some of them are just lovely people who like to wear women's clothes. Have at it.
Totally.
Have a good time. However, there's a possibility that you might be a kinky freak.
Yeah.
There's a real possibility if you're putting fake eyelashes on and 10-inch heels and you're calling yourself Miss Wanda and you're wearing fishnets and you tuck your dick in your butthole region and tape it down or whatever they do. It's a possibility you might be out of your fucking mind.
And if you're doing a drag show at a bar at the Castro, and that's like a subculture where they're all adults, they're all opting in, have a good time, knock yourself out, totally fine. But it's like bringing that into the public schools with government funding, with other people's kids. That's when I think reasonable people say no.
Yeah, reasonable people should say no, and the people that don't say no think that they're going to be attacked for being bigoted if they do. But there's so many people that are like on the fence and scared and don't know what to do, and their kids are coming home with these wacky ideas and like, what the fuck do I do? What do I do? And if you try to go to the school board meetings, you get labeled a domestic terrorist.
Yeah,
this is insanity. Like you're just enforcing indoctrination, and you're just making sure that I comply. And that is a slippery slope, kids, because you might be getting your way right now doing this, and you might think that you should be able to get your way. But what if someone else gets into office? What if there's a war? What if there's chaos? What if we have a military dictatorship? You've already established the rules. No one's going to give you those laws back. You've already said it so that the state and the government and the institutions can dictate personal behavior and how people are allowed to communicate. If you've done that, you fucked up, because now you've given power to the people that are in control. And if you pay any attention to donors, you realize the same donors donate to both people. So what have you done? You've empowered the deep state to control your lives and make it easier to steal your money.
Yeah, and the economics of it is also perilous, right? All of these systems are functionally insolvent, right?
Yeah.
The university system, our federal budget.
Federal budget,
it's just crazy. You don't have to be a math PhD to understand that this is not sustainable over the long term. So, look, as a political person, what I always do is try to figure out what rifts and possibilities are opening in society, and how can I use those to advance the political objectives that I have. That's how it works. And so when there's the Hamas attacks and the universities reveal themselves to be crazy, or it's the capture of K through 12 schools and the gender ideology is going radical, all of these problems also provide opportunities for correction, for reforms, for decentralizing some of these institutions. And I think we're now teetering on a few different vectors towards what could be a radical restructuring of our society. You have this confrontation between Trump and Biden, but really between Trump and the entire state apparatus that's trying to jail him and prevent him from running for president. You have a military budget and a federal budget more broadly that is running, $1 trillion deficits as far as the eye can see. You have a higher education system that is now, I think, $1.7 trillion in student debt that the government has absorbed. It's ready to blow up at any time. The 2020 was a wake-up call for many people. The next wake-up call is going to be 2020 100 times over. And so those of us and those people who are just arranging their personal lives that are listening should be figuring out what to do, how to best position themselves to be successful for their families, for their careers, for whatever they're working on. And those of us who want to see deeper changes, we're all preparing, we're all getting ready to say, when the house of cards falls over and it's revealed that none of this is sustainable, the fundamentals of our country, institutional, financial, political, cannot hold, and they can't be covered over with ideology for anymore. We have to have responsible, civic-minded people that are ready to take leadership again. And I think that it may not be this election cycle, it may not be in a year, it may not be in 2 years, but by any vector, if you talk to people who really know, we're heading towards a big shift. And I hope that we can emerge on the other side, just freeing ourselves from a lot of this ideological capture that I think is hurting people and hurting our country.
I couldn't agree more. And just leave people the fuck alone and stop using this as a vector of control. That's what they're doing. And it's also...
There's a problem with that, though. The ideology, leave me alone, the kind of philosophical statement, is correct. I believe in it. It's a kind of civic Republican ideal. It's been the American way, is give people the maximum autonomy to their lives, delegate to civil society as much as you can. But we don't live in that world anymore. We have a massive federal bureaucracy. We have these huge institutions that control the culture. And so if you're arguing to be left alone, you're always going to be run over by people who don't want to leave you alone. The solution is not to then, assume it and impose your vision, but you at least have to have people who are willing to fight the public fight. Because, most people want to be left alone. They deserve that. But we need to have a leadership class, kind of counter elite, capable of taking over these institutions that can then adopt the policies and administer the centralized institutions to protect the average person. The average person is not going to read queer theory and understand what's happening and fight the good fight. But people who are involved in political life, I think we have a duty to provide protection for the average person. The average person is calling for physical protection, protection of their livelihood, protection of their reputation, protection of their kids, protection of their institutions. Do you see anyone that is directly speaking to that need and offering a plausible vision for how that could be accomplished? I think very few people are thinking in those terms, and to me that's a shame.
Well, it's also a shame that people that have these ideas are not willing to run for office, because running for office is such a shit show. It's like when you see what happens when anyone runs for office. It's just these attacks are merciless and ruthless. It's all in your character, in your past. You saw with Kavanaugh, you saw with Joe Biden, you see with everybody.
You've been through it?
Yeah, everybody's been through it, but obviously I'm not running for office, but when they're trying to attack you, and they're trying to do that, that discourages so many people that would be great leaders. But it's also now been accepted as a part of the political process.
But it's always been part of the political process.
Yes.
If you go back to the history of the founding of the country, you can read Jefferson's letters, and he's bitching about the press, slandering his character, like for decades.
Right.
He's still bitter about things that happened when he was dying in the early 1800s. He's still bitter about like some slanderous, journalist who was impugning his character 30 years prior. So, look, I've been through it to a certain extent. You've been through it. That's the price. That's the price of admission. And so, I think rather than lamenting the fact that it's this way, we need people. And I certainly adopt this attitude, and I think Governor DeSantis in Florida has really achieved this and demonstrated this. Remember COVID? They were calling him all sorts of names. They fired up the press machine against him in a really brutal way. And as conservatives, I've estimated that we take somewhere between 100 to 1 and 1,000 to 1 negative to positive stories in the press. That's just the ratio that we have to live with. 100 to 1 negative to positive. But what he taught me, and I think it's a valuable lesson for more people to understand, is he's saying, look, the people are smarter than the press. And so when we're fighting, when we're raising the issues, when we're getting attacked, when we're driving forward something that's the right thing to do, you'll be rewarded by the people later. And so he won a very narrow election his first time. He went through all of this controversy with Disney, with COVID, with gender, with history curriculum, whatever it is. The people of Florida delivered him a huge 20-point victory, unprecedented. And to me, that's a sign that when you take ownership, when you take courage, when you take the hits, and when you do the right thing, people are smart enough to sift through the lies, the propaganda, the suppression, the censorship, and reward you. And I've certainly seen that in my own experience, dealing with hostile media, dealing with threats, dealing with, people screaming at my kids, real intimidating things. And you have to say, you have to make prudent decisions. You have to protect the people around you. You have to make sure that you can, not get wiped off the board. But then once you get past that, what I found, when you get past that initial barrage, when you get through the gauntlet, you feel freedom. You feel this incredible sense of you've survived, you've gotten to the other side, and now people can't hurt you because they've tried, they've failed, and now you have the freedom to speak your mind, the freedom to do what you want, the freedom to chart your own path. But until you get through that barrage, I don't think that you're free at all. And so people that have wealth, people that have power, people that have prestige are sometimes desperately holding on to that. They want to protect it as much as they can. But I think what happens is they become, they go through life and they get to a point where they'll finally speak out if this happens, if that happens, if the cost is lower. You end up kind of wasting away your life and your opportunities. And so my goal, and for the past year especially, is to radicalize America's elites, to show them the problems that our country is facing, and then to summon them to courageous action to fix it. Because as we get people who have something to lose, when they start talking, people listen. And so I live on a small farm in rural Washington State. There's only so much I can do personally. But certainly with the book that I wrote, with the articles that I'm doing, with the media engagement that I'm trying to drive, what I found is that the attitude among America's elites, finance, tech, entertainment, have changed dramatically in the last few years.
Yeah.
We just have to get them over that hump so that they're saying the things that they tell you in private and tell me in private. When you have those conversations, I would just recommend say, hey, what about saying that publicly?
People don't want to lose their jobs.
I mean, these are people who are they don't have jobs. They're titans of finance. They're people in prestigious positions. They're kind of university professors with tenure protections.
People are scared. They really are. They're scared of repercussions.
How do we get them to cross over that fear?
We have to make it less fearful. We have to make it more common. And I think these conversations happen, and more of them happen, and more people listen to them, and it changes people's perspective, and they realize that this is kind of dangerous, and that there's real urgency involved here. Like this could really go sideways for us, and there's a lot of factors that are trying to force it into going sideways, and not all of them are domestic. There's a lot going on with social media influence that's 100% manufactured. There's manufactured arguments, manufactured dissent. There's a lot of manufactured conflict that happens online that we have documented very clearly. It's coming from Russian troll farms. It's coming from various different Eastern Bloc countries. It's coming from China. It's coming from all over the place. And it has an effect on us, whether we like it or not. And it certainly has an effect on young people. It certainly has an effect on self-censorship. It certainly has an effect on stifling dissent. It has an impact. They attack people, and they attack people with thousands of trolls. They know what they're doing, and it's very effective. And if you pay attention to your comments, you're going to get run over by it. And it's
never read the comments.
Can't read them. Can't read them. Some of them are nonsense. I read comments on other people's stuff sometimes when someone writes something controversial, and I'll just go, well, that seems crazy to say. Let me go to that person. And that's ABZ222156.
Yeah,
that's a fake person. It's a fake person that got a Twitter profile, and now
it's like a guy in an Eastern Bloc country with 1,000 phones that he's kind of.
It might not even be that anymore. I believe it's probably AI. I mean, with the ubiquitous use of ChatGPT and all these different things, you could easily attack a tweet in a progressive fashion, and you could give it parameters of how to attack it and what to say, and you could distribute that en masse. Give me 45 different versions of this attack, and they'll give you 45 different versions of it.
I think that's probably true, but I think that, in my opinion, I think we overestimate the potential influence of foreign operators. Foreign operators don't know the language of American ideologies.
You don't think that's easy to learn?
No, I think it's actually a little difficult to learn, because even if you look at kind of Chinese CCTV, which is the national Chinese broadcaster, you look at the propaganda that they're actually trying to push, it's awful. It's not persuasive at all.
The movies are amazing.
The movies are amazing, yeah. And those are commercial enterprises. But I actually think it puts the real kind of villains off the hook. It's not them, it's really us. It's the people who run our institutions domestically.
There's
set
certainly
policy for
certainly
YouTube and other platforms.
That's probably the bigger factor.
I think it's a bigger factor.
Because if you can have people organically talking about things, which you do on Twitter,
Yes.
And when you see the things that are happening on Twitter, so a lot of it's very distasteful. You'll see some very racially charged, frankly racist arguments about things, just openly discussed.
For
People agreeing with them openly. It's like, ooh, lumping people into one gigantic group of this or that, and it's just like, man. But the opportunity for other people to successfully counter those statements exists too. The opportunity for people to jump in and say, this is why what you're saying is so fucking stupid. Take into consideration that. Take into consideration this. You don't know about that. You don't know about this. What you're saying is nonsense.
Yeah.
And that's a whole part of human discourse that's being ignored when people are censoring in favor of blocking hate speech. The problem with blocking hate speech is you block the potential condemnation of hate speech. You block the potential intellectual battle between morons who believe stupid shit and smart people who are motivated to make them look dumb. And this is all good for the viewer. This is all good for people, the young minds, and the people that are easily influenced, and the people that are on the fence, and the people that hadn't taken into consideration this perspective or that perspective. That's what free speech is supposed to be all about. The answer to bad speech has always been better speech. It's always been the case. But when you got people that will ban your account if you use a person's name that they used to have when they were a man, but now they're a woman, so you dead named them. So you made up this thing. At the same time, when you have the fucking Taliban on Twitter, you're insane. You're an insane person. And Elon has done a service for the entire human race by purchasing that platform. And I do not say that lightly. I do not say that flippantly. Him purchasing Twitter is one of the most important things that's ever happened to us in terms of pushback, in terms of just recognizing, like, this is insane to tell people that they have to abide by your insanely rigid ideology that doesn't make sense. It's not logical. And if they don't, they can no longer participate in the discussion. They're removed from the town square. That's bonkers.
I remember even, Andrew Tate, who I think is like obviously very self-evidently a bad person. I don't think that he's a good model for young men. But I remember, he didn't call for terrorist violence. He didn't, say anything, extremely racist. I don't think that I saw, at least. And I remember it was like one day he's nuked from every online platform simultaneously.
Yeah.
And I said, what? You don't have to like the guy. You don't have to agree with the guy. But the fact that all of these companies can set off a little cascade where you can disappear someone from the internet overnight.
Well, Milo Yiannopoulos
was the first one.
Yeah, they really silenced him. That guy was a powerful voice.
And he was nuked from
Also,
the discourse.
in real life, very nice. In real life,
Really?
Hilarious, very smart, very nice. Every time I met him, he was cool. He was playing a character, and I think there's a lot of drugs involved as well.
Yeah.
But he was certainly playing a character that had good points.
Yeah.
He was playing this character that was this like right-wing gay guy who liked to talk about sex and drugs. And I was like, this guy's fascinating. Well, they decided that he was problematic, and they fucking erased him. They memory hold him. That guy was on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher compared him to Christopher Hitchens. Remember that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then he got attacked by some other guy on the show. Told him, fuck you. There was a lot of fuck you with that guy.
There's a lot of drama.
But that's what he liked. He liked that. And it was playing to his favor until they erased him from everywhere. And I think they erased him, particularly the first part was his criticism of Ghostbusters. And then he was criticizing the new all-female cast of Ghostbusters, saying how sexist it is and every man's a moron and the women save the day and how ridiculous it is. And then he got into it with Leslie Jones. So Leslie Jones and him got into it, and I think he retweeted or liked something that people had said that was comparing Leslie Jones. What was it exactly? I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was something racist or something gross or something unflattering, something.
Sure.
And, and people were tweeting it at her and they were blaming him. And then they got rid of him. He's gone.
Did they just say, it's mobilizing harassment or something?
No, that was that's I can't remember. it's what started is him justifying himself being sexually molested by older men when he was young. And he was saying on my show that he was the predator. He was, trust me, I was the predator.
He was the seducing,
First of all, anybody who doesn't think that Milo Yiannopoulos is gay is out of their fucking mind. Like, you think that's a choice? That's not a choice. That dude's fucking gay.
Okay. Baked in by the universe.
Like, he is, that is like the prime example that I always throw in the face. It's usually for really students who are unwilling to accept biological reality. Like, here's some biological reality for you. You want to know this? The first video ever captured of humpback whales mating was just recently filmed, and they're both male.
Nice.
So the first evidence that we have of humpback whales engaging in sexual intercourse is gay sex.
Humpback, huh? Yeah,
Gay.
had to go real.
Listen, humpbacks are mammals.
Yeah.
Humpbacks are intelligent. Humpbacks likely are gay. There's probably, if they exist in us, why would they not exist in other intelligent mammals that are on Earth with us, like dolphins? I'm sure there's gay dolphins. There's probably gay orcas. It's probably normal. It's probably, there's a percentage in every population that's gay. Who gives a fuck? The point is that, like, that guy's gay, right? And he claims that he was the predator, and everyone was like, oh my God, he's normalizing pedophilia. If he had just tried that today, it would have been a minor attracted person.
Yeah, she would be celebrated. I mean,
but this guy was minor attracted, and I was a minor, and it was
back
fine.
as a drag queen.
But he would say, like, now, if like literally, in the amount of time from him being canceled to today, that statement is not nearly as controversial.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, and look, you don't have to agree or disagree with the statement. That's irrelevant. It's something that is within the bounds. Look, if you're calling for like the Harvard example, the genocide of all Jews around the world, you should be banned from social media platforms.
Yes.
That is a prudent limit that I think we can all agree on. But on more nuanced issues or more, I mean, even if you take it at face value, I think he's probably going for shock value.
100%. But
it's like,
also,
this is
just
a
telling
crazy
an
sentence.
anecdotal story about how, and it was on another podcast that I believe said this, that it plays a very important role in young gay men to have an older gay mentor. I have no fucking dog in this race.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I do know that I feel very differently about a sexual predator that's a man that targets girls. Like, if I found out that a football coach was targeting young 14 and 15-year-old girls, I would be furious. If I found out a hot teacher, usually from Florida, with a push-up bra, was banging all the high school football kids, I'm laughing.
It's a little different.
I think it's funny.
Yeah.
You know why? Because I think those kids are going to be fine.
Yeah. They're going to be legends.
Yeah. Those kids are gonna, Zach Galifianakis had a fucking amazing joke. One of them died. His friends high-fived him to death. Yeah. I think that's Zach.
But this is because people want to pretend that there's no difference between men and women.
Right.
That's all it is. It's you
Right.
know, it's like everyone wants to pretend that's true. It's obviously not true. And of course, the football coach who's like a pervert going against the young girls. That's a totally different scenario.
It is a different scenario. Also, the lady who's blowing all the high school football kids also should be a teacher.
Yeah, you have to
Get her out
fired
of there.
immediately.
Get rid of her. She should be doing porn or something.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's like, if he's talking about his life, that and saying that this was his choice and that he wanted this, the issue is not with him. The issue is with the man who did that to him. Right? So he's literally talking about his own personal experience. That's memorable. It's not, he's not saying, hey, I should be able to go to high schools and pick up 14-year-olds because they want it. Okay, yeah. Now we're talking a different thing. Now we're talking about a guy who's advocating pedophilia, right? This is different. We're talking, he just immediately talks about his own life. And that's how rabid everybody was to get rid of him. And it was, at that point, effective. And I think that became a problem. Because once it became effective, then they became emboldened. It's like the Alex Jones argument. And people say, yeah, ban Alex Jones. And everyone's like, hey, This is a fucking very slippery slope. Because if you want to ban everybody who's made disinformation and put it out publicly, how's Rachel Maddow still on?
Yeah.
How is she still on? Everybody's seen that video of her talking about the COVID guys. That's insanity.
The government. I mean,
Yeah. How are they still on? I mean, how many different stories were incorrect? Not apologizing for what he did, what Alex did. He doesn't apologize for it. I mean, he apologized for it, but he feels deep remorse that he did it. He's just like overwhelmed by it. But getting rid of that guy is a slippery slope. And no matter what you think about what he said, you can't support that. You gotta let people sort it out. The way to find out if, let's say, he says there's a false flag and some attack somewhere, the way to find out if he's telling the truth is to have people investigate it. If you say that Operation Northwoods was a document drawn up by the joint and signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff that was going to attack Guantanamo Bay and blame it on the Cubans to start a war, and you say that on your show, people go, "You're a fucking crazy person. How are you allowing these?" No. You have to be able to have someone come on and say, "Hey, actually, this is true." And then you realize, like, oh, wait a minute. Some conspiracies are real. And if you silence this one guy that called out all of them because he fucked up on one, you're also limiting his ability to call out the ones that are legitimate. And you're talking about a guy who's doing this all day long, every day. That's all he does.
Yeah.
All he does.
And he's out there. I mean, he's an out there personality.
He's out there. Yeah. That's why it's fun. But he's out there talking about the World Economic Forum. I've said this 100 times, I'll say it again. He told me about Jeffrey Epstein over a decade before anybody was in the news. He was telling me that there was this operation, and they take these guys, high-profile public figures, and there's a lot of politicians, and they compromise with young girls. It's like, what? On an island. What is this? A fucking ABC after-school movie? That's crazy. That sounds nuts. And then now everybody knows it's true. And there's been a ton of those. Infiltrating Bohemian Grove and catching these fucking wackos and heads of state, burning an effigy in front of an owl god. Like, what the fuck? That's real? The video he did with John Bronson in the 90s. So it's like all of this stuff at a certain point in time, it needs to be out there. And people need to find out what's real and what's not real. What's real? And the only way to find out what's real is not to silence everybody who says something that's incorrect. It's to let people talk it out. So when someone gets on there and says, "There's hollow fucking aliens inside shooting laser beams," let's like talk to geologists and have them explain to you that they would be boiling in lava. Like, they don't live in the center of the Earth. We know what the Earth's made out of. We know all the planets. This is how we know. This is why we know the Earth is round, because every fucking body of mass, as it's spinning around, it takes on that fucking form. All the planets, every one of them. This one's not unique.
There's also an element of, this is part of American folklore. Yeah, if you believe that the world is flat, it's obviously false. Any thinking person will conclude that this is a ridiculous, crazy thing to believe. And yet having a group of, flat earthers in our broader society, provided that they're not like given power over, the NASA or something, adds texture and richness to our culture, even if they're totally wrong. And so what we're having is we're trying to align a discourse rationally within these strict ideological bounds. It actually ends up breaking this great proliferation of culture, some of it which is good, some of it bad, some of it's crazy, some of it's insightful. But I think that the real calculation that we have to make is not even a free speech issue. It's not really even about censorship. It's about power and the distribution of power. If you stack up all of the people who have been nuked from orbit online on the right and then on the left, you have a graph that looks out like this. And so you have to then say, well, why is that? Who's making the decisions? How are decisions being made? And who are they going after? What views are they trying to suppress? And so again, getting it out of the realm of abstract debate and into the realm of a political analysis gets us to this uncomfortable point. This was happening during Trump. Trump was president and this was still happening. Yeah. And so we have to figure out why this is the case and go and disrupt it. And look, I think that you want to have more views, more opportunities, more subcultures, more quirky people, more, people that are way out there. My old, naked neighbor in Topanga, let the guy speak. If he believes that that we have to have live water and it's like, the average person is not going to be persuaded, and the view is not correct, but the broader culture suffers when everyone is fearing that if they step outside of the box, that they're going to get crushed. And conservatives, we get all worked up about it because, look, every political faction has their fringe. We have fringe people in our coalition or on the outsides of our coalition. But you have to figure out what's harmful and what's relatively harmless. And a lot of these folk beliefs and superstitions, if you take them not to condemn people as stupid or ignorant or uneducated, but you actually talk to people and try to get a sense of why do you believe this, it's usually because they feel a sense of powerlessness. And even the WEF kind of thinking, they want to believe that there's someone out there that is calling the shots, that is the problem, that is controlling the society, because they feel that just by identifying a single point, they have a sense of understanding, a sense of power. I actually don't think that that's the case. I think it's misleading. I don't think it's the right way to look at it. But I try to also forgive people, to say people are entitled to their superstitions. We all have superstitions, and we want a society where superstitions are eradicated. But you actually end up getting rid of a lot of the texture and a lot of the variety of culture when you try to have a hygienic treatment of culture. You treat culture like a disease, like a petri dish culture. And look, I think, like, go as far out as you want. Like, go wild with it. Be respectful, follow the rules. Maintain some core commitments. But I'm always fascinated with those characters. I lived in Topanga. I lived in Berkeley. Like, you meet these people all over. You live in these kind of places.
Yeah, I have.
99 times out of 100, they're harmless, and they should just be tolerated and respected.
Well, I think it's an important part of how I grew up. I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11, and we lived in a super neighborhood. Our downstairs neighbor used to, there were these gay guys that would get stoned with my aunt, and they would play bongos naked. So she could play bongos naked with these gay guys. They didn't get fucked up. They're just into playing bongos naked. They just get really hot. And it was the anti-war movement days, So I lived around that, and then I moved to Florida, Gainesville, very conservative. It was really interesting to watch. I had this friend who was Cuban, his name was Andrew, and his dad was like homophobic. He was so mad. He slammed the paper down on the table. He said, "These fags want to get married." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "What do you care?" Like, that's so weird.
They're just playing the bongos.
It was so weird when he said it. I was like, "What?" I remember very clearly. I was 11, and I was just blown away. I'm like, "Do you not know what he's saying? This is crazy. Like, what do you care? Like, if you're not gay, why do you care if they get married?" But I didn't say it because I was 11. I just wanted to be quiet. But it's burned in my head that I had gone from San Francisco in the 1970s, which was like this very open-minded, hippie-dominated culture of music and art, and then all of a sudden I was in Gainesville, Florida, and I was around this guy who's crazy, this baby boy with parents.
I think the question, if you look at the cultural left of San Francisco at that time, I think it's always a question of proportion. You could have a successful, interesting, functioning society where you have a portion of people who are getting stoned and banging the bongos. Okay, fine. The problem is, though, that when it becomes out of proportion, that ideology, that elimination of prohibition or limits or constraints becomes the dominant policymaking regime. That works when it's a counterculture.
Right.
But the kind of left wing, and look, I come from the left. I was a radical leftist. I was a Gramscian Marxist. So I know that world intimately.
Take a turn.
I wanted to get into politics. My political formation was from my father's side. Italian relatives, they were all unreconstructed Gramscian communists. And so that was like my political upbringing. I remember going to visit my aunts and uncles and seeing like the books on their shelf. And I said, "Oh, they have this beautiful collection of bound books." And I talked to my aunt and I said, "See, what is this book?" He's like, "Oh, this is the collected works of Lenin." Like, not ironically, not as a historical thing, but as this is the father of our revolution. And so that was my political formation. I went to get my undergraduate degree at Georgetown with the intention of being involved in left-wing politics. The first thing that really disillusioned me was finding out that left-wing politics in the United States is not for the common man. It's not to uplift the downtrodden. It's about maintaining their own status and prestige with the institutions. It's like, it's like a McKinsey consultant kind of worldview with the trappings of the left. It's the Harvard student who's wearing the Palestinian keffiyeh, who then goes on to, become an investment banker. And it's like, to me, it was so phony. It was a profoundly phony and empty political movement run by the sons and daughters of American elites for their own benefit. The second thing that really changed me, I spent 5 years, first I traveled around the world making documentaries. I saw how Marxist and communist governments actually work out in practice, not great. And then I made a film for PBS, of all places, looking at 3 of America's poorest cities. And my then kind of center-left views, which was, the Great Society, welfare programs, help people. When you actually see how those programs manifest in the south side of Memphis, south side of Youngstown, south side of Stockton, California, the poorest places in the country, you realize that many of those ideals that are presented to you as care, compassion, concern, equality, reparations for our racial past, are at best cynical, and at worst deeply destructive to the people that they're supposed to help. And so I spent so much time getting to know people and thinking about people's lives and then how politics affects them. And you realize that the project of the left is a human disaster. Even if, rationally speaking, it should produce something that is good. And then the final change was in the run-up and then after 2020. 2020 radicalized me because you realized how profound this cultural capture is. And you realize that the consequences are no longer abstract. They're no longer just destroying, poor neighborhoods in South Memphis, let's say, that are totally run by the state. But actually, it's now proliferated to the middle classes, the upper classes. This is something that wants total domination. And so I got canceled out of my documentary career. Once I became known as a conservative, I lost funding, I lost relationships, I lost broadcast, distribution. And then it's like I'm out, kind of launched into the wilderness. Like, all right, well, that career is done. What do I do next? And then say, all right, well, let's get into politics. Let's use some of the skills that I've developed as a filmmaker. I'm not a traditional conservative. Like, I'm not a college Republican. I don't own a bow tie. But I think you have to have a bow tie.
But if you're a gay guy, you can have a bow tie. You're super left.
That's true. There's nuance to it. But what I realize is that the conservative principles are sometimes expressed awkwardly or sometimes articulated poorly, but there's some deep truths that need to be resurrected and recovered for us to be successful again. And so I threw in my lot with people that I would never have imagined being friends and allies and colleagues with, growing up. It's like this huge shift politically. And I think it's been helpful because if you know how your political opponents think, you have a huge advantage. And the left, kind of elite and academic leftists in the United States, have no idea what conservatives think. They have zero curiosity about it. And so that affords us a kind of advantage because they don't know how we think, how we operate, what our principles are. They just assume the worst. And so I kind of wake up every day thinking about people that are around me and saying, in an odd way, you're fighting for people that are actually voiceless. The left is the dominant voice of the country, of all of our institutions, all of our tech companies. The voice that really is voiceless are the people who are supposedly the oppressors. You have this book that just came out, White Rural Rage. Bullshit. Rural people in the United States are not angry enough, frankly. And so I just try to think in those terms always. And I've taken over some of the tactics of the left, some of the kind of maneuvers and some of my activist work, which I think has been helpful. But I just have this visceral, just this visceral anger at people who have truly inherited positions of power and prestige. They give all this rhetoric about helping the oppressed, the underprivileged, the whatever is the kind of term of the day, but they're actually playing a cynical game to maintain their own status. I find that a betrayal of true left principles, and I don't think that I would be where I am today, had I not seen that betrayal up close and personal, and really, want to fight it. I want to destroy them. I want to take all of those people who are selling a bill of goods to the people who are struggling in this country under these principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just about having a tenured position, having a feather-bedded job, being able to do the activist work on the public dollar, not creating anything of value, not helping anyone but themselves. I think that is, it's such a betrayal of the principles of the left, but really the principles of the country.
And I think the way you're explaining it, particularly in the desire to have a richness of culture, not have rigid rules, and to have the openness to have basically anybody, just be who you are. But recognize that being captured by this ideology that supposedly supports you, it's doing it for its own means. It's doing it for a very specific purpose, and it's not doing it to support you. It's using these ideas and principles as camouflage to sneak in through your defenses. And it's dangerous, and it's creepy, and it's weird how effective it is. And that's why I'm really happy that you're out there, and I'm really happy that you can lay it down so articulately and express, especially coming from your background of being a guy who grew up that way, grew up leftist, to be able to express it. I think you have a very unique position in that regard, so I'm happy that you're out there.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and likewise, I mean, what I think is so special about what you do is that you're talking about culture and politics, society, business, for people who aren't in that bubble. Like, I operate in a political bubble every day,
Right.
But what you've built, and I think it's a testament to the possibilities of the internet. You don't have to be a ABC, NBC, CBS, talking head. You don't have to have the massive studio lights and the 8 layers of makeup. You're doing something that's real, and people have really responded to that. And I think that it's a reflection of something that we need more of. We have an artificial culture that is trying to take over.
Yeah,
but
propped up by corporations.
Exactly.
And the people that are talking about these things aren't even necessarily interested in these things. And that also resonates with people who listen and watch. Like, I don't have people on that I don't want to talk to. I just have people on that I'm only interested in talking to. And if you can do that and you're actually interested, that's contagious. And these principles that we're talking about, and this thing that the way you're laying it out, it's important for people even that consider themselves leftists to just consider what you're saying, because it's for you too. It's for everybody that we can't let this happen. It's for all ideas. It's for gay people, straight people, trans people, white people, black people, Asians. It's for everybody. The reason the founding fathers of this country set all these checks and balances in place is because they didn't want anyone to get total, complete control over the people. And so that's what's happening right now. And if you don't wake up to it and you think it's okay because your side is winning, you're actually anti-them.
That's right. And it creates this winner-take-all danger.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see either side have that complete control, because that's either side. That's not what we want. That's not the good for the country. We need to have a healthy left and a healthy right.
Yeah, and healthy is the right perspective. There are people that are very compassionate, kind, warm-hearted people that are on the right. And there's people that are very compassionate, kind, warm-hearted people that are on the left. And because they have this idea in their head that they're on the good side, these people are on the bad side, you don't consider that these are just human beings who think about things differently. that is the only way we're all going to get along. Because if we realize that just human beings that think about things differently, and we should be able to engage with those people peacefully. It used to be you could sit down with a conservative person, or you could sit down with a liberal person, and you might not agree with them, but you could have a friendly discussion. And it doesn't have to be a hate-filled attack on your very humanity because you don't think X or Y. It's just like that's not good for anybody.
I don't even want to debate. I don't know if you've come across it, but 70s, 80s, 90s, there was this culture of debate. Left and right got together, they hashed it out. I've challenged people to debates. I've been, people try to set up debates, and it's like we don't even talk, even in a confrontational way, conflict of visions. It's like everyone in their corner, everyone's trying to make the play. And I think that's too bad. I think we need more friction is good. The more public friction, engagement, debate, we'll get to that point where it's like, all right, we're up on stage debating, but then we go to the green room and we can talk about kids, music, sports, whatever it is.
Everything. And just be a nice person. It's not that hard to do. Yeah. It's not that hard to do. It's rewarding. It's good for everybody. Christopher, appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for being here and being so articulate about this. It's very enjoyable to listen to you. You're on top of it. You make some great points. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. All right, tell everybody your social and all that jazz.
Sure, yeah. You can follow me on Twitter at RealChrisRufo. I have a Substack. It's ChristopherRufo.com. And I have a New York Times bestselling book, America's Cultural Revolution, that tells the history of the radical left's long march to the institutions that have political.
All right, beautiful. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
All right, I have some new tour dates to let you know about. I'll be in Norfolk, VA, Virginia on November 9. I'll be Roanoke, VA, November 10. Huntington, West Virginia, November 11th. Over there at the Mountain Health Arena, formerly known as the Big Sandy. I'll be in Evansville, Indiana on November 1-5 at the Ford Center. And Winston-Salem, North Carolina, November 17th, as well as New Orleans, Louisiana, on November 24th at the UNO Lakefront Arena. All tickets are available at theovon.com/TOUR. We have been moving into some bigger venues. Really grateful for it. And we'll do a mix of bigger and smaller ones at the time. And just because we don't want to be on tour forever. We want to be on tour for a while. We just don't want to be on, until we're deceased or whatever. So thank you guys for your support. theovon.com/TOUR. And if tickets are too high priced, just wait. We'll come back through sometime. Yeah. Dr. John Vervaeke is a professor of psychology at the University of Toronto. He currently teaches courses on thinking and reasoning with a focus on cognitive development, intelligence, mindfulness, and the psychology of wisdom. He is a smarter guy. He's an information man, He's also an expert in Buddhist psychology. He has a 50-part lecture series on YouTube called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. I've personally been thinking a lot about meaning and what just meaning of life, meaning of self, things like that. We had a call about it on the last solo episode, and that's one of the things that Dr. Vervaeke is highly informed about. So we're going to spend some time today with him and delve into that and some other things. I'm very grateful that he's here today. Today's guest is Dr. John Vervaeke.
Yo, Pimp. What up, Pimp? How you living, baby? Kicking ass, taking names. All day. Oh, what the fuck they got me? Go over the podcast, check it out. I got, I'm saying, spend my days all the Yo, yo. Dog. Log out. Take out. Shine that light on me. Yo. Yo, shit. Whatever. Log in. You're gonna do a little login? Or sign up? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Good to see you.
Hey,
Joe, thanks for having us.
Hey,
thank you so
my
much.
pleasure. My pleasure. Thanks for coming to town. Everybody's very excited.
I'm excited too. Playing the club. Had to bring in Ian, super fan of the show.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I'm a fan of you. Dude. You're a funny motherfucker.
Thank you, bro. Means a lot. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I'm excited to be at the club, man.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you guys. Everybody's been pumped. We're pumped.
It's the Stroke Fest. You know, and also to promote a special.
Yay!
Only I bring one out every other election year. I know.
Nice.
I don't have the turnaround you have, man. You're good.
It's okay. When you put them out, they're fucking magic. Skanks for the Memories is still one of my all-time favorite comedy albums. It's a fucking classic.
It's weird when I'm sure you have this where a fan comes up to you and they repeat one of your most horrific jokes. You know, like, hey man, those titties ain't. I'm like, whoa! Say it in a corner. Not here.
You know what happens to me sometimes? People bring up bits that I totally forgot.
Oh, true.
I'm like, oh my god, how does that go? I'll have to ask them. How does it go? Oh yeah, I remember that. What was it on?
Yep. That's what it is, man. It's all a blur.
Well, we're old.
Yep.
David, we're old now.
My mom's been in the hospital. I went in there and people thought I was a patient. I was sitting in the room with her and they kept coming over to me. I'm like, her. I wish it was a joke. It's not.
I've known you for at least 30 years.
For sure. Well, it looks better on you than on me. So that's for sure. That's why I brought in my intern to take some of the slack up.
Wait, you guys are the same age?
Oh, I'm older than you. I'm older than you.
How old are you?
59.
I'm 56.
Okay. Well, there you go. See?
Yeah.
3 years ago, I looked like that. Now, I don't know what happened.
It's all about the maintenance.
Well, yeah, you put the time.
I look like that.
I saw it coming a long time ago. I saw it coming.
What a funny joke.
Yeah, but you never were like this. I mean, like, you never.
No, I never let
Laughing.
myself go.
Yeah.
I never let myself go. I'm terrified of it.
Really?
Yeah, because I've been injured before. I've had a bunch of surgeries. I know what it's like to like have things not work good. But like, oh, you got to do everything you can to make sure the fucking wheels are still on the machine.
Yeah.
If you don't, we all know guys who like Patrice. Who knows Patrice?
Yeah.
We all know guys who don't take care of themselves and fucking shit just starts breaking.
What do you
They
think?
start falling apart.
I'm glad you brought up Patrice because we've lost a lot of greats. But Patrice is the one a lot of people like, super fans always bring up Patrice. What would he do in the age of Ozempic? What do you think?
I don't think he would go along with it.
I could see him putting it on like a cheeseburger or something. You know?
He just was not. He's
not
not
into
into
it.
a fuck Eric category. He's not going to do it. Like Brian Simpson got on it for a little while. It was terrible for him.
Really?
A terrible reaction.
Wow.
And I taught those guys how to eat better. I'm like, just stop eating all the bullshit, and you'd be amazed at how much better you feel.
What do you think is bullshit? Like in these
Bread and carbs.
Really?
Not all carbs. Like it's not like vegetables are fantastic for you. I'm not one of those people that thinks that you should be on any particular diet because I think diets are different for every person. Some people, vegetarian, vegan, they're fine. Some people, they fall apart. You got to figure out what the fuck is right for you. But for everybody, sugar.
Really?
For everybody,
Even a sweetener, no good.
Well, like artificial sweetener.
Yeah.
That kills you. You're a fucking pussy. Bad Diet Coke takes you out. Get the fuck out of here.
Stevia.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not fan of xylitol. I think that it's fucking pasta and bread for a lot of people. I know it is for me. I overconsume calories when I eat that stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's so wonderful to stuff in your fat face.
So
like lasagna or something.
Yeah. When's the last time you had a piece of cake? Just like shits and giggles.
I'll do it.
There you go.
So if a day where I don't give a shit, I'll eat pizza.
What is carbo loading? Are you supposed to do a bunch of that before you do like a race or you ride?
Yeah,
Like-
that's a lot of guys do that. But you'd have to talk to like endurance athletes about that. Essentially, they're just like taking a lot of carbohydrates before like ultra marathons and things like that. And then they also have gels. They have these carb gels will support them out.
Oh, wow.
Running. Yeah, they're just all about performance. Those folks are all about just like trying to squeeze out another 2 or 3 minutes in a 100-mile race.
Oh, that's crazy. I ride a bike in New York City, so I eat a ton of pasta and I'm riding 3 miles. I'm like, I got a carbo load. This is important.
That's a fucking workout though. Boy, that's so good for your health.
Be Lord.
Yeah.
You're pedaling and you're also kind of basically like away.
Talking about man like Marlon.
Jones in the light brigade.
I have used my bike chain as like a mace. Right?
Oh yeah, he's got in some great tangles, but yeah, he has. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, you gotta learn. Sometimes you have to pop off because cars will turn and they act like you don't exist. So you gotta like yell and everything.
Right.
And a lot of these guys, especially since the pandemic, everything's food delivery. So they all go down the wrong way. They're all buzzing around you on the side. It's terrible. And this guy called me on a bad one. I was having a bad day and he was coming at me. I was like, wrong way, asshole. And he came up, got in front of me, stopped, and was like, asshole, you're an asshole. And he smacked my coffee out of my hand.
A white guy.
Yeah, it was white. That's why I said something.
That southern drawl really gave it away.
Sounds like a really privileged guy.
Yeah.
No,
it was
A Yale,
someone from the Bronx. I would have been like, fair enough. Good for you, sir. I'm wrong.
So he climbed down, smacked your coffee.
Oh yeah, and I spit in his face, and then he
Christ, dude.
and then I went down, and then he came up again and took his phone out and started to tape me, and I was like, you're a fucking pussy, you fucking snitch. And then I took my chain, and I was like, you want to be fucking tough? Let's be tough. And he was like, crazy. And I rode away, and I went, welcome to New York, because there's a whole crowd of people watching.
That's coming from the guy who just saw Ghostbusters how many times? This guy's a Ghostbuster nut.
Yeah.
He's a fanatic.
He was probably coached. If anyone gives you a hard time, you film.
Yeah.
Shame.
Yeah.
You don't like it.
Oh yeah. Well, no, he was French, so that was a
Ah.
terrible French accent.
I didn't get that at all.
Yeah,
I didn't get that at all on that one.
No. I made him say Uzbeki, but he was French.
Yeah, but you got to be careful fighting people from other countries. They play by different rules.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
You know, you're with a guy, you're tangling, and all of a sudden he pulls out a snake. You're gonna poison this viper on me. You know what told me that? This guy I knew from Malaysia. He said, you know, in Malaysia, you know, you go to a bar and these guys have these rings that are dipped in poison. So like, you know, you do with the guy and all of a sudden he'll like on the back like that, and they're like, ow, what was that? Like a pinprick? And then you're dead like a day later.
No.
It's a Malaysian hello.
Like those spears that do shit in Vietnam.
Something like that.
You could probably survive the spirit dipped in shit before you survive the poison.
Yeah. And I was like, Malaysia, wow. Tough scene over there. Well, Ian is, you know, what was I going to say? Like, we've been working together for a long time.
Yeah.
And he's sober too, you know, so I'm sorry, this is kind of like a bore. But, you know, the sober life on the road is not very cool. You know, the chain smoking and the coffee. That's pretty much it.
We go on adventures.
We do.
Daytime sober
What do you
adventures.
think it would be like sober, no coffee?
Oh, I can tell you right now, because my plane was delayed and I hadn't had coffee in 12 hours. I got that weird headache. You know what I'm talking about? It was like from the front all the way to the back, and I was like, that's coffee withdrawal right there.
Yeah.
We also don't drink water.
Yeah. Water is for,
You don't drink coffee?
Pretty much. Yeah. Dehydration is my.
Yeah. Like here's a water, David.
Yeah.
Oh my God, doesn't want it.
Oh my God, it's really that's like the least you can do for your body, and I'm like, nah, I don't think so.
Well, those connecting flights are hell when you can't smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's like an 8-hour connected flight. Then you're gonna smoke in the family bathroom at the airport.
There's only one airport where you can smoke, and that's Vegas, I think.
Is that the only one that has a booth?
It has that weird, like
That's coffin.
yeah, that kind of. Everyone can stare at you and shame you.
Too.
I don't think so.
But that is the wildest thing they ever did. Give you a box where you can do drugs in.
Oh yeah.
Just get in there.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna fuck up everybody else. So get in there
Yeah.
so you don't fuck
Get
it
in a
up
little
for everybody
cage.
else.
Live it up,
rat.
Well, the crazy thing is, you used to be able to smoke on the fucking plane.
Yes.
I remember it clearly when I was a kid. Dice used to have a bit about it. The smoking section. We're running a fucking tube. It's all the same ass. That's because they had a fucking smoking section. That joke, try doing that joke today. People are like, what? Smoking on a plane.
Even smoking jokes. People are like, what are you talking about?
Not that smoking was back. I thought all the scenesters, the posers, are into smoking cigarettes now because vaping became too mainstream. I thought that they would. That's what I've heard in New York, like smoking in a restaurant, smoking in a bar somewhere. Just have it's kind of like a retro kind of look how cool I am. You know.
Well, it's trading the moment for the future.
True, that is true. But I was just in a hospital with old people. There's not much
You want
future.
that moment. You trade that moment for like a decay.
Yes.
A certain amount of decay you can experience in the future.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
You gotta live in the moment.
Yeah.
Sure, until you can.
Well, I'm telling you, I was just around a lot of old people. Like the woman next to my mom in the hospital, 100 years old.
No.
And she was no Betty White, by the way. All right. It was like we peeked through the curtain. It's like, hi, and it was just like eyes over an oxygen mask glaring at us. Like, whoa, okay, we get it. I'll see you at the hardware store in heaven.
She is done.
You're gonna live forever. I mean, we all know that.
That's
Come on.
no one's living forever.
Well, but
My goal is just to stay healthy. Just keep it.
keep it
Make
moving.
sure it moves good.
Would you eventually segue from a less strenuous workout? You know what I'm saying? Like when you get older,
Not unless I have to.
like a Tai Chi in a park, nothing like that.
I did Tai Chi in a park. Tai Chi in a park makes it look real good. You know, you're like really into esoteric things.
True.
You're out there moving slow in the park to an ancient kung fu.
In New York, that's called methadone. People just like in their own world.
I used to go to this pool hall, and the methadone clinic was right down the street. And so my friend Johnny used to call them the Methadonians. They would come in, they'd get their dose, and they'd just come in and play pool.
That's perfect.
Bro, for sure, they were high.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This idea that methadone is that's what stops you from using heroin. Right. But it also gets you high, right?
Yeah. I know guys who are addicted to methadone. Mm-hmm. And what I was going to say, that you can take with just a pill, right? Isn't that what that is?
You can drink it too.
You can?
Yeah. And Suboxone is the same thing.
I had a guy come in and explain that on the podcast once. He actually ran a clinic at one point in time, and he was explaining how they're just getting you hooked on these other things, and these other things also get you high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you done it before?
No.
Suboxone?
No. But I mean, it's just like,
I've heard mixed reviews though. Some people say it doesn't do that to you.
well, I mean, it's like whatever gets you off the thing that's killing you. You know, it's like harm reduction, but eventually you got to get off that if you want to be totally sober.
Is that methadone is just as bad, if not worse for you.
Really?
I don't think it's good for you.
I mean, my cousin's on it. She's doing great.
Doctor.
Well, there you go. What more do you
Carl
need?
Hart told me. I think that the problem with fucking any opiates is your body develops a tolerance.
Yeah.
And then you go Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Rush was taking like 99 pills a day or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really? Death from it, supposedly.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about him.
It's going hard. Yeah, it's made by them. Just like excellence in broadcasting. I just imagine him just fucking blasted out of his mind, wandering around his
Yelling
house
the most horrific things.
on opiates.
Yeah.
Wow,
life.
rubber band around his balls. Just fucking out to lunch. Painkillers may have caused Limbaugh's deafness.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Could a common painkiller, taken in massive quantities, by the way, contributed to Rush Limbaugh's well-known hearing loss? Research findings suggest that the radio talk show host's apparent addiction to Vicodin could be the culprit behind his mysterious attack of deafness 2 years ago. Doctors over the past several years have reported dozens of cases of Vicodin addicts who become deaf, and in some cases only regain their hearing with the help of cochlear implants, such as the one received by Limbo. It's pretty clear that there's an association, says Dr. Jeffrey Harris, an ear specialist, University of California, San Diego Medical School. The ear is sensitive to drugs, and this particular association with Vicodin has become more relevant as people are getting their hands on it as a recreational drug. How many did he take at the height of his pilliness? Find that, because I think it was really nutty. I think he was up to I think he was in the 90s.
Wow.
A day?
A day.
I took 90 in a week and I was flying high.
I believe it was Vicodin that I took once when I had knee surgery. And I was like, I'd rather be in pain. Like, I feel so stupid.
Yeah.
But then I had a buddy of mine who was a musician, and he said he would take it and it would really help with his creativity when he was writing songs.
Really?
Wow.
Sounds like an excuse.
But I think it's a thing. It's definitely a crutch, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's a thing where it's different for different people. For Stanhope, weed is horrific.
Yeah, no, he's not a weak guy.
You can't do it.
Yeah, he's an OG drunk.
Right. But for me, weed is this is wonderful.
Mhm.
I love it.
Yeah.
Everything's great. But I just think I think the diversity of how the differences in people's just chemistry is very underappreciated in terms of tolerance to food, in terms of how much you can exercise, what kind of diseases you're going to get. It's part of diversity.
You got to try it to find out.
Yeah, we're all fucking different. Any one size fits all. Get the fuck out of here with that. That doesn't work with people. We're so different. We're almost like a bunch of different species all smushed up together.
Yeah. When I had shoulder surgery, they gave me a pain blocker. Have you had one of those?
No.
It lasts about 12 hours, and it just blocks the nerve.
I had when I had surgery.
So I'm like, why hasn't that gotten recreational? Because it was awesome. It was I was walking around I don't feel like I had surgery.
Epidural where they go to your spine? Is that what you're saying?
No, they just put something on it. I think, or no, you're right. It was in me, and then it dissolved or something like that.
No, with an epidural, it's like a spine block.
Okay.
So they do it's you want to be conscious. I was conscious when I got my knee operated on. So they basically paralyzed me below the waist.
Wow, that's scary.
And then it was wild.
Why would you want that?
I wanted to see it. I wanted to see what the surgery looked like. I wanted to see my knee being pulled apart and screwed in together. I wanted to, they said I could watch it.
Couldn't you just watch it later?
No. Well, this was 1990, whatever it was. And so, I said, what are the options? And the doctor said, well, most people would just put them under. I go, well, why would you not put them under? And he said, because sometimes people want to be awake. And I said, well, what happens if you're awake? Can I watch? And he's like, yeah. And I go, okay, let's do that. I want to see it.
So you could talk and everything while you were doing it?
Yeah, I could.
Wow.
And you didn't feel any pain?
Mm-mm. No, it was interesting. Actually, because I didn't feel any pain, so I was watching the doctor screw it in and hammer it and fucking.
Oh man!
It's woo!
Did at any point were you like, "Am I dead?"
No. Doctor was awesome.
It wasn't out of body.
No, because you're essentially sitting there. I think the way I was seeing it was on a monitor, if I remember correctly. I think there was they had a cotton shield in front of me, and my legs were there, and then I was looking up at the monitor. If I remember correctly. It's a long time ago. It's hard to remember.
And you didn't get sick.
I do remember him manipulating my leg, moving it around. And it was fucked. I didn't have an ACL. So they had to, and it's a pretty serious operation because they have to take a piece of your patella tendon with a chunk of bone from your shin and a chunk of bone from your kneecap. And they pull that out, and then they put it inside your knee and screw it in place.
Wow. Just the sounds alone would creep me out.
It's crazy. Yeah. When you hear the bone crunching, because the fucking screw is going into it, you're like,
I want him to knock me out of the dentist. I can't imagine ACL surgery.
And then afterwards, he's manipulating it too. Afterwards, watching it move around.
And what was the recovery on that? How long?
It took a long time.
I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a long one because there's so much trauma going on there. I think that took a year before my knee felt normal.
The knee is harder than the shoulder, right?
No, the shoulder's very hard because the shoulder moves all over.
Oh, okay.
This is the only thing I can find. Yeah, when he was arrested, they had 2,000 painkillers.
In his system or on him?
Housekeeper claims
But that's oxy. That's not Vicodin.
See, that's what they gave me after my
He had
surgery.
hydrocodone, Lorset,
Oh, he had everything.
Norcanner.
Oh, which could hydrocodone can cause hearing loss. It says. Wow. Imagine what a hell that is too. When you're a guy who has headphones on for a living. And your pill thing is so wacky.
You can't stop.
It's so wacky you can't stop to the point where your fucking hearing goes away.
Yeah, but
now
you feel like so good just with that oxy itch and everything, and then one day you can't hear. What a nightmare. The thing you love.
Feeling good, dude.
But he's probably got like 5 doctors to write those scripts like that because, I mean, honestly, isn't it illegal for like.
Well, he was living in Florida.
And
this was
Bill
during.
Mill. That's a great doc on Netflix. That the guys were making all that money just selling like fake, it was just like people coming in out of Kentucky, like, hey, I got a bursitis. Okay, here you go.
That's my friend Mariana Benzeller. It's the OxyContin Express. That lady's a gangster, but she exposed the whole thing where they don't have a database. So you go from one place. They're basically pain management centers. Do you remember those?
Yeah, it's all done now.
It's crazy. Okay, Mr. Limbaugh and I have maintained from the start that there was no doctor shopping, and we continue to hold this position. Mr. Black said, I love how he says that just that way. Like, he's giving up the fact that he's playing a game. We continue to hold this position.
Wow.
You're playing a chess game. You're literally like saying it in what you're saying. There's no doctor shopping. I don't know what you're talking about.
But maybe he had to be doing this for years and years and years,
No,
right?
he's getting the 2,000 pills.
Yeah.
You're going doctor shopping, or you're buying it from a drug dealer. It's one of those 2 options.
Yeah, when you have endless money,
Yeah.
you just buy out any doctor.
So what you do is you go to the pain management center.
Yeah.
You go and you say, I'm in pain. And they go, oh, we'll write you a prescription for drugs. And you go right next door to a pharmacy that only sells OxyContin. It only is the OxyContin Express. They would buy them from one doctor, go to another doctor, and they just get bags of pills, fill their trunk up, and drive to Kentucky.
Yeah, it was off 95, so they would just go from Florida up to Philly, Delaware, New York.
Bro, how many cars made that trip before they started figuring out what was going on?
Right.
And the pharmaceutical drug companies knew it, so they just kept selling it.
Oh, yeah.
There was some nutty statistic at one point in time where Florida had like 1,000 times more people than Pittsburgh did than anywhere else in the world. I'm making that number up, but it was some nutty number where you're like, what in the fucking God's name are you people doing? How is that not like an anomaly? It just shows up like this one state has an insane amount of prescriptions. Yeah. Like, is there some pain in that state? Maybe we should move people out of that fucking state.
We got the blues. Kentucky bluegrass. No, but I like the parking lot. Did you see in the documentary they're like the most like vagrant, like just like redneck, just basically screeching around. Yeah. And then the doctors themselves were armed because they were so afraid. Like
those doctors are dealing with zombies. If somebody runs dry of money and no one wants their dick sucked, you're gonna get jumped.
I mean, definitely on the way out. It's like an in and out in Oakland. I mean, it's anybody's.
There's a book called Dreamland that talks about the pill crisis and everything and how it started with black tar heroin coming in from Nayarit, Mexico and everything. And there were houses in Ohio that people would line up with stolen goods and trade like chainsaws for pills. And then they would take those goods from Home Depot and like sell them back to make more money to buy pills.
Oh my God.
The pill economy. I don't know what to say.
There's many wars connected to that too. Yeah. The conspiracies about Vietnam always had something to do with heroin. And the conspiracy about Afghanistan, the opium. Dude, we were guarding opium fields.
Yeah.
We were guarding poppy fields. And the United States troops were guarding poppy fields. And they had Geraldo Rivera go over there to gaslight America about it. And they played it on TV. Now tell me, why are you guarding this heroin? We have to guard the heroin, otherwise the local people won't like us.
Weren't they saying that they did?
Back to you, Ted.
That they had to do it from the Taliban or something? That was like.
Well, that was how Like what's the truth and what's the story are two very different things. They were fucking selling heroin. Heroin production went up after we invaded by some fucking insane number.
Yeah.
That's not like a. And then these guys are like, we need you to guard this heroin. Of course, we're gonna guard it. So they send fucking soldiers over there to guard heroin. Look at Geraldo, his big fucking silly smile. Hi everybody, I'm in a war with a big smile. So look at this. He's trying to. The smile is to let everybody know that everything's fine. This is nothing to be concerned with.
And this is right around the time when opium and Oxycontin was just flowing.
But look at even the way he's like performatively shaking this guy's
excited.
hand in front of the camera like he hasn't met this guy before. Like the whole thing is such a fucking charade. Fighting the opium trade by guarding the heroin. Imagine the fucking gaslighting. Fighting the opium trade while guarding the heroin field so that they can make heroin.
Yep.
The poppy fields only make heroin. They're not. There's no tomatoes in there. Like,
Right.
How are you fighting the opium trade by guarding the heroin and ensuring the production?
How do you deal with it? What are you doing? Well, frankly, this is part of the coaching. So, like behind my bed, this is what they do. We provide them security, providing them resources, providing them alternatives.
Hit the brakes. The government became a drug dealer. 1 fucking 100%. There's no way they're doing that unless they're making some.
The alternative pumpkins. We thought maybe you could imagine here.
I'd say,
You know,
pumpkin
how about a Christmas tree farm? I know it goes against the culture, but
If we just tie pumpkin season right, we're gonna make a killing, boys.
now the Vietnam thing is interesting because I know my cousin was in Vietnam. He came back and he had a heroin problem. But in actual Vietnam, they don't make heroin. It's Laos, right?
Yeah.
It's
The trade roads.
so there you go. It's
Yeah.
like it's in that zone. That
It's
triangle.
controlling the area.
Really.
You know, there's so many conspiracies about what the real reason why they lied and made up a false attack to get us to go into Vietnam. But almost always it's money.
Right.
Almost always. There's no way they do anything like that unless someone's making money. That's what they did then. That's what they do now. Now, if you're making money on legal ways, you know, if you're like selling weaponry and doing all the stuff that we do, but then you realize that there's all this extra money being made here that you're not getting a piece of.
Right.
If there's trillions of dollars in heroin coming from a place,
Yeah.
you're going to be like, hey, this is kind of bullshit. I'm tired of selling you fuckers tanks. I want a piece of this heroin money.
Yeah.
And that, look, this is like so well documented in our country. That's literally what the Iran-Contra affair was about.
Exactly.
That's when we funded the war, the Sandinistas versus the Contras in Nicaragua.
Yeah.
That's Oliver North. I mean, that's fucking Freeway Ricky Ross was selling them the coke.
Yeah, but we have to invade them because they hate our freedom.
That is important. I'm glad you look at it that way. What's really important is framing it in a way that the common person can understand.
Yeah.
I know this seems like tyranny to you,
Yeah.
and there's a bunch of fucking murderous drug dealers at the helm of the wheel. But that's not the case.
Yeah. What about fentanyl? What do you think of that? It's
It's
got legs. It's got legs.
I wish it was in everything. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
That's out of China, right?
It's like, well, they need the precursors. Precursors apparently are coming from China.
Okay.
Again, China, like, listen, are they buying them? Then we're selling.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Isn't this their plan to win the 100-year war?
Well,
Get us back on opium?
they are
Yeah.
way ahead of schedule. Those guys are killing it. They're fucking killing it. They're killing it with TikTok. I think TikTok accelerated everything.
Yeah, TikTok is the new opium.
Yeah,
It really is, yeah.
It basically is. It's
And that's
turning
our
kids into
TikTok.
zombies.
Their TikTok is all like, you know, it's good.
Their
It's for
TikTok
good
is
kids.
science projects,
Yeah.
martial arts. Yeah.
Ours is, are you a
athletic
child? Be
achievement.
sexy and dance.
What?
Yeah, drag queens are fun.
They must be really.
I'm a teacher. You need to know how I fuck.
Yeah.
What?
Jesus Christ. I'm non-binary. So you must use these pronouns. The kids are like, how many pronouns are there?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's, I've never been to China. I know guys who tour through there. Like, I can only imagine what those shows are like. I mean, I guess you do for the expats. It's not like the locals are dying for American comedy. comedy over there.
Bro, they will fucking put you in the ground if you talk some shit over there.
Oh yeah, no.
You can't go over there and just get drunk and do comedy.
Yeah.
They will put you in the fucking ground.
You know how like when you do like a town and you always make fun of the other town, like to get those people on your side, like, hey, I'm in Pittsburgh. What about that? You know, Scranton? Am I right? Come on, they suck. I'm kidding, but you know that's the thing. Like, who do they make fun of? I guess us. That would be really. It's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm coming from America with our different branches of government. I wish we have just one guy.
One guy, you can get shit done.
Yeah.
You can really get
That's
some shit
sure.
done. Because what you do is you make sure that the businesses are all on the same page as the government. The government owns the businesses. You're all together. You're all part of it. You can't make a decision without them. That way we're all working in the greater good of the country. You're going to make plenty of money. We're all working the greater good of the country. And it's a weird hybrid of communism and commerce.
Yeah.
Like, that's what changed. When China figured out, oh, no, we need to have competition, so people need to be able to make money. Let them make money, but we'll split them on one shit. And then I think America was like, I like what she's wearing.
Yeah.
I want them.
She looks good.
Yeah, I want that dress. I think it's that. That's what I think it is. And I think that's why they're fucking pushing for all this crazy shit today. People think they're really trying to make the world better for people. No, shut the fuck up. They're trying to get more control out of you.
What's your when you go overseas? Like, do you form like a tour, or like what's your favorite like spot overseas?
I love the UK.
Yeah.
I love the world. I just love the people. I just love it. They're fun. It's a fun place. I love Scotland.
How about Australia? Ever done that?
Yeah, I've done Australia. I love Australia.
I've
They're
never
fun
done
fucking people, man. They're fun people. You know, there's a lot of America that's like a little uptight.
Sure.
And also like very judgy.
Yeah.
Very judgy and very uptight. And I know there's a lot of wokeness in England too, but like good old fucking regular drunk English guys are fun. I like them. I like drunk Irish guys. They're fun.
Ireland is good.
Yeah, they're fun. The young people there get it. The young people know what the fuck is going on. The young people of today are on the internet. And the young people today are paying attention to people that aren't lying. And they realize, like, oh, we're getting fucked. Yeah, you've been getting fucked. We were getting fucked. We didn't even know we were getting fucked.
Well, I mean, when you go overseas, that's the thing. Like, I say start small Canada. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get it going. But it's funny how, like, they get all of our references, yet they're better people. You know, that kind of thing.
Canadians?
Yeah.
No, they're not.
I think they are now.
20% less douchebags in Canada.
How many fights have you seen at Tim Hortons? That's what I want to know. Exactly. You ever see a beat down? You never see a shooting?
I went to a strip club in Calgary, and they use the loonies and toonies, the coins, to get the strippers.
Right.
And people were like, when you go, make sure you don't warm them up with a lighter. They don't like that. I'm like, what? They're throwing hot coins at strippers. These are terrible people.
This might be what we call like sampling bias, like the study that you took of what kind of people Canadians are at a whole. I was at a strip club.
Blanket statement.
And where was the strip club?
Calgary.
Okay. A strip club in a fucking cattle town, a frozen cattle town, in one of the toughest fucking places on earth to live.
Yeah. I forgot it is a cattle town.
Bro.
Yeah.
I've got some friends my friends John and Jen, they live in Edmonton. They live out in Alberta, and it's so cold out there. You can take hot water and throw it in the air, and it freezes before it hits the ground.
Wow.
Bro, they get to 50 below, 60 below.
A week before I was there, it was -30, and then the week I went, it was 32 degrees, and people were like, "Oh, I'm wearing shorts." It was fucking nuts.
That's why they're so cool up there. You have to have discipline to live. You have to be able to shovel your car out of the fucking snow to stay alive. Like, it makes for better people. It makes for more resilient people.
People are better when they know how to put on snow tires.
But this guy at the strip club, honestly, he really, I hate to think you out or anything, but he really, like, you know how, like, most guys go and they just kind of sit and observe?
Yeah.
He's part of the action. He immediately runs in, throwing the dollars, spanking an ass. I'm like, I don't know if you're allowed to do that here, dude. I don't know, like, where you think you're allowed. He's from Delaware, so I assume that's like a handshake.
Delaware this morning.
Yeah, spanking a woman's ass. But like, I was like, and they liked it too. They were like, oh, finally a guy who gets us is here. They were like into him.
They want to have fun, and most guys just sit there and like you know.
Yeah, and
You went up and you put $1 like you were betting poker.
I was like
exchanging.
I was like looking around for cameras. Like, I don't want to be observed doing this. But it was really definitely that was for Louis Katz's
bachelor party.
half bachelor party.
Half bachelor party?
Because I wasn't going to go to Costa Rica with them. I'm too old for that, you know.
Yeah.
So it was like Oklahoma. It was like
Bro,
boys night out.
the documentary Dave Attell down there.
Where,
it's
Costa Rica?
Costa Rica is awesome, but
Yeah.
the bugs are gigantic.
Ugh.
Bro, they have crazy bugs you have never seen before. They're like birds.
Really?
They're fucking huge.
I wouldn't be into
There's
that.
there's crocodiles there. I went with my family and we went on a crocodile tour. It's crazy, dude.
They're crocodiles, right?
Oh yeah,
Are
real
they
crocodiles.
lions?
Well, they had
a crocodile.
It's like rivers, and I don't know what you would call it. I guess you could call it bayou. I think bayou is like an American term. Isn't it a French term?
Yes.
It's a French term
Yep.
they use for Cajun country.
CCR term.
Yeah, all around the bayou. That's a jam. But so we're in this boat, right? And my kids are young at the time, and I'm like, "Don't go near there! Don't go near there!" Like every time they go near the edge, one of them is a little daredevil. She likes to lean over the edge. I'm like, "Come on, fucking thrill seeker! These are real dinosaurs, man!" And so we watch this one slide into the water. So there's a bunch of them on the deck, on the banks rather, and they're sunning themselves. And you see 15 feet crocodiles just sunning themselves. Like, this is so creepy. And then they slide into the water. You're like, Jesus! They're under us. They're in you're in the boat. And I'm like, this is such a bad idea. And all my father instincts are kicking in. I'm like, don't go there. Don't go there. Go there. Hey. You know, you're like road rage times 100. You're like, Jesus, you're fucking freaking, man. If one of them falls in, you're going to go in too.
You have to go in.
You have to go in.
You can't leave them.
You have to go in and you have to throw them onto the fucking boat. And then
fight
you got
a
to
fucking
figure out
crocodile.
how to get up because the crocodile's going to hear the splashing. Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
It's so scary.
How about the ocean there too? That's another one where it's like amazing, but there's a lot of sharks.
Oh, there are sharks down
That's
there.
what I heard. Yeah.
Well, down in
Shark thing.
Florida, down in the Keys, they have so many bull sharks that there's a bunch of videos of guys fishing, and they're just trying to get the fish in as quick as they can because the bull sharks come along and just fuck those fish up.
Wow.
There's bull sharks everywhere down there. So many that you're allowed to kill them and cook them.
Really?
Yes.
You can go bull shark fishing?
You can go bull shark fishing in the Keys in Florida.
What does that taste like?
How many are you allowed? How many bull sharks are you allowed to take? I think you're allowed to take like one a year or something like that. But people go fishing for bull sharks.
How big do they get?
And people get mad at them. They're killing sharks because of the propaganda of the fucking shark fin soup.
Right.
People don't understand the size of the globe. And they think that sharks are endangered, but not there. They're not.
No.
They might not be over there, wherever the fuck they've been killing them and taking their fins off. But in Florida, there's a lot of them.
Does it fuck up the ecosystem though if they kill too many of them?
Sure, yeah, but we're killing too many fish.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is, it's not just we, the human race. We've depleted the ocean by something around 90% of all the big fish.
And then they told us that plastic straws are the problem. So every time I go to a coffee shop, it sucks ass.
Here it is. Bull sharks are harvestable in Florida with a 54-inch minimum size limit and one per person per day.
Oh,
not
wow,
per
one a
year,
day.
per day. That's how many they have of them. The world record is from Stewart, Florida, with 501 pounds, 92 inches. Yikes! The maximum size is about 13 feet, with the matures at approximately 14 to 18 years of age.
Wow.
But the bull sharks are responsible for almost all of the different shark attacks out there.
Wow.
They like to bump and bite, meaning they bump their prey and attack it while it's trying to figure out what just hit them.
Just like you, Ian.
Bump and bite. That's a strip club strategy.
Bull shark.
These cut stingrays for bait year-round and our heaviest rods and tackle gear. No doubt you'll get a great show and fight if you catch a bull shark. Would you ever regulations for fishing?
I'm not a fishing guy, but I wish I was into that. Like, I like all the gear they have to buy. I like that when you go to like a Dick's and see like that whole wall, the right anglers and all that kind of the lures and all that kind of thing. I don't know, but I'm not.
But you wouldn't go?
I would go, but I'm not really
try it. Fishing.
This is one of the things Jamie just pointed out. One of the crazy things about bull sharks is they go into freshwater.
Oh, wow.
So they can go. They've been all the way up into Illinois. So they make no bullshit. No bullshit. They make their way up the river. They're getting crazy.
That explains it.
Even the movie Jaws was based on a freshwater attack. It was on a river in New
That's
Jersey.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Near Tom's River.
They go all the way up the river and they can.
How can they do that though? Water, fresh and us whole. How do they
They're
do?
monsters.
Wow.
They're just designed to kill. And they ran out of shit to kill in the salt. They ventured into the fresh.
That's amazing.
They made it all the way up into the rivers and they started killing things.
What do they look like?
They look like a shark. Like a regular shark.
Like a great white type shark?
No,
Yeah,
they're
they're
smaller than that.
Smaller.
Yeah.
They're smaller, but it's the same kind of look. You know?
Wow.
That's what a bull shark looks like. Yeah, see? Look at that terrifying fuckhead.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, dude.
That's like the classic look.
I mean,
That guy looks-
do you know how many there must be if they let you kill one a day?
Sure.
Do you know how many there must be?
It's great news.
Yeah, but how many people are going out specifically? Like
To
how
catch bull sharks? There's videos on YouTube of guys doing it. Yeah, they have like YouTube fishing channels. For real. I subscribe to them. There's YouTube fishing channels and these fucking dudes go down there and they catch bull sharks. Jamie, see if you can find like bull shark fishing. Warmer sea surface temperatures have led to a bull shark population increase, scientists say. Marine wildlife expert discusses whether people should take caution. Yeah, they're going to kill you. Take a lot of fucking caution. These fuckers are dangerous. They're real aggressive too. I think them and tiger sharks.
Oh, yeah.
Bull sharks, I think, are the most.
Oh,
What did it say, Jimmy? Yeah, bull shark fishing.
I want to see the Illinois bull shark fishing scene.
The thing is, like, people have it in their head, like, oh, you shouldn't kill sharks. Right, but you also shouldn't let them kill people. If you get, like, so many fucking sharks to kill people, you got to kill the sharks.
Yeah, but it's also like we should be eating tuna and salmon with
It's a
everything
fucking
with
shark, bro. I want a shark steak, bro. You used to be able to buy it everywhere. Mako shark was like
Mako,
a
I
normal
remember
thing
that.
that was on menus.
Growing up on Long Island, that was the big, the big get. Mako.
2 bull sharks swam up to Mississippi River to St. Louis.
Wow.
Yeah,
See the arch.
What a nice little trip.
because that's how resilient they are. 1937 sparked Fisherman's Tale from 1937 sparked the researchers' interest in bull sharks with upstream after 2 fishermen caught a 5-foot, 84-pound bull shark in Alton, Illinois. So that was in 1937. 58 years later, in 1995, a fisherman near Rush Island, Missouri, caught another bull shark. That's fucking
What are they
crazy.
eating?
What everything?
Wow.
Fucking everything. Birds, whoever's slipping, whoever's slipping, bitch.
Oh, man.
Bull sharks typically live in warm water, in open salt water, but they are one of the few species that can adapt to live in freshwater environments.
Do they ever have arguments and they go after each other?
I think
Sharks eat each other, yeah. Sharks
Yeah?
do that,
I'm sure they do.
for sure.
Well, they kill everything else.
Mhm.
Battle bots of the sea.
That would be great.
Fucking monsters, man. It's
Mm.
awesome. I mean, their teeth are just rows and rows of like duplicating teeth. So when one falls out, another one replaces it.
This is so different from the stuff I look at home. Like when I'm like a koi pond. Like there's something about a koi pond. Like it calms me down. I don't know what it is.
Videos.
Yeah.
Altered.
Anything with parrots. You know, I'm always into that.
I like that too.
Yeah. I like this is what I was thinking of doing. Like you take there's all these parrots that outlive their owners. So you take them and you make like a Supreme Court of parrots. They know all this ancient stuff because they're like old. They're like just you put little robes on them and it's like, hey, what do you guys think about? And you say an issue and then like whatever. It's like, okay, well there you go. That's what we should do.
Parrots are super old.
I know, like 70 years or something.
That's crazy. So if you get one when you're 80, you're an asshole. You really are so selfish. You know, this poor parrot, especially if you treat it well.
Yeah, but
Oh,
can you
yeah.
imagine handing a parrot down to your children in the will?
Yeah.
That would suck.
I think they can live to like 100 years old. I'm not sure. Like a tortoise. Like they have that kind of age to them. They really can live a long time. There's a few animals where like once you get them as a pet, you know, you're there and it is for your kids.
And do they keep learning phrases?
No, I think they kind of like just know like 3 things. I don't know.
Some pets, such as tortoises and parrots, may live for over
50.
50 years.
Okay, well, I was wrong.
Wow.
You know, tortoises live like into their hundreds. So.
Provide documented plans for their pet parrots at their wills.
Yeah.
There it is. Lawyers often urge pet parents. Lawyers. That's just lawyers weaseling in on some
I'm
of
a
that
pet parent
money.
attorney.
Yeah, that's a leap of faith. Like, because I just did a will. Like, and to my parrot, I'd like you know, it's like, yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah, this parrot can't. He can talk, but can't, you know, testify.
It says some species live
Yes, they-
75 to 100 years.
Oh wow.
Wow.
You got to go with an old-fashioned pigeon. That's like what, 3 weeks? Like 6 weeks if he's healthy.
Do you know the pigeons were all brought over here for food?
I didn't know that. I thought they were from here. No.
No,
England?
they're an invasive species.
Wow.
I guess they were brought over from Europe, but they were a food source. That's what squab is.
Oh, it is.
Squab pigeon. It's a squab. Yeah, all those pigeons in New York City, 100% you can shoot them and eat them. They're good.
I wish we were allowed.
Oh,
That'd be
good
so
luck
fun.
to that.
Yeah, so you gotta just pink, just shoot that, and then you just put them in a bag, take them home, and pluck them.
Man,
Like
that's
literally, you could hunt wild meat in the Central Park.
So when people go, let's squab, is that what they're really talking about? Like pigeoning?
That's what squab is.
Yeah.
Right?
Easy, Webster.
I wonder. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's what they're going to squab.
Yeah, that's a weird word.
It is.
Squabbling? What is
Yeah.
squabbling? That doesn't even sound like a fight word.
No, how can you fight after hearing that?
Squabble sounds like somebody goes,
squabble.
that happens to your ankle.
I squabbed on the way in.
Yeah, but that's a,
What about squirrel? That used to be like a frontiersman. Hey, I shot some squirrel.
oh yeah, people still eat squirrels.
Yeah.
They eat squirrels all throughout the South. I have friends that hunt squirrels.
Some friends of mine want to take me squirrel, raccoon, and rabbit hunting down here.
He's a good shot, by the way. He really is good.
Very hard time killing raccoons. I just think raccoons are so cool.
They're the cutest.
They're not just
They have little
cheap,
hands.
they have little hands.
Yeah.
And they're
They have
smart as
little
shit.
hands. Yep.
Have you ever seen them eat like cotton candy and water? And it disappears and they get so confused. Oh, it's the cutest.
That's weird.
Because how they eat, they pick up their food and then they run and eat it.
Yeah.
So they try to pick the cotton candy up and it goes away and then they're like, what happened? It's so cute.
I saw a raccoon in front of the Chelsea Hotel right next to Gotham.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That was weird.
This is crazy. He's searching for it. I lost it somewhere.
Poor little guy.
Oh, what a dirty trick to play on a raccoon. Look at him. He's so fucking frantic.
Oh, I found
It's
it.
like someone when they lost their
Set
vape.
that down here. What the fuck?
Where's that bull short?
You can't escape me.
I can even do a water fountain.
Comes up to the toilet. Remember, that was always a thing that snakes were going to be in the
Oh,
toilets in New York
yeah.
City.
I was thinking about that the other day.
Rats do that.
Like if a rat really like came up and went inside of me, like whose side would the EMTs be on?
Oh, here's what I always want to know if it's true. Alligators in the sewer.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
heard
real?
that as a kid. That was a
Like,
big
people
deal.
would have pet alligators and they would release them in the sewer.
It was always in video games.
There's a movie about it too. There's a movie like it was like a horror movie in the '80s about a gator that was living down in the sewers and like now he's like humongous and he's going to eat somebody. Yeah, so that's a cool thing. That was a great urban myth. Yeah,
Is that it? But was it real? Did they ever find alligators in the sewers? See, they found any alligators in New York City.
Yeah, but how would they get there?
They said that
People throw them away. Pets.
Yeah.
That's how most of Florida is infested with pythons.
pythons.
And a bunch of those came from people's pets.
Yeah,
Not all of them. They found out, they used to think it was all pets, but then they found out that there was a research lab that got hit, that was filled with pythons, that got hit with like a hurricane or tornado or some shit.
Sounds like a horror movie.
Yeah, and the pythons got loose.
that's a terrible death. I think.
And I think
Python
that
death. I mean, I was like, yeah.
Was he around a python or
and
old shark?
swallowed head first.
Well, python you could smoke while you're dying. Whereas the bull shark, you're in the water. You're already kind of like I'm fat. My man boobs are being.
Anything that happens in the water is ultimately more terrifying.
True.
You can't move good in the
True.
water. Dude, you can't get away.
Did you see that video of that guy jumping off the cruise ship and they videotape and he just disappears into the night?
Yeah. That was
Some
a couple years
teen
ago
was trying to
now.
impress his friends and he jumped off into the water.
And drowned.
Current took him away, and in the video you just see just a head bobbing and disappearing into the darkness.
Oh my god, what a terrible way to die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, being an idiot, a drunk
Yep.
kid.
You know, I feel sorry for
Oh god.
the comic on the cruise ship. The next day, he has to do a show. I know everybody's a little down.
I was telling Angela if you immediately making fun of that.
Oh, yeah, tell me.
What the fuck was wrong with that guy? conditions have led to the myths of several special breeds. The lack of sunlight creates a blind albino gator.
Wow.
But is it true?
So it started off as a myth, but there have been reports, not only sightings, but they have put a couple out. But the original reports, like there's hundreds in there a year, and I think that's a myth.
Wow.
They pulled a couple out?
Okay, yeah, I mean that's good.
How many did they pull out?
It started, like I said, it started off as a myth, so like it became true. Like this is their nonprofit, so they pulled out 5.
Oh, they're just little.
They pulled out 5 alligators.
Handled 5.
Handled 5 gators in the past 2 years.
That's still a lot. That's pretty good. And they eat the rats, right?
None from sewers. So this is like people that have pets.
Yeah, like in their bathtub. That's
Bro.
such a weird pet. Like exotic.
There's a dude who lived
That guy.
somewhere. I think there's a dude who lived in Harlem with the
Yeah.
tiger. The tiger
Yeah.
in his apartment.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
There's
Crazy.
a photo of it in the window. Yeah. Like someone's like trying to climb up the fire escape. You see a tiger in the window.
Yeah.
That's the most
That's
insane
amazing.
thing of all time.
That's crazy.
Because someone's got to go in and deal with that thing in an apartment. Look
Yeah,
at that.
look at
In an apartment.
He's so angry.
Yeah, he's trying to fuck that guy up. In an apartment.
What about the neighbors? I mean, like, honestly, bro, that's got to be tough.
How bad does that apartment smell?
Oh, for sure.
Because you're not going to stop that thing from pissing on the walls. Right? He's going to mark wherever he wants.
Wait, is
He's
that a
gonna
snake next to the tiger?
This guy's into exotic
Oiled
shit.
up?
Yeah. That's hard to tell. That's
So-
like a turtle.
That's sort of unfair to the tiger.
Oh, it's so
no.
rude to the tiger.
Living
But
up
so
in-
is the zoo.
In the Bronx. What?
The zoo.
It's like, when are we going to move to Manhattan or something? You know, it's like, I'm sick of being.
We're nowhere near the
Let
park.
me know the action. There was a really good, owl escaped from the Central Park Zoo, and they tried to capture him and they couldn't. And then they said, he'll just be fine. It's living out there in Central Park. He's eating rats and pigeons, and so he's like helping everything. And then he just flew into a building and died. It was sad. I felt so bad for him. It's like he finally got out and he was like looking for a mate. And then he just like at night, because he's owls, you know, they're night people. So it's just like flew into somebody's building and killed himself, you know.
But I thought they fly good at night.
That's what I thought. I guess not. Because he was half owl, half seagull or something.
Birds get really confused by glass.
Oh, yeah. That was him, Flacco. Dead. Oh, man.
Flacco.
That's great.
Flacco probably thought he was going into an opening and he hit a window.
Sure. But yeah, he was like escape, you know, catch and release, bail reform.
You ever have that happen in your house? You ever have that happen in your house? You see your dunk. And it's the sound of a knock on glass. And you look out and you see a bird just dead.
Oh, jeez. No.
I hear it thunk on my glass. I live in Brooklyn. It's just an angry teenager.
But that's like when you drive through Nebraska and like all of a sudden like weird shit starts hitting your windshield, you know. It's like, what is that? Is that a grasshopper? What is that?
Oh, yeah,
like,
like huge bugs.
Like, it's just like, for the amount of bug and the amount of shit that comes out of them, you're like, wow, that didn't make sense. You know, it's like a splatter.
Imagine driving through a locust storm.
Oh, that'd be cool. Oh man.
Where they just flood the skies.
Oh, God's sake.
You know, locusts and grasshoppers are the same thing.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, grasshoppers like turn into locusts. It's like a specific thing that can happen to them. I don't know if it's like a population thing or
Like caterpillars into a butterfly?
But no, because it's not. It doesn't always happen. Like, find out like what turns grasshoppers into locusts. It's something really nutty.
Wait, if you can
Look
eat
at this. Look at this locust swarm. Check this out.
Well, whatever they are, they use whatever bathroom they want.
Each swarm contain up to 200 million pests. They're all living creatures. You fucking piece of shit. They're not pests. They're much more.
That's a grasshopper.
And they turn. So, but just Google what it is.
Can't you eat this? I mean,
Yeah,
grasshoppers
if you
are
can
edible.
eat grasshopper and cricket, can you eat locusts?
Yeah, for sure.
So what are we crying
You
about?
can eat most bugs.
Open your mouth.
You can eat a lot of bugs. Various species of short-horned grasshoppers in the family, but like they have a swarming phase. So what causes them to swarm? Locusts and grasshoppers are the same in appearance, but locusts can exist in two different behavioral states: solitary and gregarious, whereas most grasshoppers do not. When the population density is low, locusts behave as individuals, much like grasshoppers. So it's a population thing.
I thought it was me.
Why do grasshoppers turn into locusts? The term locust is used for a grasshopper species that change morphologically and behaviorally on crowding, forming swarms developed from bands of immature stages called hoppers. The change is described as density-dependent phenotypic Plasticity, yeah.
Wow.
So it's density dependent. So it's like something about the population that causes them to go fucking nutty, and so they look real different. Like their color changes.
Oh man,
That was
that one's tough on the top there. That's so cool with the knees back there. They got to make a drone or something like that. I mean, honestly, they look like
pretty wild.
it is pretty nuts.
Super swarm of workers.
Mm.
Oh, really?
To not like they bury themselves or they hibernate for 20 something years.
That's a cicada, I thought.
Oh yeah, sorry, the bull.
Please, it's my big thing. The
Is it
cicada.
Cicada, yeah, the cicada.
Oh, cicadas, they eat those too.
Every 17 years or 13 years, the cicada return. I always love that. They
Yeah.
come out and it's just like they're annoying.
They're everywhere.
Shedding their skin.
They're really loud, but they eat those too.
Wow.
I know a lot of people online have videos about how to cook cicadas.
Ew, that's
Use, like
something.
teriyaki sauce and you bake them. Apparently they're delicious.
It's protein, right?
Apparently it's trillions.
Oh.
Trillions. Since cicadas will emerge from Maryland to Oklahoma, Illinois to Alabama, clearly trillions of adult cicadas will be present, but not all in the same place at the same time. Yeah, well, I would hope not. Can you imagine? There's trillions of those fat bugs.
That's crazy.
Imagine the border. I think they're cool. They sound cool. So, but they're out every year, right? In small numbers. Is that what the deal is? And then,
Are they the ones that make the noises
Yeah.
at night?
Are they? Is that the deal? Like they're out every year in small numbers, and then every.
Yeah.
Like there's different sizes of them that come out there every merge every day.
This is what the World Economic Forum wants us to eat. You
Look at that.
will eat bugs, and you'll be happy. But the thing is, you need to know you can eat them.
You can't eat them.
They're very edible. And my friend Ryan Callahan had like a recipe for cooking. He talked about just take them, put them on a sheet, use teriyaki sauce, like a teriyaki glaze, cook them. Apparently they're delicious.
I would
stir
try
fry
it,
but I don't know if I ate them, and I ate grasshoppers in Mexico.
Really?
Crickets? I mean crickets.
Do they like deep fry them?
They're gonna fry them somehow. I don't know.
Pan sear them?
Something like that. I don't know, but they had a bowl of them in the room. I think it was good. And I was like, first of all, that's weird because like crickets are the only bug that I don't kill. Like if I find a cricket, I catch them with my hand and bring them outside.
Really?
Yeah. If I find a spider, you're fucked.
Really?
Spiders just fucked.
Yeah. Wow.
I'll kill you.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Once you cook it up.
They call it chapulines. That's how you say it.
I would do that.
Dried and roasted grasshoppers, a pre-Hispanic Mexican delicacy. They're small, most are shorter than the length of an adult pinky, and nutty in flavor. The cooking process can add additional flavors such as lemon, garlic, and chili.
I thought it was Southeast Asia or something like that.
So maybe it's grasshoppers, and I thought it was crickets. Looks like that. Either way,
I can see
grasshoppers
that.
don't kill you.
What about like, are you like an adventure food guy or no?
Yeah, I'll try some different stuff.
You know the thing in the Philippines where it's like an egg, but like it's like the fetus is already like, it's not like a. Yeah, have you had that?
Yeah, we used to serve them.
Oh,
My
geez.
Filipino friends were like, "Get the fuck out of here! Ain't that easy? Like, what are they scared to eat that
It's
for?"
terrifying looking. What is it?
It's basically
It's like a baby
fertilized
Yeah.
embryo
Mhm.
of it's a duck. So it is.
I have no idea what it is. It
So
looks
you eat the
disgusting.
egg and the embryo is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. See, there's like a thing in there.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
So people eat the whole thing. They eat the little baby. They eat the yolk.
That to me is like too much.
It's rough.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
You're getting beaks in there.
Oh,
You're
God.
getting
Oh, I'm such a baby with food.
You get
I'm like,
feet,
oh.
Yeah. I don't remember if I tried that or not.
That sounds like a really good treat for like a dog. Like, hey, look, there's an egg and then like a bird in there. You know, like, here you go, buddy.
I ate so many things on Fear Factor, I kind of forgot all the stuff I ate. I don't think I ate one of those.
Snake, of course. Right?
No, I never ate snake.
Really?
Would you eat everything that they ate?
No,
To be like, I ate it, it's fine.
I would do it if I thought someone really needed to know that you could do it. I'll do it for no reason. I'll do it for no reason. I can't even win just to show you that you can do it. Like, you can do it. Just do it. Just decide you're gonna do it and do it. It's so paternal. Well, it's just like coaching. Yeah, and I'm trying to help these people. And that's a weird moment being on TV trying to eat a dick.
What's the side? You know, it's like, hey, can I get some fries with that dick? You know, it's like
fried pubes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think it was cool that in New York, there's always like the new restaurant, the new hot thing to eat and stuff like that. I'm never into that. I'm not a food guy like that. You're into everything. Right?
I'll try anything, but I definitely have my comforts that I go back to.
Yeah, man, this is so hard. That's why Austin's so good. They got great food here, pretty much from beginning. Like
Those
from morning
food
to
trucks
day,
are
till
There's
night.
so many good food trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of great options, and there's a lot of just it's not cool shit to do. It's not overwhelming. It's like a perfect size.
Mm. And what's the I was gonna say, we're doing the club, right? And that 6th Street, has it settled down, or is it still like popping the way it is?
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's a crazy. That end of it too is kind of the craziest end.
Yeah, it is.
It's fucking wild. We're in the heart of it.
When you're old and you walk down the street, it's a whole different experience. Nobody gets it. Like when you're an old person with like a mortgage, walking down the street, it just that. The only place I think almost as equal is San Diego, like that street where the American Comedy Club is, because this is nothing but like drunks, fights, just squad cars coming from every direction all the time for like 2 hours. Then it's like quiet again. But it's just like this amazing kind of like like almost like somebody said, like, rung a bell. It's like, be nuts.
It's like a weird
crazy
purge for a couple hours.
A purge, yeah.
The purge.
Yeah.
It
That's
is
what
like
it feels
that.
like.
A bunch of barefoot drunk women.
So crazy.
But yeah, that street, man, is
It's very overwhelming.
But that's a good place for comedy, both in San Diego and here. It's like
Sure.
To be around that chaos and then come inside, you're a little like more used to chaos. A little more used to like some nuttiness.
Bring some pop.
You're out there waiting in line, and there's fucking crackheads everywhere. We have security out there to protect them.
Yeah.
Like it's like
Well,
it's a sketchy fucking
That's like a
street.
cellar now in the West Village. Like these people line up to go see a comedy show, and then there's just people accosting them for money and singing songs in their face, and then they come in like, what the fuck just happened?
Do you feel a noticeable change in the city with the immigrant thing?
Oh. It depends what part of the city you're in, but definitely around like Port Authority, Midtown, you'll definitely see more of that kind of activity.
And it's over how much time?
I'd say the last 6 months, 3 months, something
So
like that.
where do you think this goes in 6 years?
Nowhere good.
Is it Delhi?
Is it? I really don't know, but there is like there definitely is like a mood in that part of town, and it's everywhere, by the way. But that's where I see it the most. Where I'm like, whoa, look at like the bus station here, like just outside. It's just
Never been more mango and candy being sold
on the streets.
Well, I'm a fan of both mango
Shaved
and
ice. It's so much easier to get.
Yeah, but can you imagine being like 19 and living, in a terrible place, and you're just so bored, and you're like, wait, I get to go to a place where I get away with crimes with my boys? Let's go. And you're just like a group of lost
just
boys.
let you right out of jail and beat up a cop
Yeah,
on
yeah.
TV.
Yeah.
Look, we are such suckers. We're such suckers as a nation to let this happen. It's so dumb. It's the dumbest fucking thing. It's happening right in front of everybody's face. What do we do? What do we do? And none of our elected leaders are doing anything to stop it.
Yeah, but weren't they shipping them to like Martha's Vineyard and stuff?
Shit.
Do anything?
Well, that was Texas. That's our guy. Our guy's awesome.
Yeah.
He ships them. He's like, okay, you guys you don't want to deal with it? You want to let these people in? You
Yeah.
want sanctuary cities? Good. We'll send them to the sanctuary cities. So just start busting people to New York.
Yeah.
Our guy is responsible for what's happening, and a lot of what's happening in New York. That's how they got up there.
Yeah,
So, but
thanks.
now the government's flying them places. They're flying them to different cities. You can ask where you want to go. They give you money. They give you a cell phone. And the thing that's really freaking people out, especially people in poor cities in this country, like, where's that fucking help for us?
Yeah.
We got these people housed in the Roosevelt, give them free meals a day.
Sure.
Plus, you give them money.
They
Income.
can masturbate wherever they want. It's amazing.
That's
Is that
true.
real? Yeah, anywhere they want.
And for a long time,
It's happening a lot.
for a long time, especially in New York, they would look at you guys down here and go like, what do you, and then they finally got to experience it. And it's probably, what we experienced is probably just like 1/10 of what you guys have to do, being right on the border. So,
Well, we're not on the border,
but I'm saying like Texas.
so
So
if you're down south, if you're like way down there,
border town.
yeah, if you're in Juarez, like right outside of Juarez, if you're you're real close. I mean,
Yeah.
It's coming over.
Yeah.
And it's affecting you.
What's a little wild, because I don't see many kids.
Yeah.
Not many families coming over.
Well, here's the thing, though. For real, it's very dangerous to bring your kids through a fucking migrant stream that's walking into Mexico.
So they
And a lot of
here to work and then send money back.
There's definitely that.
Mhm.
But also military-aged men from other countries, including Middle Eastern countries, including China. It's like that's real too.
Mhm.
And it doesn't mean that you're not compassionate for the people that are doing exactly what I would do if I was living in Ecuador and I didn't have any money, and there was no job opportunities, and I knew that I could get into America and I'd get a job, and if I busted my ass, I could make it. They would accept me. Not only accept me, but help me and give me money. And you hear from your friends, bro, every time you go across the border, they'll give you $2,200. So this guy's on the radio, in Spanish-speaking radio in San Diego, telling guys how they went back and forth 4 times in a month.
Yeah. Then
So they got $8,000 in a month.
Jesus.
Yeah, so they're living nice just by crossing back and forth and just continuing to do it.
Well, did you read the story about the guy? I think it's from Venezuela.
I had to make a move.
He's telling people how to get over the border and then squat in houses, and like how you'll just get like, you know, it's like they won't throw you out of their house. It's not like where we're from. You can just get in the house and then you can stay there. Yeah.
The
So
lady got arrested
she
for
got
changing
arrested.
the locks on her own home.
that to me is crazy.
They're
It's
also
squatting.
saying in New York, if you're in a house for 30 days, you legally
That's
become
right.
a tenant.
Yeah, that's
If you
right.
get mail sent to the place in your name, it's yours.
That is
That is
Dude, I
just
love this story. I think it happened in like Seattle or Portland or something. This guy was at every march and rally, and he was like big Antifa and communism. And he met someone there, and the guy was like, "Hey, can I crash with you?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, sure." So he brought him and his girlfriend and stayed on the couch. And after 2 weeks, the guy wouldn't let the homeowner into his own house, and he had to call the police, which is like against their religion. And they're like, "We don't know what to tell you."
holy shit.
Isn't that the best?
Oh my god, it's hilarious. That's amazing.
I was talking to friends of mine. There's like it's like over 1,000 squatter situations in Atlanta, and they're like, "Well, it's only 1,000. The population is this big. It doesn't really matter." I'm like, dude, 10 people doing it is alarming.
Yeah, 1,000 is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
That means they know how to do it. They know the loophole. And
Yes.
you need to tighten that loophole up, fuckheads.
People are so smart. They know how to jack the system.
100%, especially criminals and
Yeah.
fraudsters, which is the type of person who's got, I mean, you imagine they're filming. This is my house.
Yeah.
They're filming.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't give a fuck, dude. This is where I live now. And they know that you have to pay them to get out. That's what a lot of homeowners do. But the problem is that another person is just going to jump in.
Well, the eviction process is so long, and you have to hire a lawyer, you have to go to court. And
It's
that
all on
takes
the
a while.
homeowner. And good luck trying to sell the place, because if you're not there in the house, they'll just squat.
But they always hold up like a dirty piece of paper. I have a lease, and it's just like a happy face and a house behind it.
This guy was explaining how he did it. This guy was explaining how he did it in this YouTube video. He was saying that you get a fake lease.
Mhm.
So you draft up a fake lease. You use that lease to get the power, and things turn into your name. You pay the bill. Like, there's a bunch of different steps that you can do that just seems to indicate that you are the legal resident. And then they have to take you to court. And it could be months and months
Years.
before you even get a trial.
Yeah, where do they stay? The homeowners?
They're fucked.
In the micro hotel?
It's so crazy that in the name of protecting tenants, which is important, you don't want a shitty landlord, you want to protect tenants. But in the name of protecting tenants, you're basically allowing people to steal people's houses.
For sure.
And not just one. If Atlanta has 1,000, what is the number of people that are squatting currently, Jamie, in the United States? Try Google.
Just did the census.
Why don't you ask ChatGPT?
It's not only that they're squatting.
Let's see what that bitch says.
You see how they abuse the house too. Like they'll like smear shit on the walls and do all kinds of things.
Mike Dykstra did
So
that.
like you really don't risk
his mansion.
Well,
I think Ray Dykstra did it, and it was his mansion.
Yeah, and they were like evicting him. And he's like, all right, I'm going to take a shit on the floor.
So
Yeah,
they did it?
yeah.
And then didn't Gretzky buy the house?
He bought it from Gretzky.
Oh,
It was
he bought it
Gretzky's
from
house.
Gretzky.
Yeah.
And then he shit all over it
Uh-huh.
when they were taking away from him.
Fuck you.
not cool.
That's a different story, though. He wasn't a squatter.
Yeah.
He just went broke.
Yeah.
It's like when you go to a friend's house, you have a party, and like that last guy who has nowhere to go, he's like, "Hey man, we can." It's like, this is a different level, Your Honor.
Bro, the guys you can't get out of your party are the worst.
Yeah.
That's the main reason why people don't want to have parties. The one guy who won't leave.
You gotta get up early, man. No, that's all right. I can
And then you
hang.
get people leave my podcast studio.
Especially when they get a little drunk and they just don't get the hints.
Yeah.
You're like, you are drunk. You must leave.
Lights out.
What? What are you doing there? Are you fucking?
Yeah.
Are you fucking tripping, bro?
Yeah, I was that guy.
It's 5 in the morning.
I would just curl up on their welcome mat like a cat. The next day. That's what happened with that guy who had the Kansas City Chief party, and then the guys go outside. They're like, "Dude, can't we just hang a little bit longer? You know, maybe it'll warm up." He's like, "No, you got to go." And then they all like did popsicles outside. Really? Yep.
Yeah. Like, wow. How many of them died?
Like it was like 4 of them, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And they found the bodies like right outside. You know, but it was really
such a bad hang that you end up freezing to death.
Wasn't there like some controversy to that story? Like
they don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. The story seems fishy.
There's something with it might have been drugs. It might have just been like, you know, they died somewhere else and he put them out there. You know.
Well, I think there was some controversy with the guy who called it in. Like they didn't do it quick enough. So, I forget what it was.
They were high.
People started getting suspicious.
They were very high though. They were very
what?
You know, they were drunk. They were just doing powder of it, something like that.
Maybe oxys. Yeah. Maybe that's why they just fell asleep outside.
That's just
okay. What does ChatGPT say? That's my last update, January 2022. I don't have access to these recent statistics. I'm never recording spotting houses in the U.S. Spotting is often a complex and unreported issue.
That's a government.
Obtaining accurate data can be challenging due to its illegal or unauthorized nature. You may need to consult recent studies, reports, or data from relevant organizations. Well, this is ChatGPT 4. ChatGPT 5 would be like, I know what to do.
Here's your plan.
Just like it's a robot.
I don't know the first article I pulled is
1,200 homes.
Yeah.
they're institutional investors. I don't know like how many of them are buying houses, never living in them, and just taking houses.
What?
Like Airbnbs type thing. There's a bunch of Airbnbs, all kind of situations going on right now. Where a bunch of
So they like move into Airbnb and just stay. I know that there are definitely people doing that because this lady videotaped this woman who wouldn't leave her place. She's like, I'm not going nowhere.
And you have to keep
like,
the lights.
See this bitch is in my fucking house. She's
Yeah, but
cooking
can't
in
you
my
just
fucking
beat
kitchen.
the shit out of them and then just know you'll be out the next day?
The problem is it's already, everyone's aware that this is an issue already by then. So now they've got their eye on you and you can't really just say this person's in my kitchen, they attack me. You know, you'd have to fight to the death.
You have to keep the lights and the heat, all that on as the homeowner. Because if you shut it off, that's like a big red flag. Like you're not allowed to do that.
But they might not even be allowed to be in the home.
I think a lot of this came in New York City from the TIL program, and well, in the 70s with all the houses and buildings just being completely abandoned and turned to shit.
Yeah,
a lot of people were squatting.
that's right.
Because they were like homeless, so they were like, all right, well, we have to figure this out so that we don't have all these people in the street.
You know, Tompkins
And then they
Square
just didn't change it. Yeah.
in the '80s. I remember they back. I guess that was like a Giuliani thing actually, where they were like, we got these squatters in these buildings and we want them out. You know, like in order to repurpose the building, they had to get all these people that had already set up power and all kinds of stuff in the building. So the cops would go in, and then you would just see like a rush of like skinhead-looking dudes coming flying out through the park, and they would like tussle with the cops.
Rockers.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
And it was just like they were squatters. They were like, you know, street kids that were living in these buildings.
Yeah.
So.
Where the fuck did they go?
Well, that's when some of the best music came out in New York City. So they were all musicians
Early 80s.
squatting together. Yeah,
Probably, right?
yeah, totally. Agnostic Front and, you know, Bad Brains and everything, they were all squatting. Cro-Mags.
Makes you legit.
Yeah. Well, as a homeowner, that's one of my biggest fears. Is squatting. I'm on the road, I come back. Yeah, so it's in my house.
Hello, if it's New York, some lady just, they think this lady got murdered because she went to
Yep.
a house that was her house to clean it up, and there were squatters living there, and then they fucking killed her and threw her in the house.
Yep.
Jesus.
Cutting them up, that's the thing.
And then there's, you know, then the problem is like, good luck catching them. You know, they're just gonna, there's no paperwork on these people. They're just wandering around the city. Squatters suspected of killing a woman in New York City apartment, stuffing her body into duffel bag. Yeah. Victims found squatter in mother's vacant apartment. According to public sources, Vitel's was killed after she traveled to New York City from Spain to get the apartment ready to be occupied by a family friend. It had been vacant for months after the death of her mother. Police sources say Vitel's didn't know when she went to the apartment that two squatters had been living there. When she arrived, She could be seen on surveillance video coming and going from the apartment. Police believe the two squatters returned to the apartment after the Tells arrived, surprised, and killed her by beating her to death.
How do these squatters? Are they on Zillow? Like, what the fuck are they doing to find these
They just
old
get a
ass
report
places?
from someone. Someone figures out that there's an apartment that's empty. You know?
Jeez.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god. Wow, what a
They have
horrible
the two
death.
suspects. Two suspects went to used car dealers after the crash, looking to buy a car. They remain at large.
Jesus.
So they beat her to death, and they're at large. Video stealing her Lexus from the street out front and fleeing. The car, police said, sources said, was later involved in an accident in Pennsylvania.
Well, they'll get them when they have to charge. And they charge the Lexus.
That's not a. They don't make electric cars. Lexus is Japanese. It's Toyota.
Oh,
Toyota
sorry.
believes in hybrids.
Oh.
Toyota has a different strategy for EVs.
Can you imagine being a vicious murderer and getting away in a Prius?
Yeah, that's the car you want to take. People wouldn't, unless you have too many stickers on the back.
Just a bunch of coexist
Yeah,
stickers.
you're probably really aggressive about your insistence that everyone coexist.
Wow.
Did you guys see that video that Edward Snowden posted that shows Israel bombing these kids?
No.
They're just walking in Gaza.
Where?
It's hard. It's horrible because they're clearly not armed.
Snowden.
They're just walking.
The Snowden.
Yeah, Edward Snowden put it on his Twitter, and it's these young men are just walking down the street, and
He's still in Russia, right?
yeah, yes, Russia. So these guys are just walking down the street, and this, clearly not armed. This is like after the bombings and everything. These people are probably going back to see if their house is there. Who knows what the fuck they're doing, right?
What if they thought they were squatters?
Look at this.
Whoa. What the heck?
Look how quick it is.
Oh.
So that guy in the front is running away. He's like,
Yeah.
oh shit, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And so they zoom in on him.
Oh. They got him too?
Oh yeah. And bro, the way they do it, I mean, there's nothing left of you. They're literally targeting you with a missile. And
Yeah.
you just disappear. Look at that.
Is it a missile or is it a
Missile.
drone?
Well, it's a missile coming from
From a drone.
Probably.
Or,
I mean, it might be coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, like
I don't know
plane.
where.
You know,
I believe it's a drone, though. Isn't that what the contention is?
wow.
Yeah, so they have drones that can do this, which is so insane, dude. And they're not showing you the body. It's just a bloody
you know what's so creepy? Have you seen those drone videos in Ukraine and Russia? And it's really good quality. And then they drop the little bomb on the guys, and then they put like Russian techno music over it.
Yeah,
And like it's so creepy.
it's so creepy.
You just see guys hanging out.
And then they just explode. Yeah.
Well, that's what they say now is that they can see everything at all times. So it's really hard to like use like tactics where like we'll sneak up on them on the and then we'll go this way. They can't do that anymore. It's like those kind of tactics are old now.
Yeah,
What do you do?
satellites are everywhere. Satellites are everywhere.
Satellite.
Drones are everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
There's silent drones.
If you see a drone coming,
See?
you just like, why accept death?
These guys think this tarp will help them,
Oh,
Put a
the
tarp
leg.
up.
What's that? Oh, so you ever been shot? Oh, here it is. Oh my God.
It's pretty amazing how they figured that out.
Just drop the ball from the fucking drone, cook everybody.
You should be able to hear it, right? If it's a civilian drone, because they make that loud, like that buzz, and then it's like maybe
shoot it down.
100 feet. Yeah, they have a shoot down. They also have that like EMT blast on it, where they can basically take control of it or stop the signal, and it'll just
It's
land.
like a perk in Call of Duty.
It's insane. Yeah, but I'm sure they probably have ones that avoid that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think they just keep getting these things better. How silent are the drones now? Oh, did you hear about the drones that were hovering over the base that they think are from China? And they've been hovering over there for weeks.
I didn't read that one. Yeah, I heard it.
They updated the balloons.
It's what base was that again?
Jim, I'll find it. I've got this. Sometime I saved it. But it's a scary story because it says for weeks.
Yeah, I hate to jinx it, but it's just like, these things you could just buy, and that the fact that, you know, luckily no people in this country have used it like the way they're using it, we're really lucky. I mean, honestly, think about all the situations.
Are we
you know?
lucky, or is it just a matter of time?
Well, evidently, whatever they're doing is like, you know, just think of like New Year's Eve, all those different like gatherings, you know, a game, you know, it could be even like a high school.
Stop giving the enemy ideas.
Oh, sorry.
What the fuck?
I'm trying to connect to our, you know, what we call your first responder fan base, your contractors and whatnot. But I'm sure that's a big, keeps them up at night thinking about that stuff, you know.
Dude, that fucking video is horrible. All those videos are horrible. The video of those guys in college is horrible.
We go back to shorts.
How about well, I was going to say, the Ukrainians have those drones now that take out the ships, you know, the sea babies, they call them.
Look at this.
It's just,
This mysterious drone swarmed Langley Air Force Base for weeks. The unidentified drones were such an issue that assets were called in from around the government, including NASA WB-57 high altitude jet.
wow,
So what does it say these things look like?
a dragon.
The Chinese dragon drone. That would be a dope way for China to show really flex and make a drone that looks like a dragon. Does it say what the description of these things were?
That's the F-35.
That's what I think about this alien shit is.
Ah, yeah, that's what they're saying now too.
A lot of it, I think, is drone technology. That
They won't admit to it.
we don't know that
It's out there.
Yeah. To protect operational security, we do not discuss impacts to operations. The statement said we don't discuss specific force protection measures, but retain the right to protect and the installation. Langley continues to monitor our airspace and work with local law enforcement and other federal agencies to ensure the safety of base personnel, facilities, and assets. Does it say?
It says here that a UAS, uncrewed aerial system, a number of UASs fluctuated and they ranged in size and configuration. None of the incursions appear to be exhibiting hostile intent.
But anything flying in our restricted airspace can pose a threat to flight safety. Interesting.
They can also test the reaction time.
Yeah, it must be. It must be a drone because that means they're not saying it's a UAP.
Those are ours.
What is the most sophisticated drone currently available? But Google most sophisticated nuclear or most sophisticated military drone. Yeah, just Google that term. Most sophisticated military drone.
Picture of Obama. They have the ones that are like little fighters now. They're like able to do turns that no human could take.
Do they have little ones that buzz and have like machine guns on them?
Look at this one.
Well, that one's, yeah, that's a spy. That's cool. That can fly for days.
Okay, so here we are. Dassault Neuron.
That is cool. With the propeller in the back.
They must be loud shit though, no?
They have a power. Well, I guess, I mean, it's an engine.
Yeah.
Rolls Royce engine. Shout out to Rolls.
Turbocharged. That'd be loud, right? A
Turbocharged piston engine, yeah. 450 horsepower. That's pretty fast for that little thing.
It is cool.
Yeah.
You see the ones with Ukraine with the boats where they're like taking out the Russian Navy? That is pretty cool how they did that.
Whoa, look at that.
That's huge.
Holy shit, I didn't know that big.
Look at that.
That's a crazy flying.
It's a ramjet.
How nutty is that?
That's one of those things where it just like flies over like every phone call, like immediately saps it up.
Well, which one of these have missiles?
So
Some of these must be just spies.
that one does. See, those are the Hellfires.
I think you have to make it.
Look at the little one the guy has in his hand. Can I play too? I'm just annoying.
Yeah, I guess they wouldn't make one that couldn't shoot a missile.
The
right?
little
Why
one
would
just
they?
collects gossip. Guess who's fast?
See that, but this is just go back to the picture. So. The one you just showed with the missiles in the bottom of it.
Yeah, that's the classic.
That's pretty cool.
Awesome.
So it's got 2 missiles, and what are those 2 things beside the missiles? They might be guns.
Might be defensive.
Maybe. Right, to shut, like, flares and shit.
Yeah, ground.
Because they do that when someone's shooting a missile at them. They'll shoot off a flare to detract the heat-seeking missile. Oh, yeah, for sure. Again, that's what I think a lot of that stuff is that people are reporting.
You think?
Yeah, that's what I think a lot of these things that people are seeing that they think are UFO is just some super sophisticated propulsion system.
Some of them are really creepy though, like the way they hover around or fly around, like the one that they showed like 1 or 2 from in the Middle East. Just like it did look like it was either a UFO or a monster or some kind of like this one that looks like a jellyfish, but it's flying around. It's got like stuff hanging off of it. Like what is that? You know?
That one's very weird because that one goes in the ocean too.
That one's scary.
It goes into the ocean and then comes back.
Remember, I told you last time I looked something up like this. This thing came out.
That is so cool.
It says it's a drone
And it goes underwater.
and it goes underwater, but I couldn't find anywhere that this thing was being sold. It was like had like a Kickstarter type program
Oh,
like
neat.
10 years ago.
But here's the problem with this, even like pretending that that's real. What's the propulsion system?
It may have not ever been real.
No, I don't think it's real. I think it's a basketball. I mean, it is. I really do. Like, look at how the bottom where it's screwed down. I think that's like a volleyball or a basketball or something.
Yeah,
I think that's totally fake. I think it's because there's no method of propulsion. Like you can't just have a basketball that flies. Liquid gravity engine, shut the
It
fuck
says
up.
sphere shaped, no outside propellers and moving parts, but then it doesn't say how it flies.
It's a big golf ball.
I don't have no video of it.
Exactly. They use a golf ball as one. Shut the fuck up. That thing's fake as fuck.
It's got one
You have to have an exhaust. Every fucking propulsion system that we know of right now has to have either a fan, like you gotta have a propeller, or you have to have an engine that shoots stuff out the back and makes you go forward. That's it. So these things that people keep seeing that don't operate like that, that's what makes me think the government has something that doesn't need a traditional combustion engine for a propulsion system.
They're not going to have it on Google.
Yeah, they're not gonna tell you. They're not gonna tell you shit.
Yeah.
They're not gonna tell you shit. I wouldn't tell the whole world what we could do. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Just make it better every year. To the point where it's basically a UFO. And if you just think about the unlimited amount of money that they've had, and they've been designing military vehicles and jet engines, they've been doing that for decades.
Yeah.
All that time, making one thing that no one knows about better and better and better and better, flying around Area 51. I bet there's a lot of those that people are seeing. That they're like, oh my God, they're real. They're like,
And then they're just like, yeah, aliens are real.
Yeah.
It's just us testing.
And also, I think
I do too.
Yeah.
In what way? I'm hoping they are. I really am hoping they are real. I really do.
It's too quick.
No, I didn't ever say like I didn't believe it. I think the things you were just talking about, I'm like, some of them are secret projects, some of them are aliens. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
But there is definitely another presence here, like in this world or whatever it is. You know?
Yeah.
And that there has to be something to explain a lot of these sightings, which are not explainable. So,
It's real likely that both things are true. Because it just doesn't make any sense with the universe as big as it is that there's no one else out there. And if they do develop the ability to go way past where we are,
yeah.
they should be able to be invisible. That should be easy. They should be able to come here anytime they want. That should be easy. If you look at a species like ours, that's this intelligent as the human species, we've got 1 million years more advanced. 1 million years more advanced. Who the fuck knows what we can do? We're going to be weird in 5 years from now. 5 years from now with AI, things are going to be off the charts weird. So imagine that just keeps going for 1 billion years, which is really possible. I mean, crocodiles have been around for fucking 65 million years, whatever.
Yeah.
It's totally possible.
Well, do you remember that cab driver in Vegas that told us
Yeah. This guy's very UFO. He's got a lot of UFO stories, this guy.
he told us what was the portal? One of the casinos was
Oh,
a
yeah.
portal for aliens.
Oh, it's got to be
He said there's a
certain.
secret railway under like the MGM Grand, and that's where aliens are coming from, Area 51. It's like I've never even heard of this theory, and he's like, no, it's true.
Yeah, oh, that's hilarious.
And yeah, he had a lot
He's
of
like, there's no way 250 humans at one time would want to go to a casino.
Yeah, that was his joke at the end.
Joking?
Yeah. I don't know if he was driving us or driving away from his ex-wife, but we were driving for a long time.
If I was going to be an alien, I want to abduct some people. Though I think Vegas would be a good spot.
No one would miss him.
Yeah.
Not only that, they'd be so confused. Like, I don't know what. I think someone spiked my drink. All of a sudden, I was on an alien spaceship.
Uh-huh.
And in Vegas, everything goes. Like there's always like a new thing to do, so that would definitely become like a like the sphere, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine if there was like an abduction program, like you could actually get abducted. And instead of like abducting us and just ruining people's lives, what if we made a deal with the UFOs? Hey, listen, you guys got it all wrong. We're willing to get abducted.
Yeah.
You can take us on board and do
Test
experiments
us.
on
Yeah.
people. We don't care. We're totally willing to be your guinea pig.
Oh, influencers would try to do that.
One
Sure.
100% live streaming while you're getting your anal probe.
Yeah.
It's worth it. Yeah, if they really wanted to come and abduct us, we would be more than willing to let them. You don't really have to force them.
What if the aliens is technology in terms of how advanced it's gotten in such a short period of time, and then the people using it are just basically drones that are using this exposed technology?
Well, it's possible that that's the future of life. The future of life is we integrate with technology. And that's the only way. It's like the biological evolutionary process is really slow. But the technological evolutionary process is really fast. Like crazy fast. Like you could have a whole new thing in a year. Whereas like a whole new species, like God, how does that even happen? You know, how does it even happen? And then like when species are hybrids, they're not viable. So like some of them are and some of them aren't. How long does it take to make a human out of a monkey? How long does it take to make a monkey out of an amoeba? It's too long. They don't have that time. It's too long. It's too long. But if you can integrate with technology, then you have an insane ability to adapt. And then probably you just stop being a person. Probably will realize that.
Well, I think that's already out there. People stop being people.
Well, you can't
There's a little bit. They have a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You know the whole send people to Mars. Like I was looking at like how long it takes to get anywhere. Like it takes about 6 days, 3 days to get to the moon, which is doable. That's why the moon is the way to go. Mars is like 9 months to a year. But then the other planets, let's say we're like in a whatever at our current like ability to like travel, like Jupiter, 25 years, and there's really nothing there except for that Io moon, whatever that is. I hope I'm not saying it wrong, but like the fact that like we're not built for outer space, and yet we keep craving this whole thing. When you're right, it should be some kind of techno hybrid of a human, something that would be able to do that, you know?
Yeah, and it'll probably, if you become a machine
Yeah.
instead of a person, you don't have to worry about being crushed by gravity because you'll have a carbon fiber hull, and all your orgasms will happen from that. And then you'll be able to
Radiation, all that stuff because space is a killer, you know? It's like it's not built
if
for
you're
carbon.
that thing and you're taking 25 years to get to Jupiter, will the technology exist to make you not be bored? Like, what are you going to do for 25 years?
They should
You're
just
going to be
sleep.
playing video games the entire flight. It's going to be amazing.
You're
Do you know how
prepared
quick
for
6
years.
months of video games would go by on your trip to Mars? It'd be so quick. Just have a local area network set up, and you and the other astronauts just fucking geeking out all day. Oh shit! They're coming for you! Guard your flank! Guard your flank! Ah! You're fucking just drinking Mountain Dew and smiling.
Yeah.
If you knew that you didn't have any responsibilities other than playing video games, you know how quick 6 months could go by?
That sounds like hell, though.
Yeah, no,
Why
not for
we got
me.
all the games? All the games.
I mean, don't you want to get up and move around?
Maybe not. Maybe if you just put that fucking Mark Zuckerberg headset on, you can pretend you're moving around.
Is there a dick-sucking robot that I could use?
Definitely. That's coming. That's probably already here. Probably they already have that in China. They're probably testing it out right now.
The what is it called again? It's a fembot or something.
Which one is that?
It's a sex doll, but it's whatever you have to. I don't know.
Those are coming.
Yeah.
Those are coming.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that robot that like cooks and like sets up your kitchen for you? The robot like puts plates away and shit. They already have
It's called a wife.
You son of a bitch. Yeah, there's a new AI-powered Chat GPT robot that does simple tasks around the kitchen, but it communicates with you like a person. Even says It's very weird.
Oh, like it's
It
thinking.
goes So the reason why I did that putting these plates away in this rack, and you'll dump garbage on the table and say, please clean it up. It's true. Just look at this.
Why you didn't eat this steak while you pick up this trash? So I gave you the apple because it's the only
That is so weird.
Yeah.
Great.
It stands too.
Based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
So it's analyzing the image. It's slow right now.
Like that, plate and cup are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Why does it sound like it's narrating This American Life?
It's got a raspy voice.
Yeah. It's like a dude.
Yeah.
It is weird.
That really looks like a puppet. It doesn't look like a robot.
No, man. It does a lot of other things.
That's amazing.
Look at
That
this.
is truly
Look how it
amazing.
puts the dish in the drying rack.
Does it apologize if it makes a mistake?
If it breaks your dick. Yeah. If it rips it right off. I'm sorry. I applied too much force.
Dad. Will that eventually have like a skin covering, or will it look like that?
100%.
Oh. I call bullshit. You don't see that guy's face every time he talks. That guy's a ventriloquist. that man is speaking for the. Oh, you're not computer.
What a cheap act, too. Hey, buddy, how about you get behind the table with him?
Yeah, drink a glass of water.
Fucking fraud. Show it dynamic walking. The dynamic walking one's wild. So this thing, by the way, it doesn't have to have that giant metal plate over its chest, but it does if it doesn't want you to kill it.
That's amazing. It looks
You
bulletproof.
have to shoot it in the lens. But look at it walk around and move.
Amazing. That's amazing.
And this is, think about like a Model T, and then think about a Tesla. Okay? A Model T is a slow, chunky. Look at him. Look at his hips move.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild? But think about a Model T, right? Model T's like big, stupid wooden wheels.
Yeah.
Oh, I've
my
seen
God.
this. This is really nuts. Look at that.
Yeah. This is
That's
almost
amazing.
2 years ago that he could do
This
this.
is new American.
Look how agile it is. This is Boston Dynamics. And so they can do all kinds of things. They can fucking saw wood. They can do construction. They can hop up on boxes. Look at this.
This is before AI, right? So,
Well, they had AI, but they
Yeah.
didn't have AI available to everybody.
because now in the future, you'd look at something like this and go like, "This is probably not really happening. This is just
AI
this is real." I've seen
This is real.
Yeah,
Programmed
Look
it
how
to
it
hop.
jumps.
They programmed it to hop around gay.
that is amazing.
And they programmed to toss the stuff up to him. This is so much better than a lazy dock worker. You know, some guy doesn't like his job and needs a cigarette break. This
Look at
fucking
that.
is ready to go. And if they figure out how to make,
Wow.
oh, yo, it does
Shit.
acrobatics.
It's a gymnast.
And if they figure out a way to make very small nuclear-powered engines, which I think they're already
Battery.
doing.
Mhm.
I think is it China that has a small nuclear-powered power plant?
Yes.
So they'll be able to make a nuclear-powered power plant that's the size of a fucking cell phone and stuff it in that thing. It'll be able to go for 90 years.
Holy shit! Like a battery, like a
Yeah.
nuclear battery. They already have that, where they use it to power. Like they used to do it for spacecraft, but you're right. Then it would be endless.
Nuclear battery produces power for 50 years without needing to charge.
That's crazy.
Beta
That's-
Volt says its battery can power mobile phones that never need to be charged and drones that can fly forever. Forever.
Would you really want a nuclear powered phone though? That's the one thing.
Fuck yeah.
You would?
Yeah, I want balls to blow.
That's one of those. I don't know about that.
I'm willing to wear like an external case to put the phone in. It's like some sort of a shield from the. I'm sure the government wouldn't allow these companies to sell it if it was dangerous. So just no.
Yeah.
Let's just let it get out there and let's just
See
let
what
the
happens,
pieces
yeah.
fall where they may.
True.
Don't be a pussy.
Okay.
Don't you want
Just
a robot?
accept.
I like the robot
You
thing though.
want a robot? We're gonna get robot fuck dolls for shizzy.
People are so anti-robot already. They had the what was that in San Francisco? The self-driving taxi. They lit it on
Oh, I've
fire.
seen that.
It was like basically like like the Amish people. Like they attacked it. They destroyed it.
Yeah, but they do that to regular
I know.
taxis in San Francisco.
Yeah.
This is a sampling bias. You got homeless, crazy fentanyl zombies that are just trying to smash everything. People leave their fucking windows rolled down, their keys
Yeah, yeah.
Like in Canada, they're telling them to leave their keys outside their foyer. They're telling them to leave your keys like near the door, so that people don't have to like roam through your house if they're trying to steal your car. Yes.
Really?
Home
invasion.
Yes. They said, listen, to make it easier, just leave the keys outside. Like what? How about
it's a new low.
Stop people from stealing my fucking car? Yeah. What am I paying in taxes for, you fuckheads?
So it's like clean needle centers. Where like if you're gonna do the drugs, just
clean needle centers are a lot more reasonable.
I like that kind of drug.
Reverses plans to allow police robots to kill suspects.
Soon.
But this is how bad San Francisco's got. This was a suggestion.
Yep.
And they actually have a robot. They're like, not yet. Let's wait till things go really sideways.
Are they working on like technology for us to read thoughts?
Oh yeah.
What about like learning what our cats are thinking?
I want to slow down on
you
the
don't want
tech.
to know what your cats are thinking. Your cat's thinking, I wish you were small so I could eat you.
Yeah, not my cat. My cat's going, I love you.
When you die, they eat you almost immediately.
Good. I want to be one with my cat.
Let's take a piss break, because I got a piss too. Yeah, let's pause the bitch right here. What the fuck are you doing, Dave? You're living in 1995.
Oh, yeah. You know he sends me emails with no body and everything's in the subject?
How long is the subject?
It's so long.
I forget
the return.
So it's all up there. Yeah.
It's the best. This is just a great sound when I'm doing it, like Morse code.
How long does this take for you to accomplish this?
I'm done.
So you don't have an iPhone at all anymore?
I have one too, but this is me off the grid. Yeah. This is my when shit happens. Right here, I'm ready to go.
So what do you use that one for? Like, who do you text on that?
No, this one's like just like for all my texts, and the other one's for emails.
Wait, if
this is not on one.
You text on that?
Yep.
So when I text you, you text me on
Yeah,
that?
I do. Can't you feel it?
Yeah.
Old.
That's why there's like 10 spaces in between words.
That is so insane. I'm sending you a text right now. Let's get that one. That is so insane.
That's good.
Oh my god. Yeah, it comes up green.
Just wait for the sound.
You texting or you calling?
I'm texting you. Tell me about your upcoming weekend at the Market Show.
Might take a while.
No, it doesn't have voice to text either, does it?
No. If it did, I wouldn't do that anyhow.
Really?
I'm like super paranoid with the web and everything, so this is like.
But yeah, you have an iPhone.
I do, but that's what you call it, bait and switch. Okay, let's see if I get it.
Did you get it yet?
I did. No. I didn't get it.
Make the sound.
Your name isn't.
It always makes sounds every time you text a button. It makes a sound.
Yeah.
That doesn't drive you
It
nuts.
really annoys people too. Yeah.
So it takes you like 4 presses to get an S still. You know that thing?
Yeah. You got to really want it.
That is so nuts.
I can't even find your thing yet. It'll take me days.
You remember when people started using U, like the letter U instead of YOU? Because of that.
Yeah. Time saver.
It's a little time saver.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't even have emojis. Like any emoji is like
He still uses emoticons, like a colon and a parentheses for a smiley face.
Well, are you guys done with this tech beat down? Like I'm a tech hoarder. I'm out of the house, buddy. Come on, we love you.
How long have you been flip phone?
I have one in my house, which I'm sure is worth a lot of money because it has the antenna on it. So that's like my retirement plan. I'm going to sell that to a museum or some collector or something like that. It's got that little like, and I'm like, man, I can't believe like we actually used to think this did something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't really hear you. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, now it's up. I can hear you too clear. Let me put it down.
I think it probably did a little something.
Yeah, but you had one of these. Yeah. Actually, that reminds me of a story about you. Bill Blumenreich, you know what he said to me? He goes, you know, back in the day, one of the comics who always worked was Joe. And you know why? I go, why? Because he had a cell phone before anybody else. So whenever there was a fallout, I would call Joe. Joe was there. Joe wanted it. And I was like, wow. So it was like a cool story about like just as we went from like, you know, calling someone on a landline to like a cell phone and that you were ahead of the game.
This is like 89.
Easily.
I got in my car.
Easily, yeah. And that's how it was for the young comics. You know, having a car was a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, you needed a car to get around. If you didn't have a car, you're not getting gigs.
Yeah,
You have someone drive you to gigs.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Because like I could get a call from Blumenreich, like, hey, someone just got sick.
That was it. Yeah, that was it.
In 2 hours, there's a gig in New Hampshire. Can you make it? I'm like, I'm on my way.
That's awesome. Yeah, because you wanted it.
Yeah, and he would tell me over the phone, okay, you gotta take the 415 more. You have to like, write it down. So I had these pieces of paper that were like, Dick's Chuckle Fuck, and whatever the place was. Because Dick Doherty had a bunch of them. Dick Doherty had like the Comedy Hut and all these different comedies, the Comedy Vault.
That's awesome. That Boston scene must have been like, because, talk about New York, like, starting out, I always felt like there was definitely more rooms, like more open mics and stuff like that. But Boston, like, you kind of like, there were paying gigs if you could do them, if you could headline. And there were so many local great headliners that, like, you really, like, swimming with sharks, basically. I mean, it was like so many guys that could just, like, basically, blow you off the stage at any minute,
And they would do it to people on
They
purpose.
did it to me. I know that.
With it at Nick's. They do it at Nick's.
They would just come, like, the Hookie Lao or something like that. Like, you don't mind if I do a little time, and there was, like, 40 minutes of solid, every Boston thing they could throw at me. And then I'm up there with my, like, little people jokes to be polite. Hey, you guys, leprechauns, nothing. Go home. Screaming at you.
They did it on purpose to people.
Oh, for sure. And we deserved it too, by the way.
Well, they had an attitude about the rest of the world when it came to comedy. They felt like the best comics were in Boston, but they all stayed in Boston. And whenever guys would come from out of town that were like headliners, like national headliners, they would roast that guy.
Oh, for sure.
They would throw him after Don Gavin and Steve Sweeney and Kevin Knox and fuck.
It was such a wake up. But even the
Lenny
crowds
Clark.
themselves, like very, very like, you better prove it.
Oh yeah.
To be up there, if you're the closer, you better be the best guy here.
Also, there was so many fucking headliners that they were just so used to a very high level of headlining. These guys were killers. You just pull out a comb and do your fucking mustache.
Yes, I was hoping they were making eye contact with Dave.
Just better to make sure everything's in line. Yeah, everything's in line. Yeah. How often do you comb your mustache?
A fair amount.
Whenever I feel the need.
Fair amount. Do you have a specific mustache comb or just use any little?
I just got one from Walgreens or whatever.
I've seen them little tiny ones. Yeah.
I don't like them. The teeth are too sharp and it hurts my little face.
That makes sense. A nice soft plastic one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Old school.
You got to. Sometimes shit gets in there. Trimmed it up today. Only loose hairs.
I get it. Before I was bald, I used to enjoy running comb through my head. It's nice
Yeah.
scalp massage.
Now I'm afraid my hair will fall out, so I can't do it.
Looking at their eyes.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
I started going bald when I was like 18.
Really?
Crazy, yeah.
What was that like?
Lonely.
There's a kid in my high school who was going bald at 15. Everybody called him Bald.
Oh,
That
God.
was his nickname, Bald.
That's horrific.
Kids were brutal.
They were.
They were fucking brutal. They were brutal.
In the 90s and 2000s?
They're brutal right now.
They're beyond brutal, I think, now. This is just heartless, what they're doing,
Yeah.
That's like, I don't know, but we didn't have that web to, like, everything it does.
Accentuate everything.
Yeah.
And also, like, get the clicks. Every time
Oh,
someone's
yeah.
getting their ass kicked, someone's filming it.
Thank God that didn't exist.
Yeah, imagine. How many dick pics you'd have out there in the world? Yeah, these kids today. These kids today.
Teachers and students.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's wild. Teachers always fuck students. It was always like teachers fucking students.
Yeah, but we didn't find out about it until later. Like, did you hear so-and-so used to fuck Mr. Blah Blah?
There's always the like very advanced senior who's
Yeah.
banging the Spanish teacher.
Rolling his R's.
It is funny, like that's like professors in universities. That was kind of understood. That was part of the gig.
That was, yeah.
Well,
That's what he
I
did.
used to be a teacher, and they're like, never, ever be in a room with the door shut. You leave the door open all the time. You're never alone with anyone. It's like, yeah, this is fucking nuts. And I see some of the shit with what teachers share on the internet with having like students. And like, this is such a violation of boundaries. It's crazy.
What do you know, the homeschooling seems way better now. Like
Those teachers fuck their kids too.
seems like a better option for everything.
Oh shit.
You know, so it's like, hey, homeschool, you must be weird. Now it's like, I guess you're just being safe, you know.
Yeah. You don't want to get them.
What do you think about college now? Do you think it's a waste of time?
Yes. Oh, it clearly depends on what you want to do. If you want to be a computer coder, good fucking luck. And AI is going to take over all that. There's so many jobs that are going to vanish.
That's
in the next
true.
5 years. But it's also like, such a rude, cruel thing to do to an 18-year-old kid that has no fucking idea what they want to do with their life.
Yes.
And you force them into debt.
Decide now.
And you force them into a debt that's insanely difficult to get out of. It's way harder than just going bankrupt. It's hard to get out of that debt.
Why? I got in trouble when I was teaching because I told all my students, I'm like, take the test to go to school, but pick up a trade. Go to trade school, start making money. That's like the smart thing to do.
Well, if that's what you want to do. But, it depends on what you're trying to do with your life.
Yeah,
Like, somebody wants to be a journalist, you should probably go to school.
Yeah, but if you don't know what you want to do, what should you do? You know, I guess that's what it is.
Go out and get a job and know you can always go to college later. You know?
Yeah, but you won't.
Yeah,
Not when you're working.
peer pressure, you know,
Also,
your family's pressure. Right?
Oh, yeah, for
when you're young, like, you have that window where you can kind of like take wild chances. From like 18 to like 24, 25. Once you're like 25, it's like, hey, get your fucking shit together. You know, maybe even earlier than that if you're in the Northeast. But if you're, already in a job and you're working 8 hours a day, you're fucking tired. The odds of you going to quit that and stop making money and go to school, those aren't so high.
I think it's harder on, not to be the old guy, but like this generation is taught that they're exceptional and that everything they do is like important. Whereas I think when I was growing up, it was like, no, nothing you do is really that important, and that you're also going to have to like kind of work your way up in something. I think a lot of them see their peers like, they went to college, they dropped out, they started a company, or they're an influencer with 1 million followers. So they see success differently than we do. And like for me, it was like, yeah, you gotta like kind of work your way up, or like it's really about how much you want it, that kind of thing. Whereas now I feel like there really is no game plan. It's really, it's kind of like, you're almost like a sucker if you kind of play the game,
Also, fame is like much more attainable to regular people now than ever before.
Yeah.
Especially if you're willing to do stupid things like pull pranks on people, or, there's so many different things that people can do now that can get them attention.
Yeah.
And they're doing that as a source of a career.
Yeah, but why, as a teacher, how can you make your kids do work when they're like, no, I'm just going to be a YouTuber. I have more followers than you. Like, shut up.
Well,
but the whole idea of fame is like, when I was growing up, it's like, you don't want to be famous. That's like for, like whatever. That's not cool. You want to be, something like rough. You want to be like a lumberjack or something. Like now these kids, even at young ages, they're like, fame is where it's at. That's where you get everything you want. People actually listen to you and they, give you everything you want. So it's like amazing. They've never worked a day in their life, yet they already know they don't want to work.
Dude, I saw the creepiest thing. My friend's daughter took her phone and recorded her, 5 years old, and into the camera she just kept going, don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
That's weird.
Watch my videos. Don't forget to like. And I was like, dude, that's an alien. The kid's being trained to be an alien.
It's not the kid's choice, and you're exposing the kid to the world.
Yeah.
The whole world. It's dangerous. It's not smart. It's stupid. It's irresponsible.
Yeah. Well, just like that video we watched with the drone, like psychically, we're not supposed to see that.
Well, you're definitely not supposed to see people get ballooned.
Well, yeah, but even just now, like yes, these things happen, but we shouldn't be aware of it and inundated with it every single day and every single second.
Right, but that's the only way you find out about it, to put pressure on people to stop it. Because if it doesn't leak, like Edward Snowden doesn't put it out there, and a bunch of people don't retweet it and get outraged by it, then it doesn't put pressure on the politicians.
But is that going to stop it? Are they going to stop it?
Stuff like that can change things.
Yeah.
Stuff like that changes people's minds. Stuff like that changes people's understanding of what's actually going on. Because you keep hearing, oh no, it's the people that are dying, it's only Hamas uses human shields. Well, clearly that was not a human shield.
Yeah.
And clearly those people weren't endangering anybody. They didn't look like they were armed. They just blew them apart.
Do you think the people making money off of this, like, do you think they really even care? They're going to keep going.
They're going to care because the people are going to care, because there's massive public outrage from things like this. And the more things like this happen, the less support you get for military budgets. And then you put pressure on the politicians that are voting for these things. And then, all that stuff works. It really does have an impact. Because they don't want people to be so outraged that they revolt. They don't want people to pull a Bud Light on the whole government.
Yeah.
Because people are trying to figure out a way to do that. There's a lot of people that are trying to figure out a way to put a stop to all this shit. So the more things like this come up, it's fuel for those people.
Yeah, but the majority of people don't digest news like we do in like a, endless cycle, and like have time to really kind of think about it. Because I think that a lot of people I know of, like, they're really smart people. They just turn the news off. They would rather live in their own bubble that the news really makes them anxious and really makes them. And I'm like, well, you got to know what's going on in the world, right? And then they kind of hit you with that whole thing of like, they're telling you different, like, everyone has a narrative and all that kind of story. But I'm also like, living in your own world is not the way to go either. Because like when you do have to venture out of that bubble, it's terrifying, I think.
Especially like if you don't know what's going on.
Right.
If you don't, like, there's some new thing that's happening, some new crisis, you don't know. You just walk right into it.
I mean, yeah, it's like as like a, I'm like curious. Like I'm just like, I'd like to see all sides of something, but not to make it political or anything. I think a lot of these people just decide to like, you know what, it's not for me. I'd rather kind of like work on my own. Some of it's mental health. It's just a lot of this stuff really shakes people to the core when they finally have to deal with it. So, I that's the reason why like board games are still around, because people love the idea that you can disconnect from the world and like you're in like your own little world where you get to be God and use the rules of it and stuff like that. So, there's something to that puzzles, that's why. Hello? You guys don't believe me? You don't believe me?
Show for Milton Bradley.
Sorry.
No, for sure. People like puzzles.
No, people want to disconnect. That's like we're in that business. People want to get away from their problems.
Yeah, and I think people deserve to.
100%.
But also, like, if you're poor and you barely make ends meet, like, you don't have time to worry about what's going on over here. Like, sure, you can be informed, but it's so hard to be informed and not let it take a toll on.
Well, that's why the great luxury is the people that go out.
No, I wanted to see if your message came.
The great luxury. Just gonna text somebody with that fucking goofy thing. The great luxury of like rich, privileged kids is becoming an activist.
Yeah,
that's right.
Those are the ones that are splashing paint on the Mona Lisa and gluing themselves to walls.
Yeah.
Those are all kids from privileged backgrounds who feel guilty, and they have this insane view that you're just gonna stop oil now. And the way to do it is to glue yourself to them.
But that's been going around since, the 70s. There was a lot of rich kids that were involved.
Of course. Yeah. It's always rich kids.
Yeah.
Because those little kids that have the luxury of being able to go out and protest and do stuff.
I think it's like inherent guilt, too. Of like, God, I feel so bad. What can I do?
100%, especially today. Today you're being told that just by virtue of the color of your skin, you're a colonizer.
Yeah.
You're responsible for everything. And there's people like, some of these people that are in these protests, they haven't thought shit out at all.
Yeah.
So they get confronted by influencers, right? And they ask them like real simple questions to get them riled up. Like, what do you think we should do? We need to like get rid of this country. You don't understand. We're trying to dissolve the country. Get away from the capitals. Get away from the capital.
Yeah. Dude, I saw the best thing. I went to a rally, or like a protest, and it was during the summer of 2020, and everyone's like marching and everything. And I went to go check it out, and this girl was wearing like an ACAB shirt and chanting like NYPD, racist police, and a cop was like, "Excuse me, miss, you can't stand here." And she goes, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," and then like just shifted and then started protesting again. I was like, "You fucking faker! What the fuck?"
Sure, that wasn't a skit. That sounds like a skit.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh, must be.
Yeah.
There's no way it could be fake.
Yes. It was not fake.
Oh, you saw it.
It was right. No, I was there next to me. Next to me.
That wasn't a crisis actor.
Because that sounds like, if I saw that one on Instagram, I'd be like,
oh, no. I was there. Like, it happened right next to me. And I was with my buddy, and we just started laughing. Yeah. And then I was in Central Park for one, and I swear to God, this guy had a sign, and this super hot fucking girl went up to him and goes, "Can I borrow your sign?" Grabbed it, turned around, took a picture, gave it back, and left.
Yeah. a model.
It was stolen
Imagine
valor.
a young guy just trying to trust him today. Anything.
20.
Well, what about, why are you always at these protests and you're not in them? Is that like the guy who goes to see the fires? Like, you're like this, like a wannabe fireman? Like, I like to
I
just
am
go
a
and see
wannabe fireman. I love firefighters.
Good job, guys.
Yeah. Oh, you used a Halligan bar? Good work, fellas.
You're like, you know the stats.
Oh, yeah. I was a volunteer firefighter in high school. I loved it.
Were you really? In high school?
Yeah, before 9/11.
Wow.
If you're not fighting fires, it's a great gig.
What?
If you're not fighting fires, it's a great gig to be a fireman.
Yeah,
Because
that's
you
fun.
don't have to fight the fires. You don't have to
Oh,
risk
yeah.
your life and go into a burning building.
Well, I was
You know, in the firehouse, you're watching movies,
hanging
you're
out.
for
I was
dinner.
always in the pool room playing pool so I could slide down the pole. And everybody beat me running down the stairs, but I didn't care. Yeah, I did it from like 16 or whatever to 18, and I was a junior firefighter, so I wasn't allowed to fight fires in the interior. I could just do it from the exterior. And then we were like the bitches. We'd go and clean everything up and clean the trucks. And then I fought a car fire once at 2 a.m. because I lived close to the house. So you could hear the sirens. So I showed up, and it was me and two other guys. It was all volunteer. And they let me fight the fire myself. And I was so nervous, I didn't strap my helmet on. And I pop the hood, my helmet falls off, and I left the hose running. It was like a Charlie Chaplin movie. It was it was hard. It was so embarrassing. They're just in the truck laughing. I'm like, sorry, fellas.
That's one of my fears, the car fire. I mean, that's a horrible death.
What, being in it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was a
Being in it.
I think I was just watching.
Not watching it is cool, but
One of the worst ones I've ever heard is Northern California, wildfires.
Yes.
Swarmed the highway.
Oh
Killed
yeah.
everybody in their cars. Trapped, bumper to bumper. Can't get away.
that's like hell on earth when they have the family driving, like trying to drive to safety, and you just see all that sparks and all that.
Oh, fuck, man. I've been evacuated 3 times in California. No shit. Yeah, fire burned 2 houses in front of my house. Yeah.
And what do you do? Like, are you out there with a hose? Like, are you like, what's the
We
move?
got the fuck
You got out,
there.
right?
Yeah, I'm
What do you
not
grab?
nothing. Grab the laptop. Grab the laptop, clothes, and get everything else.
And,
Fuck this place.
and do they have?
Stay alive. That's what it's like, man. When you see it, like everything over the horizon is fire.
Yeah,
I mean, from the left to the right, everything coming over the hills is fire.
that's crazy.
And it's just engulfing buildings. You're seeing your neighbor's house on fire. You just get the fuck out while you can.
And I haven't. So they just did. Supposedly they have enough rain now for like till 2025 in California.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying like this should help like both the consumption and also with all that snow up in Northern California. That it should if there's a forest fire now, what is that? Like,
Well,
what,
see, this doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. If you have a wildfire like they have where there's people dying on the highway, those things are so big, you can't even comprehend it. It's so hot. There's so much fire. It's literally thousands and thousands of acres around you are just engulfed in flames, and it's moving at like 20 miles an hour.
oh, shit.
Like you ain't. There's nothing happening that you're gonna do with water.
Okay.
And the other problem with getting a lot of rainfall is you get a lot of growth. So you get a lot of grasses, wild grasses grow, and they're very tall. And then they dry out because it stops raining.
Right.
It always fucking does, and everything turns brown. And as soon as things get hot and everything turns brown and it stops raining, that's when fire season happens. And a lot of it is fucking idiots throwing cigarettes out the window.
Sorry.
A lot of it is people that are camping, homeless people starting
And
fires.
gender reveals.
Yeah.
You know, that's funny. It's like they have fireworks at the gender reveal.
Yeah.
Everybody loses their house. How about like those guys, the smoke jumpers, whatever the people that do that? That's a balls gig. But they didn't have that in Hawaii. They had nothing like that there. Like when that town went up, you know, it was all made of bamboo. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, you mean Maui?
Yeah, Maui, yeah.
Maui, it's crazy.
Yeah,
So
that-
Maui was power lines down.
Oh, that's what
Power
it was.
lines.
And what's the response time? Terrible.
It was non-existent.
Yeah, they never had anything like that happen there.
Yeah, but there was also a lot of problems. Like the people didn't want to release the water because like water is owned. Like there's water rights, and
Oh,
the
wow.
water was going to the rich neighborhoods where the golf courses are. So
Wow.
it's like trying to get
Class.
the water, and then there's also like, how the fuck do you have a place that's this windy where you still have exposed power lines? That seems insane.
Man.
That seems insane. Like every time those things fall down and you didn't clean up any of the brush around it.
So the conspiracy that they were trying to get it out of there so they could sell it here.
Yes. The crazy conspiracy is the direct energy weapons conspiracy. People think
What?
those fires. Yeah. Bro, the real tinfoil hat was real corny. Like,
Is that like a heart attack gun for fires?
There's apparently the government has the ability, according to the conspiracy theorists, of and maybe even some real people, of having these things that they call direct energy weapons. So it's almost like a laser beam. And I know that these are things that they're working on. I know these are things that are probably top secret because it's always been discussed. There's been studies on how to do it, and there's been papers written on it. So the conspiracy theory is that they lit those houses on fire on purpose with direct energy weapons. And if you had a blue house, like with a blue ceiling, that the blue ceiling would somehow reflect against this energy weapon and stop your house from burning. Oh, yeah. Not only that, but they use, because Biden did some speech, and in this, old kind of senile way, he was talking about how some houses survived because they had the right roof. Everybody's like, see? This is the blue roof.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, so conspiracy theorists like literally painting their roofs blue to protect them from direct energy weapons. Jamie, please Google this.
No way!
By the way, this might have been one of those things that 4chan started for a fuck, just for people, and then people ran with it. Who knows? Or it might be just people that are out there.
Can you imagine your house burning up because like your wife or partner was like, no, don't paint it blue.
Operation Green.
That's a thing.
No way.
Part of the
What does that mean? What is Operation
One
Operation
post on
Green
X.
thing about being blue tarps to cover their roofs. Not the same thing as
Allegedly. But social media posts sharing the post typically include a video from a TikTok account that often shares clips of everyday items being burned by handheld industrial laser in a workshop. The clip shows a laser burning yellow, red, and green fabric while a blue swatch is unscathed, with text saying it can be programmed for different wavelengths.
Wow.
So some lasers don't work on blue ceilings, and these people think that it's the blue roof that will protect you.
Someone said everything that's blue survived, including T-shirts.
A blue car and some blue beach umbrellas around Front Street along the waterfront were not destroyed in the inferno.
And the Blue Man Group. They were playing in town. They were doing a road gig. That is really stretching it, if you ask me.
Yeah, they're going hard on this.
This is too much.
DEW stands for direct energy weapons, which use technology like high energy lasers instead of projectiles like bullets. These videos are not evidence that they have anything to do with the wildfires. To start with, they show, what is the videos are saying? Handful of blue items in the fire's aftermath. But other footage and photos show these were hardly the only things left standing. So, but the thing about the direct energy weapon, is there videos of those things being used? Like, is there like is a direct energy weapon a real thing, like 100%?
Yeah.
So,
I think it's true. It's like what you said, lasers.
So there's like videos of U.S. government talking about direct energy weapons.
Yeah.
And very broad terms.
It's only like $15 a shot.
But they don't.
It's true. No, they were saying that this will be the best way to like shoot down missiles and drones.
High energy lasers and high powered microwaves. Oh, so they just shot that thing?
Nice. Nice.
So they just shot that out of the sky?
I don't know.
Oh. And so, what is it
Look at
like?
that guy just lovely typing.
Isn't
I thought it was
he's an Asian guy?
It'll be an airborne ranger.
But the computer guy, we don't know that Asians.
This
Does it show, what's that video at the bottom? Why the U.S. military is investing in billions in right there? Well, yeah, I guarantee they do it because they know how to do it. Well, by the time they're telling you they're investing billions, they probably already invested billions.
Sure.
They probably figured out.
There was a video.
Video claiming to show a directed energy weapon is actually an edited clip of an explosion in Russia.
Man, this stuff is.
There was a video of what looked like a laser coming out of the sky.
Yeah, I saw that.
And like during a storm.
Somebody explained that's cell phone video cameras like glitching under the intense exposure of like a lightning bolt. It's something that light flashes and it creates like a distortion in some cell phones. I don't know if that's true. That was just
So it's a
explanation
natural.
that someone had.
It's a natural thing. It's not-
Would that look like? Show that again. That lady, that video that you just showed.
No, I know, but I'm trying to. I don't know what that is. Show myself. That's what I'm talking about.
What?
I mean, it's actually viral during this. Our reels are not. It's like right there, Chris.
That's a controlled burn at a Canton refinery in Ohio.
Because of that light going to the sky.
Right.
But it's a rainbow.
What is that one?
SpaceX.
Oh, that's interesting. But that's people. Some people are in their fucking minds.
There's a thing that happened though on Twitter too. I feel like this doesn't get talked about sometimes. People are trying to get engagement money because if you build up an account that can get engagement, doesn't matter if it's good engagement, bad engagement. You just got to get the numbers. You can start getting revenue. So people are reposting real viral videos, confusing people with shit like this,
Right.
just to build up the 5 million views.
So but here's the real conspiracy about the fires. Like they haven't done any rebuilding. Those people, they weren't allowed to have insurance inspectors go in there. I don't know if they can now. That people still have to pay their mortgage on those things.
Oh, gee.
And the thing is, it's like, if you're getting to this point where you don't have anything and you can't rebuild your house and you're fucked, and then they come along and offer you a payment or something, or you get foreclosed on because you haven't paid your mortgage, and then the banks own it, and then whoever the fuck is the developer owns it, and then whatever they want to do for the better good of Maui, they build there, and then these people lose everything. This is what's really scary about it. It's because like the way it's being handled is not like you're handling victims of a natural disaster that's horrific and took more lives than any wildfire in the history of this country. You're doing it like you are trying to figure out a way to take that from those people. You're not doing it like you're trying to support those people and build it back. You're doing it like if you know what's really going on, you're not asking for financial aid for these people to deal with their mortgages, and you're not asking for aid from the government in one of those giant Ukraine bills. It would take $5 billion, right? Wasn't that what the money was? $5 billion to rebuild all those houses? That's a drop in the bucket to what they're spending in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And there's no consideration at all to do something for these fucking people. That seems like you don't want to do anything.
They declared an emergency. I know when it happened, like a federal, like that usually means they can activate all federal funds. And
Well, those people got a one-time payment of $700.
that's an outrage.
One-time payment.
Didn't we get more for stimulus checks?
That's an outrage.
Yeah.
Dude, well, fucking FEMA, when Hurricane Katrina hit, I went down to help like clean up and rebuild homes and stuff, and they sent us to Foley, Alabama, because they still didn't get relief from Hurricane Ivan like years prior.
Wow.
So there were still homes with roofs blown off from Hurricane Ivan.
So did they tell them we're going to send out some high school firemen? Don't hang up the phone. We're sending some kids.
Don't let them go to your strip club.
They're not popular in high school, but they want to be firemen. They have all the weekend open. They don't have dates or friends.
Hey, anybody got a shovel for me?
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
That's amazing.
That's what I like. I know a guy who just took the MTA test, and now he's an MTA guy. You know, that's the guy who drives trains in the subways. So I'm like, I wonder what kind of training they give them now, because it's more than just driving a train. It's got to be like, you know, you got to make a choice now. Yeah. All right. Do you pull to the station, or do you hit the homeless man who's on the tracks? Like, what do? You know, like all kinds of hypotheticals.
Yeah. How many times do homeless people get got down there?
There's so much going on in that station. Like,
Not even homeless people. How many people get pushed by homeless people?
Yeah. Someone was pushed. She had both of her feet amputated, cut right off.
Oh, the videos are the best because if people videotaping it aren't upset about the loss of human life, they're upset because they're late to work.
They're late, yeah.
They're like, I got somewhere to be.
Yeah.
So crazy. So crazy. Man, pushing people onto the tracks things is fucking terrifying.
I think that's new, if you ask me. That's something that's only the last couple of years.
But also, it's just so scary because it's random. At like 8 a.m. at a popular station, 3:30 on the work commute.
And you know how much that's going to ramp up with people coming in from everywhere around the world and not having any jobs that were promised to them and being angry at everybody and knowing they get away with crime and already being already committing murder in your country and you got away with it. Now here you are in America. And also you're doing fentanyl.
Multiple
throw that on there.
and multiple people that are doing the pushings have been locked up so many times in their family. Like, this person is sick.
Yeah.
We've dropped them off at the hospital and they keep getting released. We don't know what to do.
But what can you do, really?
But what can't the government
Use
do?
one of
How
those
come they can't?
lasers.
How come they don't? I mean, this was after the Reagan administration.
Yeah,
let all the nutty people out the street.
Well, Geraldo Rivera was the guy who took that. He did that documentary on Creed. Where was it? Like, it was this
Al Capone's Vault.
But it was like one of those. But he went to an asylum, and he just saw people laying in their own filth and just how horrible it was. And that was the beginning of the basically the defund these psychiatric hospitals, where they, through medication, they're allowed to release them into society again. And that's where people are now, like, we really could use an asylum right now.
Them up and then incentivize workers with high pay to have smart people with compassion working there, not just bottom of the barrel.
That's a tough. Yeah, that's right. The Willowbrook. Yeah. This is talk about something that's hard to watch. Is this thing here, man?
Landmark investigation of Staten Island's Willowbrook State School, an institution for the developmentally disabled. This expose forever changed the face of mental health. But that's the fucking horrible thing about people when you get away with doing things. No one's like Geraldo Rivera or somebody else. It's like it's breathing down their neck trying to find out what the fuck is going on.
That's institutionalized. But that's what people did back then. They put them in these places, get them off the streets.
Yeah.
And now people are looking at it going like, maybe that's a good idea.
I used to work at a sober living house, and one of the kids was like severely autistic, and his family would just send him to different rehabs and sober living houses because he was so difficult to deal with, and would just say he had a problem with marijuana. And then the kid learned how to smoke crack from people in the houses.
Yeah.
And he ended up dying in a crack house. It's like the saddest thing ever. Yeah.
Oh no.
What? This poor kid.
Was that sadder than those guys getting drone bombed?
Wow,
imagine living in Gaza, you're just fucked. You're just already fucked.
Yeah.
And you're just like going, oh my god, let's walk back and see if there's anything there.
Yeah, but
The
imagine
Israeli army is targeting you.
Yeah, but imagine going to a crack house thinking you're going to color with some guy and he ends up killing you.
Yeah, that's not good either. I don't know if it's the saddest thing. It's definitely sad.
It's parallel sad.
But the sober living house, like, how does that work?
It's all sad.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I've only seen it on that show, with Dr. Drew, the sober living house. Like, what is it like? Have you lived in one?
Yeah.
What is it like? Like, you have chores and,
Well, I lived in a 3-quarter house, an Oxford house in Delaware.
Yeah.
And so it was self-run. So we had everyone had a role, like a comptroller, a treasurer, a chore coordinator, a president of the house, and we kept each other accountable. But sober living house, like a halfway house, you have house managers and clinical assistants and everything that basically like babysit you and take you.
And you have to have a
your
job
appointments.
besides working there. Right? Living there, you have to have a job outside
Yeah,
of
you
the house.
help them get jobs and everything. And then I
like that idea.
Yeah, and then I got fired for drinking. So it didn't end well.
That's like the first rule. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't read
right.
the handbook.
Oh, right.
Did they give you a warning or is this one time?
Out. And they didn't catch me. I came to them and was like, I fucked up. I was on the road and I took a 2-week bender and it was bad. And I came back and got fired.
Wow. So were you clean when you came back?
To the house?
Yeah. Or were you still there drunk?
No, I mean, like, I hadn't drank yet that day.
But
I left to go cocked. Yeah.
So did you just, once you were fired, did you just get in your car and get loaded in front of the house?
I love that expression. What do you think it is? I love that expression. I went to get cocked. That's a great fucking drunk expression.
Oh, yeah.
Getting cocked.
Yeah.
That's what I know a guy who was in a rehab, and that he told me, we were like looking out the window, and he told me, he goes, see all those cars over there? Those are all drug dealers. They're just waiting for some guy to go, I've had it, and they'll come out.
No.
And they'll like immediately sell them drugs. And it was like, it was kind of like the shark circling the shark cage. Like, it was like kind of like, you're just out there like, and I'm like, wow, that shouldn't be allowed. You know, like I'm like an idiot, you know.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be there. You know?
Like,
Let's cut it out.
man,
Yeah.
you did your time.
Yeah.
Celebrate.
They're like, yeah,
Yeah.
Like the slither snake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to lose a customer. That's the best way to get them back when they're vulnerable.
Oh, for
Coming
sure.
Right out.
Well, that dude, back to that book Dreamland. It talks about these Mexicans from Nayarit bringing black tar heroin to America, and how it exploded was because of their customer service.
Right.
They had a paging system. They had cell phones. They would give addicts extra, and it'd be like, "Hey, it's on the house. You're a good customer." And then when they didn't hear from them for a while, since they had their numbers, they call them, be like, "How are you? Do you want to meet up? We have some new heroin if you want to try it out."
Yeah, man, I do.
Yeah,
I do. Like you're on a tipping point. You're
come
home
in,
in the kitchen,
You know
bored,
what?
drinking
It's a sign
coffee.
from God.
You caught him at the right time.
You know what, Jose? I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, it was like Domino's for heroin.
Way worse.
Yeah.
Domino's isn't calling you. Are you hungry, Ian? Ian, would you like a pizza? Fuck, I would like a pizza.
Cheesy
How about one on the house, Ian?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are the best. I'm a little
Yeah.
short on funds right now.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
And they're
your friend.
their number one export that they would use all their money, the drug dealers, was Levi's 501 jeans. And they would bring it back to their families, and that would show everyone in Nayarit, like, wow, we have money now. So they would raid these places, and the closets would be stacked floor to ceiling with jeans.
Really?
Yeah.
With an iron crease in them. Only. I was always like, man, why do they do that? It's never going to be slacks. It's jeans. They're like, no, that's how we like it.
Yeah. It was their sign of opulence.
Yeah.
Nice pair of jeans.
Like you ever go to like Houston, they always have like that Tex-Mex cowboy bar, like where you're not really supposed to go in there, it's for other people. And like those guys are dressed up, you know, they got the jeans ironed, they got the big 10-gallon on, you know, it's like a big night out. And I'm always like, man, good for these guys, man. And then of course there's some kind of shots fired in the parking lot, something terrible happens. You know, you're like, they're cowboys, you know, of course.
Legit cowboys.
Yeah, you know, it's a, you know, Unforgiven here. There's some issue, you know, some of the cows. Something about the
Cattle,
like grazing rights or something. Those are cool towns, though. The you know, you don't get that much anymore. Everything looks the same. Yeah, all these houses are the same now.
There's no late night food.
No, nowhere. Well, actually, I think this might
New
be
York City still have it?
Really? Well, we just have pizza.
Kansas Deli still open.
Yeah,
It's like $35 for
but not all night.
If you want a
Vegas
pastrami sandwich at 4 a.m, you should be willing to pay $35.
I'd be willing to pay it, but it's not open. It's like Vegas. We were just in Vegas. That has like late night food, and it's pretty good. That what was that place you took?
Ping Pong Pong.
That's a real
The
place.
Chinese food.
It's open real late.
It's
like
24 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And you think the people who work there are angels because they look exhausted. I mean, you're in a casino working at a Chinese food restaurant, like it's everything you would think. But then you're like, hey, this food is really good.
Yeah.
I can't believe
The
it.
best Chinese I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah, I got their chopsticks logo tattooed on me.
That's hilarious.
And
There's a restaurant inside Encore at the Wynn Hotel. The Wynn has like a Michelin star Chinese restaurant in it. I think it's the only Chinese restaurant in the country, I think, that has a Michelin star. Or one of the only ones. It's incredible. What's that place called, Jamie? It's incredible. It's like, what's it called? Wing Lei. Yeah, or Wing Li.
Vegas.
LD?
Yeah, I mean, they don't
Yeah,
help us. I sound really racist when I'm naming my favorite Chinese restaurant.
Yeah. Chinese restaurant.
well,
First Chinese restaurant in America to earn a Michelin star.
Whoa.
but those are normal hours. Like that's night. That's like a restaurant.
It's a real restaurant. You have to dress nice too. Like you can't wear like a
Whoa. Low fried Maine lobster?
dude.
It sounds so good.
Walk front. Not
Oh.
Sorry, poetry slam. Yeah.
We fry it in trans tears.
We ask its permission.
Take a knee. What I was going to say,
Yeah, there it is.
I'm impressed with Vegas. I mean, Vegas has really turned the corner. You know,
Vegas is a different place.
and it's a total different. You see it too, right?
It's like also Vegas became much more about entertainment than just about
for sure. And also, like the Sphere is a good example of like what is possible. Like I'm sure that's just the beginning of it. You know.
Yeah, with that kind of money.
We went to the BattleBot arena there.
Listen, when you're driving through Vegas and just the neon and all the craziness, it's fucking amazing.
It is amazing.
It's amazing.
And I did shows at Wise Guys, which was a great club, by the way, in Vegas. The locals came out and they were so happy to see a show. Like usually it's casino or whatever, bigger only, but just to have like a regular club there is really cool too. And there's a bunch, but this is off the strip. It's way off, so it's mostly for the locals. So it was kind of refreshing to see the locals come out and let's say, is there a more jaded crowd than a Vegas crowd? You know, they've seen it all. Yeah, so they were really cool, and I like it. I feel like Vegas has turned the corner, man. It's popping now.
Yeah, well, it's a place where people go to have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do shows there, like, you know, doing shows, you ever do the Mirage?
I think so, with the Bass for sure.
That's that, what is it, the Terry Fedor Theater?
No,
the Mirage?
Yeah, he's
yeah, it was called that. I think they changed it, but the fucking place is great. I was there with Gillis like a few months back. It's amazing. You're in there, you're like, holy shit, this place is incredible.
Yep.
I forgot how fun it was. And it's like a bunch of people there to have a good time. It's like, that's what you want. You want people that are just like purposely, I'm here to have a good time. I'm in a town that's specifically designed to have a good time.
That's the first place I saw the axe throwing stuff. They have like new ideas. Like for some reason, people will bring new ideas and they'll like Vegas. You know, people want to. You know, what's the next thing that people want to do? What do they want to try? So I think that's a good place. Like if you have an idea and you want to see if people are into it, that's the place to do it. You know.
Yeah.
So that's where you'll see a lot of these robots and stuff like that there. They'll have some kind of robot wrestling.
Well, they'll be robot prostitutes. They'll unleash them. That'll be the first place they do it in Vegas.
And you know, the weed thing there too, which is weird that their weed laws are you can buy it, but you can't really smoke it on the street or in the hotels or anything like that. So I don't know where people are actually smoking that weed, but that just added another layer.
Get over someone's house. It's like an Airbnb for smoking breaks.
Just on top of the stratosphere. You know, you're gonna
It's hot box in the battle box arena.
But there is the sad of Vegas, and let's face it, there's some like, you know, you go to old Vegas and you're like walking down those streets, it's sad. But
there's definitely a lot of sad in Vegas.
There's some fun to it too, though. And that's all those museums, like just crazy museums there.
If you're gonna have gambling, you're gonna have failure. You have people who just fucking hit the rocks.
Yeah.
At 400 miles an hour.
4 a.m. You can't put the penny slots.
People lose everything. Have you ever seen those videos of people just peeing in their seats because they don't feel like getting up?
No.
Yeah, there's this girl. She's sitting there. This girl sitting there on her phone, and she's sitting at one of those slot machines. She just pisses.
A girl or
a girl, a lady. Look, she's just sitting there pissing.
She's kind of hot.
So she's on the phone. She says, "I'm just gonna fucking piss." So she's just pissing while she's sitting there.
But she doesn't look like a degenerate. She just looks like a drunk.
She's probably both.
She's too hot.
She's
probably drunk.
Bro, she's just pissing on the ground in front of everybody.
Lucky for her.
And people are filming it. And she's got like a beautiful purse and shoes.
That's in Vegas?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
What casino is that at, Jamie?
Looking at it.
Woman pees while gambling at a casino. She refuses to go to the bathroom so she doesn't ruin her
Take
luck.
the caption out of it. Is there any chance
What is
it's
it?
not what it is?
Yeah, like what if it's coming from her bag or she put a drink in between her legs?
What a weird ad for
She's
that.
really turned on.
I would like to just keep believing she's peeing.
That's what it looks like.
That makes it better.
That's what it looks like.
What a weird.
It definitely looks like she's peeing.
I can't get over how hot she is.
Apparently, people do that though. I've talked to people.
I was expecting someone in one of those
Other
scooters.
videos, that's what on our fire.
Right. That's because she's hot.
I thought
Don't they do that in Times Square at
everywhere.
with the ball?
The people are paying and shitting everywhere.
Don't people wear diapers because it's so
Yeah.
crowded?
You're not allowed to leave once you get in that security zone.
They should all die.
What? Sorry.
If you're wearing a diaper to go see something and you can't pee,
Well,
you're useless.
anyway,
Right, Dave?
that was weird. I'm not wearing a diaper today. I changed my catheter.
Imagine they gave you that option, just connected you. Would you like to be connected to the urinal? You're like, yeah, sure. Just they just strap you in, put you in a chair, and you just zip your dong, just let it hang out. You can pee at any time. You're in a bag, like a blue, dark bag.
I hate
As long as I
hate
didn't have
those
to sit in
machines.
it.
Yeah.
I do that.
Those machines suck. I'd rather like play blackjack. I was playing them with you, and the thing, these dumb machines. It's like by the time you figure it out, you're already about $100 into these dumb games, and then I'm like, look at all this like information, and it's like you never know if you're winning or not. It's like, why am I hitting my, like an idiot? You're hitting the butt, waiting for a treat to come out. But I like the classic, and it's just
I was
I don't know
winning,
how people do it.
and then every time it came around me, I started losing it.
Yeah, I was dark cloud.
Slot revenue made up 66.3% of total gaming win. Wow. Penny slots generated 9.6% of total slot win, with 3.15 billion, which is pennies.
That's crazy.
which
That's
is down
an-
12% from 2022, while slots that accept multiple denominations generated 5.9 billion, up 16.7% from last year. So people are getting dumber.
People always have money to gamble.
They're getting dumber. They're putting more money on slot machines.
I'm a part of it.
What's your biggest win on a slot? What's your biggest win?
$1,100.
And how long did it take you to get that?
I was there for like an hour.
If,
Oh,
you
that's
had
not
a,
bad.
if you had a guess, though, like how much are you in the hole to slot machines all time?
Oh, Joe. So much. Well, I mean, I lost like $3 grand when I was in Vegas.
On
I was
slot
there.
machines.
Well, I played a little roulette too, but
I like how that's your backup game. Roulette. I understand this game.
It's just
Guessing. I'm guessing.
last night on stage, I lost $20 betting someone on rock paper scissors in the front row. Love gambling. I'm not good at it.
Are you a sports guy too?
No, I like sports.
Sports because we really can make it.
I don't understand the over-unders and the parlays.
So
Yeah,
yes,
but we've been to the track on the road, and that's fun.
Yeah.
And that's another one where it takes forever to figure it out. The trifectas and the quintellas and all those other.
Those track junkies are weird folk.
Oh yeah, my uncle was one of them. He got me to pull the trigger on the start of the race once.
Oh wow.
It's a fun date though. Like if you take a girl, like, hey, this is kind of cool. Like we're the upper class, but it's like you're surrounded by some of the saddest people who've ever lived. You know, the people who live at the track.
The saddest shit is off-track betting. That's the
that was so much fun.
Oh yeah.
OTB. OTB. Oh my God.
In New York, they had off-track betting.
Oh, Chinatown is everywhere.
Gambling junkies would go and bet on the races from the middle of nowhere.
That was the most unhealthiest place. Like you'd walk in, it was like waves of smoke. And just, oh man, it was just terrible going in there. I remember people like would. I was like, "Do you have a bathroom here?" I was like, "What are you talking about? There's no bathroom here."
They're going to be living in it.
Yeah, come on.
They'd be taking showers in there. Yeah, off-track betting was this guy, White Plains Charlie, who I used to hang around with in White Plains in executive billiards in White Plains, and he would always go to off-track betting during the day and come back complaining.
What is off-track betting?
This is before the internet, where you put it in and you'd be able to bet on races around the country. You know.
So you're betting on horse races, but you're nowhere near the horse race. So and all these fucking psychotic gamblers.
These guys are nuts.
Look at these people. They're all just completely addicted. They're all shady. Everyone's in there. Everyone's fucked their whole life up with this addiction. And they're just donating money.
You know, I remember.
It's like the DMV.
I was gonna say, like, I remember walking past. I was like, "Is this like the cab authority? Is this like where the cabbies hang out?"
Look how sad these guys are. Like, give me a click on some of the folks hanging out there.
They're great.
They just look like everything's gone wrong.
Look at that guy who said that.
I'll fucking tell you what the government's plan is. Yeah, they're all just
That's the
junkies.
name of one of the horses government's plan.
It was a nice way to spend an afternoon. That's how they portrayed it on the commercial.
Just a bunch of junkies.
Oh God, Ghost of Wagers Pass. Still living.
Yeah, they close all these.
They don't have off-track betting
I don't think so.
I think
When did they make that illegal?
near the Manhattan Bridge.
You think?
I
I
think
know
so.
it's
Lifelong Upper West Side. Sider makes documentary about off-track betting.
Oh, look, that looks classy though.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
That's Upper West Side.
You're betting on something besides horses there. I think. that's like falconry or something. Something another level of that. I don't know.
Well, there's always dog races too. Right?
Yeah, I've been to those in person, and they were a lot of fun.
Really?
You know, and they used to have the thing where they this was like a rite of passage, or at a state fair where they had monkeys riding dogs, and they were like, "This has got to end now." And I'm like, "Oh, come on, it's hilarious." You know, and the monkeys would be like riding them around. They'd have like do a circle. Man, that was really fun. I think everybody had a good time. The dog, the monkey, everybody's having a good time with that.
I saw a video today of India. These folks are walking down this road, and this monkey runs up behind and just drop kicks this lady. And then
see?
Look at this. Monkey
That's a
riding
good
dogs.
heat. I got the guy in red. I got the guy in red.
So
Purple's
crazy.
making a comeback.
They stopped.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Whoa!
We should have bet.
Oh, this is like such
What does
a
he
lame
see?
one. But look at the dog.
He's easily distracted.
They're taking a bow.
Do any of the monkeys rip the dogs' faces off?
That's great.
No, they know better than that. Dogs can fight their fight.
Are they friends? Like, do
They
they
have
get
to be
along?
buddies. The dogs don't seem to mind.
They have to split the purse.
The dogs probably, for the dogs, probably like being pet. Like, yeah, he's petting me.
Oh,
He's riding me.
he's wearing a little dress.
And they don't weigh much.
Oh, that's so fun.
So these people are walking on this road in India, and this monkey runs up behind them, drop kicks this one lady, and then runs a little further and drop kicks this little kid, and then just runs off. Like 100% did it on purpose.
That's great.
Like, fuck these people.
That's
He's
great.
a migrant.
When angry. When angry.
Runs up with its back feet,
Like a drop kick.
Yeah,
right?
like a real pro wrestling
Did you
drop
try
kick.
to steal their purse, or was
No,
it
just
love of the
fuck
game?
them up. Just love
Wow.
the game.
That's
Just
awesome.
drop some bombs on these fucking fools.
That's the best.
Oh, nice one.
Bro.
You've been served.
It's like, this dude just decided to fuck this dude up.
Well, he's egging him on, though.
I'm like, fuck,
Did he give him the
oh,
finger?
He tried
Oh
to.
my God.
He tried to stand his ground, but
Yeah,
the
he tried
monkey's
to
like,
fuck you, monkey.
that guy was. I hate to say it, he was
He
ass
left
pissed.
his thing behind.
Yeah.
He's so disoriented.
So
Yeah.
where's the monkey? Is this outdoors or is it indoors?
The one that I saw was indoor or outdoors rather.
Oh,
That
this
is
is
They're
lovely.
road.
That's a scary
they'll
attack.
steal your fucking kids, man.
This is crazy. Oh, look at those tails, man.
Oh, they're dragging the girl. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's sketchy. I would not let the monkey grab my fucking kid.
No,
But then you gotta realize, like, they'll fuck you up. Like a little monkey will fuck you up. They can't treat it like it's a little person.
They must think we're so stupid. Like they just we keep feeding them and like I mean honestly.
Well, then a lot of places they'll take your phone.
Yes.
In order to give the phone back, you have to give them something.
That's smart.
So you give them food.
Yep.
Can you train the monkey to
Take
steal
this.
a phone and give it to you so you
Sure
can
you
sell
can.
it?
I'm sure you can.
And that's in like where's it where like they live in like a monastery or a ruin or something like that. They kind of control the town. I think it's in India or Thailand or something like that where it's like just troops of monkeys, hundreds of them stop traffic and they can't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't fight them unless you're willing to go to war. You gotta really be willing to go to war.
Because what's your weapon?
You gotta need machine guns.
Yeah, how would you
Yeah.
fight the monkey army?
Yeah, they're
It's
gonna
not-
swarm on you. You're gonna be able to. You gotta be able to. Maybe even. Yeah, you need something that you
You
have
think like a
multiple
mace?
rounds. No,
Just smack
no,
all-
they'll take that mace round away from you, and stuff it up your ass. They'll jump on your face and bite your nose off, and then you drop the mace, and then they beat you to death with the mace. Like you're fucked. You got to have a motorcycle helmet on, Kevlar suit.
There it is.
Yeah,
You gotta look like Tex Cobb in Raising Arizona.
exactly. No, but he was still vulnerable.
Yeah.
His skin was exposed. You want to literally be wearing like a motorcycle riding outfit made out of Kevlar.
Oh my God!
yeah.
Look at them.
Yeah.
That's like two troops of monkeys going at it.
Yeah, they're fighting.
Look at that.
Well, this was, I think, during COVID. One
Yep.
of the things that happened during COVID was they didn't have access to all the tourists. So they were starving. So they had to become dependent upon people and where people would hang out and leave food.
Oh,
You're right.
Yeah. Probably fucking starving.
Look, that's a nice spread though that they put out for them.
That is pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's good.
So like
One guy was dressed as a monkey. I'm infiltrating.
a nice little buffet. Look at this. Sort of cool.
Like
You
a
know,
car-
different plates of food.
like a carnival cruise.
Yeah, it's
They're like,
nice. Yeah, it's like the
like all
buffet.
you can eat.
Look at them. They're fucking having a good old time. You would think that
They look
with all
really
this nice
healthy.
treatment, they wouldn't steal any babies, but they're still doing What's that?
These guys are in flat mass.
They're so
Oh,
smart.
boy.
He's their leader.
I think that might be a statue. Is that a statue or a dude? That's a statue.
Oh yeah, that's like the god. They're worshipped.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow. Oh, that looks like rats. Like the way
I know.
they're surfing.
Isn't it wild what people
Oh, oh.
It's so wild what people choose to and choose not to worship. You know, he's shaking it off. It's like enough of the table, boys. What a fucking horrible life that is.
Wow.
Imagine being a monkey in India. No tourists show up. You're like, you gotta be kidding me. Where's the food, man?
If they only had dogs to ride, and then they could make a living. Then they could really make a difference.
Do you know the story of Cobra Charmers?
No.
Cobra Charmers started because they started offering people money to kill cobras. And so what people realized is you could breed cobras and then kill those cobras. And so every cobra you capture and kill, they give you a little bit of money. So they started breeding cobras. And so then the government got wise to it and saying, hey, stop, you can't do this, no more bounty on cobras. And they're like, what are we going to do with these fucking cobras? And so they started fucking doing shows with them.
No shit.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Oh,
See
wow.
if that's true.
Oh, did you just tell us? Did
No,
you
I didn't
make
make
this
it
up?
No. Imagine I made it up, yeah. But I don't remember the source. which is often the case. I don't remember the source of that story.
You mean we can't make these cobras fuck anymore?
Yeah, they fucking. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
People find ways.
Where are they native to? That's India. Like where are the cobras?
I believe it's India.
India, right?
Yeah. I mean, think about the people going back and forth from Mexico and making $8,000 a month. Like the same kind of deal. People find a little loophole. Like, I got to breed cobras.
Making the criminals.
That's a tough one.
How many
Cobra
guys
bite.
died breeding cobras?
Yeah.
For safety, some North American snake charmers stitch close the mouth of the performing snakes, leaving just enough opening for the animal to be able to move its tongue in and out. Members of the audience in that region believe the snake's ability to deliver venomous bites comes from its tongue rather than its fangs. Snakes subjected to this practice soon die of starvation or mouth infection must be replaced by freshly caught specimens. Similar methods are used in India, where snakes are defanged and have their venom glands incapacitated. They are also kept in boxes or bags for 30 to 45 days and dehydrated so their muscles cramp, making them sluggish, so that they will drink the milk offered by the devotees at festivals. The milk is undigestible to the snake.
Jesus.
Wow. It's abuse.
Methods of dealing with the fangs include expert surgical removal of both of the fangs and replacement fangs, which has been done by some Native American and African snake charmers. Barring extraordinary measures, pulled fangs are replaced within days. Fangs may also be plugged with wax or other material.
It's like a 3-quart Monty, kind of like you're thinking it's the guy could really die, nothing could happen.
Right, but see if that's the origin of that they used to Google that, like if they used to give bounties for cobras for people to get advantage of it. Pretty sure it's a real story.
This is the history goes all the way back to ancient Egypt.
Right,
A viper.
but in India, what I'm talking about is the bounty on cobra
The
thing.
real money's in being a snake dentist. With all those fang removals.
Yeah, how do you
I'm
do
not
that?
saying that they invented it, but I'm saying like that's where it came from, like where there's so many of them that was associated with India, with these people that apparently had a bunch of snakes laying around. Like, look, we need to figure out a way to fucking diversify.
Wasn't that St. Patrick? Didn't he chase all the snakes out of Ireland? Wasn't he the guy?
But what are you supposed to do? It's like
I
one of
think a
those.
snake lived in Ireland. It's so cold.
Yeah,
All the time. Probably easy to chase them out of it.
Bring me back to India and take my teeth out.
What happens with the like? What are you supposed to dip that guy? Like
I'm not.
it's like a street performance.
It's a longer article in the first paragraph.
Legend goes that a cobra infestation plagued Delhi in the 1800s, so the British Raj decided to offer a cash reward for every dead cobra. The menace briefly subsided until the plan backfired. Savvy Indians built cobra farms so they could have a constant supply of snakes to kill and redeem for money. Yeah.
Wow, you're right.
British
Wow.
eventually uncovered the scheme and ended its incentive. With no use for the now worthless snakes, breeders released the creatures onto Delhi streets.
Wow, you were right, man.
So it made the problem worse. That's right. That's what it was.
Oh, wow.
I fucked up the story.
No, you got a lot of it right.
Hey, nailed
Problem
it.
worse.
Oh shit.
Yeah, people are gross. Yeah. They're like, fuck these cobras. Just let them loose.
You don't see that out in New York streets anymore, like with the like performing dogs or any of that kind of stuff. You don't see any kind of animal.
That's illegal. But you can
Yeah.
just go shit in the curb.
Yeah, well, that's
That's a
you will see somebody who's like, I'm a squatter with the dog, and the poor dog's there all day long, just like laying next to him.
Is that
I always feel like
Are those dogs drugged, or are they so socialized that they're just docile?
I think that's what they're used to living like that.
Yeah, they're just used to that.
But you're really giving money to the dog, hoping that he'll take the money and take care of the dog, but really,
A homeless guy without a dog is probably like 60% less effective than a homeless guy with a dog. That's my rough estimation.
Yeah. You remember Norm Macdonald's joke about the homeless guy with the dog? It's like, wow, what is the dog thinking? This is the longest walk ever. Are we ever going home? Man, it's been going on for days now.
That's the fucked up thing about dogs. They're so awesome. They'll love you.
Yeah,
They're just
they love
homeless.
Yeah.
Just fucking lazy as shit. They'll never get anything done. They still love you.
Yeah.
It's real unconditional love.
Beautiful. Like cat. Sure.
You gotta eat them.
Yeah. Cats have
Good seconds. Good seconds.
Wow, what's the thing?
The inside of it. All right, kids, let's wrap this bitch up. Bring it home. Ian, very fun. Thanks for being here.
Les, thank
My
you,
pleasure,
man.
brother. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see you guys this weekend. So,
Thank you,
Dave,
buddy.
you're the fucking man. I love you to death. You're one of the
Thanks.
best of all time.
Joe, thank you for all of us for doing what you do, man. Honestly, it was great hang and the club. I can't wait to be there. So,
We're excited. Okay, that's it. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, your special, when does it come out?
March 26th, Netflix, Hot Cross Buns.
Yes. All right. Bye, everybody.
Well, we are back, huh? We're back at the 9 Club, everybody. Today, we have a very special guest, Mr. Steve Alba Salba is with us. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
This is a pleasure. This is a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming, first of all.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. I love it when we get to sit back and like hear the stories, you know, because this is like before my generation, full pipes, stuff like that. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. And the history.
Yeah, again, just thanks for the opportunity. Again, I was telling you guys earlier, it was kind of comical because, you know, a lot of my friends and I was like, you know, you had little things, you went on the nightclub.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, they're always root for me, and it's kind of like a lot of love out there.
Yes.
That's really awesome. It really is. It's true. So anyhow, I was, you know, this guys like that. Like, you know, we're voting for you together. We're going to root for you. Well, that'll never happen, dude. What? You know what I mean? And it wasn't because I knew you guys were going to diss me or nothing like that. It wasn't even about that. I just figured, like, how do you say, cosmically we weren't connected, so to speak. Even though we kind of are. You know, skaters all are. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? And that being said, I mean, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't skating with you guys. And so that's always a plus for me. And that, for me, is like, hey, man. So that just right there, that made me skate. They get it.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. So, but and like, again, that's just as a Steve is more like the powers to be, like maybe say, maybe let's just keep Steve in the background, maybe, or I don't know what it is. I mean, I didn't know what to think. I mean, I just.
Well, luckily, Andrew Cannon connected us, so that was good.
That is good.
Yeah, that was good connection.
Yeah,
but
so.
we have never really all crossed paths with you.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean, and I you know, Ortiz, I know Chris Ortiz real well. So he's got a lot of good things to say about you guys. And so, like, I mean, I kind of called him, hey, man, I'm going to be like, so, gee, that's okay, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So, I mean, and I know a little bit about you guys, but, I mean, again, I don't know a lot about you. But at the same time, it's just thank you for the opportunity. And I'm stoked to be here. I'm stoked to just talk skating. And, you know, and for me, it's just like, hey, if I can reach a new audience or just whoever, just about skate stories or whatever, it doesn't matter. We're all in the same game together.
Well, also, this is the most fascinating stuff for me because I started in '91.
Yeah.
So I, you know, and also I do my homework. But when the Lance Mountains come on, or the, you know, I just sit back and listen because I'm a fan. I want to absorb all this information. You know that you can get watching videos, but you know, hearing the person talk and talking about. You know, I mean, you were just showing us boards that you were skating back, and I was just like, dude, this is psycho. You know, how far it's changed. You know, and I love it.
You're right, because, you know, it's one thing, like, seeing a video or a photo for that matter. I mean,
even a print interview.
So it's different when you actually get to see someone in real life and kind of get to connect and, you know, all that kind of thing, and you get to talk. So, I'm just, again, I'm stoked.
We're
super hyped. You know what I mean? Thank you.
Yeah. We, sorry, Kelly, because we said that our paths never crossed. Like, I know Steve Olson, but we never really met. But you and Jerron did a pretty sweet credits thing.
I was thinking almost 10 years ago. It's been a while.
Crazy.
How time flies.
So that's fun.
Yeah,
so,
that's cool. And that's kind of cool, too, because there is these kind of things where, like, I get to hang out with, or they get to hang out with me here and there. And that has happened more in the last 10 years. Listen, so I know a lot more people. Like, I can go hang out with us and we kind of talk. Or I can go hang out with Jesse and his friends and, like, Chris Miller can talk. Or I can go hang with Collins or Dresden or some of the older guys, but some of the newer guys, too. Like, you know, it's cool. Like, you know, like Elijah Burrow. Like, I wouldn't play, you know, we would have played baseball for my kid's birthday. And Elijah's there, and like Zoe, you know, and like Roland's there, and all, you know, it's too late. I would go surf with him one day, and I'm sitting there with my wife, just going to surf, just waiting for Jesse to get there. And all of a sudden, well, what are you doing, Elijah? We're going to surf with Jesse. Oh, because you're too. Well, yeah, we're going to surf together. You know what I mean? So in that respect, it was just super cool. And then the other thing too, like for the King of the Road, they all came and hung out with me too. So that was kind of cool. I took them on a little adventure. And made him like sweat in the Batman seat all day. And we had to wear pads. You know what I mean? And at one point, I'm telling some guys, like, we're going to go to the Rothschild. It's going to be super hot. We're going to go up there. It's going to be nice and cool. You kind of wear shoes. And Elijah didn't want to wear shoes. And he stepped on a piece of glass. And it wrecked the whole thing. And he couldn't do anything else. And then I felt bad. But then at the same time, I'm like, dude. It's like sometimes they question me. Right. And it's basically, I hate to say this, but when you question me a lot of times, you get fucking work. So just listen.
Case in point, Elijah Earl stepping on a piece of glass. Do you keep up with a lot of the newer skateboarders? I mean, your son skates.
No, I do, and it's kind of funny because because Jesse used to skate with me quite a bit. You know what I mean? When he kind of came up, he just wanted to skate boards and ditches and pipes and on. Because I used to take him with me everywhere and do that stuff. Sure. And the worst pads and stuff. And he got really good. He could do airs and do a lot of that stuff. But then at one point, he's like 13, 14. He's like, yeah, I definitely want to hang out with you. I'm like, well, hang out with you. Start doing the street thing. And then I used to hit him shit first, to be honest, and tease him. Like, go do your thing. Go ahead and flip your board 50 times over. Go ahead and waste that time. You know what I mean? So me and my buddies were grinding like that. But in the long run, it was he's prospered in his thing. But at one point, he kind of just sit me down. Oh, he's like, so Dad, I said, you gotta stop thinking kind of like this. Here's what's up. Okay. And it was kind of cool. It really was. So he kind of introduced me to some guys I didn't really know. And so I was stoked on Louis Barletta. I like doing that. He's got a super sick approach, man. And I was like, wow. And even day one, I was like, I got to hang out with him and do the volley shoot with him and see from him from afar, and actually get to hang out with him. So when you get to see these dudes in your kid's school and you actually get to meet them, and they're as nice as you think they're going to be, then they're kind of respectful to you because of the old farts face thing. So I didn't think they want to talk to grandpa, so to speak. You know what I mean? But at that same time, it's there's a mutual respect between everybody, and that's so cool about that. So yeah, I do keep up on some dude like Milton Martinez. That shit. We go surf in Newport all the time. So I'm always telling my wife, I just look at that bank right there. Wouldn't it be crazy? It's a bike guy did that. And then all of a sudden, Rhino sends me this thing one day, and I was like, are you fucking shit? And at first I thought it was a joke. I mean, didn't we all, maybe, I didn't know if it was real, but it can't be real. And then you see the fucking footage a couple days later. It's like, was it Jonas or Jeremy Ray that did the chick? Over that big tower. Yeah, but I saw that. Right. When Ortiz showed me that the first time, I'm like, he's like, you do have to see this because it was like a baldy. It was like jumping the pit of baldy. But dude, if you fall, you're gonna fucking die. Yeah. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So I say, whoa. I mean, that's some heavy shit. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing skating and getting red, but when you put yourself out there and you're gonna fucking die to make your shit the Rings about doing that, Bob doing a little, some of the mega shit ramp, Jake Brown doing that shit. I mean, Milton doing the fucking roof to the bank. It's blows your mind. Oh yeah. And he's basically doing shit that personally I thought when we were kids in the 70s, that would never happen. Right. No one's ever gonna do the hot movement. That's impossible.
But I think you were talking about before the show starts, when you guys are doing the full pipe, Baldy, for instance, right? And you're going over, what is it, 11 feet up, however many feet. I mean, that's some serious. Yeah. You can get fucked up. Yeah, when you're in a full pipe, it's just a circle. So right. You got to think of it 11 o'clock. I should have said. So you got your 3 o'clock, 12, 6, 3, 9. So if you're 3 and 9, basically you're halfway up. Sure. Right? So they'll kind of get up there, 10, 30. But when you're 11, if the pipe's 20 feet tall, and if you're 11 o'clock, you're basically 17 feet off the deck. There you right. And you're over vert. You're over vert, and your wheels are above your head. Yes, and your wheels are above your head. Which is so fucked up. Right. So, in my opinion, it's going to sound funny coming from me. Mm-hmm. When we were kids, I had 3 choices coming up. Okay. I came from the San Gabriel Valley.
so you gotta put yourself in context. This is one thing people never do in today's world. They never put themselves in context of what was happening, how and why this went down, right? So if you put yourself in context, think of yourself, you're in this area where I live, the Badlands, right? So what are the Badlands? Because the Badlands are this, between the 57 freeway and the 15 freeway, the 210 freeway and the 60 freeway. That little rectangle is the Badlands. So you got Montclair, Ontario, Upland, Pomona, Chino, Laverne, Claremont. What am I missing? I'm sure there's a couple more I'm missing, but it's about 10 or 12 cities in this little zone in here.
Rancho
right?
Cucamonga?
Rancho Cucamonga's in there, where I live. Altima's in there. I know I'm thinking a couple more cities. Anyhow, that's just a little zone. So back in those days, especially in the 70s, why did we skate a full pipe?
This is probably the only thing.
That's kind of a bizarre thing that we did skate a full pipe.
Yeah.
But there was a full pipe made at the dam. So why did they build this dam? That was my biggest thing. Why was this siphon spillway in this dam in the first place? That's kind of curiosity I got, right? But anyhow, so they built this dam in the 50s because it was like 100-year floods. It was just devastating the area from the rain and just heavy craziness. So anyhow, when we built skate the pipe, my dad actually lived on Palmer Canyon. They built Baldy, basically Shin Canyon. He grew up in Palmer Canyon. We watched them build the pipe when he was in high school as a kid. And then when they built it, there was a whole bunch of water behind the dam with fresh trout. So he used to go trout fishing back there. So he would tell me all this kind of stories when he was a kid. So flash forward like 20 years later, I'm a kid. I'm like 12, 13, 10. Actually, I went there when I was 10 the first time. And we found out about it from his friends of mine who rode our bikes there. In those days, we would always ride our bikes with our skateboards, like strapped to the back of the bike or like in a backpack, some kind of haphazard kind of thing. But that's how we got to, because we lived at the bottom of the hill in Montclair. We lived basically the whole boulevard in Benson was divided in Montclair, Ontario. But we're like south of the railroad tracks. You know what I mean?
So you're handling everything.
We're like blue collar big time. Like Montclair was a blue collar town, just all workers kind of thing. So anyhow, yeah, we're just going to Baldy, but there's crazy shit to get there.
Yeah, I was gonna say on a bike, how long does that take?
I mean, it took us an hour easy when we were kids.
Yeah.
At least an hour, if not more. And by the time you get there, we're at 10, we're so damn tired. And it's hot.
On like trails or something?
Well, no, you just basically have to ride a straight up mountain or straight up Euclid. But I lived off of Benson, so it was Benson, San Antonio Mountain. So we just went all the way straight up Benson as far as we could go. It ended at 19th Street into these like orange fields back in those days. And then we had to go to the mountain, take the mountain up, and then we could kind of go from there. So and then eventually we got smart, and there was a minibus, like that took
like an RTD back then.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I forget what it was called, but Omnitrans, that's what they called it. We used to take Omnitrans on top of Euclid, and we'd skate over the pipe, skate there, and we'd shoot Euclid down. But anyway, we were kids and getting all crazy and seeing all this kind of cool stuff. And in those days, it was like guys on top of the dam. Like there's like a tower up there, and they would kind of bust you. That's what it was, a bust in the 70s. So many people went there, and you couldn't kind of walk up the dam because it was sea, so you had to walk through the pit. So have you ever been to Baldy before?
I have not.
But you've seen the pit.
Oh,
there.
100%.
Okay, so we've all seen the pit. So in the old days, there was these like 3 pipes, feeder pipes. They were maybe like 6 feet tall. So when the water would go into the pit, the feeder pipes would take it out into these like little reservoirs downstream. So when we were kids, we would go in those little feeder pipes and like walk in and crawl through. They crawl up with ropes up little pits so the guys wouldn't see us.
Ropes. We throwing my
buddy had, his dad was super like RV guy.
Okay.
And like, so he had like ropes somehow. He had some kind of, I don't know if he had grappling thing, but he had some kind of thing where we can kind of rope our way up and then the sticks kind of just run our way back there. And that's kind of how we used to do that.
Yeah. Kind of dope. It's kind of like a mission.
It was
like you're doing this like
a mission, complete mission.
Yeah.
So we had bikes. We were traveling everywhere on bikes and skateboards, depending where we're at. But at that time frame, one of our kids at school had told us about this. One of our friends who was in junior high, we were still in elementary going. I mean, I was only 10, so we have another 2 years before we did it. But our older brother's friend, here in the zone, his buddies who were already in junior high, there was some stories about it. So that's kind of how we got clued in. That's how we started going to Baldy. And seeing all these kind of crazy pros, like Mike Weed was there, Waldo Autry was there, and Liga Heiner, who was later on my baseball team, he was there. That's where I first saw Tate Hunt. I saw all the guys I would skate with later.
So that you would go there. There would already be people skating there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Were you intimidated to go and skate the full?
Oh,
place
we always had to wait for the big kids to leave.
Great. Okay.
Because it was peculiar. Skating's all about peculiar. Let's face it. Always will be. So yeah, we had to kind of lay our turn like everybody else. Kind of wait. But
you were also watching them and learning by watching them,
sure.
which is amazing too. What were you skating before that? Just skating in the streets?
Yeah, we skated in the streets. Prior to me kind of trying to skate transition, vert kind of stuff. I don't know if we even skated a pool before Baldy.
I was going to say.
We were really in the pools at that point too, because remember in the 70s now, kind of growing up back in these days, we're talking 75, 76, 77.
Yes.
There's a big drought in California.
76, 77.
So you can't even put water in the pool. You can't even like put water in the lawn. Yeah. If you get a ticket, then it's just. I mean, nowadays it's nothing compared to then how gnarly it was. It was like hell-bent, right? I mean, hell-bent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You think Alcoa is just gnarly now? Wait for the water guys to come to your house in those days. It was burning. It was serious shit. You know? But that being said, you couldn't. Everything was empty. They couldn't put any water in any pools. All the ponds they were all drained. Everything was drained. Golf courses, all the mini golf courses were drained. Everything was drained. So it's just exploring. You know, you're kids.
Oh my God!
You're going all out with all your friends and just finding like, gee, you see that? There's bank by Alphabeta, 6th Street way over there. There's banks at school right there. There's banks on 11th Street and Oak right there, where the house is with the little planters. You know where everything was.
This is word of mouth too. There's no Instagram.
Yeah, and it was like all hand drawn.
To the left of the palm tree.
So it was that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that's why.
But that was after Baldy, though. You guys were really going to Baldy first.
No, but we kind of were riding banks and all that stuff as we were riding Baldy, because we did kind of just ride Baldy first. I mean, that's not the way it works.
Yeah.
You always learn how to, use your board. Maybe do like a G-turn or a nose wheelie, tail wheelie. What's your manuals in today's world? We would jump over broomsticks, and it would slow around like Coke cans or whatever, that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
You gotta crawl before you walk.
All that kind of stuff. And then you start going down inclines, and then curved inclines with a right hand turn or a left hand turn, that kind of thing. And then, but all this was kind of happening all at the same kind of time, and you were developing these skills. But it's kind of crazy because Dad couldn't show me this stuff.
Right.
That was very important for 70s kids. They could show us how to play baseball, show us how to bounce a basketball, they could show us how to kick a soccer ball, they could show us how to play football, all that stuff. And I did all that, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But he couldn't show me how to do what I wanted to learn. I wanted to be a surfer kid, going back to where I had 3 choices, right? So you had the 3 choices where I could be a gangbanger kid, Mexican, half Mexican. Mm-hmm. So a lot of my cousins, a lot of my peers were doing that. Okay. Or I can kind of be the jock kid, like the white, football kind of
baseball.
I definitely participated in that world, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I wanted to be a surfer. That to me was the sickest shit. But I lived 38 miles from the beach.
I was going to say, there's no
I had no access to the beach. So always in my mind, when I was a little kid skating, I was trying to surf on the skateboard. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
sidewalk surfer.
So, but the thing is, when I started really getting better, I learned how to skate Baldy and turn it out, and learned how to pump the walls, and learned how to skate pools. And just some of the stuff I actually do was all based on that. What if I was a surfer? Okay, so for instance, pipeline happens, and then the comedy pool finally happened. I finally talked them into building this pool with coping, right? This monstrosity. We finally have taught them into it's there, it's hook up water, and then I drain it, we're going to skate it. So, first, my little interview in Skateboarder magazine, right? Those photos of me doing that edger, it's one of the most iconic shots of skateboarding. Mm-hmm. And people always ask me, how did that happen, or why did it happen? Did you do that?
I'm just going to be a gangster.
To be honest with you, when I skated, that was the first day I skated the pool, was that photo session from my interview. I had never skinned a bull prior to that day.
So you're just going off the cuff.
Just kind of winging it.
You're just going.
Yeah. So my thing is, I hit that first corner, hit that front side. That's all about a bottom turn surfing, man. It's like you hit the corner, you're looking down at the drain, and you look up, and the speed momentum, all of a sudden you're at the lip or right front side. And you got all the speed, like, what do I do with it? And all of a sudden you just lapped over and you're like, whoa, that was so sick. And then you like want that feeling again. So,
But you weren't surfing at the time, or were you?
I was
So
trying.
you were trying to
I was trying to surf.
on your board.
Now at that point in time when Comedy Pool was built in '79, I had won a surfboard at my contest. I won in '78 at Big O when I won the second Hester Series. You know, I won a moped, $1,000, and a surfboard.
Yeah,
But
pretty good. That's pretty good.
But no one really showed me how to surf, so I go to try to surf. I was getting fucking worked because I didn't have a clue.
Yeah.
I didn't even boogie board. I didn't have a boogie board. I didn't even have the idea of how to boogie board out of wave, even go down the line. It was just it was beyond me. It was both beyond my cognitive state, so to speak. And then I almost drowned in Huntington one day on a big day. Like I could fucking skate these big walls. It was 20 foot falls. It's a fucking 10 foot wave.
Oh, here we go.
And I remember just crawling back to the beach, just vomiting, shaking my nose, just like literally like a movie. Just like, oh my God, just drowned. Fuck the ocean. Fuck surfing. Fuck all this shit. And for the longest time, I was like, that was what it was about. You know what I mean? Especially punk rock days coming in 79, 80, 81. Right. Like, fuck the beach. Fuck you. You know, I'm going to blow up the fucking ocean. You know what I mean? So,
that sounds similar to my first experience surfing, too. I went out on a big day and should have probably went out. I had the wrong board. I got fucked up. And like, same thing, like crawling back, like, I shouldn't have did that.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's going on, man? How are you? I'm good. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being here.
No, thanks for having me.
My pleasure. You made two of my all-time favorite movies. The Watchmen, which I fucking love, and
awesome.
300.
Okay, awesome.
Those, if I have like a top 20 list, I never like formally put together a top 20 list, but those are.
Oh, that's
For
cool.
sure.
Well, first of all, I appreciate that because, 300 was a complete labor of love and insane. 300 was. I was a Frank Miller fan for a long time, and I thought I would do another. I thought I would do Dark Knight Returns. Frankly, that was the movie I wanted. I still want to do it. I always tell everyone, Dark Knight Returns. If I get a Dark Knight Returns, I'd be done with comic book movies.
Really?
Well, because if you've done Watchmen, sorry, I'm banging my. That's okay. But if you do Watchmen and Dark Knight Returns, for me, you're good. Your legacy is set. So, Batman versus Superman, literally steals a lot of Dark Knight Returns. I'm not gonna say it didn't. It did, but it's still not Dark Knight Returns. And I think that's still out there. But I always, for a long time, I had that. I had 300 on my coffee table at my house when I was making TV commercials, and I'd have my friends over and be like, I'm going to make this one day. It's going to look exactly like this comic book. They'd be like, yeah, sure it is. And I was having a general meeting with Gianni Nunari, who was one of the producers, and he was asking me about what I like. And he
that graphic novel in his office, on his table. And I went, well, okay, you know what? If I could do anything, that book right there, I would make that. And he goes, well, what do you mean? How would you make it? And I literally just opened it up and I go, we'd film this. We'd film these pictures. We'd look like this. And he goes, okay, that's cool. Like, so you're saying you would just shoot the movie and it would look like this graphic novel. I go, that's what I'm saying. And I think, and that's what, but at the time we couldn't sell it. We tried, we went around town with it. We tried to, we went to all the studios. They were all kind of like, yeah, sword and sandals.
Wasn't it the same time that Troy was being made?
It was exactly the same time as Troy. And when we went to Warner Brothers originally with it, they literally were like, we have Troy. So why would we want this? We have Brad Pitt. Like literally Brad Pitt is in our movie. I go, we're going to do something crazy. We're not even going to shoot it outside. And they were like, what? Okay, you're nuts. And I go, yeah, we're not going to go for one shot outside. We ended up going for one shot outside for this. When the Persian messengers are coming, that super high-speed shot where the horses are kind of coming over the hill. We shot that outside because we just couldn't get the horses going fast enough. It's the shot right before this, I think. Oh, no, it's this one. That's it. It's that shot. So that shot was the horses. That was a high-speed shot we did with Photosonics outside. But that was it. That's like the only shot outside. Everything else was on the stage. Because we couldn't get the horses fast enough inside, yeah. And it was too expensive. That was a low-budget movie. We couldn't get...
300 was a low-budget movie?
Yeah, because we shot it all on stage, 60 days. Like, that's like why there's no director's cut of 300 is because every frame of film we shot this in the...
You shot that movie in 60 days?
60 days, yeah.
Wow.
It was crazy.
That's insane.
We almost killed us, but it was fun. But yeah, so when we took it to Warner Brothers, they were like, finally, well, what happened was I did Dawn of the Dead, and then from Dawn of the Dead, I was supposed to do I Am Legend, right? And I Am Legend was this movie that was at Warner Brothers that they were like, what do you think? And then there was some kind of crazy mix-up, and they ended up giving that movie to someone else. And then I think they felt bad or whatever, and they said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I really still want to do 300. And so we shot that test shot. There was I think it's on the DVD. There's a test shot we did, and they said, okay, if you can make a movie look like that, go do it.
Was that one of the first movies that was ever shot in front of a green screen? Like basically most of the movie except that one scene.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't think it was look, green screen photography was like a well-known way to make a movie, visual effects, and all that.
Movie?
Yeah, I don't know about a whole movie. Yeah, that was weird. I always say they go well, what innovations? What? And I always go it's basically the same technology that the weatherman uses, when he stands in front of the green screen and says oh, the front's coming in from the north. It's literally the same technology, as because look, easily you could put the weather behind that guy right there, and he'd be saying, that's Eli. That's my son.
Oh, wow.
He's now making movies. He was the second unit director on Rebel Moon.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. He also plays the young Rorschach in
Watchmen.
Really? Yeah.
Wow.
Like the baby Rorschach. Yeah. Because you put your kid in the movie, and I always was like, oh, let's have Eli do that because it's easier. He has to beat the other kid up. Just Eli's better because I don't have to talk to some other. Because actually, there's a scene in Watchmen, where he bites the kid's face, and he pulls the flesh off the face, and I go, you know what? Let's just get E to do it, because then I could just be like, okay, E, bite this, and pull it, rip it off.
Right.
The only troubling part of that is that there was a scene that we did in that movie where because Rorschach's mom was a prostitute, right? So there's that scene where Rorschach's mom in the flashbacks I should have had that abortion, right? She slaps him in the face, right? Because he hears, Mom, is he hurting you? Because she's having sex with some John in there, and then she opens the door and she's like, he's like, is he hurting you? I should have had that abortion, slapped him. And I had wanted the mother to be topless in that scene, and they were like, nah, you can't have. And it's cool because his mother was visiting set that day. And his mom was there, and she was like, oh, they're putting our son in a movie. We weren't together at the time. his mom and I, but we're really close friends. But I think she was an actress, and I said, and they went, the only way that the woman can be topless is if it was actually his mom. And I was like, oh, I go, Denise. And she was like, no chance.
Imagine asking your ex-wife to play a terrible prostitute who slaps their son and says, I wish I had an abortion. Holy shit.
I go, come on, it's for the drama. It's not like,
oh my
I
God.
know. And she was like, you were insane. I was like, come on. And also,
It's at least slightly insane. But that would be the only way to do it.
yeah,
Could you CGI boobs on her?
yeah, that's cool. At the time, probably. Now I think we could. Now I think we could have. Yeah, I think we could have. If I wanted to do it now, I think that's how you would do it. You do it like with like some sort of chest rig, and they would paint them out, and then we do the boobs. That's a good idea. Actually.
How much?
Go back in.
How much of any CGI was used on their bodies in 300?
Zero CGI in the body.
Really?
Really zero. We didn't have the money. Honestly,
So many people
I
talk
know,
so much shit.
shit. I swear to God, I'm like, you need Mark Twain on this show, and then Mark will tell you, Mark trained the guys. Mark's like this amazing. He's like, I've known Mark for years, and he's an incredible alpine climber. He's like this. He's just like this insane. He can shoot. He can do anything that anyone can do. And like when I asked him to train the guys, he's like, this sounds like Hollywood bullshit. Like train actors for a movie, like they're all fakers, they're all liars. And I was like, look, you make them honest. And so he's like, all right. So he started training everybody. Yeah, there's Mark right there. And his gym was called Jim Jones, right? Like just as an example of like how hard he is. But yeah, and so like, he had trained all these SEALs, and basically it was basically the same thing that he was doing with the SEALs. He did with these actors, and
So a prerequisite had
you
to
can
be
imagine
it had to be in some form of
you had to be in
shape.
some shape, some
Yeah.
teeny bit of shape. A couple guys came to us that were pure actors, but 90% had some shape.
How much
Yeah.
time did you have to work with them?
Trying to remember. Normally, what I like is at least 5 weeks. I like 5 weeks, and I'll take more if you'll give it to me.
Sure, for a film, but I
For a
mean
film.
prepare physically.
I'm talking about before the film starts. At 2 months or 3 months, I like before the film starts of training.
That's enough time to get them into
It's
that kind
not.
of 300 shape.
It never is. These guys trained doubly as hard, and they knew a lot of them were athletes anyway, so they came in with and Jerry had more time. And Jerry trained with his own guy. Jerry didn't train with Mark. But so, it depends. When Henry Cavill, Mark trained Henry for Superman, and that was longer. I think that was 3 months or 4 months. But yeah, it's never enough time because you just can't get it. And
Right.
Like actors, they just ideally, you'd have them, half a year. 6 months would be perfect, really.
At least.
And yeah, I mean, just to get you, visibly, I always say the one thing about movies is that, and the thing about Mark that I love was that he went to psychological war with the actors in the best possible way. What he was looking for, he would always say, I'm going to put you in your pain cave, and you're going to find out a lot about yourself when you're in there, right? And then when you come out of the workout, you're gonna grow. I'm going to grow you here. And some people just don't. They don't like that, especially people who haven't this isn't like a lifestyle that they've chosen,
No, that's a journey that you have to be really dedicated to go down. If you're just a kind of a casual and someone comes along and says, I'll put you in the pain cave, like, I'm not interested in that.
I think it works with actors because he makes it part of the crucible of the performance, and I think if you can connect it to the performance, it makes the training mean something. I've always been like a sort of bodybuilding fan, like in the 80s. I trained with this guy in the 80s who was just like a teacher that lived, this guy Jim Arden, who lived in Greenwich, Connecticut, where I grew up. He was a teacher at this school called Greenwich Country Day, which was near the boarding school that I went to. And I was like, everyone expected me to be like, I played soccer. I was like an athlete. I was really, but then I sort of got into like weight training. I was like, that's what I want to do. Everyone thought it was insane. But like, and I think it was my meeting Jim and Jim being like, because Jim had this in the basement of Greenwich Country Day, there was like this weirdo gym, and like, Chris Dickerson and like, Mike Katz, all these like crazy 80s bodybuilders would show up and train with him, and it was like this weird, I'd be like, this is awesome. And like we went to the Olympia, like he took us to the Olympia in New York City. I don't know what year was that, like 82 or 3, I forget what year. But anyway, it was just really cool, and I was just in this. And then, of course, I was like, Schwarzenegger. I read his like book, Education of a Bodybuilder. It's a weirdo book.
Did you get involved in bodybuilding yourself?
I mean, I trained with Jim because I thought like, okay, yeah, maybe I'll be a bodybuilder one day. That'd be cool. Like, of course, like I was also painting, and I remember when I was a senior in high school. After I graduated, I went to London for a year to art school to paint, and I lost like 40 pounds of muscle in that year. Just like literally, I was in like the best shape of my life. Went to England to be a painter, and like literally just ate baked beans on toast for a year, and like starved to death.
Oh wow!
But I was like, this is amazing. Like I'm an artist. But it definitely put a. But I always had that aesthetic, bug in my head. And now I have my trainer now is this guy Alessandro. He trained everyone for Rebel Moon, and he's like this. He's like in his early 60s, Italian, was a bodybuilder, was a power lifter, became a bodybuilder, and he's like, he's just like this. He's a hard Italian, no bullshit. Like, it was cool because during the training for Rebel Moon, one of the actors was like, I have an idea for a workout. Do you want to hear it? He's like, I have an idea for a movie.
Stay in your lane.
Exactly. He's like, or like the guys at the gym, like, because used to like judge bodybuilding competitions, and has his pro card and everything, was like a real bodybuilder, and they'd say like, hey, can you come and look at me? I have a contest coming up in the bathroom. And they'd go in there, and the guy would take his shirt off, and he'd be like, how long till the competition? Or he'd be like, I got 2 months till the competition. And I was hard to be like, I think next year for you is going to be better. Wow. It's like, oh. No, he has no problem saying, like, I think I need to lose like 40 pounds, more like 80.
Jesus.
He's hard, but he's awesome. He's like, no bullshit. I think he's, and like, he trained the guys for Old Moon, and he's like a pure aesthetic. Mm-hmm. Trainer, like pure aesthetic, he's
just going for a look.
He's seen everything, He's just like, okay, your abs could be sharper,
Yeah, that's a weird thing.
Yeah, it's like a whole thing, It's like just like
it is a whole
like
thing.
A whole thing.
Yeah, I had Ronnie Coleman on.
Oh yeah,
and,
exactly.
Ronnie Coleman at one point in time was the freak of all freaks.
Oh, he is hands down, like no one's ever going to be, but like
he's the freak of all freaks.
Yeah, like it just like. The way his muscles attach is like crazy. Like you can't.
Well, he was probably one of the strongest bodybuilders ever.
Unbelievable.
And that's part of the reason why he looked the way he looked. He didn't look just big. He looked super powerful.
Well, also the thing about Ronnie Coleman, like, you see like guys that are just incredibly swollen where they can't, like they're muscle bound, like they can't, and he could like always just like, he could just like touch his like back of his head. Just unbelievable.
Look at that picture. That's so insane.
Yeah, Alessandro was in a competition with him, Night of Champions, I think, in San Francisco. And he said, like, he goes, I come from Italy. I'm in my first competition. I like pull a card, and I'm like realize like I'm next to Ronnie Coleman and me. I'm like, he's like, great, this is fucking perfect. And he goes, like, the guy, like how bodybuilders, like the whole thing is about your skin being super thin, so everything like shows. Yeah. He goes, I saw him backstage. And I thought, you know what? The skin's like not there. It's not going to happen. He goes, but then like, he like so much muscle. He like pulls and it's just like, he's like, oh my God, like how is it possible that the skin just can't, the muscle's so thick, just like pushes all the,
stretches all
you
the
see all the striations and everything that you, but him just relaxing, like backstage, he's like, I'm more ripped than him, but then like, he's like, no way.
It's such a weird sport because they're literally on death's door.
Oh, literally.
They dehydrate themselves to the point where they have kidney failure almost.
Yeah. The thing that we can all learn from the bodybuilders is, like, I think that just now in sort of everything that's happening, like with longevity and like all this, like the bodybuilders will do stuff to their bodies that nobody else would dare do. They'll do dosages that no one will do. And so like, it's cool to say like, okay, if you want to know what quadruple the dose of anything does, just ask those guys, they'll tell you. Because I think like, you'd be like, okay, this is the most you could take and then it's toxic. Oh, cool. I'll take triple that and see what happens, you know, because they're all searching for like the magic bullet.
It's kind of amazing how few of them died.
Well, and also they do die all the time, so it's not.
They do die, but it's not like you'd expect it kills all
you
of them.
think every single one of them.
Like Dorian Yates is in great shape.
Yeah, and how can you have been on the edge of it for so long?
Yeah, how could you? Yeah, well,
the body's incredible. That's what you learn.
He's really suffered, unfortunately, Ronnie. But I think he suffered from surgery.
Yeah,
I think the surgery got him. You know, there's so many guys who get back surgery, and back then stem cells weren't available, and people weren't aware that there's other ways to fix your back. The doctors just want to go in there and start fusing discs. It scares the shit out of me. Everybody that I know that's had that done has had real problems afterwards. It puts extra pressure on the above and below discs as well, because it's an unnatural sort of unit now. Instead of having three pieces, you now have one.
Sure.
You know,
no, it's crazy.
It can be a real problem. It can be a real problem.
Yeah, and I think that healing, the science behind healing is, you know, it's changed so much.
Leaps and bounds.
And I think that's where the future is. In my opinion, like how we learn to heal is really how we learn to like really stay, you know, active and like getting stuff done for longer. Because like recovery is the whole thing. You know?
Oh, 100%. Recovery is and also being cognizant of what your little issues are and not letting them get chronic. When I was young, I was just too much of a meathead. Ignore work through pain. And also, when you're doing jiu-jitsu, you're always in pain. So I was just work through the pain. But then I started developing some like real chronic problems. And it wasn't until I started doing stem cells and then starting to understand like you can, but it's not wise to just go and only do jiu-jitsu. Really, you should be doing maintenance weightlifting that's designed to strengthen your joints. And so I really started doing that, and that made a giant difference too. And instead of just thinking of it as a workout, it's always like, okay, is your car ready to get on the track? No, it's not. You need to change your tires. No, it's not. Your suspension's off. No, it's not. You need more gas. Whatever the fuck it is.
Sure, absolutely.
Treat your body like that. Don't just say, I'm fucking tough. I'm going to show up with the flu, and I'm going to go 7 rounds. No, don't do that. That's stupid. Every time I've ever done that, it's set me way back. It's never helped me. Never one time that I was like pushed through the pain has it ever been good. Not a single fucking time. So now at 56, now I'm smart enough to go, okay, don't do chin-ups. You're getting tendinitis in your left elbow. Stop. You know where this goes. It's right here. You get it at the same spot every time. Let's start doing some wrist curls. Let's work the legs. Let's do a bunch of other shit. Let's do heavy back rounds. Stop doing the chin-ups.
You do a pull down too, by the way.
Yeah, there's different stuff you can do that doesn't pull on that very specific tendon, but, you know, overuse injuries, those kind of things. So when you're doing a film like 300 and you're getting these guys prepped for this, are you telling them what to eat? Are you
I mean,
nutritionist?
It's awesome. If I ever put you in a movie, the cool thing is you show up, you work out, they hand you food. They like massage you. It's like the greatest.
Oh, that's great. They treat them like pro athletes.
Yeah, like pro athletes.
Oh, that's
just
awesome.
A pro athlete. You're like in training camp, you know.
Dude, I just watched 300 again this summer because my family and I went to Greece.
Oh, cool.
And so we were like, let's watch 300.
Yeah.
And my 13-year-old had never seen 300 before. She was like, holy shit. I was like, yeah, that's a fucking movie.
We were just in Greece this summer too, and it was cool because we were like in Athens and we were walking up the Parthenon, and I noticed like all the gift shops, they have like Spartan shit in them. Mm-hmm. And I said to the guy, I'm sorry about that. And she goes, what are you talking about? And I go, I apologize for all this Spartan stuff in here. And she goes, yeah, it's that fucking movie 300. And I said, she know you made it? No. And I go, yeah, that's why I said I'm sorry. I made that movie. And she goes, what do you mean you made it? And I was like, yeah,
that's my movie.
That's my movie. And she goes, no. And I go, yeah. And then she was like, that's awesome.
Now she likes you.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool swing, but it's a
fucking awesome movie.
That's cool.
If you don't like 300, you can go eat shit. That was If anybody didn't enjoy that, what do you hate fun? Do you hate?
Well, the thing is, like, also I met a lot of SEALs, a lot of like first responders, as you can imagine, really, really. I've seen a lot of Spartan tattoos.
Oh yeah.
Because of that. And I'm proud that that they find some sort of like inspiration to.
Leonidas is every man wants to be.
Yeah, it's
he was perfect.
He knew where, like, look, he knew where he knew who to look to to find out whether to burn the whole thing down.
Yeah.
And she gave him the okay. And
it was also, the movie was brutally representative of both. It was both like mythical and beautiful and magical, but also very tied into the ethics of the Spartans and how absolutely brutal their world was and how they just accepted things in a way that just like, wow.
Yeah, that's the thing that people are always like, with me, and they ask me like, what about the morality of the movie? What do you think of it? And I go like, Sparta is also another planet. Like we would not make it.
Right.
Like to say like, oh yeah, I'm cool. Like with the Spartans, I mean, they would have chucked me off the cliff like day one. It's not like
it's hard for us to imagine.
Like you want to like say, yeah, I'm with the Spartans in this, but like, they were brutal people. Like
from the
they
jump.
were a tool. They were a tool.
Yes.
Like we have democracy maybe because they existed, but they weren't necessarily democratic. There was no voting on whether or not we would like go in and die. Like that was just like what they wanted. That was in their like, in their basic genetic makeup or in their philosophical makeup was like, okay, a beautiful death. If I can get one of those, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. And I won't give it to you. You got to take it.
Right.
But yeah, that's like, I love that like Fassbender when he's like looking down and he says that whole thing about like, what's awesome is that with all the world's armies, there's got to be one guy down that fucking place that can kill me and do it right, And they're like, are you serious? Like, that's what's turning you on? You're excited about the fact that the guy that kills me might be down there? Like, that's...
Well, it's also, I think, when we look at things like that and we put ourselves in the mindset of someone who lived so many years ago like that, there's this understanding that human beings are capable of fitting into a bunch of different bizarre groups. A bunch of different strange cultures can rise. And when you have a particularly barbaric time in history, and you have this group of people in Athens that are literally changing the world through democracy and through the Eleusinian mysteries and all the shit that they were doing, where people are traveling from all over the globe to come to this one spot. And then you got these fucking savages. These people are the savages of savages, the Spartans.
Yeah.
They're like, if you think about it, if someone says, like, what kind of a warrior would you want to be?
Right.
If you're a little kid, I want to be a Spartan.
Yeah, of course. It's
like
all
all
these
crazy
sports teams have Spartans as their like mascots.
Yeah, and to imagine that there was a group of people that existed, a culture that existed that was completely warlike and had these tenets that were just unbendable.
Yeah.
And from the time you were a child, they tested you.
Yeah, that's it.
And if you fucked up, if you failed, if you fell apart, if you quit, you were chucked out.
Yeah, the cryptea, like the whole thing, like where they would send you like around 7, you'd go on the Agoge, you'd go like into the wilderness, and you're basically living among other kids that were between like 7 and 13, and you just were like wild. And the sort of elite of those groups were called the cryptea, and the cryptea would come down and just kill helots whenever they wanted. Like they were encouraged. The helots were the slave class that the Spartans sort of maintained Spartan society. And these guys, these kids, imagine like if you lived, and like in the hills, you knew there was just like this 13-year-old gang of 13-year-olds that were going to just come down and murder you at any moment.
They were encouraged to
do it because they like, and also the helots were fine. If the helots killed them, that was fine because that meant that they weren't good enough anyway. And then they would have this like, they did this ritual with this like table of cheese where like all these Spartan warriors would stand around the table, and all the 13-year-olds who were ready to like transition into becoming true Spartans, you'd have to like try and get and pull a piece of cheese off this stone table, and the Spartan warriors who guarded the table could do anything to stop you. And it was just beating the crap out of these 13-year-olds. And finally, like, you know, if you got it, then you were given to a Spartan soldier who raised you. And basically, the idea was that he was your lover, he was your teacher, he was everything to you. Because the Spartans believed that, you know, really they believed that you would die for your brother if you were also lovers. You know, they thought that, like, if you were confused about why we're fighting, fight for that guy who's not only your best buddy, but like there's like a story, I guess, where they were like when the Persians first came, they sent a scout over, and they looked down at the Spartans right the night before the big battle, and he went back and he goes, they were all like having sex with each other. It was like weird, like they're like we're gonna be good, and there was this one of the Spartans kings was the old Spartan king was now working with the Persians and said, like, oh no, they're saying goodbye to each other. Do you know what that means? Like, we're completely screwed. Like, they're gonna, like, we're gonna get murdered tomorrow. You know, like, and they were like, you're nuts. You know what you're talking about? Like, they're a bunch of softies. Like, let's go get them.
What if that's the key to being the absolute greatest army? You have to be gay.
Yeah,
you have to be gay.
There's precedent, so I don't know.
There is precedent.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine if that was applied today.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, but that would be a real problem.
We'll see.
The family structure.
We'll see what they say. Yeah. Well, by the way, in the end, the Spartans had a real problem because they couldn't. There's this really crazy thing, like where on their wedding night, they would have to shave the head of your bride and dress her like a man, and she would fight you because there was no.
That was the only way they got hard.
Yeah, the only way they could get it. Yeah, get aroused because like, they needed it. Like unless they got like a bloody lip, you know, they were like not. It wasn't gonna happen.
That's so insane.
Isn't that crazy?
That's so insane.
So like you can imagine that it was hard to like keep generate enough offspring. You know,
right.
With that, like you had an awesome army.
Right.
They were fucking the best, but like you're as far as your procreation was going, wasn't it?
God, imagine.
Well, they had to run the whole show because basically the guys were just training. So they all the commerce and like the deals they were making to like, you know, okay, we're going to make a trade deal with this. That was all done by the women because like the guys were like, no, we got to work out. It's kind of awesome in some ways.
It's kind of awesome and it's kind of crazy. And it's kind of crazy that it requires you to be gay to be the greatest army because that's the one element. How much do you love this person beside you?
Yeah, you gotta love them with everything.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the difference between you being with some random stranger on the street and a bunch of thugs attack the random stranger. How you would treat it versus if they attack your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do anything. Like,
it's different.
It's totally different. I did that in Rebel Moon. There's a bit where I put that. There's a part where Sophia's character says like that. They basically say, they encouraged me to find a lover in the military academy because when the politics of war became too abstract, like, okay, take that beach or like climb that mountain. A lot of times, you know, soldiers like, what? Why? Like, there's no why. But like, if you have a lover who's next to you, who's your life, and if they get killed or they're in danger, you get, you know, you're going to be back on it. You're back on it. Yeah. And I think that it's an interesting, we don't, of course, in our modern society, we don't play with that aspect of, you know, in war, we try not to anyway, we seem not to, you know, like with using the relationship to create a bond. So it's an interesting, I mean, like, you know, there's camaraderie, of course.
But they've replaced that aspect of it with technology.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Which is interesting.
And maybe that's good. But
maybe it is good. But I mean, I could imagine a world in the future where things go totally sideways, where we go back to that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll make a movie about it.
I mean, that is a possible future dystopian movie. Like a new Spartas, the Spartas of the 2059.
Well, as soon as like, you know, what is that Einstein thing? You know, if World War III is fought with nuclear weapons, World War IV we fought with rocks.
Yeah.
It sticks in rocks, you know, so it's like
yeah. Well, if it's World War that does it, it's probably going to wipe out the whole race. But if it's something else, there could be like everyone thinks of dystopia as being something man created, which is real possible, but it's also possible to get hit by an asteroid.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's more possible. I think that's more likely. I think we could fuck up and nuke each other, but it's probably not going to happen because people have been really good about it since 1947.
Yeah,
it's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, good work,
45,
guys.
I guess.
Yeah, good work.
But there's a giant difference between things that you can control and things you can't control. But through diplomacy and people aging out, it's possible that we could never have a nuclear war. It's not possible. We're not going to do it.
Oh yeah, no. That's why I mean, like I very much encourage any NASA programs that are, you know, whether they got their telescopes pointed into the stars. They're like, oh, here comes one.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can go get it. You know, nudge it.
They're close. They're close to being able to do that. Neil deGrasse Tyson said they're about a decade away from being able to deflect asteroids.
Yeah, that'll be a big deal.
Yeah, but the hope is in that decade.
We don't get it.
Or this one, because some of them come in from behind the sun.
Oh yeah. No, they're like, oh yeah, we don't. Look. Yeah. That's not cool.
There's so much weirdness in space anyway. There's solar flares that could take out our whole grid and kill all our communication systems. And they just
And also the thing is, like, we don't know. Like, say we had one of those like 300 years ago, which in cosmic time is not that long ago. It's nothing. And we didn't have the infrastructure to know that it would happen. Like, we were just a bunch of guys hanging out.
Right.
So like we were just like, whoa, that's a weird, like the Aurora Borealis is pretty strong today. Yeah, that's cool. But now we're like, oh shit, our computers are fried. So it's like a whole different,
Well, it's also now
the stakes are different.
We have the ability to go and look at the data that they had from a couple hundred years ago and say, it appears that there was an event. And the event, if it happened today, we would be fucked.
Right.
And we did not prepare for this event when we were constructing all this equipment.
Yeah.
We didn't.
Well, because because also the equipment got built. It got built over time. It was like a slow, you know, this made this and this made that, and we relied on this, so now we made this. Yeah, but like we built like our house of cards like pretty quickly too. And
the foundation's the weakest part.
It doesn't exist. I don't think there is a foundation.
Because it's all dependent on the grid.
I really don't think there is a foundation.
Well, the foundation is what powers it, and it's all dependent upon a grid. And the grid's very vulnerable, physically vulnerable. It's vulnerable to cyber attacks.
I like that also. We thought we were geniuses by putting all that online.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, we'll make the grid automated. No, don't do that. It's much better when there was just a guy throwing switches. You know?
Yeah,
like, he's not gonna. You can't do anything to him.
Just guard that guy.
Yeah, guard that guy.
Yeah.
Give him a lot of money.
I love that expression, in the cloud. Bitch, where's this cloud? That cloud is in fucking Cleveland. What are you talking about? There's no cloud.
The cloud is not.
That's
cool.
such a lie. Stop calling it the cloud. That's a dirty lie. Oh, it's in the cloud. Just go get it. How do you say that? Why don't you say it's in the stars? Why don't you just lie to me and say it's in heaven?
Yes.
Tell me it's in heaven.
Say it died.
All my photos of my baby.
Resurrect that. Yeah, we can resurrect it.
My family, my dog, they're all
print
in heaven.
everything. I say print everything. That's my philosophy.
Well, even the print everything thing, the real problem with us is all of our data is on hard drives. All of it.
Yeah.
And there's just paper books, hard drives, and that's it. So if something big happens, everything's useless, and we start from scratch.
Yeah. Paper books are still kind of work, but
a
lot of the modern like innovations aren't probably even in paper books.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Well, it's funny because like the movies, for instance, one of the things is I always archive a film print of all my movies because the digital storage of movies, if you ask anybody, even in the business, they don't know whether in 10 years you'll be able to play a movie that you have not, like whether you physically or how it degrades, all those things they don't know.
That's crazy.
And so I'm like, that's why I make film prints, because I'm like, I know that like we keep the film prints in this, locker, and you can at least pry them out and always have it. But like, I just think it's crazy that we don't know whether the movies will exist. It's a crazy thing.
Don't worry about it, Zach. It's in the cloud.
Yeah, it's no fucking cloud.
Cheers.
Yeah, that's my play. That's hilarious. It's in the cloud. Why are you worried?
Yeah, that's a dirty expression that they should They should ban that
They
expression.
love that expression though.
I know, but it's a dirty lie. There's no cloud.
But it makes
Stop
people feel
saying
safe because
that.
it's like it makes them feel good because it's like the cloud is so reliable and so like, and also a thing you don't need to worry about or understand.
It's also beautiful. It's
Yeah.
fluffy. It's in a blue sky.
And all your info's safe in there.
Yay!
Nothing can hurt it
Yeah.
except for everything.
It's just horseshit.
It's so
Total horseshit.
It's so crazy.
It's on hard drives.
It's so crazy.
And if you had to start from scratch, imagine stumbling upon some ancient Egyptian hard drives and go, okay, where do we even begin?
You can't play it.
Yeah.
You can't
What is this?
You might be looking at it and
Right.
you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. How is it encoded? What is the equipment I need to connect it to in order to? Does it play out loud? Do I see it? What is this?
It's
Do I
like-
experience it in my head?
It's like when you show your kid a vinyl record, right?
Right.
I'm showing my kids a vinyl record and they're like, "This is incredible. How does it work?" I'm like, "Well, the needle kind of bounces up and down on those grooves and makes the sound. Sounds like a song." And they're like, "That's an insane technology." I'm like, "No, that's not insane technology. Your iPod or your fucking phone, that's insane technology.
Yeah.
That's a thing you can't explain this to me. Okay, I just explained that to you."
I love the fact that I'm in my car and like my daughter loves Melanie Martinez, so I have no idea what the song is. Tell me what the song is, and she'll tell me what the song is, and I could say play Melanie Martinez, whatever the song is, and it
plays it.
Instantly plays it.
Unbelievable.
Instantly, and it's coming through the speakers, and it sounds amazing. There's all this sound.
That is incredible.
It's
It is incredible.
bananas.
Or
It's
you could say like
bananas.
play Johnny Cash.
Instantly.
Instantly.
Play Hurt.
Yeah, play her right now.
Instantly.
Instantly.
And it just starts playing.
And you're like, "Oh God, why did I say that?"
Yeah.
Why did I say play her?
Play God's Gonna Cut You Down. What a world that we live in. Instantly.
By the way, I was just listening to that the other day.
This is gonna get us in trouble with YouTube.
Is it? Oh, sorry. I did want to show you this picture of Alessandra's legs.
You hung it too well. We were so much better off when we were trapped in our walled garden.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got out and now it's over.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts, man. It's nuts. I think it's beautiful because I love the fact that you can tell me about something and I can get it instantly. Like someone could say, "Oh my God, you have to see
Alessandra's legs."
Oh my God. That's what say. He looks like he's gonna die.
Yeah, he loves it.
That's particularly ridiculous.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
The guy has no body fat.
Zero body.
What is this?
The guy said to him, the guy at the gym said, "Are you 8% body fat?" He goes, "If I was 8% body fat, I'd kill myself."
That's so ridiculous.
But that's his thing, though. Like he literally is like, I'm in space. I'm like a space. You know, how, like we get stuff from the space program.
Uh-huh.
You know, like we figure out how a razor works, or like
Right.
get shaving cream that keeps the hairs from flying. That's what he is to me. Like he's like, I'm up here on the ragged edge, so I can give you this information back. Like,
Oh, that's an interesting way of looking at it, right? Like you do learn health and wellness things from people that are on the fringes in the bodybuilding world.
yeah, and he's in his 60s, so it's like,
Ah.
you know, you're like, okay, this guy can have legs like that in his 60s, so give me some, give me a little, give me a little, give me a little of the knowledge.
Yeah.
And he's funny too because he's like, look, I don't have a family, I don't have kids. This is what I do.
Jesus.
You know, this is what I
60s?
do. I
Just getting
just
jacked.
get jacked, and I like research. I test my body constantly. He's like on the ragged edge with every single like he's always making these small adjustments. He goes, "I ate a sesame seed and I saw that I was a little less ripped." You know what?
So ridiculous.
Because it's like, oh, he's constantly like, like it's like he's on a razor's edge, which I love. You know,
People like that are extremely super beneficial to any sort
well,
of
that's what I
extreme
mean.
sport.
Like extreme sport. That's what I'm saying. Is
Yeah.
that like you can those little pieces of information they tell you about, like, oh, like whatever, I'm taking this, or like I thought about this and I experimented with that, and you're like, oh, okay, like thanks for that, thanks for being out there,
Right.
thanks for being the oxygen mask like up on the stratosphere.
Yeah, the possessed mad genius.
Yeah, by the way, the world's made of that.
Oh yeah. There's a guy out here in Austin, Texas. His name is John Danaher. He's widely considered to be the greatest jiu-jitsu coach ever.
Oh, really?
And he's a professor. He was a professor of philosophy at Columbia.
That's cool.
And was spending time as a bouncer. Wanted to learn martial arts. Got into jiu-jitsu and became a jiu-jitsu fanatic to the point where he's teaching it, and sleeping on the floors.
Did he have an actual gift for it anyway? Like it was like a.
Well, he's a very strong guy.
Double. Okay.
He's very strong. He played rugby, but rugby destroyed his knee. It fucked his body up, but which kept him from ultimately competing. But he's just a crazy, mad genius. It doesn't give a fuck about anything but fighting. So all he's doing is like teaching people how to strangle people during the day, and then watching tape and reviewing techniques and creating the next workout schedule. And they work out 365 days a year. 365 days a year. And his number one student is Gordon Ryan, who's widely considered to be the greatest jiu-jitsu athlete of all time, without question. That's his belt up there, the Abu Dhabi belt. When he went Abu Dhabi, but he's his number one student. And they just train 365 days a year. They take no days off. Christmas, fuck you. Your birthday, fuck you.
That's cool.
And it's just, you've got days where you don't train as hard. Are you worn out? Well, you're not going to train as hard today.
Yeah. Well, it's like you were saying, like you understand but like at that point you're in a rhythm, you understand your body, you know, like, well, okay, I'm hurt today, I know how to do this. But we're always learning. We're always we're not gonna stop learning. We're not gonna stop understanding. That's the one thing that's crazy about YouTube too, is that this idea that there's a resource, you know, like it used to be to find a technique or to learn something, you have to go to the guy's house, fucking sleep on his porch.
Yeah.
He's not gonna fucking train you, he's gonna slap you around, like whatever. Where now, like these kids today, they can like a lot of their shit, the basic shit. They're like, I'm learning this. I can learn something that I had no access to.
Absolutely,
zero access.
100%.
Which I think is incredible.
I have a folder on my phone that's all jiu-jitsu moves that I didn't know existed, and I just watched the jiu-jitsu moves. Like, how's he doing that left leg in? Oh, he went with the right arm. Wow. And then I'll send it to my friend Eddie Bravo, who's a jiu-jitsu instructor. I'll go, is this legit? And he goes, I'm going to try this tonight. And then we'll text each other back and forth. So we're like, it's a constant new thing.
Sure.
There's the basics.
Put it in the workshop and let's see what happens.
A kid could be just all you need is a computer that connects to the internet and a friend. And you can get good at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
It's better to have private instruction. Of course. It's better to have a coach who, you know, when you're teaching classes, you've got to make sure this arm is protected and keep this here. And you have to have the defense. You have to put your hand on the hip. If you don't have something like that, it's going to take you longer to figure it out. But if you are diligent and you're really dedicated and you have a fucking YouTube connection, you can get good at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. No,
like I used to have to go to the mountains.
That's true. Well, that's what I mean. Like, and that's true of a lot. That's true of a lot of things now. Like I had this like recently. I had this crazy Fortnite addiction, right? I was
no!
Yeah, I started playing.
Get it.
I started playing Fortnite with my son, who's 10, and he was like, "Nah." He tapped out immediately, and I was like, "Well, you should come back because this is kind of cool." So I'm playing, and then like 3 months later, I'm like, "What the fuck is the matter with me?" Like, my wife is like, "You got to stop. I am done with this. I'm done." Right?
You and I are the same thing.
She's like, "I'm so done. You need another fucking hobby." And so she's like, "I bought you some clay, right?"
Oh.
And so I started doing some pottery, right? And that's where I was like, "Oh, YouTube is insane." Like, because I just in like 3 weeks I had done like all. So now she's like, every search engine is like hand build pottery, like glazing, fiery kilns.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, so I have
much more productive.
It's much. Well, by the way, I get something at the end.
Like you feel better.
I feel so much better.
Dude, the feeling that you get when you play video games for 12 hours in a row, you feel terrible.
You feel sick to your stomach. It's literally too like, and you have something good happen. You're like, yeah, like I'm like, fuck yes. And I look over and my wife is like in the doorway going like,
what's wrong with you?
Are you serious?
You're a grown-ass man.
Should you not be making a movie right now or like writing something or doing something?
Well, it's important for people to know that even people who are successful movie makers are still going to get addicted to those goddamn things. They're heroin.
They're too good.
They're so good.
They're so well made.
We had a giant quake problem, and I had a giant quake problem for years, and I quit. And I quit cold turkey. And I realized it was like I was playing 8-10 hours a day.
You can't see the hours. Yeah. That's what does it. When you see
fly.
The hours, when you see like a total number of hours that you played, you're like, okay, I could have written a novel
I could have done
literally
so
could've.
much. I could have done so much. So I stopped, but then when we had a new studio in Los Angeles, we had a big warehouse, and we said, this motherfucker need LAN in here. So we put a local area network and bought some gaming computers and set it up for Quake, and instantly I was a junkie again. Scratching my face. I was fucking every day. We were playing 3-4 hours a day. It was nuts. It was nuts.
See,
it just gets right into your. It's too good.
It's too good. They're good at it. Well, I saw your
better,
like your
racing simulator.
Racing simulators.
I haven't even hopped on that.
By the way,
we've had it for over a week.
The problem with it is it's too. It's like racing.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing I did. Like I saw this the other day where they had one of the F1 guys went against like some kid and he beat him. And I was like, that makes me happy.
On the racing simulator?
On the racing simulator.
Yeah.
And I was like, that made me happy. Well, only just because, you want that skill set. You want in your mind that skill set to translate.
Yes.
Like, you're like, see?
I was watching this thing
Still
on Formula
matters.
One drivers, like all the different things that they have to be able to do. Their response time is so much faster than anybody else's. They had this thing where they have the lights, and the lights go off, and you have to touch the light when it goes off.
Sure.
And the Formula One race car drivers were like off the charts.
Oh, really?
And they
And
all
it's wired
have
different.
crazy thick necks.
Oh, yeah, from
Because it's just.
And also, the helmet's not light. It's like a serious.
Yeah, it's a fucking serious piece of weight up there, bouncing your head around.
No, it's
and you're whipping around. And I'm sure you've seen the comparison between a GT3 car and then a Formula One car on the same track.
No.
It's wild.
But
Because the GT3 car looks amazing, and then the Formula One car, like, no way. That's not real. Is this real time?
Oh, as far as like it being able to stick to the track where like
it's so much faster.
It's so much faster.
It's so much faster, and the time that you have. Watch this. So on the left side, you have the GT3 cars. These are these are just GT3 cars.
That's the
the right is the GT3 car. The left is the Formula One car. Look how much faster
it's gone. Yeah.
They're fucking insane. I mean, they're so fast, and the way they hug. I went to the COTA, the Formula One race out here. Yeah, it's insane to see it live.
Yeah.
To see it live, you really appreciate it. She's just like, oh my God.
My daughter Willow's addicted to Formula One. She's like, I sent her down 2 years ago to it, and it was like look at that.
That sound, too, is amazing. Woo!
Yeah, like the GT3, they're looking at it not even moving in comparison.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah, and I sent it out because at the time Formula One was wanting me to. We were going to do a film. I was going to do like a commercial for them, and I was in the middle of pitching them, and they were like, "Oh, can we send you down to Austin to the race?" And I said, I can't because I'm in the middle of this thing, but you can send my daughter. And Willow was like, she had like pit access. She was like losing her mind. She's calling me every 5 minutes, but like, are you insane? Look at there's like Hamilton. I can't believe it's right there. I was like, okay, calm down. Don't be a groupie. I want you to like. She has like a tattoo of like Formula One, like oh wow, car. Yeah, she's really into it.
Well, I know that Netflix series out here in America made it way more popular in America. Because it didn't make any sense that it was so popular worldwide, but not popular in a place that's most obsessed with cars.
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
I feel like we would just be like drinking the Kool-Aid, and that's so hard.
Well, our thing is just going around a circle real quick. Like our thing is so silly in comparison. Like NASCAR.
Yeah, no,
NASCAR is so silly.
It's crazy, and you think that like we would dig like this kind of all the turns and like the insane technology. It's like feels like it's right on our wheelhouse, and maybe, and I think it can be.
Well, it turns out it is. It's just gotta take it's something like it has something like a Netflix special has to happen for it. It's like what happened with the UFC with the Ultimate Fighter. The UFC was always like crazy exciting, but then the Ultimate Fighter put it on television. Everybody's like, "Wow, this is nuts!"
Yeah, and you get to like invest in a personality.
Yes,
I think that's in the end. Americans love that they want to hook on to someone and ride them, through the whole thing.
Yes.
That's fun.
They want to get connected to that person and root for them and feel the journey. Especially in the Ultimate Fighter was such a brilliant idea because you get these guys to live in a house together, and then they're going to beat the fuck out of each other. And they know they're going to have to fight. So there's all this psychological warfare going on. There's like chest puffing, and there's so much weird shit happening.
Yeah, it's by the way, it's a great show, and also because like the drama, if you have fighting and drama together, it's kind of like an amazing combination.
Right.
You can't look away,
and it's real fighting.
And it's absolutely real fighting, like it's not like fucking around. And these guys are fighters, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing. It's not like you got a bunch of schmucks and said, okay, you guys get in a ring and sort of see what happens. But these guys suddenly are like,
and guys have gone from that show to become world champions.
Absolutely.
Which is wild.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
it's very.
And you're like, oh yeah, I saw them
Mhm.
when they were just like scrapping around the house. You know,
Mhm.
it's cool to see them like rise like that. It's an amazing show. It's cool.
But there's a few things like that, like Formula One racing and fighting, that it just has to get in front of enough eyes. It's just we have these things that we've always, like baseball, that's always been around. If you brought baseball out today,
No
baseball,
chance.
it doesn't have a chance in hell.
No chance.
Zero chance.
Golf, no chance.
I think golf would still make it.
Well, also because it's a ludicrous concept, golf. That's what I love about it. It's like, I'm an okay golfer. I've done a lot of golf commercials. My dad's a scratch golfer. He's an amazing
You've
golfer.
done a lot of golf commercials.
Like, yeah, back in the day, because when I got out of college, I did like 10 years of TV commercials, and every day, I've done all the brands, everything. I've done a bunch of Super Bowl spots. I did the Clydesdale 9/11 tribute spot. Like, there's a lot of all these kind of, for me, that were all these like kind of touchdowns. But along the way, I did PGA, I did Titleist, I did like all these I have a tour bag like in storage that says like Zach Daddy Snyder on it, like on my tour bag. Yeah. So, but like the guys, like you see these they are like, Phil Mickelson is like an insane, like he does this trick where you stand with your hands like this,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's behind you with this pitching wedge, and he takes a full swing and cuts it. If he sculls it, it's going to crack you in the back of the skull. But it goes over your head and lands in your hands, right?
What?
This was a standing right in front of you. I haven't seen one landing again. This kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it's literally this. Watch. He's going to do it right. He's going to do it like.
Oh my God.
See that? Yeah. It's like, that's the great. I did a spot with Phil.
Fuck that.
I did a spot with him where I did a spot for him. I think it was with David Robinson for the PGA Tour, and he was sick. He had like 100-degree temperature, and like what it was basically we did these things. These guys are good. It was the name of the campaign. It was like all these football players, and like golf would be. It was a ludicrous idea. But golf would be in these scenarios, and this was basketball. It was like 1 second left. Phil Mickelson comes in to play this basketball game. They're going to play with a golf ball, and they throw him the ball. The ref throws the golf ball to him, and he catches the ball on the blade of his pitching wedge, traps it on the ground, and then picks it off the gym floor, and the ball flies up, and then David Robinson dunks it. That was the commercial. So he's sick, and he's like, Zach, I don't know, man. Oh, also we did a version of it where we had made the floor out of balsa wood so he could take a divot.
Oh, wow.
And then the PGA was like, well, we don't want to look like it's. They were kind of mad because they were like, we don't want to look like we're destroying property. I was like, come on, guys, it's like cool. Like, it's cool that he digs the floor up, right?
They can fix wood.
Yeah, it's also not real. Like you can't actually do that.
That's funny.
But yeah, it was cool. They were that sensitive. But like Phil comes out and he's like, Zach, sorry, man, I'm sick. Like, I don't know. Like, I go, well, let's just try, do what you can. And like, it'll only be a couple shots. And so he's like, I'll do the best I can. So, I throw him the ball, and he just like cuts it in the air. And he like cuts it in the air, and he traps it with his club. I'm like, holy shit. And he's like, how's that? I'm like, how's that? It's like fucking unbelievable. He was like, I'm sorry. I'm like, I don't know what you would do different. Like, it's so crazy.
It's interesting when you see wizardry at that level.
Yeah.
Like the technique and the perfection of it at that level.
It's so incredible. You're like,
I didn't even play golf, and I could appreciate it.
Yeah, like John Daly too. Like I did a spot with John Daly too, and he was like, he's like comes out, And I guess the tournament before the one we had done, before the shoot that we did, we were doing it in Kaminsky Park in Chicago, right? And the idea of that one was like top of the ninth, 2 outs, down by 3, bases loaded, whatever, and pitcher. Here comes John Daly, right? And so what we did was, so the idea was like we had this like minor league pitcher was supposed to throw a pitch, and he's, we did it with visual effects. He takes the ball in the air. So what we did was we got this super long tee, right? We put the ball on it, and I was like, John, do you think you can can you hit a drive with a 2-foot tee? Like, that sounds crazy. He's like, fucking, no problem. But like when he came out, he was mad because he had picked up his ball. Like, you know, he got fined by the PGA. If you pick up your ball halfway through the tournament, you can't just leave. They don't like that. And I guess he was having a bad round. And so he just said, fuck it. And he just picked up his ball and walked off. And they were like, so they fined him. And he was super mad that he got fined. And so he goes, I'm going to fuck up that Jumbotron. And I was like, John, I go, that's me. I don't have to pay for it. It's not the PGA. And then he was like, he's like, oh man, I'm so sorry. Like, okay, I won't hit it. I didn't know. Like, I thought, you know, he's like the sweetest guy. And then he just cranks this. He's like our Babe Ruth. Like, he literally, I've done a bunch of spots with him. You know, like on his backswing, the club head is pointing down at the ground because he's so twisted, and then he just uncoils, and it's just unbelievable the amount of power that the guy, and he hits the ball out of the stadium, and it goes literally. We had PAs in the parking lot, and they're like, the ball just goes over their heads and like into the freeway. You know, he's just a freaking.
Jamie, do you have that video that I sent you recently of that guy? There's this fucking guy who does this step in.
Oh right, sure, like the Happy Gilroy.
It's not quite that, but with technique, and it's perfect, and the drive is insane, and the torque is insane. Again, this is coming from someone who doesn't know jack shit about golf. Look at this kid.
Jeez.
I mean, that is fucking insane.
The fact that he can actually, with that amount of backswing, the fact that he can actually hit the ball cleanly is unbelievable.
Is that Chinese? I don't know.
It looks like Japanese to me.
Is it
His
Japanese?
writing is Japanese.
So he's Japanese?
There's a lot of. I mean,
Let's see yeah, his name's Japanese.
Yeah,
but
that's
that
unbelievable.
fucking technique is mad.
That's so cool.
Let me hear that again.
The sound is awesome.
That's where that could be. There's balls that do that.
Bro, I don't give a fuck what does that. Look at where it ends. The club ends in front of his face.
Yeah.
Past his face.
Literally.
Near his left shoulder.
So much whip on the.
It's amazing.
That's crazy. But yeah, it's fun.
That's
but yeah, it was fun actually. That time in my life traveling around and doing all those TV commercials all over the world. Like, I had a crew of guys. It was like me and my boys, and we would just like literally go one job Papua New Guinea, one job Germany, one job Mexico, one job Iceland, like over and we were just on the road completely out of our minds. And it was just, you know, and like whatever product we'd be like, okay, I'd be pitching, the guys would be like, what are we doing next? We're like, I gotta get on a call. We'd like have an agency, and I'd get on the call in the hotel room, and I'd pitch them, and I'd like be out of my mind, I don't know what I'm saying. And I'd come out and they'd be like, how'd it go? And I think I got it. And they'd be like, did you nail it? And I was like, yeah. I told them it's gonna be like low angles and slow motion, and it's fucking cool. And they were like, okay, cool, let's go. And it was just this, we were just in this machine, and frankly, I learned everything. Like, I spent 10 years, you know, like the 10,000 hours thing? Mm-hmm. It literally, I spent 10 years with every production problem, because I was a director of photography, I was the DP and the director, and, you know, we were a pretty small show, you know, but we had giant clients, anything you could think of. So that when I went to make a movie, it wasn't like, there was no thing I hadn't seen, you know. Right. It wasn't like I stepped on a set like, oh, I'm a first-time director. Everyone's like, oh, this guy's a first-time director. Like, what's he going to say? And I'd be like, there was like, the tools were my tools. You know what I mean? Like, I was very comfortable with the tool set that I had in front of me. Like, more so than I probably should have been. You know, I remember Matt Leonetti, who was the DP of Dawn of the Dead, that was my first movie, was like, halfway through the thing, he's like,
look at this.
You know what you're doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what you're doing. Like, he goes, they can't fire you now. Because, like, we were halfway through it. Because, like, I was so diligent. Like, on my first movie, I was so scared. You know, Scott Stuber, who was the executive at Netflix, who was my executive on Army of the Dead, he was the one that hired me to do Dawn. And I wanted to do I wanted to be so conscientious, and I was so scared of like going over budget and not nailing it and making sure it was cool and all that. That like Matt Leonetti at one point was like, look, man, like you gotta just fuck it. You know, make it cool now. Don't give a fuck. Just make it, do what you think. And it was such great advice because I think the movie's edge and all the coolness in the movie and the man comes around and all the like weirdness, the whole like montage with the Richard Cheese song in the middle, that was all just me going, all right, good. Thanks, Matt. I'm going to just go. And he goes, good. Because like, because otherwise he goes, you're just going to make a movie that this zombie movie's going to disappear. You know, unless you fucking
add your sauce.
Yeah, you got to add your sauce. Because he goes, otherwise it's like, look, another zombie movie, like who cares?
Right.
Like he goes, I know you know what's cool.
Well, you made it fun.
And I think that was the whole thing. For me, it was like, how do you make a B movie that's self-aware that it's a B movie, right? And in that self-awareness, it lets you off the hook to enjoy it because you can still be smart. Like you deconstructed the genre. Because like I've always been fascinated with genre and the deconstruction of genre. Like I'm a genre filmmaker. I always say to everybody, like people are like, what kind of film is genre filmmaker? Like, and that is to say that like in genre though, you can explore like philosophy, you can explore mythology, especially, which is like myth is like my main. Like we make myth, modern myth. Movies are modern myth. Superhero movies are modern myth. Like, is it not the same when you say, like we have Superman, right, and Batman, whatever? Are they not the mythic answer to a lot of modern questions about like how we should live? You know, like you say Superman, is he not an invention, a 20th century invention that says to us, like, all the fucking shit that we run up against, whether it be war or like class struggle or whether it be, inter relationships between different countries, does Superman not appear in answer to us primitive brains trying to figure out where we are? Like you make a guy like Superman so he can answer some of those questions. He can represent a point of view that is not helpless in the face of the insanity that is like, the problems of the 20th century. And I think in Batman in the same way, he's an answer to like the urban jungle needs a myth, just like the ancient jungle needed a myth or the ancient, those all like in those days we'd say like, why is the volcano erupting? Right. But now we say, because we didn't know, we're just like, I guess it's the gods are mad,
Right.
But now the problem is like, why do I feel helpless in the face of technology or whatever?
Right.
So we need an answer. We need an additional answer. And I think that's what I've always, and I feel like genre has allowed me to make those comments,
Mm-hmm.
And I think, look, the funny thing about, what I always find interesting, the thing that I always find fascinating about sort of the movies I've made and how they landed on pop culture is that like, I remember like in the last article, it was like, it said, Zack Snyder, love him or hate him, right? Like, and I'm like, hate him? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, what? It's a movie, it's not, I mean, you look at Rebel Moon, you're like, okay, well, there's not a lot, it's not weird enough, it's not offensive enough to hate him for, right? In my opinion.
People find a reason to hate today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And 99% of those people also hate themselves. That's exactly what's going on. And then when people are very hateful over art, you can like it, you don't like it. There's a lot of stuff I don't like.
I have no issue with you not liking the movie. That's not the question. Who cares?
Yeah.
The thing is like, you would personalize, you'd hate me because I'm like, I don't understand that. Like I don't,
because you're unreasonably successful. That's how they feel, and that's what happens with people. You've done so many hit movies, like fuck this guy. Like people compare themselves to someone like yourself that's been so successful, and they get angry. That's why you can't read comments.
Yeah, that's why you cannot read comments. Never read
comments are, they're essentially long form comments, are what a lot of articles are.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
That's exactly what they are.
it's these people that are film snobs that get, very pretentious about certain aspects of movie making and decide that their way is the only way. Like, listen, I like the Barbie movie, okay? I found it enjoyable.
Awesome.
I went with my daughters and I had a good mindset. I said, let me just enjoy this movie.
Sure.
Just not be like, what the fuck is this? Man didn't talk this. I just said, this is a fun movie.
Yeah.
It didn't offend me. I laughed a bunch of times. I thought it was fun. And I went online and saw so many people angry about that fucking movie. And it was all men.
Yeah.
And
as it would be.
Listen, first, you're out of your fucking mind if you go to a Taylor Swift concert and expect to see AC/DC. You're out of your fucking mind. You're going to a Taylor Swift concert. You know what it is. So if you go to see the Barbie movie, you know what it is. Why are you mad?
Were you shocked? Like,
it's literally
it's called Barbie.
Girl's doll.
Yeah, what did you think was going to happen in it? Also, and by the way, I love the movie, and I'm actually lampooned in that film. There's a line in the movie that says, I feel like I was in a dream where all I cared about was the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League. That is a line in that movie.
That's hilarious.
I'm literally, and I'm like, that's awesome. Like, I think that I was like, okay. My wife was like, she goes, that's cool, right? Like, that's cool that they came after you. I was like, it's 100% cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It was interesting, but it's interesting to see when there's like such a strong reaction to certain things, and especially amongst like really wild hardcore fans, because there's hardcore, like particularly.
I know.
Yeah, you also face it because you cover these genres, you cover these subjects that are iconic. Superman, Batman. I mean, just those alone.
No. And by the way, that's a lifestyle choice for a lot of people. It's not a movie.
Right.
It's not a movie. It's not like if I made a romantic comedy, you'd be like, okay, that was fun.
Right.
Like the people who love, and by the way, I love that they feel this passionately. I'm not, in no way would I criticize that, because I feel I live the same life, right? Because for me, it's morning, noon, and night. But so for those guys, it's not just a movie. And so you have to, on some level, you have to acknowledge that this is their religion, and they feel strongly about it. And by the way, the truth is, it's my religion too, so I tend to get in trouble because of I do take a deconstructivist point of view because of Dark Knight Returns, because of Watchmen. If you've read those two comics, it's hard to go back, you want it, and it's because I care that I want to take them apart. Like, I want Batman, like, people are always like, well, Batman can't kill, right? So Batman can't kill is canon. And I'm like, okay, well, the first thing I want to do when you say that is I want to see what happens. And they go like, well, don't put him in a situation where he has to kill someone. I'm like, well, that's just like, you're protecting your God in a weird way, right? You're making your God irrelevant if he can't be in that situation. He has to now deal with that.
Yeah.
If he does do that, what does that mean? What does it tell you? But does he stand up to it? Can he survive that? Right? As a God, as your God, can Batman survive that?
I never thought that was canon, that Batman can't kill.
Well, for a lot of people it is.
That seems ridiculous given the circumstances in which he operates.
Well,
and all the weapons.
Don't read the comments right now. Don't read the comments.
Yeah.
This
seems ridiculous.
Well, I mean, and there's this huge, so in Dark Knight Returns, there's a scene where, and I copied it kind of in Batman vs. Superman, where he grabs the M60, he busts through the wall, and he grabs the M60, and he's like, the guy's like, in the comic book, he's like got this kid, the mutant has this kid with a gun to his head, and he's like, I'll kill him, I swear I'll do it. And Batman says, I believe you. And he shoots him straight in the head, because it's like a no-win scenario. It's like the Kobayashi Maru of, the Kobayashi Maru is that, in Star Trek, it's that test they put Kirk through, where there's a no-win, right? Because they want to see how you react, right? So they say, okay, we're gonna make a scenario, a test scenario where you don't win, where there's no way to win. And in that situation, we find
No
out
way.
what you would do in a no-win situation. Because if you're going to be the commander of this spaceship, you're going to be in situations where, it's life or death. And especially when there's no tricking it, right? There's no tricking death in this case. And the famous thing with Captain Kirk is he went and hacked the machine and made it so there was a solution.
Yeah.
And so that was his response to the no-win situation, was create a scenario where he wins, which is cool, which is a cool character, that's a cool character move. But that's kind of how I felt. That's what they would say, don't do that to Batman. Don't put him in a no-win situation because we don't want to see him lose. We can't see him lose. He has to maintain this godlike status. And that's what the cool thing about Frank Miller. Frank Miller said, fuck it. I want to see who this guy, if a guy, so you're saying to me that I've got a gun to this kid's head, you're Batman. There's no move. There's no trick. There's no throwing the batarang. There's no dust ball to distract me. I just got to pull the trigger and I kill this kid. So you're saying in that scenario, Batman, what's Batman supposed to do?
Right.
Yeah, he's going to lay down his gun. What's he going to do? It's the guy says to him, I'll do it. I swear it.
I believe he was perfect.
Yeah, I believe you. And
believe you. Yeah.
So I'm just that's where Frank Deakins takes Batman and just tears him in half.
Yeah.
And you've got to now come out the other side of that. And Batman is still the hero. Batman still does the right thing. He maintains his code. He doesn't change, but our perception of him changes. And I think that's I have run afoul of, but a lot of the fandom who have gotten to the same place I have with the characters where they need to test them to and I feel like the characters, it's been my experience that the characters have not let us down. These myths have not let us down. You put them to the ragged edge into that scenario and they come out the other side and you're like, fuck yeah, there's a reason why Superman is Superman.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a he can handle it. He can fucking take it because he's so iconic. You see the red ass, you go anywhere in the world with that Superman t-shirt on, anywhere. And you say to any kid, what's this? Oh, that's Superman. Yeah, exactly. That means something. That's fucking cool.
Well, not only that, it's one of our first ever superheroes.
Literally.
Yeah. I mean, just think of the name. It's so unoriginal. Superman.
It's the most, you couldn't think of that today. That's not
ridiculous.
You can't do that.
I know. If you tried to come up with a Superman today, I'm going to shut the
Superman?
fuck
That's
up.
horrible.
That's your guy?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We've got so many different interesting characters.
That's why the Trinity, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, are so powerful because they're literally, obviously, the origin concept, right? Wonder Woman?
Literally, yeah.
Batman's the only anomaly because he's a Batman. What does that mean?
Right. What does he doesn't even have powers.
Yeah, he's just he's half Bat. What is that?
He's just got a lot of money.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money. Yeah, that was my favorite thing we did in Justice League, where Bruce says that line about when Flash says what's your power? And he's I'm rich. I always thought that was cool.
Kind of crazy that no one decided to genetically experiment on a Batman. Make a Batman. Yeah, but for another version of Batman. Take a guy and hit him with some Wolverine juice or whatever the fuck. And
other animals.
Just turn him into a superhero.
Yeah.
Instead of having him just be a rich guy, give him some crazy genetic mutation, something that they do to him that turns him into something.
But I think that is the thing. I mean, not to that extent, but that's the thing that Frank does, and that's the reason why I wanted Affleck. Because to me, Batman's a big dude, right? Affleck's 6'4", he's a legit big dude. And, in the shoes, the boots are 2 inches. So he's literally almost 6'6" in the costume.
Mm.
When he comes out in the costume with a little bit of, we put some muscle on him and then there's a muscle suit under the suit. And he's he's legitimately a scary looking thing. He's just standing there and you're like, holy shit. Dude, the chin is so insane in that cowl. Look at him. He's I took that picture by the way. He's legitimately like that's Batman to me. I mean, I don't know, like what, you know, because
Christian Bale's a great Batman.
he's a great Batman, but he's still like, 5'10". You know, it's cool. I mean, not to be. I'm not being rude
Was
about
Batman
like,
giant in the comic books.
in some of the like in Dark Knight Returns and in Frank's comics and like in the classics, he's a pretty big dude. He's always been pretty. Like in Dark Knight Returns, if you look at Dark Knight Returns, like there's a line like where he's trying to hold someone's gun and his finger can't get in the trigger guard because he's so big. Like where he's like, I like things like that. Like where you just like, he's like, he has this genetic like gift of just being this big fucking dude. And other than that, his parents were murdered in front of him, and he's also like a billionaire. So like that weird. Like you want it to not be just one of those things, right?
Right.
It needs to be all of them in order for him to really to do what he can do.
But if somebody really wanted to fuck around with the genre today, if he had all that money, wouldn't he invest in some wild genetic engineering that turns him into an actual superhero?
Yeah, so it's fun. Well, I think that's the real. That's the
Batman fans are pulling hair. Right?
Yeah, like they don't like
what
their
are you saying?
You Batman's on steroids?
Not just steroids.
Not just steroids. You wish it was steroids.
I'm talking something way crazy.
Well, it's funny because like I did that scene. Like there's that scene. I think it's in. I don't think it's in the. It might be in the theatrical, but it's definitely in the director's cut. Where like he wakes up and there's some chick in the bed with him that from the night before. Because like I always say, like Batman fucks to forget for sure. Batman's a drunk for sure. Because like he has huge trauma, right? Like, and I think that like you wonder why he's a playboy. It's because like like anybody, like that's a common, fucking forget is a common. That's a real thing. That's a way to deal with trauma. And I think that like there's that bit he like wakes up and there's like just painkillers on his bedside table and he just like pops them, drinks some wine. I'm just like, to me that's Batman. Like he's he's got a Maplethorpe above the bed. He's got his glass house, and he's just like he has an aesthetic that's like clean, but like that's all he does. That's like his life, Like
the thing about Batman, the modern versions of Batman, the Miller Batman, your Batmans, what's interesting is that now superheroes are these flawed, like very, very distressed characters.
Sure.
Like the Watchmen is the best example.
Watchmen is all trauma.
It's all trauma, and they're all crazy.
They're completely crazy.
And it's such a good movie. Why the fuck was there never a Watchmen 2?
Well, because frankly, the comic book doesn't exist. For me, that's why there wasn't. I just was like, the thing that's awesome about also that it's one of those things like when you start to really, look at like Night Owl not being able to get it up. Because he's not in his costume. Like that's just a cool. To me, that's just like that's pure. That's boiling down superhero to its fucking purest thing. I don't get turned on unless I gotta go out, fucking save some people, do some crime fighting, and now I'm fucking ready to go.
Yeah.
Like that. That to me was like that was like that as a superhero movie as a concept took a long time to like Land with the Boys or like these other kind of superheroes, which now it's cool to deconstruct superheroes. It's kind of fun. Everyone's having a good time with it. And I was doing it, almost 15 years ago. And I just don't think superheroes were as deep in the culture as they are now, where like all those things would land. Like all that deconstructive kind of work that we were doing at the time was really in reference to comic books. Not comic book movies, because Watchmen was written, in response to the comic book industry. Not necessarily comic book movies didn't exist when the book was written.
Right.
So it's a very much, Alan Moore was very much obsessed with the morality of comic book heroes within comic books, and he just took an adult look at it. He's a smart genius. He's a fucking pure genius.
Well, that was the thing that people figured out along the way with graphic novels as well, was that comic books aren't just a thing that children like. I was a giant comic book fanatic when I was a kid, and I wanted to be a comic book illustrator. That's what I wanted to do.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I had one bad high school art teacher, and it ruined it for me.
Fucking guy.
fucking guy. He ruined it for my friend John DeVore, who was the most talented guy in the class. When I found out that he gave him an F, I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? This guy was so talented. And he was like, I was pretty good, and he was quite a bit better than me. And then there's this other guy named Kevin, who was in our class, who was also like really good. And all of us wanted to be comic book artists. And I was really into the more adult versions of it. Like, there was some amazing like horror genre comic books back in the day, like creepy and eerie, that had these incredible like Frazetta covers.
Oh, yeah.
On the, have you ever seen Creepy and Eerie?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, God, I
Well,
love those things.
I'll tell you, sorry, go ahead, finish your.
No, go ahead.
You want? Oh, so what I was going to say was that like, I was obsessed with growing up this comic book called Heavy Metal.
Yes.
And Heavy Metal is like my thing. Basically, what happened was my mom, I was like 13 or whatever, and maybe 12 even. I had bought a copy of Heavy Metal, whoever sold it to me, because it says Adult Illustrated Fantasy Magazine right underneath, like in kind of small letters, but it's there.
Right.
I would cover it with my thumb when my mom was around. But she, one Christmas, like got me a subscription to Heavy Metal.
Did she know?
She didn't know. She just thought it was a cool comic book, right? And I didn't say anything, of course. And that comic book, and when you see the R-rated version of Rebel Moon when it comes out, because basically the deal I made with Netflix was, they said, I wrote this script, and I said, this is the script I want to make, and they said, that is insane. And I said, yeah, but it's like heavy metal, but like in live action.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, is there any way it could be PG-13? And I was like, well, if it's PG-13, it kind of misses the whole point a little bit. But I can imagine that, for a mass audience and for viewership, that seemed like the smart way to go. I go, what about this? What if take this script, I make you a PG-13 version that you can just blast into the world, and hopefully as many people see it as possible. And then you let me, as a bonus, you just let me make this version exactly as I think. And they were like, okay, that sounds cool. So coming at the end of the summer, you'll see my 2 3-hour versions of Rebel Moon that are like hard R-rated, the hardest stuff.
What you wanted to do.
Which I exactly wanted to do. So they said, yeah, go do that. And so they were able, because normally when I do this, director's cuts, which is a thing now I'm weirdly famous for, the director's cuts were always an answer to a thing that the studio made me do, right? Like, here's my movie. They're like, yeah, we really want you to cut these parts out because they're not cool. They're like, the movie's too long or the movie's too violent or whatever. And I would be like, wow, really? Because I really think that's kind of the why of the movie. And they'd be like, no, it's really important. Focus groups told us that they don't like that, so take it out. So I'd take it out, but then I'd go I'd go over to home video right across the street, and I'd be like, hey, guys, you want another movie to release? Because I got the shit. And they'd be like, absolutely, whatever you say. Because, at that time, there was a huge market for directors. It gave a second kick at the can in home video, right? So they would be like, that's so cool. We get a whole other movie to market that, like, never before seen footage. Right. It just feels like a cool thing. And so that was how I've always done my director's cuts, always as a response to what the studio was telling me couldn't be in the movie. Because I never planned. I would always go into it like bright-eyed, like, oh, everyone's going to love this. Including, the studio, when you see my cut, you're going to think it's amazing. And they would, like, look at it and go, like, bro, like, this is too much. And so that's where my director's cuts kind of, as a practice, were born. It was born out of that, me needing to show the world what I intended originally. And so, by the time now that I've got to Netflix with this Rebel Moon movie, and my sort of the mythology around my director's cuts was kind of a thing, especially with Justice League, as you can imagine. They were like, you know what? Why don't we do a director's cut as part of the process rather than as a response to it? And I was like, that's really smart. Like, that's really cool because in a lot of ways, I totally get the economics of making a PG-13 version of this insane genre movie. Because what I'm asking from a budgetary standpoint, is high for like a boutique space movie that's a heavy metal comic. That's like people who love that will love it more than anything else, right? If I can land that, they'll think it's the coolest thing ever. But like for a mass audience, it might not be exactly what you would imagine. So I'm like, I can do both. And that's kind of where that's why when you see the R-rated version of Rebel Moon, you're like, fuck, this is heavy metal, like come to life is really what it is. And that's kind of what I really wanted to do. That was the thesis of my whole, like, me being turned on by the sci-fi. Because, like, the thing you can do, I feel like the thing that you can do with that format was you could really deconstruct sci-fi. Like, we always talk about, like, I said this at the Directors Guild, like when Luke Skywalker walks into the cantina and, like, is confronted by Walrus Man, like, is that sexual? Like, is he like, he's fucking with Luke. Luke's like some farm boy in this bar, in this rough bar. Like, what's going to happen to Luke?
Right.
Like, that's a conversation you cannot have.
Right.
In the context of Star Wars. Right.
Right.
There's no chance.
Right.
Like, that's not going to, but like in heavy metal, that's real.
Yeah.
That threat is real.
Yeah.
And it's not anything other than, like, a naive farm boy walking into, like, a gritty city bar that he doesn't know what the fuck. He's out of his element. Other than that, he's our hero.
Right.
And he's got to go through a crucible. And he's got to learn. He's got to, like, these are the, like, Joseph Campbellian parts of his journey. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's kind of what, it's cool because, I've always been, like, the hugest fan of heavy metal. I think it's, like, it was the coolest thing.
Heavy metal was amazing.
It's like, it always, like, made me, it kind of broke me for comics a little bit because, it was always, like, super sexy and super violent. Mm-hmm. And so you get a normal comic and be like, when are they going to start fucking? Because, it's...
Yeah, it was always sexual. And there was one that I remember was, like, very stunning to me. Very shocking when I was a kid. And it was pretty sure it was heavy metal. But it was one of those genres where it was a guy and his wife started a relationship with a robot.
Oh yeah, cool.
And he tried to, like, fight off the robot, and the robot broke his arm with his big dick hanging out. Like, the robot has, like, this big, giant, flaccid dick, and he broke the guy's arm and was, like, smiling at him. And it was just like, Jesus Christ.
Sounds amazing.
It was amazing, but it was also, like, indicative of that genre, those days. Like, this is the 70s, right? 70s when they first started publishing that.
Yeah,
right?
all that was on the ragged edge, which was so underground and so cult and so weird. That's what I loved about it, and that's what I wanted to do with the movies. Like, say, what does the cult underground raw sci-fi movie look like?
So is it hard to do the PG-13 version?
It was very hard. It was really.
Was it conflicted? Like,
it was super conflicted. Although the only thing I will say is that I was liberated by the fact that I knew the R-rated version exists. So there was, in the other versions of this work, in the other director's cuts, there was a version where that director's cut never was seen. There's a very good chance that movie never saw the light of day, because where would you show it?
Right.
In the old world, in the movie days,
right,
all you had was DVD as your option, and if DVD said, yeah, we're good with, like, just the normal version, then that would have been it. And it would just die down. And whatever you intended for the movie would just never be seen. And that's just how it was. And so in this scenario, I was, like, super grateful to Netflix, because I was like, you guys have, like, done a thing that I've never been able to do in my entire career. And that is, like, know that this version of the movie exists and it's going to be seen. So I'm happy to do whatever you guys think is right for the PG-13. I'm a good soldier, and I'm proud of it and I love it. But yes, it is different from, like, what I, was.
What if the R version, is it NC-17 or R? Did they do NC-17?
It's I won't say the exact rating. We're waiting to see. We're still, like, up against it, but we're trying to get it. It's TVMA right now.
What does that mean?
I don't know. No one does.
Mature audiences?
Yeah, like any TV show that's not, because in TV, the cool thing about TV is they have TV 14, and then it goes to TVMA. And TVMA literally has no top on it. Like, I think it's, like, almost like porn is TVMA.
Is there?
I don't know what I look. No one understands the ratings. No one does. It's an alchemy that is impossible to know.
It's all subjective.
It's all subjective and bizarre, and so and they also it's genre related, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, say for instance, the ratings board might say something like, "Well, this is a sci-fi movie, so it's too much." If it was a horror movie, you'd be fine. But it's a sci-fi movie, so it's not fun. Or it's a superhero movie. That was the whole thing with Batman versus Superman. I remember the ratings board said, "We just don't like the idea of Batman fighting Superman." I was like, what is that? Like, but how is that your opinion? Like, how is that? That has nothing to do with the rating.
The ratings
Yeah,
didn't like
they
that?
kept saying, like, we want it. They kept making it an R. They kept coming back with an R for us. And we were like, what do you want us to cut out? And they were like, well, we just don't like the idea of Batman fighting Superman. I was like, I can't take that out. That's
so ridiculous.
Yeah,
They would have that kind of power.
So it was crazy. So we really had to trim it super. It's.
Do you think that affected the final version?
I mean, if you see the director's cut of Batman vs Superman, it's much better. It's a much better movie. In my opinion, it's a much better movie.
Well, it's representative of what you actually wanted to create.
Yeah, and I think that's true of all the director's cuts that I've done. Is that it's just a glimpse into the why that you get to see better the why of the movie, the why of its origin.
Yeah.
Because like obviously something kept me awake for 2 years writing. Something kept me jazzed about like, fuck yeah, I can't wait to do this. I'm drawing. I draw for Rebel Moon. Like I drew 3,000 storyboards for that movie. Like that is like a lot of work,
That's a lot of work.
to like, you got to care. That's 5 months of drawing after I've written the script.
Wow.
So I've written the script for a year and a half, and then I draw the movie for like another 5 months.
Wow.
It's fucking insane.
Oh my God, you must have been going nuts.
Yeah, it's good.
Must have been missing Fortnite.
Yeah, that was before Fortnite. By the way, it's a good thing I didn't have Fortnite because I would have like.
It ruined
The
everything.
problem with writing and for me drawing is if I have one procrastination I can do, one, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Because like if I look at that blank pad and I look at the video game controller, I'm like, oh yeah, this is way more satisfying.
Yeah.
That thing wants to fuck me up. That pad is trying to fuck me up.
The thing about the delayed satisfaction, though, is that if you could force yourself to get to the pad, when you're done, you'll feel good. And if you play the video game, you'll feel. Last night, I started fucking around in my office. I was just watching YouTube videos and looking at pool cues. And then I said, all right, go to work. And I snapped and I went to work and I worked for a couple hours. And when it was done, when I went to bed, I felt great.
Awesome. No,
I felt like I did it. I did something. The feeling of doing something is so much better than the feeling that you have to carry for hours of fucking off when you knew you were supposed to do something.
100%. I couldn't agree more. And then, by the way, and in the end, I did it. I did that work, and I
look at this print, motherfucker.
When we went to film the movie, and I've always drawn the storyboards for my movies. It's like it's a problem, but it's a thing that I do. It's my only process. It's funny because when I made Sucker Punch, I remember we were talking about it, and I think it was my script supervisor. She said, one day you're gonna like not need to draw these drawings, and you're just gonna, you're not gonna spend that time. And it's just funny that, like, in retrospect, it's like, obviously, I have to draw the drawings. Like, it's like, that's my process. Now I realize there's no way around it. There's no, like, you want to cheat. Like, I wish I had a cheat where I didn't have to draw the drawings, where I'd be like, I don't know, it's going to be fine. I think I can make it up on the day, and it'll be good. And I do make it up on the day, but the truth is, that process of drawing is the process that I vet a lot of the ideas in that drawing, right? It's not just drawing, it's writing as well. I'll change the script, I'll do whatever, I'll be like, no, because that doesn't make sense. But when I see it physically, I'm like, no, you can't, that doesn't work. So I have to sort of construct it in the drawing. So sometimes.
When did you start doing that?
I started doing it, I did it throughout, I did it 300.
Did you learn it from someone?
I'd always drawn. Like I draw. And I'd gone to schools for fine art, so I was always drawing shots and stuff. It's also a thing like in film school or when you're trying to think of something, movies take so much resource, right? You need to make a movie, you're like basically an architect and you have to convince someone to build a building, right? And it's so much work to convince people like to invest to get all the cranes and the steel. It's like impossible. So drawing is like a little taste of it, right? So like I can make, these are the shots I want to make, right? So in a weird way, it's like it's drawing that beautiful sketch of the building. In a lot of ways, that's what it's going to be, you know. So you can get a feeling for it, and I think that's what it does for me. It satisfies the impossible group activity that's going to require me to like convince people. Maybe that's why I love Fountainhead. You know, like it's like that. It's that process of like getting people to like believe in this thing that it's going to take resources and like so much crew and building and designing and all that other work that's down the road. It's the drawing that I think is a little bit of it satiates that desire a little bit for me.
It gives them a framework too.
It's hugely beneficial in the production process. Once they have that, everyone knows exactly what to do. You know, it's incredible tool. Once I have that.
Did you do it for Watchmen?
100%. My Watchmen books are insane.
Did you draw Dr. Manhattan's dick?
Oh, of course.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Here's the question. Could you make that movie today?
I don't know. Would they allow? I mean, that's
what's interesting, right?
Someone once gave me a statistic of how much time Dr. Manhattan's cock is in the movie, like just full frontally in the film, and I think it's a fair amount. Like I think it's the only studio film. It holds the record for most frontal nudity, male frontal nudity of any, you know.
And it's kind of important.
It's super important. Like, he doesn't give a fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Like he walks around like that.
He's a god.
He's a god. Like, what the fuck? You can't deal with it? Get the fuck out, fucking vaporize you. Or I don't even care what you think. You're a cockroach. Yeah. It's like, what does he say? He goes, the world's smartest man is no more dangerous to me than its smartest termite. Like, it's like such a cool thing to say. Like, you know, like he doesn't, like, you know what I mean? It's like you really realize in the face of a god, like he does. I've walked across the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, I know.
He was the coolest.
He's the best.
He's the coolest. And the transformation scene is fucking amazing.
By the way, we were just talking about the other day, like one of my favorite sequences in any movie I've made is the birth sequence of Dr. Manhattan, the whole thing with the film, because it's Philip Glass did the music, right? We borrowed the music because I had heard that music and I was like, it's got to be this music. And then we tried to like, Tyler Bates, who's an amazing composer, I go, write me something that's better than this. And we just couldn't do it. So we just had to license it. And I had to send Philip Glass the sequence. And he watched it and he said, okay, it's cool. You can have the music. That's so cool. Yeah, because it's like, you know, it's just so rad.
I love this fucking scene.
Hear this. That's Philip Glass's music.
When he knows he's fucked.
We built this giant oversized watch for those shots. That's good. Yeah, that's that Philip Glass. So good. The music is good.
The fucking birth scene is insane.
It's so good.
It's so insane. It's so good. The skeleton in the hallway with the muscles screaming. Oh my god.
I remember shooting that exactly like this yesterday. Yeah. This air cannon. You had to fire at that guy with the mop. Mm-hmm. So because he like gets hit with it. He was like overhacked the end. We did like 3 kicks. I was like, guy. The first time he like flew on the ground. I was like, okay. It's good fun. Yeah, that's really cool. It's interesting because, like, you know, I think one of the things that after Justice League, I think one of the things that we really, as a group, as a family anyway, you know, because I lost my daughter over that. You know, at the post side of Justice League, I lost my daughter to suicide. And, you know, I left the movie famously, and then the movie went on, and then later we were able to, like, you know, finish the movie sort of in the way that we had always hoped. And I think the thing is that, like, the thing that I kind of sort of come back to when I look at that and when I look at the movies is, like, you know, they're these markers, you know, the movies are really these markers of time that even though they sort of transcend time weirdly, you know, they exist beyond the time they were recorded. You know, these weird like they're in the computer as sort of these singular, like little, you press it, but then it runs. It's real, and it's time. And it takes time to enjoy it and time to like, you can't just say it, you have to watch it and feel it again. You know, it's like a cool, it's a weird thing in that way. And I think that like, it just, the thing that you hope is that in the end, you know, the markers meant something to people, you know, and I think that we've really fought around, because a lot of these, mental health has been a big thing for my wife and I, you know, since losing my daughter, and we've tried the best we can to like, for the fans have done incredibly, fans have raised like millions, over $1 million just to support, you know, AFSP, which is, you know, the suicide, you know, against suicide in America Foundation. And we've been like, just, it's been cool that the movies, these moments have like, now in retrospect, have like a purpose, you know, and that they have like, that the fans have got this opportunity to kind of like, you know, join with us and kind of like be with us.
She hates
so, like,
me.
you know, and you know, this, because it's a huge stigma, you know, like people, nobody wants to talk about like that they're having trouble, you know, that they're, you know, that they're not okay.
Right.
And I think that what we've been trying to do lately, as much as we can, is like say like, no, it's good, like, you know, just, it's okay, you know, like it's not a sign of weakness, it's nothing, it's just, it's real, you know, it's part of being human, it's kind of 100% part of being human. And I think that it was you know, we've all, it's an easy thing to kind of say that, you know, it's just stress, or it's just like, you know, I'm good, I'm not depressed, I'm fine, you know, it's an easy thing to just try and muscle through.
Right.
Where like, you know, I think that, you know, it's my hope anyway, that like, as a family, that, you know, the movies and our connection to the fans and our connection to like that cause has been really, really deep. And I'm just watching this, actually, just it started to be thinking about like what the movies mean, you know, like what is their legacy, you know, what are they, and if they can do, on one hand, they are the moments you see, for me, Dr. Manhattan, Leonidas, whatever it is, you know. But then on the other hand, there's this other narrative outside of the story, you know, like what I was experiencing, and what made me think of it is just like what I was going through on that day when we filmed it, like what I was struggling with, what I was trying to deal with, you know, is real. That's hard stuff, you know. That was just life being lumpy for us, you know, just trying to make a movie, living in Canada, being away from the kids, just all that struggle. And then it's cool when, you know, it's been cool for me that when the fandom and the movie, like in the case of Justice League, they lined up, you know, or these people were like, no, we're not gonna, there's a movie out there that we want to see, and it's around the struggle that we had as a family, and all of this sort of came together. I always say, like, you know, people are like, you know, the fandom was toxic or whatever. They were so angry to get the cut that they were like, I go, also, they literally, people's lives were saved by the money that those kids raised. Like literal, like lives, real tangible lives were saved by that money. That those kids that you would say, these toxic fans, they're also responsible for the saving of lives. And that's just real. You have to acknowledge it, because if you don't, like, you in some ways, the legacy that they were able to create is like dismissed. And I can't.
That's just a reductionist view of things that people always like to apply to things that are controversial, especially when they're talking about your fans, saying something like they're toxic. That's such a dismissive thing. No, there's going to be some elements of any passionate, rabid fans, of course, that are going to be toxic because it means so much to them. And that's what you have to understand. The reason why they're behaving the way they're behaving, the reason why they're screaming is, first of all, they don't think they're being heard. And second of all, it means everything to them. These people that are like deeply invested in your films and in particular like things that have like this sort of iconic history, like The Watchmen or like Batman And these are very important things to
100%.
It's like the same way people are fanatical about sports teams, the same way they're fanatical about music.
It's tribal,
It's tribal.
100%.
Very, very tribal. So for you, when you have vision and you have these storyboards and you have all this stuff and then you see something like, in my opinion, that birth scene is one of the great masterpieces of that genre. It's a masterpiece. It's like watching him be born and become Dr. Manhattan. It's fucking amazing. So I remember being in the movie theater watching, oh shit. It was the perfect feeling. It's like what you want from these fantasy, escapism, graphic novel turned films. It was perfect.
Yeah, it's cool. And even just like watching it and the comment, like I never said that the Superman was real and he's American. I said that God was real and he's American. And if that doesn't give you religious fear that you're not, then you're just not human. Like you gotta it's okay. It's okay to be scared.
Right.
Because it's fucking scary.
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah, it's a scary thing.
It's a very scary thing. But it's all cool. But when you have these ideas and you have all this work and then it comes together, I mean, it's gotta be insanely satisfying to watching a scene like that.
It is. It's a cool, I guess for me, that the process of putting it together and then when it literally lands and it's what you drew and it's what you thought and the music and everything lands, there is I mean, I'm sure it's like anything. It's probably the same thing doing stand up or whatever. When you're grooving, when you're in the groove with it and it's just happening, you're kind of surfing it. And you're like, God, this is the feeling right here, right? You can't acknowledge it in the moment, but you can feel it. It can push you, it's like a wave, you can feel it. That's how it is, For me, it's such a long process, It's not instant gratification, It's like you really have to have a head down mentality to get it to that position, because, But I do when I watch it that first time and it comes back, and I'm like, yeah, that's fucking that's the why of it right there, And I think that keeps me going, frankly. That little high is really fun.
Well, that's the goal, right? The goal is to create that, and that high. People leave a film like that. That's you'll do things that you wouldn't have ordinarily do. You'll be inspired. Maybe you'll start working on something. Maybe there's certain things, and I think that's the beauty of creation in a lot of ways. It's not just escapism, but it gives you. It's like a drug. It gives you this boost of excitement that often leads to inspiration. It inspires you to action. It makes people do things.
100%. I feel like that if you can do that, then your movie's it's a huge success. If one guy comes up to me, the thing about Man of Steel that I felt is that Man of Steel is the movie that people will come up to me and say that movie changed my life. That movie, I thought it was about me. I'm an immigrant. I just saw myself in Superman. It's really I was struggling at the time, and when I saw it, I'd just be like, man, that's so cool. I'm so grateful that you felt that way about the movie, because I don't, for me, it's I send it off in the world. You think about Netflix, for instance, where you push a button and Rebel Moon, right? The zeitgeist is crazy because Rebel Moon, so say right now there's it's almost 90 million views, right? 90 million people, 90 million starts. So, or 90 million accounts said, turned it on, okay? Give or take. They assume 2 viewers per screen, right? That's the kind of map. So you think if that movie was in the theater as a distribution model, so that's 160 million account or people supposedly watching based on that number. So 160 million people at $10 a ticket would be what is that math? I don't know. 160 million times 10. That's 1.6 billion. So you look at the view numbers. You can use that rough. So more people probably saw Rebel Moon than saw Barbie in the theater, right? That's how crazy Netflix. That's how. That's the distribution model that they've set up. I was at this thing the other day, and we were talking about Rebel Moon 2, and I said, and they were like, well, talk about Rebel Moon 1. I'm like, no, like, go fucking watch it. I know you have it at your house. Like, it's not like a theater situation. You could like turn it on your phone right now and watch it like right here if you want. Like, that's how crazy it is. I'm like, like that. It's so, this model, this machine they built is really something else. Yeah. It's really crazy if you think about it. Just like we were saying about the Formula One, like they're able to like insert something into popular culture that's so like a deep cut, like a documentary about Formula One. How else do you get that to the people?
Right.
No way.
No way.
No way. You release that in a theater, 5 people go.
Yeah. Right.
Literally 5 people go.
Yeah.
But like
put it on TV.
And like 100 million people see it.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It's strange. It's interesting because it shows that there was an audience there. It's just like to get someone to go out of their house and buy a ticket. That's just too much of a tough sell.
It's a different model. It's a different model. And it's weird how they think about it. When you think about it in those terms, that you give the audience
30 minutes.
an alternative. Like you give them a chance to like go on this, like Rebel Moon's like, okay, that's new IP, right? No one knows what the fuck that is. What's Rebel Moon? Some space thing? I guess. Like, okay, well, let's watch it. It's that, the barrier for entry is so low.
Right.
That it allows, I think, what's cool is it allows a lot more original and weirdo stuff to exist. Because, especially like you think about the director's cut of Rebel Moon, which will be, if it was in theaters, a very boutique-y concept, right? Mm-hmm. And very singular. It's like the animated version of heavy metal. Like, the movie, I'm like, I'm a huge fan, but like now I'll be able to see it. Where I feel like this is a chance where like when this movie's released, the amount of people that can lay eyes on it is crazy compared to what it would be, in another, if I was releasing it, say, theatrically or whatever. It's a 3-hour movie. Both of them are 3 hours. So it's much different. Like both the PG-13s are 2 hours. Right? That was one of the things that we talked about also. The movie's short, PG. Right? That's kind of the prerequisite. Where I'm like on the R-rated version, it's like there's no rules. Like it's like no there's no expectations, no rules, no nothing. Like you get that experience is a completely different experience.
When does that one come out?
That comes at the end of summer.
The end of summer.
I want enough time. Yeah, probably right in there. We don't have an exact date, but it's somewhere. I wanted enough time so that I don't want them to be too attached to the PG version because I love them. By the way, like I said, I'm proud of the PG version. I think it's fun. I think when you see Rebel Moon 2 on April 19th, you will see a war movie. It's a fucking war movie is what it is. Like, because the first thing is like gather the team. Second movie is a war movie. The R-rated version is just a different journey. Like you just get there in a different way, and it's just more. Like I said, it's just more weird. It's more boutique-y and more bizarre.
And more like the original.
More like heavy metal. Yeah. It's just more. Yeah. More like a genre you can't really pitch a studio a live-action heavy metal movie right now. It's just not. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how you make. Unless you are willing to do some sort of song and dance, which I think that as a product, like I said, I'm proud of it, and I think it works for what they've generated. Because basically, for the same price as 2 movies, right? They get 4 movies, which is pretty crazy, Because the director's cuts for the additional hour and extra stuff that we did inside of each of those movies. Each of the movies is an hour longer. What we did inside those movies with tone and with gore and sex and all that stuff within the same framework, you're getting 2 entirely different movies. It's not like extended version. Like that I'd be like, okay, whatever. Like, oh, you did an extra, like, weird little, here's the thing you cut out that you thought was too long. Mm-hmm. It's not like that at all. Like, it's just a lot more, I don't know, it's just true to the vision. Yeah. It's got balls. It's got whatever.
And is that I mean, it's got to be this thing where you're waiting. Like, wait. I want you to see the real thing.
I don't think, it's a weird thing because I don't think, I mean, look, it's up to the viewers, in a lot of ways. I don't want to by no means am I saying that you can't watch both. For sure you can. It's really how you do it. I feel like if you've seen PG-13 Rebel Moon Part 1, you should see PG-13 Part 2 because they're really closely related. I mean, they're it's a direct, it could be one movie. You could cut them together, literally, and just keep going. Where it's Chapter 2, it's Part 2. It's where I feel like that in the R-rated experience, it's just a different. They're both going to release on the same day, so you can just fucking binge it. Yeah,
that's the way to do it too with Netflix.
Yeah.
One thing I love about Netflix is when I don't find out about something until 2 or 3 seasons in.
Yes, 100%. I can. Yes, it's
17 episodes.
It's the same muscle that made me play Fortnite for 6 months. Yeah.
But if you have the time, a good series is bingeable. God, it's so satisfying.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
I think we could do another. That's what I always say to my wife. I'm like, how do you feel? And she's like, I feel good. Are you sleepy? No. Let's go.
Have you ever thought about doing a Netflix series, something that's so big that you couldn't do in 1 or 2 films?
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot. I mean, nobody wants Fountainhead, but that's what I wanted to do. I pitched him Fountainhead because I've written this super adaptation of that book, and I just think I think it would be amazing, but no one wants to make it because they think it's it's taboo. Ayn Rand is taboo.
Well, why is she taboo?
I don't know. She's taboo among the intelligentsia because they think she's a fascist and they think the book's a fascist propaganda, piece of fascist propaganda. That's not why I like the book. I happen to just like it because it's to me it's a direct comment on making weird people, right? It's a movie about an architect who won't make the buildings that everyone wants him to make. And what the struggle he goes through to get the buildings made the way he wants to make them. Of course, I like that. No movie director. I'm sure there's plenty of movie directors that don't like Fountainhead, but I just think that it says so much. Ayn Rand wrote Fountainhead in direct response to being noted on the script that she had written, and she had been studying. This movie about skyscrapers, and they told her she kept submitting versions of the script, and they kept noting her until it was unrecognizable. And then she was like, "This is what happens to a peak to to work. It gets noted until it disintegrates and disappears." And so that's one thing that I really wanted to do, but I don't know that the world would allow that.
I don't know why. It's one of those weird things where Ayn Rand she's connected to incels or angry white guys or finance people that are cruel.
Yeah.
It's this very strange.
Steve Jobs is favorite quote, by the way.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. That is interesting. But it's one of those things where it's if you hear that, I'm an Ayn Rand fan, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
you're one of
those guys. Yeah.
Do you Bitcoin too?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's true.
Right?
But it's funny because, look, and I get, by the way, Atlas Shrugged, fair. You can play with that. That's a game that I'm pretty exclusively a Fountainhead fanatic. And for that, also because it's melodrama too. It's the most melodramatic thing ever. I mean, as far as just why
won't Netflix let you do that? I feel like they should.
I think it would have a huge again. Like I said, I know it would work.
I know it would work too. Yeah. Well, come on, Netflix. Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, I'm a fan of letting artists like yourself do what is their vision. And I think people are often wrong about whether or not something is going to be successful commercially, or whether or not it's going to resonate with a lot of other people.
But that's the thing that no one knows. That's the awesome thing about movies is and why, I'm not that worried about the AI influence of a motion picture because there's obviously no formula. No one can predict what's going to be successful, or they would have gotten rid of the directors and writers a long time ago. It's still, there's alchemy, there's still magic. There's still an impossible like, all these elements come together and you're like, you feel something. You're like, what, that was cool. Fuck, and it's the thing, like, who knows,
Yeah.
It's like, anything, that you see that maybe if someone described it to you in an abstract, you'd be like, that sounds dumb. Like, I know. And then you sit and you watch it and you experience it moment by moment and you feel it. Yeah, it's fucking cool.
Well, it's also, I think there's always going to be a thing that people resonate with where they know it's made by a person. They know that an artist's thoughts were involved in the creation of this thing. This is the vision. They worked tirelessly to produce this, and they put it out, and they're proud of it. Here it is. And there's something about that you're getting to take in another human being's, a group of human beings' creation, and that means something to us. And I think it's always going to mean something to us. I think there's going to be AI songs and AI movies and AI art, and it's going to be cool. But it's not going to be as cool because it's not going to be from a human.
Correct.
From a human being.
And I do feel like the fingerprints, the squishy fingerprints on the thing are the thing that make it like unbelievably cool.
Chisel marks.
Yeah, I want the chisel marks. I love them. I live for them. Like, to me, that's the bit. Like, the best movies, my favorite movies, the best movies are where you can feel the hand of the filmmaker.
Yes.
Like, I want that.
Yeah.
I do not want the movie made by committee.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
you vote. When you go to a movie that feels like it was made in the boardroom, like, I feel dirty when I watch that. I don't like it. I'm like, I don't want the cold hand of marketing on me like that. I want to, like, that's why I love the, like, the weirdness. Like, I feel like in the end, all my movies are just a little bit weird in a good way. Like, 300, for whatever it's, like, all the, like, kind of, like, coolness of it as far as, like, yeah, let's go fight. It's still a weirdo movie, like,
Did
the
you
way
ever
it's
think
made.
of putting a bunch of gay stuff in there?
Well, it's Frank's book. I wrote it. I made what Frank wrote. Now in retrospect, and that we've been talking about doing a series where I really wanted to, like, introduce those concepts a lot more, because I just feel like it's important in if we go forward and do, like, more in the 300 universe, I would want to bring that part in and let people, which I think just shakes it up again. Like, you're like, what? Like, right when you thought you knew, like, how to feel. Like, I'm going to make you feel like another way. People have always said, like, 300, people have accused me of being, like, homophobic or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know. Somehow they feel like that.
Because the Spartans weren't doing gay stuff?
Yeah, or because they, there's that one line where he says, philosophers and boy lovers. But, like, I think that he's clearly being cheeky, Leonidas, because, like, I of course, was hyper aware at the time that the reality of Spartan culture was like, he's obviously out. He means philosophies and boy lovers, not like he's using that maybe as a derogatory comment, but in reality, he's a lover of men, probably, Absolutely. And so, like, I just think that, like, as we talked about, like, as we go forward, I would love to, like, just kind of stress and just, like, I said, like, look, 300, in some ways is, like, one of the gayest movies ever made. Like, it is incredibly male-centric, male-obsessed. Like, you really feel, like, very strong male energy from the movie, even though there's a strong, Gorgo's an incredibly strong female character, and we wrote her and made her, like, he doesn't decide to kick the first messenger into the well without getting approval from Gorgo, because, he's like, I'm going to burn it down. Is that cool? And she's like, go do it, and he's like, all right, here we go. And, this is Sparta is that guy. And that's like, and I just think that, like, and maybe that was just me understanding, doing the research and understanding the reality of Spartan culture, that that energy was in there, because I just felt it was important, to make sure that it was, that there was this kind of visceral sexuality to the way the men actually interacted, that was there. I mean, regardless of whether you acknowledge it, it's there.
That would be, but but it wasn't acknowledged really in the film. Like if anybody didn't know the history of the Spartans, they wouldn't know.
No. But I just feel I just mean from sort of an iconic standpoint as far as like this just sort of indulgence in male porn. You know, it's not casual.
Right. If you, it'd be fascinating to see if you did do a series and you had them behave the way Spartans actually did, the reaction.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think that hopefully we'll find out one more.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, like, look, in the end, it's a weirdo show, you know, like it's fun to enjoy it. It's fun to fuck with it, you know, like that's what we do. Like you got to tear it apart a little bit and like take a look at it.
When you choose things to do today, how do you go about doing it? Do you just sit with an idea and bring it to studios? Do they come to you? How do you choose what you?
I don't develop. I kind of have I've always had a bunch of stuff that I work on, and I just go, I want to do this, and then whoever wants to do it, then they redo it. And
that's a nice position.
It is. It's an awesome position, and I appreciate it, and I don't take it for granted. You know, there's a few things. Like I've always been obsessed with Richard Bach. I don't know if you know. Like he has this book called Illusions that I've owned for a long time. That I've always wanted to do. You know, I grew up as a Christian Zionist, and
Isn't that a book about like channeling?
Well, Illusions is about this. It's a book about this guy flying his biplane around in the 1970s, and he lands in a pasture because, like, in the 70s, he was part of this sort of. He would fly his biplane around, land in a pasture, and then sell rides for $3, like for 10 minutes, and that's how he lived. Right? He's just a gypsy pilot flying around the Midwest. And he happens to come across this guy who also is flying a biplane, who happens to be like a messiah, who happens to be like this super spiritually advanced dude who's on the run from, he doesn't want to be the messiah. He's like, it's called Illusions, The Adventures of a Reluctant Messiah. And it's about the two of them spending the summer together, just the one guy teaching him about, like, it's a shit job being the messiah. Like, don't because you know what happens with messiahs in the end.
Right. Yeah.
And he goes, so you always have to die a violent death? And he goes, yeah, I don't think always. And he's like, really? He goes, yeah, you know what? It's cool for, like, he goes, what about just a quiet little ascension, you know, just on the side? And he's like, yeah, I don't think the universe will let that happen, you know? So it's this really cool, again, it's like this sort of, it's again like a spiritual deconstructivist, like Messiah story. And I just like, it was like this book when I was growing up. In a lot of ways, it's religious philosophies similar to Christian Science. So I superimposed my religious beliefs onto this book, and I felt like it kind of spoke to my doubts and my questions about my religious upbringing and like what I thought for real. Like my brother passed away when I was 13. He got in a car accident, and he was like this incredibly spiritual dude. Anyone who knew my brother was like, that guy was the guy. He was the man. Like, you know, Sam Snyder was like, among his peer group was like, he was like, you know, in retrospect, like he was into Tai Chi and like, just like super cool 70s dude, right? Like, just he kind of looked like Billy Crudup, right? Like Billy Crudup from like, you know, Almost Famous, right? Imagine that guy, like, but just like the coolest guy, you know, smoking dope, just being cool as hell. So when he passed away, I always thought like, okay, my brother just like tired of this world and went looking for another one. You know, like he was just like on a spiritual journey. But then like when you're 13 and you see like what that event though does to your family, your mother and father, you know, your sister, you know, all of their friends, like the devastation that they feel. And these are people that I believed in the religion that I believed in. And the pain, like, it made me really go, like, what the fuck? Like, what's real? Like, what are we supposed to believe? You know, it really tested me. And I think that Illusions, that book, in retrospect, I won't spoiler alert, I won't tell you what happens on the last page of the book, but it kind of speaks to where I was, and I think so. It's always resonated with me. And I'm friends with Richard Bach. I became friends with him, and his wife is constantly texting me like, "When are we making Illusions?" And I was like, "Soon, soon." She's like, "I found the planes." So it's cool. Like, we have the planes. We can make it anytime. So yeah, so those are that's how we develop. Like, it's all these things that I have, that are kind of close to me, that I'm always constantly saying, "What about that? We should make this time."
That's awesome, dude. Well, listen, it's been great to talk to you. I really appreciate what you've done. I love how excited you are about filmmaking.
Notch. Cheers.
You've done some awesome shit, man. You should be proud.
I appreciate it. Look, man, I'm a fan of the show, and it's an honor to come on and talk to you.
Thank you. It's an honor to have you. Thank
Cheers.
you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, buddy.
This is Jocko Podcast number 404 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko. Good evening, Echo. Good evening. We talk a lot about the path. And we do know what the path is, generally speaking.
Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. It's fun to see you last night, too.
Wait, are we on yet?
Yes.
Oh, that's great that we opened up right on.
Right on you cuffing. Last night was fun.
Oh my
How
God.
funny was the tell.
I was remembering today that he said that Deliverance was his Barbie.
He said so many asides like that. There was so
Yeah.
many, like, Tony said something really funny. He said, you watch him, you die laughing, and then afterwards you can't remember anything he said.
No, that's right. And then I start to have recall. It's like I got abducted and then the memories come back. So when I woke up, I was laughing because I remembered he said about, he goes, I need to get a root canal, but I couldn't get it, guys. I couldn't get a root canal because I was in Oklahoma. Every life is sacred. Did you ever have a back alley root canal?
He was just, everything about him was just so silly and so casual. It was very, very, and then he pulls out the recorder and starts playing that little flute thing.
Yeah, he learned to do that over the pandemic. He learned to play recorder.
The fact that he uses a flip phone for real. I guess he has. He wants to
Yeah.
I guess he
Yes, he
has
sure has.
a iPhone that he uses for social media.
I was going to send him shit, and I can't because I guess he's taking the calls on the flip phone.
Yeah. Yeah, he prefers to be out.
Does he work for Assad?
I think he prefers to be with the flip phone. But I think he's right. I think if you have a cell phone that's like connected to the internet, a smartphone, but you don't use it that often, every now and then you check it, that's probably the way to go.
Of course he's right.
Yeah.
Everybody has North Korea in their pocket at all times.
Yes. Yeah, you really do. Our government, their government, everybody's government.
You better hope it's multiple governments so there's at least some competition for your data. It's not just one monopoly has all your data.
Right. How much have you paid attention to the TikTok thing? Where they're trying to do this ban on TikTok?
Too much because we covered it, and it's because, well, here's what it's. Besides controlling and being able to take shit down whatever they want and doing, we're
Which
China.
is a real problem.
Yeah, we are China, by the way. I don't know if people think we're not China, but we are China. And but now the real push was coming because of Israel, not because of all the Hamas videos or whatever, but Israelis post shit. TikTok censors people. TikTok's not like a free speech something platform.
Right.
So the shit Israeli soldiers are posting themselves is getting out. And what happens is the kids are on TikTok, and it hasn't been 1944 forever. It's been pretty woke here. So now that's clashing, seeing this shit that, remember when Osama bin Laden made a huge comeback, like about I don't know how many months ago?
Oh, right.
And people just discovered his letters.
Yeah. God, it makes sense.
I think he's an industry plant.
Yeah. So what are these Israeli soldiers putting up on TikTok?
Well, all the war crimes that they do.
No.
Look,
Really?
I want to make this clear to everyone. I would never listen to an Arab. Okay? So I want you to understand that. I would never believe a Muslim. Nothing. You don't have to ever do that. Look at, not America, what they tell you. Israeli news, Israeli politicians, their ambassadors, when they come here and talk, listen to what they say. Because that's what I unfortunately did, and it was quite disturbing. And what's even more disturbing is when I tell my friends, here in America, they go, yeah, no, it's war. Nagasaki, Hiroshima, right? You've heard the old Nagasaki, Hiroshima?
Yeah. Kid Rock combo.
Yeah, the old Kid Rock. Dresden. Okay, this is like how naive I am. Jimmy was putting up, I could see the stories ready, loading up for the next segment. I see Israeli ambassador in UK, Dresden. So what I think it's going to be is she's going, how dare you compare what we're doing to Dresden? We're defending ourselves. Okay, that's what I think. What a normal human would do is go, I would never want to say Dresden is okay. You ever read Slaughterhouse, Kurt Vonnegut? We read the book in school because he was at Dresden, Kurt Vonnegut. And it was a deliberate terror attack that we did with, this is just established history. It's a crime, but, we're fighting the Nazis, etc. So, and we won. So, okay, that's how I thought we looked at it. Like, it was a terrible crime, but she goes, yeah, Dresden, we got to do Dresden.
Explain Dresden, what took place in Dresden for people who might not know.
I don't remember what city it was. We firebombed them.
Firebombed the entire city. Yeah, indiscriminately.
No, not indiscriminately. On purpose, targeted civilians to break their spirit. But keep in mind, Dresden, as much of it's a crime, but that was like the wars going on and on. So then they started doing shit like Dresden.
Evil shit.
We didn't do Hiroshima week 2 of the war.
Right. Why was Dresden so heavily bombed?
This is all known.
Punishing 3-day Allied bombing attack intended to force a German surrender leveled the city and left tens of thousands dead.
And probably more than that, by the way. I thought everybody knew it was a war crime, and actually everybody did know up until, people thought natural immunity was a thing until a couple years ago.
Yeah.
This is one of those. So I'm disturbed by that.
So she was essentially saying we have to commit a war crime.
Right.
Or we're doing a war crime.
Because in her brain, it's 1944 all day. No one from the cellar pointed out this mindset, and it's very insightful, because not 1948 when you got Israel established. It's 44, right after this shit happened, and you're real mad. They live in 1940, but we lived in Wookiee times. So the clash between the cultures, every time I hear an Israeli official or military person fucking BB speak, it sounds like someone's embarrassing immigrant parent that doesn't know not to say gay slurs here in America. Every time. So, again, I do not support Hamas or any Arab or Muslim. I hope I make it clear I'm one of the good people. And like the good people, I yearn for us to go back and fight them. You remember back when that was already me, when we knew what was what, before we went to all this cuckoo caca? I hope we go back to those days. In fact, if I was liberal, I'd also hope that. The Obama times, they were so great.
Yeah. The times of less confusing enemy. Yeah. It was more clearly established what was going on. This whole
Dave Smith knows shit, by the way. You probably have a reason, right?
Yeah. Dave's the best.
Dave knows it. I'm very proud of Dave consistently, because he really knows his shit. Like,
he doesn't talk about things unless he knows his things, and he goes very, very deep into subjects. He doesn't talk out of his ass at all.
No, not at all, dude.
No, he goes very, very deep into subjects, really gets an understanding of them, and then fucking debates people, and really knows what he's talking about. Like, he actually contributes to these conversations in a very, very meaningful way.
I know him a long time, I'm very impressed with him right now.
He's very impressive. He's and he's hilarious too. It's like he's both things. Hilarious comic. Very impressive.
You see on Piers Morgan?
Yeah, I did see that.
So my buddy Gary from Erotic went on Piers Morgan with and then these 2 chicks from Rose English, and it was on Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is getting like the YouTube talent pool of whatever to come on and debate these stuff. Like, he discovered all this. Right. It's like, are the Oscars over, or are the Oscars irrelevant? And I cannot wait to ask Gary about it, right? Because the question, how come Barbie didn't win an Oscar was actually like a topic. And like, just imagine like an international news show to feel like Barbie. That's incredible.
Imagine being upset.
How come Oppenheimer got it?
Yeah.
Listen, even if it was like really good, it's a Barbie movie.
Right.
You know, Batman Dark Knight, Heath Ledger, he's the reason that won, just his performance.
Right.
Maybe you can say that for Barbie.
That's a pretty fucking good movie. That's a different kind of movie, though. That's a dystopian movie about, crime-ridden city.
Barbie?
Barbie's fun.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Barbie was crime-ridden city. Like, it's a good check.
How did you compare the two movies? Oppenheimer's a movie that people will be watching decades from now.
I'll tell you how. You check the algorithms and you see what topics are trending, and you just put them together like you're a fucking AI, and you make a TV program out of that horse shit, and you discuss it as if it's a thing. Can you imagine? You must be doing so well in life if like that's one of your issues about like who got something at the Oscars at all. I looked at
and how did Barbie not get it?
Yeah, if you're just like
that's your big thought.
If you're just passionate about the Oscars, I think you're an idiot.
Right.
But if Barbie got it,
I didn't even know it was on until I saw John Cena get it on.
I didn't even know it wasn't a movie called Barbenheimer. I didn't know they mashed those together to save the theater industry that got killed after COVID and also all the movies sucking.
The theater industry did get killed, though. everybody knows they can stream things at home now, so they just start giving it to you at home, and then they don't have to pay as much.
Yeah, a lot of great reasons to stay home forever, guy. I don't know if you want to pile it up.
Oh, boy.
Don't even go out no more, man.
Boy, the COVID really did in the streaming thing.
It did in all the things.
Well, it really did in rather the theater thing, because streaming movies at home is so much. If you've got a nice TV, and boy, you can get a big ass TV cheap now. Like, what's a 65-inch Samsung TV cost right now? When I remember when they first came out with plasma screens, you
It's cheaper than insulin, I'll tell you
like
that.
a 24 or 28-inch plasma screen, and it was like $20,000. I was like, $20,000 for a TV? That's crazy. Now a TV like that is free. They just give it to you.
Technically, as low as $400.
What?
I mean, that's the.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Sure.
It's still 4K.
Hey, you know what?
Let me see what that looks like. For $397 from Walmart. Best Buy, it's $399.
You sound like you're doing an ad for them.
No, but
Come
look at
down.
that. That's insane.
Yeah.
65 inches, 4K. Look how thin it is. $400. Those fucking things were so expensive at one point in time. So now, watching movies at home is awesome.
Do you buy any, like, I always thought, and I'm not smarter than money in any way, but like top of the line technology such as that, like when $20,000 when it first comes out, never in my life, even if I would have the disposable income for a $20,000 plan, I go, of course another thing's coming out tomorrow, and this was gonna. That's how it's always been for this stuff.
But it wasn't when those $20,000 TVs came out. It was a long time before it came
That's
out.
like, it is when they first got the technology from Roswell, so it's.
This is, I think we're talking about like the 90s. So like, see if you can find an ad for a 28-inch plasma TV, because they were plasma. And let's just say like 96, 1997.
I was working at the Wiz selling cell phones and PCs.
Yeah.
Like pre-built, like a Dell, like not Dell. Sony had a Pentium, Pentiums.
Mm-hmm.
And very little markup on it. It was not a good department.
I used to make my own.
Well, that's what a smarter person would do. An idiot would come to our store and buy it there.
Well, I bought that too. I bought. It was like they were always getting better, but you could do a lot with you could buy motherboards, and you learn how to put like the jumpers in place with tweezers. And you know what's interesting? The tweezers and the jumpers were like master and slave. Yeah, and I don't know what they call them now.
Can you edit this out, Gene?
Okay, so what year is this?
97. Plasma screen, like
Oh, well, I think, is that the first ones? God, I feel like it was more money than that. I feel like it's still $9,000 as opposed to $400. Like that $400 one is infinitely better than this fucking clunky hunk of shit with low resolution.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That's why buying it at the very beginning, I mean, it's like dumber than buying a fucking boat.
In 2003, plasma TV was $10,000. Oh, that was 70 inches. That's pretty big.
That's why, yeah, like the Black Friday ones started getting so crazy. There was looking for good TV deals.
Yeah.
Right. Is that what people
TV.
try to get when they get aggressive?
Those and laptops were the first big thing.
Well, Black Friday sales are some of the darkest nights of humanity. See those people fighting over like boxes of shit.
What up, real shit at you, Pim?
What the fuck?
I think I'm looking at the greatest country on earth.
How are you?
That's what I think I'm looking at on Black Friday. On African American Friday. Excuse me.
What's new, baby?
When you say these guys are getting in trouble on TikTok, like
Living
I
like
don't,
a
I'm
pen.
not on TikTok.
Adjusting
what's
these little robots, dog.
What specifically are they putting up on TikTok?
You know, showing off, like blowing shit up and doing. I don't look at it. I don't want to.
Doing my best to perfect them. How about you?
Anything on it. But we have the contribution, which you show clips. You know, like the clip of Wolf Blitzer. You say a clip of Wolf Blitzer. I don't know what the guy is.
I gotcha. Did you have a chance to program that robot? It's cool, isn't it? Cool. Good for you. What'd you program?
Some refugee camp, and to get this one Hamas. There's 400 to 500 people at that camp. Hey, that's boy. And he was oh, wait, I forgot the best part. I don't want to say best part. And you can see Wolf is like, what the fuck?
I understand.
That's what I'm talking about. And he goes,
How old are you going to be, Doc?
They might not even do it.
How old are you going to be?
Of course. And Wolf, so Wolf knows that. So Wolf,
20?
he's like,
20?
you have to go to a break. That's the
23. Good for you. Excellent. You got a lot of future ahead of you. That's a beautiful thing. Well, happy early birthday. Do you have big plans?
Just for us.
What are your plans?
Oh,
I just want to
this is it.
get captured and showcasing myself how to spend it there. Getting up muscle in a great way. By posting the HBO X.
Very cool. Make sure everybody knows. Make sure everybody knows it's your birthday tomorrow, and they'll do something for you. Excellent, dude. Well, I'm glad to see you. I'm here. I just have to adjust the computer. All right. I'm here.
Right now,
Hold on, pause.
right now, bro, I'm
This
just
Scottish is really, dude? Like, what is this?
That's
crazy.
Okay.
I got the accent with the flag. I'm like, my brain is going, what's going on here? It's like, I'm Scottish.
All right. Conscription?
No, a construction also making.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just forwarded you the video. You can go through. That's what I did for project. I'm not sure you're holding it. Right now, I just need every two guys.
Well, Doug, when I have time, I'll take a look at it.
Are you seeing it?
I honestly, I'm working on something right now, so I don't have time to look at it right now. But when I do, I will.
Okay.
What are your plans for your birthday?
My plan, first of all, I just need to remove my token I'm holding, but I don't have it yet, so I can go out here and get some and look stuff for myself.
Very good.
I can go to you and
Are you going to hang out with friends?
Sure, maybe I'm gonna hang out with friends, and but I don't know, but God knows, because right now I don't have nothing to move in my place. But I just want to, so I'm not talking about I don't have action, but if that is done, I'm gonna definitely be friends.
Excellent. Well, that's good, my man.
All right, let me leave you.
I'll take a look when I can, my man, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
It's okay to shoot through other people. It's sad that there's people, that's normal, and it's just war. Putin, by the way, is the most evil man in the world. For nothing as fucked up as that.
No.
So, look, hey, they do have to be.
Isn't it crazy, though, when you see the difference between people looking at things objectively versus people that look at things tribally? And if you're on the right side, you support Ukraine against Russia. Russia is the invader, and Russia is this horrible country.
Right. And they won that thing. So,
but this thing, just the disparity in death count
I don't want to hear about Uyghurs ever again. Don't tell me about the fucking Uyghurs. Because they got a lot better than Gaza. The Uyghurs are living like kings compared to that shit. So all I'm saying, see,
They got a
objectively,
nice job with a cot.
they-
The Uyghurs did a nice job at the factory and a cot.
they're getting work experience. They're learning a trade.
The thing about the Uyghurs is we don't even really know what happens to them. We don't know what they're doing, right? Because they deny that they put them in
It's
camps.
a lot like Guantanamo. No, it's like Guantanamo. When I was there, I asked somebody about it because most people, by the way, don't even. If you bring it up, they go, "Oh, don't say that."
When you say when I was there, you went to Guantanamo Bay or you went to
I went to China.
Jesus Christ, Kurt.
When I was in
Deep state.
Guantanamo,
Kurt's part of the deep state.
I went
Mexico's
to.
out there in Guantanamo. What Visitor Soldier videos revealed, cheering destruction and mocking Gaza.
There you go.
An
Bad
analysis
optics.
of social media videos found Israeli soldiers filming themselves in Gaza and destroying what appears to be civilian property. The footage provides a rare and unsanctioned window into the war. Yeah.
Right? So that's like TikToks. And so the guy from the ADL, we played a recording of him going, I can't remember the name of it. He goes, we got to get on this. We need the kind of genius that was behind talent. Or people didn't know what he was saying. I'm like,
Just force everybody to use a flip phone like a town.
but that's what I said. Is it talent?
All those soldiers should be, no, you can't trust you assholes with TikTok. You're too wacky.
How am I going to brag about what I'm doing?
Yeah.
How will I brag? Hey, if we could do shit like that, too bad we couldn't. We could have won those 2 wars we lost out there, huh? If we could just starve. Hey, you're all going to be starved until the Taliban surrenders.
Yeah.
Why did we think of that?
Right.
We're not as good at fighting as them, I guess is what it is.
Well, they're involved in fighting on their own shore every day.
Yeah, against people that they hate with, I would say, a racial thing, and I know it's real because I did. It was really good for 10 years, and the whole top. Now, here's what I find. I think I'm. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think if I had converted, because that was like a big thing, like and I think if I had. We could have moved to Israel, and I could claim my birthright of land.
Yeah. Well, you can move there. Like if you're an American Jew,
she has dual citizenship. I could be wrong, but I'll bet you can do that.
haven't American Jews gone over there to avoid prosecution?
Well, every country does that. I mean,
but isn't that a thing? Like American Jews, if someone's coming after them in
Meyer
America?
I thought Meyer Lansky tried. Oh, am I thinking of The Godfather with the guy?
Yeah, right. No, Meyer Lansky, did he do that? But I think there's a thing. Applicants must meet one of the following requirements. 1, have at least 1 Jewish birth parent, or 2, have converted to Judaism. That's easy.
Well, my wife
That's
would
it.
have been that.
You don't need to be religious to qualify to fit in our trips. In fact, many of our participants...
Oh, you're talking about birthright.
Yeah.
So he goes, that's what I'm saying. The ADL guy goes, we the people that came up with birthright to put their heads on this TikTok thing.
Well, the Jewish thing is a wild thing because it's a race that you can join.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's a
Because
religion.
people think of it as a race. They
You know
do.
why? Because Hitler thought of it that way, sure. Also, Zionists think of it that way. A bunch of Jewish people don't. You know, ultra-Orthodox Jews, which I always like ultra because that's like...
Right, but you have to accept that some people feel that Jewish is a race.
Yeah, called anti-Semites.
Well, no, but there's like people that feel like there's a bunch of different races and Jewish is one of them.
I don't feel
some
like that,
Jewish people, but it is a thing, right? It's a thing that some people believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a thing you can join.
Yeah.
Imagine if you could join being Asian.
Whoopi Goldberg did it successfully, and she's never looked back. She called the Holocaust white on white crime. She did. Remember that? Oh,
Yeah, she did. It was insane.
Basically, that's just some white people shit.
It wasn't about race. What?
Because she did the homework of anti-racism that she was. You were supposed to read those dumb fuck books that no one believes, by the way, anymore. It's done. You're supposed to learn that anti-racism. Anti-racism is that it's impossible.
Is that done?
Oh,
Is everybody done with anti-racism?
No, there's still people embedded like ticks better, but it's over. Because now a bunch of people have finally figured out to have a goddamn lawsuit because all this weird ass shit was never legal. And it's been rejected by, remember California, I think, what did they strike down here? Or they didn't vote for it, like, and, I'm blanking out, but now there's lawsuits up and down and people are winning them. And he wants to talk this. Do you let James Lindsay on? He didn't bring up like any of this of that somebody from a college just got like $25 million. Oh, Starbucks. Remember the girl from Starbucks, the manager, and these guys want to use the bathroom, and it was during the B11 times.
Right. And
it came out that the higher ups were like, she didn't really have any. They're like, we can't fire a black person, let's fire the white manager. So their thinking is not about their racial feelings. They're like optics in this media time. So that's what's so gross about bringing these corporations into these moral things, because none of them are moral. Right? It's like Mr. Burns. You ever seen Mr. Burns turn good on Simpsons? He made little Lisa slurry, and she's like, Jesus, you're worse when you're trying to be good.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, well, they're only about money. And if you attach money to a DEI score and say, well, this is how you get tax breaks, this is how you get
reverse incentives.
Yeah, it's very perverse. And it's all just a control thing. And it's very ingenious. And it's next door neighbors to a social credit score, right? A DEI score is a corporate score that's essentially very similar to the way the real problem would be if we institute that nationwide.
Okay, we already have
for individuals.
So we already have that. First of all, there's a whole bunch of people that are debanked. The people that I don't even like, many of them. Some that I do, and they've already. What's the very concept of shadow banning? Ian with he was going to tell Ian Finance. So he got his account shadow banned. Why would it be shadow banned? It's like he said like 4 things that definitely would get you shadow banned that are not offensive even. But there are things that you shouldn't bring up, like around, COVID.
Right.
And even now on Zuckerberg's platforms, you're going to be. But why is shadow banning a thing? How is that? How did anyone who isn't a piece of shit go along with the idea that we don't have to tell you what you did, and we're not going to tell you what we're doing to you, and that's our right to do that? Okay.
Well, not only that, but they're all agreeing that they're going to do something to throttle the opinions of people that have problematic opinions in their eyes, but it's not illegal.
How's it working out?
So it doesn't violate any of the customer, any of the agreements that you signed.
Well, you signed away all your rights to everything already, so go fuck yourself. But how's that work? You can do all that goofy shit you want, but Mike Malice is right. That white pill thing, the shit collapses under its weight, because you can only go so long telling people to ignore reality. The Soviet Union collapsed from everybody. Like, we're getting the stage now where people go, now we all know it's a scam. And the next stage after that is like, wait, why am I saying we all know it's a scam about all the things? Like, it's not too far. Next lockdown, you lock people down, they got nothing to do but look into shit. That's why a lot of prisoners know, like, more current events than Bill Maher. Like, people that have been down for 20 years. Because there's nothing to do but read and learn things if you're smart. So we did that with all of society. So some people, and they said, don't do your own research, which is such a suspicion. Don't go into Daddy's forbidden closet of mystery. Oh, okay, I won't. Don't look into Hillary's.
But that's a hilarious one, to infantilize people to the point where you're telling them, don't research things.
Yeah.
We'll handle that. We're the professionals. Meanwhile, we lie all the time.
They're doing to us what they did to Haiti. And the shit we do to other countries, they're going to do to you. So the shit we did to Haiti, which is never let them have their own leaders and coup them when they had one elected one, that's us now. Now that's us. We're going to pass the law so you can't vote for the guy you want. Why is he even being allowed to run at all if it's such a fascism is coming? I don't even understand the messages are so mixed. And the only way to believe them is to be highly frightened all the time.
New York Times has just started doing this new thing on Instagram where they take the actual writers and they have the writers talk about the issues.
I'm leaving.
And when you see they don't understand what they're doing. This is exactly who we thought was writing these things. It's like this very effeminate guy and this woman that it's like the kind of woman that seems like she would do at a party, like talk down to you, and it's
just who you thought.
Yeah, exactly. The type of people that would, just like these ultra liberal, out of touch people.
Yeah.
And these people are talking about. One of the guys was talking about Donald Trump's words being taken out of context, that it would be a bloodbath because he was talking about the auto industry and the economy. And then this guy starts bringing up other episodes of violent rhetoric. It's hilarious. Look, you gotta watch this. Look, give me some
Oh,
give me some
God.
no,
Well, what I guess.
Seized on those comments and said they were an example of him calling for
Yeah.
violence or predicting violent actions if he didn't win in November. His supporters said that those comments were taken out of context. Trump has a history of using violent rhetoric dating back to his 2016 campaign. That language took on new significance after the January 6th attack on the Capitol in 2021. And throughout his third campaign for president, he's been getting a lot of attention for the way he talks about violence and retribution on the trail. He suggested that
So this is the New York Times.
It's all falling
This
apart.
is these hard-nosed reporters with a cup of coffee that are like fucking chasing down leads, and they're pulling their hair out, and they're meeting people in back alleyways. This is Woodward and Bernstein.
Do people think that's
This
still
is Watergate. No, but I mean they're essentially like ultra hard left activists that are masquerading as journalists, and everything has their opinion on it.
They're
Every
also,
front page article.
they're also masquerading as activists. They're bourgeois twits.
Yeah.
They have a lifestyle brand, which is I'm a Sex in the City guy and gal, and I work in the paper. They do the same amount of work as when you see those at damn the life of Google. First go to the chair.
That's Twitter. Yeah, that video is amazing.
Yeah, and they don't even make that. Well, New York Times, that's the big time. So all the plum jobs, like it's kind of similar to when people were mad that Seinfeld, they were like demanding writing in you get coffee with Seinfeld in cars isn't diverse enough.
Yeah.
Anyways, because at Seinfeld, every time they bring these things up to him, I love his fucking response to that. But in a place like the New York Times, they have to go, we need to bring these. So all like, how exactly you put it, you can guess what they look like. All of them have moved up from like the Gamergate, which at the time I was an adult and I was like, I don't care about this, but they've all moved up in the world of media. Because where's the money coming from? You gotta hope you do well enough at making little smear articles on a shitty video game website to get picked for the big leagues, and some people did.
Yeah.
And they've been moving up, and then you like me, I'm like, oh my god, 20 years have passed, and then I see like that's that little twerk, like if the one that got chain fired actually went somewhere in life. If not, like there's people like him that work with the DHS about the terrorism of saying whatever the fuck this idiot's referring to.
Well, yeah, they've become embedded in the intelligence community.
Well, it's all a thing of like your career, right? If you want your career, you can either say the truth about a thing, or you can worry. You must not have a good career.
Yeah.
Well, your career, all people have to do is not be a punk to their career. I'm not saying careers don't matter. I'm saying I will never be a bitch to a fucking career. Like, who would do that?
Yeah, but you don't have to. See, the difference between you and a guy working in government is very stark contrast.
Oh, no, in government,
You're
you
a
have.
comic.
Yeah. Like even comedian incentives got perverted. Like I work in government at a certain point.
Did they though?
Yeah. Well,
They only did with people that suck.
No.
They didn't with good comics.
Okay, I don't mean like I would never say that dumb shit. Be like woke is killing comedy. No, comedy is a thing that's been around a long time. What it'll kill is like your Disney fucking corporate figuring out how to sell it to people. Yeah, that's killing that.
Yeah, the movies.
Right, but not stand-up's the lowest rung, dude. This is the one like I see it's a real laugh last night. So I'm telling you about people go, hey, he's a failed comic. What I think they need is people. It's like an insult people for that.
To who? About who?
Well, the example I'm thinking of when I say this is because I sidekick on Jimmy's show. There's a bunch of people that are like hardcore blue, no matter who, that were like friends of his and one that are like, fuck you, you're despicable. Like this unbelievable, it's your duty. It's your duty to vote for the lesser of two evils. Remember the 2016 shit? Of like the moral outrage, right? And then, but your choices are, I didn't pick the right evil for you. You're judging me for that.
Because you didn't take a stand in the right
There's
direction.
nobody who's not
That's
evil,
the only way it's going to work out.
They don't even
for
say
us.
the right. They don't say the right direction. They go the less evil direction. Like my heart's supposed to swallow the motion.
Also, you're not supposed to stand up and say, "Hey, folks, these things suck." Because if you do, then you're on the wrong side.
But mine's better though. Admit that. Mine thinks marginally better, and I cling to that like a child.
They always want to talk about that. If you talk about Biden, Trump, they always like, "Oh my God!" In comparison to Trump, like Why are we comparing him to Trump? Let's pretend Trump was never born. If Trump was never born and it was Biden versus, fill in the blanks.
How long was Trump in government?
RFK Jr.
How long was Trump in
But
government?
if you have just Trump, Biden versus any politician, if they were just running and they get to pull up all this shit that he did while he was vice president, all this shit his son was involved in, all the stuff that they absolutely know, like unaccounted for millions. Where did all that money go? How did these people get all this money? Like, what would you do? How much were you getting paid? Why were you getting paid so much for this university where you had a job where you never showed up? And anybody else that was a Democrat, if Biden wasn't president, like if Obama was running against Biden, imagine a world where he wouldn't get taken down.
It was like that. He ran. That's who he was before he became vice president.
Well, that's who he was in 1988.
His nickname was Uncle. Uncle Joe. That's not because you're good. They call you Uncle Joe.
Why was
he was?
This is creepy. Like creepy uncle.
Remember Obama would go, "Oh, that's Uncle Joe," because Biden was like, "Get a shotgun." You remember those clips that go around where he was like, and
that's all. That was when he was running for 2020. Wasn't it?
No. When he was Obama's vice president, and he's a gaffe machine. Biden would say goofy shit.
Yeah, he always says goofy shit.
This is when his brain worked.
Yeah,
and the White House was hugely embarrassed by it all the time, and the way they would do the pitch about it, like that's Uncle Joe. That's how they would pitch it. And then he was a joke.
So you're saying Uncle is like he's old or goofy or dumb?
Like how I'm an unmarried uncle of two.
I've never heard Uncle used as a pejorative before.